Pan-Han, let's break up. A young woman dressed innocently with a sporty shoulder bag slung across her body stood at the door and declared loudly, Yin, what did I do wrong? Pan-Han's eyes widened, unable to accept this reality. Look at yourself, a shabby shared apartment earning a few thousand a month. How long do you expect me to suffer with you? Yin said coldly. Pan-Han and Yin were a couple from university. He had pursued her for 2 years before winning her over. Now both had graduated and just found jobs in Jingdu. Unexpectedly, the breakup after graduation arrived, as if on schedule. Yin, I've just started working. Give me some time and I promise to give you the best life. Or tomorrow I'll find an agent and we can move to a 1-bedroom apartment. Pan-Han pleaded. No need. I've decided to be with Li Long. Don't bother me anymore. Yin tossed out the words and turned away without looking back. Pan-Han was stunned. Li Long. Wasn't he the notorious playboy in school? His family had been relocated, receiving over a dozen properties and tens of millions in savings. How many girls had he ruined during school? And now Yin was going to leave with him. Yin, don't go. Pan-Han grabbed her tightly. Pan-Han, I advise you to be dignified. Li Long is waiting for me downstairs. What's wrong with me? I can change if you want. Pan-Han continued to beg. Don't waste your time. We're done. Yin shook off his hand and went downstairs, not giving him a chance to explain. He wanted to chase but couldn't move. He wanted to shout but couldn't utter a word. Yun's footsteps grew fainter. Pan-Han knew his beloved goddess was gone. Pan-Han, as if his tendons had been ripped out, collapsed like a dead dog against the window, half his head peeking out, wanting to see Yun one last time. He saw a Porsche Cayenne parked downstairs with a man smoking inside. When the man saw Yun come out of the building, he immediately rolled down the window, revealing a wealthy-looking head, and blew a smoke ring at her. Who else could it be but that bastard Li Long? A sharp pain stabbed Pan-Han's heart. He quickly crouched down, not daring to watch Yun leave. All their sweet moments together flooded his mind. The first time he bought her a phone, the first time he took her for steak, the first time he gave her flowers, the first time he treated her to Häagen-Dazs, the first time he took her to the movies. Pan-Han took out his phone, wanting to send Yun a WeChat message, but tears blurred the screen. He finally broke down into loud sobs. Wah! My heart hurts so much. A grown man crying like that. Suddenly a voice came from the opposite room. It was Yin Xiaoli, Pan-Han's female roommate. They had been roommates for 3 months. Usually they didn't talk much due to work, but they would greet each other, take out the trash, and share good food. In the roommate circle, they got along reasonably well. She knew Pan-Han had a girlfriend he rarely saw. Today was the first time she met her, and she witnessed the breakup scene. She didn't want to meddle in Pan-Han's affairs, but hearing him wail, she couldn't help shouting. What do you know? Pan-Han couldn't help shouting back. What first love? Isn't first love meant to be broken up? Yin Xiaoli shouted even louder. Don't say anything, let me be quiet. Pan-Han retorted. Let me be quiet. I finally have a weekend off. Who wants to listen to your howling? Yin Xiaoli snapped back. Pan-Han was speechless. The shared apartment instantly fell silent. Neither of them made a sound. After a while, Pan-Han's door was pushed open. Yin Xiaoli stood at the door in a spaghetti strap nightgown, her proud chest prominent, looking at Pan-Han sitting on the floor. Cry after you're done, prepare to pay the rent, then pull yourself together and work hard to make money. That's what you should do from now on, Yin Xiaoli said calmly. A pang of pain struck. Damn, it was time to pay the quarterly rent, thousands of yuan. Pan-Han didn't even have a few hundred in his hand. What can't afford the rent? Yin Xiaoli seemed to read his mind. None of your business. Pan-Han said grumpily. They'll pay it for you first. Remember to return it when you get paid. Breaking up is good. From now on, keep the money you earn for yourself. Don't foolishly give it all to women. Yin Xiaoli said. No need. Pan-Han was surprised, not expecting his roommate to be so generous. Don't be polite. They'll charge you 15 interest. Are you still crying now? Yin Xiaoli asked. I can stop crying. Pan-Han wiped his tears. Yin Xiaoli smiled, looked at him, nodded, raised her hand in a goodbye gesture, and closed the door. Money. 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 Only this word filled Pan-Han's mind. Yin left because he had no money and he needed his roommate to pay the rent. If that was the case, what was the point of going to university? What was the point of struggling as a drifter in Jingdu? Ding. Host conditions met. System binding in progress. Suddenly a voice sounded in Pan-Han's mind. The voice startled him, making him jump up from the floor. Who? What is it? Pan-Han whispered to the air. Host currently has lost true love, penniless, and has hit rock bottom, meeting the awakening conditions. System binding complete. I'm bound to a system. Isn't this something that only happens in novels? Pan-Han continued to talk to himself. Host Pan-Han, now I will explain the details. This system is an otherworld travel system. The host can travel to the 438th otherworld at any time. The system's cold voice buzzed in his head. Otherworld. Pan-Han murmured. The 438th otherworld is currently in the apocalypse. Originally 600 billion humans, now less than 600 million remain. The rest have turned into zombies and animals are also mutating. What the hell? What does that mean? Am I going to lead zombies to devour humans? Pan-Han asked. Host, don't joke, or you might be ejected. You know what I mean. The system said with a kind yet cold voice. Unexpectedly, the system couldn't take a joke. After the host travels, you will still be human. Of course, you can explore how to subdue zombies. All of this is up to you to develop. The system said. What cheat ability do I get? Panhan knew that every travel comes with a cheat. The system prepares a portable space for the host. Inside this space-time flow is zero. No living creatures can be placed. The space is infinite with automatic sorting and retrieval functions. The system said. Holy shit, awesome. I have a space too. Panhan couldn't help shouting loudly. Next door, Yin Xiaoli shook her head thinking the fool was talking nonsense. Ding. Host triggered default teleport command. Teleportation is about to begin. Panhan felt a flash of light, unable to see anything, a dizzy feeling in his head, and a roaring sound in his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the apocalyptic otherworld. Panhan let out a yell. Bloody hell, that hurts. He fell hard on his backside, sprawling on the muddy ground with his limbs in the air. System, are you out of your mind? When did I ever say I wanted to transmigrate? Panhan shouted into the air. System replied. Host, you just said damn awesome. That is one of the activation commands, so the transmigration was initiated immediately. Panhan rubbed his backside, wincing in pain. That's possible. Is that the only command? Are there others? There are infinitely many. You can set them yourself. You can also silently recite, I want to transmigrate 3 times in your mind to activate it. Alright, got it. He'll study it first and figure out how to set the commands. Panhan said grumpily. Suddenly, a cold iron object pressed against the back of his head. Don't move, or he'll shoot you. A woman's voice came from behind. Without a doubt, the cold hard object was a gun. Panhan knew the rules. He slowly raised his hands to show he had no weapons and meant no harm. A slender hand began to frisk Panhan's body. Clearly the woman was searching him. Panhan felt nervous, a bit ticklish, yet somehow a slight pleasure. But he wasn't too worried as he had no lethal weapons. Finally, the hand pulled out an item from Panhan's pocket. How do you have this? The woman asked. Can I turn around and see what it is? Panhan was puzzled. He didn't remember putting anything in his pocket. Turn around slowly. Don't make any sudden moves, or your head will be blown off, the woman said coldly. Humph, more badass than the system, Panhan thought, then slowly turned around. Wow, huge. As he turned, the first thing in his sight was a pair of impressive peaks, and he couldn't help swallowing. Where are you looking? The woman asked, her expression unreadable, still cold. Panhan looked up and saw something incredible. A stunning beauty, a solid 9 out of 10, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a black tactical bodysuit that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. She held a pistol, its dark muzzle pointing at him. I asked you, how do you have this? The 9 out of 10 woman raised the item and shook it in front of Panhan. Panhan saw it was a pack of gum he had casually taken from a hot pot restaurant last time. It had been in his pocket for days, he had forgotten. Is this something rare? I took it when I was eating hot pot, so what? Panhan explained. You not only have gum, but you actually ate hot pot. The woman's eyes widened as she stared at Panhan, her mouth slightly agape, utterly incredulous. How long has it been since you last had something like this? Panhan now somewhat believed this was an apocalypse, since even hot pot could make her so excited. 5 years, 5 whole years, the woman exclaimed excitedly, holding up 5 fingers. Then I'll give this to you. Panhan, though poor, could afford to give away gum. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you here? The woman ignored his offer and pressed on. Panhan thought he certainly couldn't say he came through transmigration, but he didn't know how to answer. He just stammered and mumbled. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, fine. The gum is mine. You'd better leave quickly. It's going to get dark soon, and if you don't hide, you'll die. The woman holstered her pistol and waved her hand at Panhan. I can give it to you, but you have to answer one question. Fair enough. Ask away, but don't ask about my personal information. The woman glanced at the gum and nodded. How long has it been since the apocalypse began? Panhan asked. The woman looked at Panhan as if he were an idiot, then said coldly, 8 years. All right, thanks. 8 years since the apocalypse. What must this world have become? Panhan thought. The woman ignored him and walked off in a certain direction. She exuded a sharp, restless energy. After 10 minutes, Panhan finally took a good look at this world. All around were broken walls and ruins, withered trees, and a gray sky. When a breeze blew, the air carried a foul stench of rot. It was now an apocalyptic dusk. The sun was dim and visibility was low. Panhan straightened his clothes and thought, I might as well wander around first. I can always go back. But fearing zombies, he picked up a thick branch from the ground as a precaution. Panhan followed the direction the woman had gone, advancing cautiously. He thought that woman must have a lair. He'll sneak over there when it gets dark. He had gone less than 20 meters when he spotted a rotting corpse lying on the ground, half of its body decayed. A swarm of nameless insects was devouring the rotting flesh. Panhan had never seen such a sight. His stomach churned, something surged up his throat, and he couldn't help vomiting. Without even wiping his mouth, he grabbed his stick and ran away. This was the first lesson the apocalypse taught him. Running about 100 meters, he found a half-collapsed small house and quickly hid inside. The house was even darker. he could barely make out the outlines. Pan Han felt a bit panicked and brandished his stick a few times to boost his courage. He held his breath and listened for any other sounds in the house. Finding it relatively safe, he let out a long sigh and began to explore. The room was small, only about 30 square meters. From the decorations and furnishings, it seemed to have been a small shop before. 8 years had passed, and all that remained were a few walls and some broken cabinets. After searching for a while, his eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light, and he could see more. Sure enough, the second lesson came. A skeleton lay slanted at his feet, almost tripping him. Pan Han was so startled, he almost screamed. His instinct was to smash the skeleton with his stick. The skeleton, having been there for years, couldn't withstand his blows and shattered into pieces. However, a string of bright yellow objects fell in front of him. It was a gold necklace. It was a thick, sturdy gold chain. What a find. It's like money falling from the sky. Pan Han shouted out, but quickly covered his mouth, nervously looking around for fear of attracting zombies. He looked left and right, confirmed no one was there, then used his stick to pick up the chain and slowly brought it into his hand. It was heavy, very heavy. It must be gold, right? Pan Han mused to himself. In fact, he didn't know how to tell gold from silver. He had only seen on TV that many gangsters had dragon tattoos and wore gold chains. This one looked very similar. Presumably this person was also a gangster before death. Pan Han wiped the chain with his clothes, breathed on it, and examined it carefully in the dim light, feeling an inexplicable excitement. Damn awesome. I'm going to be rich. As soon as he shouted this, with a whoosh sound, he disappeared on the spot. Pan Han had transmigrated back to his rented room. Without a doubt, the transmigration command had been triggered again. Back in the shared apartment, Pan Han immediately checked his watch. The time had only advanced by half an hour since he left. In other words, no matter how long he spent in the otherworld, time here flowed synchronously. He glanced at the thick gold chain in his hand. It was still there. He reached into his pocket and found the gum was gone. He gave himself a hard slap on the face. It hurt like hell. It seemed the transmigration was real, the apocalypse was real, the system was real, the space was real, and so was the gold chain. Without a doubt, that 9 out of 10 woman was also real. Only now did Pan Han accept the truth that he had been bound to a system. After a brief dance of exhilaration, he decided to take a shower immediately. After all, the items he had stripped from corpses were filthy and might carry unknown viruses. He quickly gathered his toiletries and headed to the communal bathroom. Passing by Yin Xiaoli's room, he thought to himself, once I sell the gold chain, I'll pay you back and treat you to skewers. Pan Han was always generous with women. Otherwise, why would he be unable to afford rent? All his money had been spent on Shen Yun. Lost in thought, he pushed open the bathroom door only to freeze in shock. Yin Xiaoli was showering inside. What the hell are you doing? Get out. Yin Xiaoli covered herself and screamed hysterically. Damn, sorry, I didn't know you were in here. Pan Han quickly turned his head, apologizing as he backed out. I shouted before I came in, didn't you hear me? Yin Xiaoli was furious and cursed loudly. Pan Han realized he must have been transmigrating at that moment and couldn't hear her. Usually they would shout before using the bathroom, but this time it was a misunderstanding. Sorry, I had earphones on and didn't hear you. Pan Han hurriedly excused himself, his face flushed red. Damn, now he couldn't even shower. Pan Han figured waiting for Yin Xiaoli to come out would be too awkward, so he decided to head out and find a pawn shop to deal with the gold chain. Why not a gold store? From what had read in novels, gold stores required receipts and were a hassle. Although pawn shops offered less money, the treasure from another world had cost him nothing. Pan Han grabbed his bag, hailed a DD Express, and headed to a pawn shop 30 kilometers away. He wanted to keep his distance as much as possible. It might not help, but it gave him peace of mind. An hour later, Pan Han arrived at the pawn shop. Yangon Pawn Shop. He read the sign, patted his bag, took a deep breath. Hello, sir, welcome. The lobby manager Wang Chung had just seen off a batch of customers and spotted Pan Han entering, ready for the next deal. Hello. Pan Han responded politely. Are you here to pawn or redeem? Pawn something, Pan Han said, pointing to his bag. Right this way, sir. Wang Chung led Pan Han to the counter. What would you like to pawn, sir? A gold chain. Pan Han took out the item and placed it on the counter. Wang Chung first sized up Pan Han, then examined the gold chain, thinking this was a big deal and needed careful handling. All right, sir, let me verify the gold's purity first, Wang Chung said. Pan Han gestured for him to proceed. In truth, Pan Han wasn't sure if it was real gold, so he was happy to let the pawn shop verify it. 10 minutes later, Wang Chung returned. Sir, no problem. It's pure gold. Total weight is 897 grams. Pan Han was pleasantly surprised. Gold was over 400 yuan per gram, so nearly 900 grams meant over 300 yuan. Even with the pawn shop's low offer, it would still be a windfall. Sir, how long would you like to pawn it for? When will you redeem it? Wang Chung asked respectfully. Dead pawn. Pan Han blurted out without hesitation. Why would he redeem it? He needed cash now. Wang Chung smiled slightly, thinking the customer must be in a hurry. All right, please show me your ID for registration. Pan Han nodded and followed the procedure for a dead pawn. After the process, he received a full 300 yuan. Though it was less than selling to a gold store, he was already overjoyed. Stepping out of the pawnshop, Pan Han could hardly believe he had come into 300 yuan so easily. He had never seen so much money in his life. He pulled out his phone, found Yin Xiaoli on WeChat, transferred 450 yuan for rent, and sent a separate 200 yuan red envelope as thanks and an apology for the earlier incident. Instead of going straight home, Pan Han headed to a large mall near the shared apartment. The best use for unexpected money was to spend it. He first bought a new phone, then several stylish outfits, and finally visited a barber for a complete makeover. Looking at his transformed self, Pan Han silently vowed to retrieve even more treasures from the other world. He would buy luxury cars and mansions, and make Qin Yun regret leaving him. Before he knew it, it was 6 p.m. Suddenly a WeChat voice call rang out. Pan Han saw it was Yin Xiaoli. He answered, "Hey Xiaoli. Damn Pan Han, where did you suddenly get the money? Did you sell a kidney?" Yin Xiaoli teased. "No, a friend who owed me 100 yuan paid me back today, so I transferred it to you. Thanks for your help earlier." "Alright, then I'll take the red envelope without hesitation." "Have you eaten? Let me treat you to dinner. Apologies for earlier. 2 things, 1 meal." "Sure, I haven't eaten yet," Yin Xiaoli replied generously. "Great, Chinda Plaza. He'll treat you to steak tonight. Take a cab, will cover it." "Whoa, what's up with Boss Pan today? Being so generous." 3 consecutive surprises left Yin Xiaoli bewildered. Was this still the broke loser Pan Han? "Come on over, him already here. He'll find a seat," Pan Han said and hung up. Since dating Qin Yun, he hadn't treated any girl to a meal. Today he was going to feast. Pan Han went to the 3rd floor of the mall and chose the most expensive Wagyu steakhouse, where the average cost per person was about 700 yuan. In the past, he would have avoided such pricey places, but now he was a changed man. He was chosen by the system. After entering, he sent Yin Xiaoli the location and table number, then pulled out his new phone to play a ranked match. Waiting for someone was the perfect time for gaming. Pan Han was currently at the king rank, highly skilled, though his old phone had held him back. He had only ever used hand-me-down phones from Qin Yun. Now with a new phone, could he not push to the enemy's base and fight? An hour later, Yin Xiaoli entered the restaurant. It was evident she had deliberately dressed up and just taken a shower, making her appear much more radiant. The form-fitting pencil skirt she wore accentuated her figure flawlessly. Pan Han couldn't help but steal a few glances. Unexpectedly, Yin Xiaoli also stared at Pan Han for a long time, a hint of surprise on her face. "Is this still the heartbroken loser Pan?" she initiated. Pan Han glanced down at himself. Clothes make the man, as the ancients wisely said. The expensive outfit indeed revitalized Pan Han. "I've always been this handsome, it's just that no one noticed." "You're not bad either." "Oh, Big Sis has always been this outstanding." They exchanged a knowing smile. "Drinking?" Pan Han asked. "Red wine to go with the steak. The restaurant you chose today isn't cheap. I'm warning you to watch your wallet." "Don't worry. From today onward, I'm going to live differently," Pan Han declared firmly. Yin Xiaoli, of course, had no idea of the deeper meaning, as she thought he was determined to pull himself together and earn money. "That's more like it. Think about it. Why did you leave your hometown to drift in Beijing? This isn't a place for romance," she said seriously, her big eyes fixed on Pan Han. "Right, Big Sis has long legs, so everything she says is correct," Pan Han teased. Yin Xiaoli immediately recalled the shower incident and blushed. "I'm going to eat you out of house and home today," she said, shifting to stretch her long legs further. "Exactly, courtesy calls for reciprocity. I can't freeload off you either," Pan Han said with a playful tone. "Men, barely broken up and you're already back to your old tricks," she scolded, thinking of the shower. They chatted idly, and Pan Han's mood improved considerably. Yin Xiaoli truly knew how to make others feel at ease with her words. "By the way, we've been roommates for months, but I've never asked what you do for a living. Is it okay to ask?" "I'm a struggling actress, a step above an extra. I'm leaving for a shoot tomorrow after this meal. A role with 10 lines. No wonder you're always disappearing. How many days this time?" Pan Han was astonished to learn his roommate was an actress. He had only seen such people on TV before. 4 days, Yin Xiaoli said, showing the calendar on her phone. After she left, he would have the place to himself. "I can explore the other world in peace for a few days," Pan Han resolved inwardly. "Awesome. Then let this be a farewell for the star. Safe travels." He raised his glass. "Thanks, Boss Pan." She clinked glasses with him heartily. They thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Usually frugal, they rarely had the chance to eat Wagyu. They shared many stories, growing closer. After eating and drinking their fill, Pan Han called for the bill. A handsome waiter approached. "Sir, your total for tonight is 3700 yuan. Pan Han directly handed over a bank card. "Men look so handsome when they pay," Yin Xiaoli said with a smile. With the atmosphere just right, Pan Han didn't hold back. "Come on, let's get you some clothes. Wear them to the shoot tomorrow and dazzle the director." "If that's the topic, I'm wide awake." Her eyes lit up, unashamed, as if she had her own way to repay the favor. They set off immediately. The Qingdao Plaza naturally had high-end women's boutiques, LV, Prada, and the like. With over 2 hours until closing, there was plenty of time to browse. Pan Han knew little about women's fashion, so he let Yin Xiaoli lead. "Let's try this one," she said, entering a foreign luxury clothing store. "Let's go." Pan Han still had over 200 yuan in his card. The clothes were visibly expensive. He forced himself not to look at the price tags, determined to appear wealthy. You can still back out now, Yin Xiaoli whispered in his ear, deliberately blowing a puff of air. A shiver ran through him. Damn, he had to buy it now. But he loved the feeling. You have 20 minutes. Pick something and buy it. Pan Han said. Only 20 minutes. She widened her eyes dramatically. Pan Han's mind buzzed, flooded with mental bullet comments. I suspect you hear things sometimes. Pan Han asked cautiously. Yin Xiaoli didn't answer, but walked directly to a particular outfit. It was the season's new arrival, though she had coveted it, but never splurged. Pan Han approached. Need to try it on. No, I know my size by heart. Alright, let's check out. Aren't you going to look at the price? I don't look at the price. Only at the person. Pan Han spoke sweetly, but inwardly he believed Yin Xiaoli wasn't the type to take advantage of him. She was momentarily speechless, feeling a long-lost sense of respect. Just as Pan Han was about to pay, two people walked in. It was Chun Yun and that bastard Li Long. That pair of scumbags. Pan Han's eyes blazed with fury. Oh, isn't this your ex? Li Long glanced sideways at him. What are you doing here? Chun Yun was equally stunned. This was a store Pan Han should never have set foot in. Bringing a friend to buy clothes, he replied coldly. Your friend? Isn't she your roommate? You're buying her clothes. Chun Yun couldn't believe it. Yes, buying them for her. With that, he signaled the clerk to check out. Sir, your total is 1800 yuan, the clerk said, presenting the bill. Charge it. Pan Han handed over his card with flair. When did you become so rich? You never spent more than 1,000 on clothes before, Chun Yun said, sensing something off. Does that have anything to do with you? Pan Han retorted. You. Chun Yun stomped her foot in anger. Brother Long, I want this outfit too, she insisted, unwilling to be outdone. Li Long was embarrassed. He could afford it, but he never spent that kind of money on a woman. However, pride was at stake. He had to tough it out. I'm sorry, sir, this is the last piece. It's a hot new item and sells out quickly. Perhaps you'd like to look at other options, the clerk suggested, not wanting to lose the sale. I don't care. I want this one. Chun Yun grew angrier, starting to throw a tantrum. She wasn't fighting for the clothes, but for her pride. Miss, would you like to take a look at some other new arrivals? This bag is also a new release. The shop assistant, a seasoned veteran, sensed an opportunity to boost the evening's sales. Isn't this the hottest new model of the year? Chun Yun exclaimed, recognizing it as a recently launched sensation. She had seen someone carrying it in the company elevator and was utterly envious. Brother Long, I want this. Chun Yun said. How much? Brother Long asked the assistant. 188000. The assistant flashed a sly smile. Damn, you're trying to rip me off. You know, let's buy this bag another day. Didn't I just get you one a few days ago? That one's pretty good too. Li Long's tone shifted instantly. Although his family was well off, blowing 1880 on a bag just to save face was something he couldn't bring himself to do. If his old man found out, he'd break his legs. Chun Yun was also stunned by the price. 1880 was 3 years of her salary. Pan Han, let's go. Don't argue with them. We have things to do at home. Yin Xiaoli stepped in to mediate. But her mediation seemed oddly off. What things could there be to do back home? Don't move. They'll take this bag, Pan Han suddenly declared. Chun Yun, Li Long, Yin Xiaoli, and the shop assistant were all left dumbfounded. Stunning. Outrageous. Absolutely absurd. He's actually buying it. Yin Xiaoli was the first to react, tugging at Pan Han's sleeve, signaling he didn't need to show off. Pan Han patted her hand and said, I have no interest in money. Money is meant to be spent. This left Yin Xiaoli speechless. Chun Yun's mind buzzed. Li Long, hands in his pockets, tried to grasp what it meant to face a real rival. The assistant quickly said, right away, boss. They'll wrap it up for you. Pan Han nodded. Ring up the clothes and the bag together. Sir, your total tonight exceeds 200, so you qualify for a VIP card. With this card, you'll get priority access to the latest styles and earn points on future purchases. The assistant beamed with joy, never expecting to land such a big deal near closing time. All right, just give the card to this lady. Pan Han gestured toward Yin Xiaoli beside him. From decision to payment, it took less than 3 minutes. Chun Yun was still in a daze. She couldn't fathom what had happened in just half a day. Could Pan Han have been a secret rich kid all along, hiding it from her? Pan Han paid them no mind, taking Yin Xiaoli's hand and heading out. Chun Yun wanted to call out to him, but Pan Han didn't give her the chance. Staring at his retreating back, Chun Yun and Li Long were left speechless. Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli took a taxi back to their shared rental. They said little on the way, the atmosphere thick with tension. They'll return the bag tomorrow and give you the money back, Yin Xiaoli said as her first words upon entering the room. It's a gift for you, but it's yours. You can return it if you want, but I won't take the money. What's wrong with you? I can't accept something so expensive. I don't want to owe you this favor. You owe me nothing. This was my choice. That still won't do. You worked so hard for your money. Keep it for your own plans. Fine. But I have one condition: go to your shoot tomorrow. Once the footage is out, I want to review it. If you perform well, the bag is your reward. If not, sell it and give me the money then. Pan Han had no intention of reclaiming the bag, so he made up a casual excuse. Yin Xiaoli stared at him as if he were an idiot. Finally, she burst into laughter. She had never heard such a ridiculous reason in her life. But Pan Han was intriguing. Yin Xiaoli felt as though he radiated some mysterious energy. Pan Han, however, was indifferent. He simply didn't want the bag. As long as he could keep digging for treasures in the other world, money was no object. If there's nothing else, I'll go take a shower. I wanted to earlier, but didn't get the chance. Pan Han suddenly caught a whiff of alcohol on himself. All right, I'll wait for you, Yin Xiaoli said casually. An awkward silence fell between them. Wait for me. Get some sleep. Focus on your shoot tomorrow. Pan Han gave a wry smile. Oh. Yin Xiaoli stuck out her tongue, as if she had let something slip. The night passed without a word, and soon it was the next day. Yin Xiaoli had an early high-speed train to catch, so she left very early, leaving Pan Han a farewell message on WeChat. Pan Han slept until 1:30 p.m. before waking up. What a great rest. He stretched lazily. Just as he finished, his phone rang. It was his boss. He was supposed to be at work today. The moment Pan Han answered, he was met with a torrent of abuse. Pan Han, where the hell are you? Are you coming in or not? If you're not, you should at least call in. Trying to skip work? Don't you hell me. Listen up, you bastard. I quit. Pan Han had indeed forgotten about work, but he wasn't about to tolerate his boss' attitude. Kind words fall on deaf ears. Huh? Did you get into a car accident and lose your mind? I'm ordering you to get your ass over here in half an hour, the boss roared. Don't you understand plain language? I said I quit. With that, he hung up. He promptly blocked the boss number. Pan Han had no time for work. He needed to get to the other world. But first he had to prepare a few things. He rummaged through his commuter backpack, emptied it, and headed straight to the convenience store. He planned to bring some food to the apocalypse. That was the real currency. He picked out 3 cans of luncheon, meat, 2 bags of bread, 2 chocolate bars, 2 self-heating rice meals, and 2 cans of cola. Pan Han thought it over. He couldn't take too much this time. Exposing too much food would be too risky. Feeling he needed something for self-defense, he went to a hardware store and bought a cleaver. He packed everything into his backpack, went upstairs to his room, removed all the packaging from the food, and defaced any production dates or labels to avoid revealing any information. He also found a windbreaker, hiking boots, and 2 lighters. He kept only the cleaver and 1 can of luncheon meat out, storing the rest in his space. Everything was ready. Glancing at his watch, it was almost 5 p.m. No time to waste. He murmured, I want to travel, I want to travel, I want to travel. A wave of dizziness later, Pan Han successfully crossed over. This time he landed smoothly without falling. He was in the same spot as before. System, can I choose where to travel? Pan Han asked. Yes, just provide the coordinates, the system replied. That was a relief. A random jump might have landed him surrounded by zombies. It seems I need to establish a stable and safe travel point here. Establishing a safe haven alone was certainly beyond Pan Han's capabilities. He needed to find people. The system had mentioned that this otherworld once had 600 billion inhabitants, now reduced to less than 600 million. Finding reliable individuals from among them felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, he felt that through food, recruiting some who would risk their lives for him should not be difficult. After all, in this apocalypse, sustenance was the most precious commodity. Just as he was pondering this, the icy muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of his head. Don't move, or I'll blow your brains out. A familiar voice came from behind. It was her, the 9-point woman. What finished your gum? Pan Han recognized her voice and asked teasingly. It's you. The 9-point woman didn't recognize Pan Han in his current attire. That's right, it's me. We meet again. Pan Han said. Who are you? Why are you here? Who I am isn't important, but I'm here on important business. What do you want to do? Looking for gold. Once again, the 9-point woman looked at Pan Han as if he were an idiot. 8 years into the apocalypse, who still used gold? It was too soft for bricks and too hard for a pillow. These days, people only cared about having enough to eat, having medicine, and having plenty of weapons. If you can provide more gum, I might help you find gold, said the 9-point woman. So who are you? Pan Han asked. I'm an apocalypse mercenary, she replied naturally. The kind who gets paid to do jobs. Pan Han had never heard of such a profession. Get resources, do the job. Money is useless here, the 9-point woman said. Why are you always here? Pan Han asked. There's a mercenary mission post nearby. Missions are posted every day. The 9-point woman answered. Did you just pick up a mission or turn one in? Pan Han asked. That's none of your business. If you have food, I can help you find gold, she said. I do have some food, but how can I trust you? What if you kill me and take my stuff? Pan Han said. Are you stupid? I could shoot you right now and everything you have would be mine, the 9-point woman retorted. Indeed, storing most things in his spatial inventory was the right choice. Otherwise, flaunting wealth would inevitably invite disaster. I only have 1 can. See how much gold it's worth. Pan Han decided to trust the 9-point woman. Shed had 2 chances to act, but hadn't fired. Let me see it. The 9-point woman holstered her pistol. Pan Han slowly took a can of luncheon meat from his backpack and handed it to her. She clearly hadn't seen a meat can in a long time. She pulled out a dagger and easily pried it open. The aroma of mixed spices intoxicated her. It had been ages since she had eaten real meat. In recent years, her diet mainly consisted of patties made from cockroaches and maggots. Aren't you afraid it's poisoned? Pan Han suddenly asked. I wonder if you're from another planet. Anyone who's survived the apocalypse this long is immune to most poisons, she said disdainfully. So true it was irrefutable. The 9-point woman ignored Pan Han using her dagger to spear the luncheon meat and devour it greedily. It was real luncheon meat. Was there anything more delicious in the world? No, absolutely not. A torrent of emotions surged within her. Unmindful of Pan Han's gaze, she finished the can in a few bites. Awesome, she couldn't help but roar. Unbeknownst to her, Pan Han now held another can of cola. He had secretly retrieved it from his spatial inventory while she was eating. Here, wash it down, Pan Han said, offering the cola. Is this cola? She asked in disbelief. Yes. The sugary kind. It'll make you very happy, Pan Han said. The 9-point woman took the cola, inspecting it as if it were a priceless jade. Pop. The can was opened. She took a careful sip. Yes, it was real cola. It even had a hint of chill. Drinking cola brought pure joy. One sip after another, endless joy. Soon she finished the entire can. She shouted again, so freaking good. What a bold and unrestrained personality, Pan Han thought. But Pan Han didn't realize that in the apocalypse, sugary items could be traded for many treasures. Weapons, slaves, even taking lives was simple. The 9-point woman couldn't help but burp. Ha ha, she laughed heartily. It had been years since she had eaten so freely. All right, tell me how much gold you want. He'll take this job, she said to Pan Han. The more the better. Pan Han didn't hold back. He now fully understood the importance of food. Our base should have a few 100 grams. Lao Lu and the others scavenged it to make gold teeth. Come with me, he'll give it all to you, the 9-point woman said. They were a team with a base. Just as he needed a place to stay, an opportunity presented itself. Your base? All mercenaries? Pan Han asked. Yes, 7 of us. I'm the youngest, she said. Great, I don't have a place to sleep. Can I stay at your place tonight? Pan Han asked. If you can bring out more cans, well, I'll let you stay, the 9-point woman said without hesitation. In the apocalypse, trading one's body for food was perfectly normal. I mean, sleep at your place, not sleep with you. Pan Han clarified. Before we go, tell me your name. I can't introduce you otherwise, she said. I'm Pan Han. I'm Chung Xiao. Lead the way. Walking is too far, let's drive. Driving is good. Chung Xiao led Pan Han through twists and turns to an underground garage. A tall off-road vehicle stood before them. You still have access to gasoline? Pan Han asked. We took over a fuel depot earlier. Plenty of stock. Need a blindfold? Pan Han knew the rules of the road. No need. As soon as Chung Xiao said this, she struck him with a karate chop, knocking him out. How is he so weak? I only used 10% of my strength, she muttered, starting the vehicle. About 30 minutes later, the off-roader arrived at the base. Calling it a base was generous. It was merely a 2-story villa with its own yard. Before the apocalypse, it was a vacation home, now barely fortified with some simple barricades and barbed wire. It could barely fend off a few stray zombies, let alone a small-scale human raid. Chung Xiao had her own selfish motives. She instinctively felt Pan Han was no ordinary man. He had cans and cola, and his appearance was peculiar. He might be their team's chance for a turnaround, and she had to seize it. Seventh sister is back, shouted a burly man with a fierce face, stubbly beard, and a missing tooth. Needless to say, he was the 6th member of the squad. Old Six, give me a hand, and get this pale-faced pretty boy inside. Chung Xiao called out to Old Six for help. Huh, are we eating human flesh tonight? Old Six grumbled, but still helped Chung Xiao drag Pan Han into the house. Soon, all 7 members of the squad gathered in the living room. They rarely lit a candle, as there was something important to discuss. Seventh sister, you said this guy has canned food and drinks. The speaker was the squad leader, a former Special Forces soldier in his 30s, named Qin Zhong. Yes, big brother, I couldn't resist, and ate his canned meat and drank his cola. Who is he? He said he's looking for gold. Gold? What use is that stuff? He didn't say, just that he wants as much as possible. Could he be a spy from the Iron Gang? Doesn't seem like it. The Iron Gang people are all filthy and vicious looking. This kid is clearly not one of them. Then is he from the 12 Palaces? The 12 Palaces people are all arrogant and never hide their identity. He doesn't seem like one either. So we give him gold, and he gives us food. Is it that simple? It should be that simple. Big brother, we're all living on the edge with no tomorrow. Why overthink it? Whoever feeds us, we work for them, said Old Six. Old Six, you've got a point. Wake up this pale-faced pretty boy, Qin Zhong ordered. A basin of cold water was splashed onto Pan Han's face. Soon he awoke. Slowly opening his eyes, he found a group of odd-looking people surrounding him. His gaze swept around and landed on Chung Xiao. Remembering being knocked out, Pan Han rubbed his aching neck, stood up, and found himself a bit unsteady. Chung Xiao handed him a chair. Pan Han sat down, feeling slightly better. This is our rule. Please forgive us, Chung Xiao said, pointing at the back of Pan Han's neck. I understand, Pan Han nodded helplessly. This is our boss, and this is our employer, Pan Han. Chung Xiao introduced them. Hello, boss. Seventh sister brought you back saying she took your job. Looking for gold. Yes, I want as much as you have. What do you need gold for? If I don't know the use, I won't take the job. That's not it. Just curious. In this damned world, someone actually wants gold. I can't say for now. They'll tell everyone when the opportunity comes. All right, no more nonsense. Seventh sister ate your canned meat and drank your cola. Consider that the first deal. We have about 500 grams here. Old Six keeps some for his gold tooth, and the rest, a full 500 grams, is all yours. 500 grams, a whole caddy of gold. Back home, that would fetch over 100,000. All for just a can of luncheon meat and a can of cola. Panhan's heart was overjoyed, but he held back, not letting out a laugh. No problem, deal. Panhan waved his hand grandly. Old Six placed the gold nuggets before him. Panhan put them into his backpack, then pretended to rummage inside, pulling out the remaining luncheon meat, cola, bread, and chocolate. I want to do a long-term business. This is the deposit for the next batch, Panhan said, pointing at the supplies. Cheng Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Where did you pull that from? I searched your bag after you passed out. Panhan shot her a glare and said flatly, I have my ways. Just find me gold, and it'll keep the food coming. Oh, Seventh sister, how could you rummage through the employer's bag, said another woman in her 30s, extremely seductive with a hint of a madam's vibe. Second sister, I just wanted to see if he had any weapons. Sir, seventh sister meant no harm. She just wanted to ensure mutual safety. Rest assured, as long as there's food, we'll guarantee you gold. That's right, our squad is known for keeping our word. Lord Pan, we officially accept the job of finding gold, Qin Zhong said, eyeing the supplies before him, realizing a golden goose had arrived. You agreed quickly, but do you have much gold? Panhan asked. Don't worry. This place used to be a big city with lots of people and money. Everyone held gold. The quantity will be substantial. Could I trust you? Lord Pan, are you in a hurry? If so, you can stay here tonight, and we'll go find gold for you first thing tomorrow. Second sister, sensing a big job, quickly took charge. Stay? That's a good suggestion. I have nowhere to sleep anyway. Good. Seventh sister, take Lord Pan to the second floor. Find a clean room and tidy it up, Qin Zhong instructed Cheng Xiao. Roger, big brother. Cheng Xiao led Panhan upstairs. The remaining 6, watching them go, immediately gathered around the food and began eating. They hadn't eaten properly for 3 or 4 days. No matter how tough you are in the apocalypse, you are worse than a dog. The second floor had many rooms, but all looked shabby. Cheng Xiao chose one with a floor bed. You'll sleep here tonight. They'll keep watch at the door. Call if you need anything. Do all of you live off taking jobs? Panhan asked. Pretty much. Sometimes we go hunting too. Hunting? You've never hunted? No. 40 kilometers southwest, there's a forest with many mutated boars and deer. We hunt them for food. What kind of jobs do you take? Panhan asked. Murder, arson, slave, trafficking, clearing large groups of zombies, scavenging supplies. In short, any job that can be traded for food, Cheng Xiao replied, while cleaning her gun. Panhan frowned. He was gradually feeling the terror of this apocalypse. Beautiful as a flower, deadly as a blade. But in the apocalypse, you kill the saints first. Everyone alive has fought their way through. Are there jobs you don't take? Ones we can't finish, we don't take. Cheng Xiao gave him a resolute answer. He had thought they might spare the elderly and children, but it turned out they only cared about survival. The last shred of hope in Panhan's heart was extinguished. From now on, he would take this world seriously, abandon all moral notions, and focus on growing stronger. Good. I need a team like this, Panhan said solemnly. Feed us, and we'll die for you. Cheng Xiao replied, puzzled by what this pale-faced pretty boy was thinking with all his vague rambling talk. I'm investing in this base. Investing in what? Joining us. What skills do you have? I want to invest in your base. Invest. I haven't heard that word in years. Yes, I need a base. To accomplish what I need to do. Can you guarantee a steady food supply? Cheng Xiao asked seriously. Yes. Cheng Xiao holstered her gun and said to Panhan, get some sleep first. We'll get the gold tomorrow, and then the boss will decide. The night passed without incident, and dawn broke. In the apocalypse, the sun was rarely visible, even in the morning. The sky remained perpetually gray, draped in a fine gauzy haze. The mercenary squad rose early, drinking some water and eating a few cockroach cakes. Yet their spirits were markedly better than the previous day. Lao Air, Lao Sen, stay and look after Lord Pan. The rest of you come with me to the nearby community to search for gold, Qin Zhong ordered. Brother Qin, I want to go too, Panhan waved a hand. All right. Qi Mei, you are responsible for Lord Pan's safety, Qin Zhong agreed after a moment's thought. The nearby community had very few zombies, making the risk minimal. Got it, boss. Cheng Xiao patted the pistol at her waist. Panhan wanted to join primarily to explore the map and see what other valuables besides gold might be there. These were things he had to assess on his own and couldn't explain to the mercenary squad. All right, let's move out, Qin Zhong said. He, Lao Si, and Lao Wu took one vehicle. Lao Lu, Cheng Xiao, and Panhan took another. Qin Zhong was in the lead car, riding shotgun and using a walkie-talkie to communicate with Cheng Xiao behind. Their destination was a small shopping mall 3 kilometers away. This mall had served the local community, offering groceries and meat along with a small counter for gold trading. This alternate world was different from Panhan's universe. Here gold mines were incredibly abundant, making the price of gold barely higher than that of brass. Many electronic appliances contained large amounts of gold, and there were even restaurants specializing in gold leaf dishes. Pan Han was unaware of this, but he felt awkward asking directly about the value of gold. He feared revealing his ignorance. However, he didn't care much. After all, he had plenty of canned goods to trade. 3 kilometers passed quickly. Qin Zhong got out first, flanked by Lao Si and Lao Wu fanning out in a combat formation as they entered the small mall. "Didn't you say there were hardly any zombies here? Why so tense?" Pan Han asked. "The zombies here have been cleared out countless times. But there are always roaming zombie hordes and mutant creatures. Better safe than sorry," Cheng Xiao replied. "Lord Pan, we've survived in this world for years relying on 3 things," Lao Lu declared proudly. "Ruthlessness, loyalty, and plenty of brothers." Pan Han guessed. "Haha, ruthlessness and loyalty, yes, but not many brothers. The third is caution. In this apocalypse, no moment is truly safe," Lao Lu said, rubbing the back of his head, impressed that Pan Han had guessed 2 out of 3. Pan Han agreed. These seemed like the principles he should follow to make his way here. Just then Qin Zhong signaled that the area was secure. Cheng Xiao led Pan Han inside, while Lao Lu stayed outside to guard the perimeter. Less than 20 meters from the mall entrance was the gold counter. The glass was long gone, and the gold on the display was also missing. At the start of the apocalypse, people grabbed some gold. So the surface stuff is probably all taken. "Let's check the safe or the cabinets below," Qin Zhong explained to Pan Han. "You'll see if there's anything else useful." Pan Han took out a flashlight and surveyed the ground littered with broken glass and unidentified fluids. Only after ensuring there were no holes did he proceed. Beneath the counter were storage cabinets. Pan Han felt like he was opening blind boxes as he slowly opened the first one. Inside were only accounting books and packaging boxes. He rummaged through a few boxes, but found nothing. He opened the second cabinet, which contained several photo frames. Pictures of a family of 3, the middle-aged shop owner and his attractive wife and child. They must have been caught off guard by a zombie attack on the day of the apocalypse, otherwise these family photos would have been taken. Pan Han sighed at a loss for words. He opened the third cabinet, finding a large and a small box. His heart stirred. Was a surprise coming? He opened the large box and was almost exasperated to find a child's toy package, some dolls, a jump rope, and a Rubik's Cube. Seeing this, Pan Han's nose tingled. These must have been the child's toys from before. Up. He sighed softly, setting the package aside, reflecting on the vicissitudes of life. Then he continued searching and discovered a cone-shaped object gleaming yellow, likely made of gold. He wanted to take it, but felt it was dirty. Just then Cheng Xiao came over. Seeing the plug in the box, she grabbed it without hesitation. She weighed it in her hand, wiped its surface, and even bit it. "You're lucky, off to a good start. It's quite heavy," she said, handing it to Pan Han. Pan Han stared at her, as if she were a fool. Whose subordinate was this so bold? He waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Keep the gold together. We'll tally everything up at the end." Cheng Xiao found this reasonable and stuffed it into her back pocket. Meanwhile, Qin Zhong and his team had pried open the safe. Cheng Xiao and Pan Han hurried over to look. Inside lay 20 gold bars, each seemingly weighing a kilogram. Pan Han's head buzzed again. How much would this fetch if they hauled it back to sell? Besides gold, there were also finished jewelry, gemstones, jade, gold pendants, and bangles. "Take it all," Pan Han instructed Qin Zhong to bag it quickly. "All right. These gems, I used to save up to buy for my wife. Now I can take them freely, but she's gone," Qin Zhong muttered while packing. "Brother Qin, my condolences." Pan Han hadn't expected to touch on Qin Zhong's painful memories. "Don't worry, Lord Pan. I might join her any time. I never knew you were such a devoted man. Now my wife's gone, and only these brothers remain. Ask them why they chose to follow me." "I understand. It means I've chosen the right people. Let's talk about cooperation when we get back." "All right. Let's search the other cabinets. Lao Si, check the corpses for any gold or silver jewelry. If there's nothing, we withdraw. Minimize time outside." They split up again. Indeed, this world had an abundance of gold. The several skeletons lying in the mall were adorned with gold and silver. Lao Si returned with several more strings of jewelry. Qin Zhong deemed it sufficient and led the team out. Lao Lu was still on guard outside, a finger-thick wooden stick in his mouth, which he occasionally savored. Pan Han realized he was mimicking smoking a cigar. They got into the vehicles, and Pan Han asked Lao Lu from the back, "Lao Lu, are you smoking a cigar?" "You're sharp, Lord Pan. I haven't smoked in years. Though I've long lost the addiction, I've kept the habit of having something in my mouth," Lao Lu replied. Pan Han silently noted this. In the future, offering cigarettes, beer, and peanuts would likely win anyone over. After the gold-seeking squad packed up, they set off towards the base. Today's task was light. Pan Han pondered how much money he could exchange, while Qin Zhong and his men hoped for a bit more food. At least both sides seemed satisfied. This meant the foundation for their cooperation had been laid. Just as the base's small building came into view, Qin Zhong received a radio report from Second Sister. "Big brother, a few stray zombies are causing trouble." "Copy that. We're almost there, leave it to us." Pan Han's heart stirred with excitement at the mention of zombies. He had never seen one before, only in movies. "Can I give it a try?" Cheng Xiao and Old Six looked at Pan Han as if he were an idiot. Had he never killed a zombie? They exchanged glances. No problem, Boss Pan. How about that one? Cheng Xiao pointed to a zombie on the left side of the car staggering along with only one arm. That's the one. What weapon should I use? You can use a machete or a gun. I want to use a gun. When I was a kid, I dreamed of being a quick-draw shooter. You can do it, Lord Pan. Old Six laughed heartily inside at Pan Han's dream, but still cheered him on. Use mine. Cheng Xiao handed her sidearm to Pan Han. This was Pan Han's first time holding a gun, and the thought made him a little excited. Cheng Xiao's gun was a semi-automatic pistol almost identical to the ones in Pan Han's universe. After scouring his memory, he figured it was AP-226. What caliber? How many rounds does it hold? What's the effective range? Pan Han asked while fondling the gun. Seeing his lecherous manner, Cheng Xiao took it back, first locked the safety, then ejected the magazine. Caliber 9mm, capacity 15 rounds, effective range 100 meters, weight 775 grams. Cheng Xiao explained as she demonstrated, even mimicking a firing motion towards Pan Han. The series of actions left Pan Han stunned. How could this woman handle a gun so expertly? Just shoot from inside the car. Don't get out. Well, park nearby. All right. Old Six didn't need instructions. He drove straight to about 7 or 8 meters from the zombie. Ordinary zombies had poor senses. Beyond 10 meters, they couldn't see or hear. Pan Han rolled down the window, raised the pistol, and aimed at the zombie's upper body. Holding his breath, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The recoil caught Pan Han off guard, nearly hitting his head. Cheng Xiao watched a rare smile appearing on her face. In the apocalypse, seeing someone who couldn't shoot was rarer than a giant panda. The bullet grazed the zombie's right ribs, tearing off a bit of flesh. The zombie roared in fury and charged faster. Ordinary zombies moved slowly, taking several seconds to cover 7 or 8 meters, giving Pan Han time to adjust. Pan Han aimed at the zombie's upper body again, held his breath, and gripped the gun with both hands. Bang! This shot hit the zombie's neck, snapping its head, askew, blood and muscle tissue splattering everywhere. Bang! This shot finally hit the head. Whoa! Oh yeah! Pan Han danced joyfully in the car. He had killed a zombie. If he ever returned to his world, he'd boast about this to the heavens. Lord Pan, don't point the gun at people. Cheng Xiao snapped sternly. Oh right. Here you go. Pan Han quickly handed the gun back. First time shooting? Yeah, in my world we only use our brains, not our bodies. Pan Han made an excuse. An era without guns is a good era, Cheng Xiao remarked. Pan Han suddenly realized that everyone in this squad was quite interesting. Boss Jean was loyal and reliable, second sister was charming and slick. Old Six was rough but meticulous, and Cheng Xiao, aside from her looks and figure, seemed to be an idealist. It was a team worth deeper cooperation. Qin Zhong and his men had also taken down a few zombies. All was safe. The cars drove into the base one by one, and third brother closed the gate. The group entered the living room, cleared the table, and prepared to tally the spoils. Qin Zhong opened his backpack and pulled out a gleaming pile of gold. Cheng Xiao counted 20 gold bars, each weighing about a kilogram, 2 diamond rings, carat unknown, 2 sapphire rings, 3 gold necklaces, total weight around 200 grams, 1 gold stopper about 200 grams. Lord Pan, is this enough? Qin Zhong asked. It was his first time making such a trade. These treasures were like bricks to him, and he didn't know if they'd be enough for food. It's enough. Pan Han appeared calm, but inside he was overjoyed. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I gave you some food yesterday as a deposit. They'll bring more tomorrow. Thank you, Lord Pan. You mentioned discussing cooperation back at the mall. How about we talk it over? Sure, I was thinking the same. Lord Pan, how do you plan to cooperate? What do you want to do? I don't have long-term plans yet, but this base needs to be expanded. It's too small now, not enough people, and security seems lacking. Huh. You want us to recruit more? Yes. To be honest, Lord Pan, over 40 people came through here, but only 7 of us remain. The others died. Expanding faces many problems. Qin Zhong felt expansion was difficult and needed to make Pan Han understand. Oh, speak freely, Boss Qin. First, food. This hard currency must be sufficient. Lord Pan, how many people can you support? I can't reveal specifics yet, but 100 or so should be no problem. Qin Zhong drew a sharp breath. 100 people meant huge daily consumption of food, water, and ammunition. The Iron Gang, which had been harassing them recently, was only that size. They already controlled a territory of thousands of square kilometers. And second, Pan Han continued, second is weapons. Of course, if Lord Pan has enough food, trading for weapons would be easy. Third is evolution potions. Most teams of 100 have a few evolved individuals to hold their ground. But for those potions you need to find the Zodiac. Oh, evolution potions. The Zodiac. What are those? Evolution potions, as the name implies, in this apocalyptic world, everyone needs to evolve to survive. The lowest grade potion, for instance, enhances human digestion, so we can eat cockroach biscuits and drink unclean water. Pan Han's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. What categories do these potions fall into? Pan Han asked excitedly. Many. Some can enhance attack power, granting immense strength. Others can bolster defense, making muscles as hard as steel. There are also those that improve mental control, enabling one to command zombies and mutated creatures, and so on. Qin Zhong explained patiently. So what connection do these potions have with the 12 palaces you mentioned? All these potions are controlled by the 12 palaces. Any force that wishes to expand cannot bypass them. What kind of organization is the 12 palaces? They are formidable. The so-called 12 palaces is actually a medical organization alliance. They have divided the entire world into 12 regions, each governing one. It is said that this organization began researching the virus and various biological agents even before the apocalypse. There are even rumors that the zombie virus was developed by them. Then what do we need to exchange with the 12 palaces for the potions? Simple trade is impossible. They lack nothing in supplies. What they want is our very lives. Our lives, eh? Pan Han was startled. Yes. To obtain the potions you must not only provide sufficient supplies, but also become a slave of the 12 palaces. This means drinking a slave contract potion. If you betray them your body will shatter, and you will die. Damn, that's sinister. So are you slaves of the 12 palaces? Lord Pan, don't joke. Small fries like us are beneath the notice of the 12 palaces. We don't even qualify to be their slaves. Mentioning the evolution potions, Qin Zhong's face showed signs of distress. But you just said you've all drunk evolution potions. The lowest grade evolution potions are occasionally released by the 12 palaces, otherwise, if everyone died it wouldn't benefit them. As for mid-grade and high-grade potions you have to trade your life for them. So you're saying I've come all this way to build a base, recruit people and expand territory, just to become a dog for the 12 palaces in the future? Yes. Then wouldn't I be a beggar on my knees? Even so many wish to kneel but lack the opportunity. Pathetic. Damn pathetic. May I ask Lord Pan, what exactly do you intend to do? I cannot tell you yet. You will understand in time. Pan Han raised an eyebrow. The 7 individuals were all at a loss. They stared at Pan Han as if he were a fool. All right, enough talk. I have 2 tasks for you. Are you interested? Seeing their expressions, Pan Han changed the subject. Well, take any task. Good. First, expand the manpower to 100 within a month. Second, build a safe room in the base accessible only to me. Yes, Lord Pan. With food, these 2 tasks are easy. I'll take my leave now. He'll return in a few days. Cheng Xiao drive me. Without a word, Cheng Xiao went out to start the car. Where to? From whence I came to whence I shall return. Let's go. At the location where Pan Han had crossed over, Cheng Xiao dropped him off. After watching Cheng Xiao drive away, Pan Han silently recited the crossing incantation and returned to his rented room. He glanced at his watch. It was only 1 in the afternoon. He immediately headed to the pawn shop to pawn the gold and silver jewelry. As for the 20 kilograms of gold bars, he kept them in his space. With such a large quantity, he couldn't rashly sell them. Wang Cheng, the pawnshop manager, had just woken from his nap. Seeing Pan Han enter, he promptly approached. Boss Pan, you're back. I'm in a tight spot lately, cash flow issues. I have to rely on heirlooms passed down from my elders to get by. Manager Wang, give me a fair price, won't you? My name is Wang Cheng, how could I not succeed? Wang Cheng grinned as he led him to the VIP private transaction room. Pan Han didn't stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he took out all the gold and silver jewelry. Wang Cheng saw a substantial haul. It seemed this month's performance target was within reach. His commission was as steady as a rock. Boss Pan, your family is well off. These are all precious treasures. Wang Cheng flattered. Please take care of it. All right, wait a moment. He'll have the appraiser give a definitive answer. 10 minutes later, Wang Cheng returned. Your gold jewelry is fine, all pure gold. For 100 grams in total. The diamond ring and sapphire ring are also top quality goods. Dead pawn. Pan Han didn't waste words. Sure thing. Pan Han didn't care whether the rings and gems were truly top grade. He had no idea of their worth. He just wanted to offload them quickly, indifferent to whether Wang Cheng was cheating him. This time I can offer you 250,000. 5 minutes later, Wang Cheng gave his verdict. You must be making a killing, earning a profit of 200,000. Pan Han joked. Not at all, truly. We operate by the rules. Wang Cheng said with a smile. Fine, transfer it to this card as before. He'll leave once it's received. Please wait. He'll issue the receipt and process the transfer. 10 minutes later, Pan Han left the pawn shop. Looking at the text message on his phone confirming the receipt of 250,000, he immediately went to a large supermarket. He intended to stock up frantically on supplies to accelerate the base construction. Given the large quantity of purchases, he directly approached the supermarket manager. He planned to make a bulk purchase. 100 cases of canned luncheon meat, 100 cases of compressed biscuits, 100 cases of instant noodles, 100 cases of self-heating rice, 100 cases of cola, 100 cases of self-heating hot pot, 100 cases of canned fruit, 100 cases of nuts, 100 bags of rice, 100 bags of flour, 100 cases of pickled vegetables, 100 cases of beer, 100 cases of liquor, and 100 cartons of cigarettes. Pan Han listed these items first. He was actually buying according to his own tastes, as he would need to eat in the apocalypse too. He tried to ensure variety. As for the cigarettes and alcohol, they would likely be useful for winning people over. All right, boss. Thank you for your patronage. Give us an address and we'll deliver it for free. Hearing this, Pan Han realized he had no place to receive the goods. His shared room couldn't accommodate so many supplies. He would need to rent a warehouse first, and then use it to discreetly move everything away. No rush on delivery. They'll pay you first and send the address later. After paying 100,000 yuan, Pan Han left to rent a warehouse. He remembered a real estate agent he had met while looking for an apartment who happened to have warehouse listings. Money was money after all, no matter who earned it. Subsequently, Pan Han contacted the agent Old Wang. Upon hearing that Pan Han needed to rent a warehouse, Old Wang wasted no time and immediately started arranging it. By dinner time, the warehouse was secured. A warehouse measuring 16 meters in length, 8 meters in width, and 4 meters in height was obtained. It was deliberately located in a remote suburb, costing 4,300 yuan per month. Pan Han paid the annual rent in one go. After the handover, Pan Han sent the address to the supermarket manager, instructing him to arrange delivery the next day. With everything settled, Pan Han checked his card and saw nearly 300,000 yuan remaining. Maybe I should buy a car, Pan Han muttered to himself. Once the idea of buying a car took root, it could no longer be suppressed. After all, what man doesn't enjoy driving, especially a luxury car? He now had the means, and indeed, he could get one. Let's eat first and go see the cars tomorrow. Pan Han had been busy all day, so filling his stomach was the top priority. He hailed a ride-hailing car and headed straight to the Malatang shop downstairs from his apartment. The fare cost 180, and the meal cost 36. It was like riding a bike to a bar, saving where you can, spending where you must. After eating and drinking his fill, he returned to his shared rental. Now the apartment was empty, quiet, and safe. Since returning from the apocalypse, this environment gave Pan Han immense comfort. Wasn't there an old saying, better to be a dog in a prosperous era than a human in times of chaos? It truly made sense. Pan Han put down his backpack, stripped completely naked, tossed his clothes into the washing machine, and went to shower. The hot water from the shower head cascaded down his body, calming him further. He washed for a full half-hour, feeling that the scent of the apocalypse had almost faded from his skin before stepping out. He put on his pajamas, lay down on the bed, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Unable to resist, he fell asleep. He slept deeply, waking only at 5:30 the next morning. Pan Han slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and felt wonderfully refreshed. Today he planned to do two things: first, deliver supplies to the Otherworld; second, find a place to sell 2 gold bars, and then buy a car. With his mind made up, he set off immediately. He dressed, shouldered his backpack, and double-checked that everything in his space was in order. So he traversed to the Otherworld again. It was so cold. He hadn't felt this chilly before. Perhaps it was just the morning temperature in the apocalypse. This time he chose a new crossing point, only 300 meters from the base of the 7-person squad. He felt that this distance wouldn't pose any safety issues. Pan Han pulled his clothes tighter, oriented himself, and walked toward the base. After a few minutes, he saw the base gate. On the watchtower, figures moved, likely those on guard duty. It seemed these people were quite cautious. The person patrolling the watchtower was Cheng Xiao. She vaguely spotted a figure in the distance, and upon closer look realized it was Pan Han. She climbed down and prepared to open the gate. "You're here so early?" Cheng Xiao asked as she unlocked the door. "Aren't you awake too?" Pan Han retorted. "I'm on duty today." That's good. Staying alert is the right call. Oh, by the way, do you have a truck?" "There's one parked in the backyard." "Bring it out and follow me." "What's the matter?" "Adult business, kids shouldn't pry." "TCH. They'll go tell the boss and find someone to relieve me. They'll wait for you at the gate." Soon Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao came out. "Lord Pan, you're here. I hear you want Cheng Xiao to drive the truck with you." "Yes, we'll be back soon. Don't worry." "All right, you two go ahead. They'll keep watch." "Got it, boss," Cheng Xiao replied, heading to the backyard to get the truck. "Can I drive this?" Pan Han asked. He had a driver's license, but had never bought a car and now had almost forgotten how to drive. It was a good chance to practice here. "Sure, let me pull out first." At the gate, Pan Han and Cheng Xiao switched seats. He sat in the driver's seat. The cars in the Otherworld were almost identical to those in Pan Han's universe. Operating it was no big deal. Shift gears, release the handbrake, honk, lift the brake, step on the gas, let's go. Pan Han's sequence of actions left Cheng Xiao utterly bewildered. "Did you learn to drive in the apocalypse?" Cheng Xiao asked. "I got my license before, but never drove. Now I've almost forgotten everything," Pan Han answered honestly. "All right, where are we going?" "Somewhere remote, desolate, where no one would hear you even if you screamed your lungs out." Cheng Xiao instinctively tightened her seatbelt. The roar of the engine made Pan Han's adrenaline surge. In the apocalypse, there were no traffic rules, and there was no risk of hitting anyone. So he drove freely. Pan Han alternately accelerated sharply, braked hard, and took sharp turns. He was having a blast, but Cheng Xiao was suffering. Fortunately, she had a strong physique, otherwise she would have thrown up. After driving around for half an hour, Pan Han was satisfied. He found a dilapidated building and stopped. "What are we doing here?" Cheng Xiao asked, puzzled by his route. "Put these on." Pan Han handed Cheng Xiao a blindfold and a pair of wireless earphones. "What do you mean?" Cheng Xiao was confused. Stand here and don't move. I'm going to buy some oranges. Cheng Xiao looked utterly bewildered. What did that mean? Pan Han felt a bit bored. Apparently this reference didn't exist here. So he simply said he needed to retrieve supplies. Hearing that he was getting supplies, Cheng Xiao had no objection. She put on the blindfold and earphones. The earphones were noise-canceling, effectively blocking out external sounds. Pan Han took out his phone and played his favorite song, Little Apple. That way Cheng Xiao could neither hear nor see, and Pan Han could safely retrieve supplies from his space. There was a lot of stuff this time, but Pan Han didn't take it all out. He decided to only take half. Fortunately, the truck was big enough to hold half the supplies. Retrieving supplies from the space required only a thought, and the system could even arrange everything neatly. Looking at the truck full of supplies, Pan Han thought it should last them for a while. He watched Cheng Xiao, who was sitting quietly in the passenger seat listening to the music. She even swayed slightly to the rhythm. To keep up the act, a single song's duration wasn't enough to move all those supplies. So Pan Han played her a series of songs: As You Wish, 100 Years of Solitude, The Vulnerable Woman, The Legend of the Hungry Wolf, 10 Years, and others. These songs were vastly different from the style of the Otherworld. Cheng Xiao listened completely entranced. Pan Han quietly watched Cheng Xiao. The two seemed to forget time, forget the apocalypse, forget survival. Who would have thought that just days ago I was a heartbroken loser, and now I'm listening to music with a beautiful woman in the apocalypse's morning? A wave of emotion surged in Pan Han's heart. After about 10 songs, Pan Han paused the playback. Cheng Xiao took off the earphones and asked, "All done?" Take off the blindfold," Pan Han said. He didn't want to end the moment, but even a brief peace was already a luxury. Cheng Xiao removed the blindfold and immediately turned to look at the cargo bed. It was completely packed with supplies stacked to the brim. Hiss! Cheng Xiao gasped sharply. "Did you find all this?" she asked. "What else? How do you have so many supplies?" Cheng Xiao, usually so aloof, could no longer contain her excitement, her joy evident on her face. "A wise man knows his own tricks," Pan Han teased. Cheng Xiao ignored him and quickly got out to check the cargo. She opened a cardboard box. It was canned luncheon meat. She opened another box, compressed biscuits. Yet another, self-heating rice. "Oh my God, you're not Lord Pan, you should be my father." Cheng Xiao was utterly astounded. "Don't just stand there in a daze. Get back. You're driving this time," Pan Han said to the bewildered Cheng Xiao. Hearing this, Cheng Xiao quickly climbed down from the cargo compartment. She was indeed in a hurry to return. With so many supplies, the team could develop steadily for a while. The return trip was much faster. Though Pan Han had taken half an hour on his own, he had actually made many detours. In about 10 minutes they were back at the base. Qin Zhong spotted the truck from afar and immediately opened the gate, waiting at the entrance to greet them. Qin Zhong, a man of keen perception, could tell from the truck's movement that it was fully laden. Cheng Xiao drove straight into the backyard without stopping at the gate. The others rushed over and surrounded the vehicle in their own cars. "Boss, we're back." Cheng Xiao got out of the truck and first reported to Qin Zhong. "How did it go? How much did you bring back?" Qin Zhong asked. "Brother Qin, I told you there's plenty of supplies. You can see for yourself," Pan Han interjected on Cheng Xiao's behalf. Qin Zhong gestured for Jia to get on the truck. Pan Han ignored them and went straight to Lao Lu. He pulled a cigar from his pocket and handed it to him. Lao Lu was utterly stunned. He went wild, trembling with shock. This was ridiculously unbelievable. He had actually brought a cigar. Was he an angel sent by God to save the world? Lao Lu took the cigar with trembling hands, and even had Lao Wu slap him to confirm he wasn't dreaming. "Thank you, Lord Pan," he stammered. Pan Han smiled and nodded, then stuffed the entire box of cigars into Lao Liu's hands, signaling him to share them with Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Wu. Just then Qin Zhong and Jia let out exclamations, waves of continuous cries. The two were naturally shocked by the supplies before them. "Holy shit. Ah, this is real meat." And Cola too. The others also lost their composure, rushing over to inspect the supplies, jumping with joy. Have you ever seen a group of mercenaries vibrating with excitement? I have, Pan Han thought to himself. Figuring they wouldn't calm down anytime soon, he decided not to bother them. He walked straight up to Cheng Xiao. "This is for you," Pan Han said, handing her a bag of white rabbit creamy candy. "Thighs. Is candy? Yeah, you haven't had any in a long time, right? This is too precious." Cheng Xiao's cheeks flushed as she spoke. Years ago, she had witnessed a close friend sell her body for a single piece of candy. For a bag this big, that friend would probably have been utterly ruined. "It's fine. This is my first time giving candy to a girl. I'm not very experienced," Pan Han said. In the past, if he had dared to give Qinyan candy, she would have cursed him out on social media. In the apocalypse, something like candy was probably as valuable as a diamond ring in Pan Han's universe. In the real world, what would it feel like to give a girl a bag of diamond rings? As an old poem goes, from dawn till the sun tilts west. "Lord Pan, I hope you don't mind that I once pointed a gun at your head. Twice," Cheng Xiao said, unable to express her gratitude, simply offering an apology. "It's fine. You can let me point a gun at you twice in return." "Oh," Cheng Xiao replied, seemingly understanding her face growing redder. Just then Qin Zhong and the others came down, disrupting the beautiful moment. Lord Pan, you are indeed a man of your word. Seeing these supplies, we have nothing more to say. From this day forward, we will follow your every command, Qin Zhong declared. Brother Qin, Miss Cheng here didn't shoot me when I appeared. That shows there's a bond between us. So let's formally cooperate. Lord Pan mentioned earlier that we need to recruit people and expand the base. Let's discuss it inside, Qin Zhong said, making a welcoming gesture. Good. Once inside, the atmosphere was much more relaxed, like a drifter in Beijing suddenly winning a 50 million grand prize, never having to worry again. Lao Lu, how's the cigar? Pan Han asked, patting Lao Lu on the shoulder. Great, great. It feels like the old days are back, Lao Lu said blissfully. Lao Lu, Qin Zhong suddenly bellowed. Stand over here. Don't forget the rules. Lao Lu immediately wiped the smile off his face and obediently returned to Qin Zhong's side. Pan Han was bewildered. What was going on? The old Qin mercenary squad from Z City reports to our employer Lord Pan. Qin Zhong said, his face suddenly serious. The others immediately stood beside Qin Zhong, forming a straight line. So sudden. Pan Han was a bit taken aback. Besides, what was this old Qin mercenary squad? Was it that casual? Lord Pan kept his word and brought back supplies. The previous agreement is now in effect. The old Qin mercenary squad pledges allegiance to Lord Pan as our employer, becoming your subordinates and fighting for you. Please confirm, Lord Pan, do you accept? I accept. I will now introduce the squad members to the employer. Go ahead, Pan Han said, realizing he didn't fully know all 7 of them. I am Qin Zhong, squad leader, Air Jiab, I Mei medic, 3rd brother Lu Bing U, 4th brother Lu Hua. Twin brothers skilled in frontline combat, masters of all weapons, 5th brother Wang Yun expert in setting traps and tracking, 6th brother Chen Lu immensely strong, our team's machine gunner, 7th sister Cheng Xiao adept at assassination, and our sniper. Qin Zhong finished the introduction in one breath. Though you are few in number, each of you is an elite, and your roles complement each other. Very good, Pan Han commented. Thank you for the praise, Lord Pan. But this name Old Qin Mercenary Squad is a bit too casual. We didn't have a formal employer before, so we never settled on a proper name. Alright, I'll give you a new name today. Please, Lord Pan, bestow a name upon us. In this apocalypse, what matters most? Food. Qin Zhong answered without hesitation. Correct, but not entirely. In the apocalypse, hope matters most. The whole world is shrouded in darkness, now lifeless with no hope in sight. I came here to do 3 things. Establish a base, restore order, and give people hope. This is the darkest hour before dawn. Whether things can change in the future depends on us. So we shall be called Dawn Squad. Yes, Lord Pan. From now on, we are the Dawn Squad. Whatever the boss said went, and Qin Zhong had no objections. The Dawn Squad will be my internal guard. Others we recruit will form an army to be called the Dawn Army. Everyone applauded in unison. They could finally see hope. No longer would they have to live like dogs. By Mayer, Jia even shed tears. Dawn Squad, all attention. Pan Han stood up, issuing his first command with clear, precise words. The 7 members snapped to attention in perfect military posture. Here are your assignments. Qin Zhong, I give you 1 day to draft a detailed plan for base expansion and recruitment and list the required supplies. Everyone else assist Qin Zhong. Cheng Xiao, you are responsible for briefing me on the local situation. Tell me about any dangerous organizations like the Iron Fist gang you mentioned before. Understood, they all replied in unison. After receiving the orders, Qin Zhong led the others to conduct surveys and planning on the 1st floor. Cheng Xiao took Pan Han to the 2nd floor. Master Pan, this room was previously yours and will be designated as your rest and meeting room. No one will enter without your command. Alright, once our base expands, find me a larger one. Pan Han agreed. Please have a seat, Master Pan. I shall report to you now. Actually, there's no need for such formality between us. Sit down and have a cola. Pan Han did not put on airs. He knew these 7 individuals would likely be the core team for a long time to come. He intended to win them over. As you command. Pan Han opened 2 cans of cola and handed one to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao lowered her head, accepted it with both hands, took a sip, and began her introduction. Master Pan, I do not know where you come from or which organization you belong to. Hence I shall first introduce the situation of this city, as development must start here. No problem. Our city Z is a coastal city located in the southeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Before the apocalypse, the urban area spanned 1700 square kilometers with a population of approximately 20 million. Now fewer than 5,000 people remain. Currently, City Z is controlled by 3 major factions. The largest is called Z Tower with over 1,000 members. The second largest is the Big Dipper Gang with about 400 members. The third is the Iron Skirt Gang, numbering between 1 and 200. These 3 organizations each control their own territory. Cheng Xiao first introduced the 3 major factions of City Z. Oh, Iron Skirt Gang. Why that name? Sounds like it was founded by a bunch of people wearing skirts. It was established by men who love men. They are all strong and robust, yet they love wearing skirts to flaunt their orientation. Hence they are called the Iron Skirt Gang. Well, indeed, just as I suspected. Pan Han was somewhat astonished. The Iron Skirt Gang is extremely strict with recruitment, so their numbers are small, but their combat prowess is formidable. So that skirt character in their name refers to the garment. No, on their banner it's simply written as Iron Skirt. It seems to embody some concept of unity without harmony or something. Quite baffling. What grudge do they hold against you? Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but they've taken a fancy to our leader Qin Zhong and have been trying to recruit him. Huh, that's something. Upon hearing this reason, Pan Han burst into a raucous pig-like laughter. Our leader is not a man who likes men. He is a true man of passion, righteousness, and chivalrous tenderness. Cheng Xiao quickly explained. Indeed, I do not like men either. Cheng Xiao took a sip of cola and continued, the three major factions of City Z are in constant conflict, but do not openly break ties. The current urban population and resources are barely enough to sustain their survival. So for now things are relatively calm. I'm actually curious about how you all manage to survive. Does anyone farm in this city? After hearing this, Cheng Xiao hesitated for a long time, wringing her hands. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask, Master Pan, I've actually wanted to ask for a long time. Where exactly do you come from? Why do you seem completely unaware of the apocalypse? What do you mean? When the apocalypse struck, acid rain fell across the entire world for a whole year. The soil was long dead. How could anyone possibly farm? This information is known to everyone in the world. Why don't you know a thing about it? Pan Han pondered for half a minute. He needed a one-time foolproof excuse, or he would always risk exposing himself. Have you seen The Walking Dead? Have you seen 28 Days Later? Pan Han chuckled and blurted out. What's that? Never heard of it, never seen it. Cheng Xiao was completely baffled. Pan Han thought to himself, then it's simple. Before the apocalypse I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. My family arranged for me to be cryogenically frozen to be thawed and treated when a cure became available. Who knew the apocalypse would come? My cryopod gradually stopped working. In truth, I only woke up 3 months ago. That's why I'm clueless about so many things. Pan Han slowly recounted his freshly fabricated story. Master Pan's background is so pitiable. Cheng Xiao exclaimed in surprise. No wonder he knew nothing. He had just woken up. But how would Master Pan adapt to this apocalypse? And with a terminal illness, he must be very weak. Cheng Xiao silently pondered many thoughts. Pan Han decided not to say more and simply nodded vigorously. Continue telling me about everyone's means of survival. Pan Han changed the subject. Now people just eat mutated fruits, wild beasts, and cockroaches. Although farming is impossible, some plants have mutated and managed to survive. As for cockroaches, they've multiplied many times over and have low attack power, so they've become the staple food. Z Tower controls a cockroach meat patty processing plant. Cheng Xiao said. So there's a good news and a bad news. Cheng Xiao was a bit slow on the uptake. The bad news is we have to eat cockroaches. The good news is there are plenty of them. Giggle. Cheng Xiao couldn't help but laugh. It had been a long time since she had heard such an amusing joke. She suddenly realized that the Master Pan before her was not only ill, but also humorous, and her fondness for him grew considerably. So are cockroach meat patties tasty? Pan Han asked recklessly. At first I threw up many times. Now I'm numb to it. I give you a strict order, never let me see that stuff. It better not appear within 5 meters of me. Pan Han said solemnly. As you command, Master Pan, he. Their conversation gradually became more relaxed. Has there been any change in your weapons after the apocalypse? Pan Han suddenly thought of a critical question. He needed to understand the level of weapons technology here. For self-defense weapons, no change. Firearms and ammunition are the same as before. After technology stagnated, heavy weapons also had no source. It seems only personal mechs have been preserved. There was a top tech company with an underground RD base and factory that wasn't much affected by the apocalypse. Mechs. Pan Han was exceptionally excited upon hearing this. He could almost see himself transformed into Iron Man. Yes, these mechs not only remained unaffected but also advanced further. They were at the 2nd generation before the apocalypse. Now they're already at the 4th generation. They can fly to the heavens, burrow into the earth, and dive into the sea. They excel in both mobility and defense, not to mention firepower, laser cannons, homing missiles, various imagers, and more. They should be considered the top-tier weapons of the apocalypse. Cheng Xiao introduced them as if reciting from memory. So where can I buy one? Not in City Z anyway. Even if we pooled all the resources of City Z, we might not be able to trade for one. Cheng Xiao waved her hand dismissively. What about using my food supplies? Cheng Xiao thought for a long time and finally named a price. 500 cases of canned luncheon meat. That's it. Pan Han's face darkened. Pan Han thought it would require a significant amount of supplies, but it turned out to be merely 500 cases of canned goods. A case of canned luncheon meat cost around 400 yuan, so 500 cases amounted to only 200. If it could secure a mech, it would be absolutely worth it. No rush for now. They'll equip everyone with them when the opportunity arises. Cheng Xiao nodded repeatedly, thinking that if everyone had a set, their team would surely dominate. You've asked me so much, but haven't inquired about my background yet. Is it convenient to share? Now that you're Lord Pan, of course you can ask. Cheng Xiao shrugged. Pan Han suddenly took out a notebook and pen, pretending to be formal. Name: Cheng Xiao. Gender: female. Age: 25. Measurements. Cheng Xiao didn't know how to respond and shot Pan Han a covert glare. Confess honestly. Height 170 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, measurements 976,396. Cheng Xiao blushed as she spoke. Good attitude. Next question: family situation. Pan Han was satisfied and continued. Both parents deceased, no relatives. Pan Han realized his question was untimely and stopped. What's wrong, Lord Pan? Not asking anymore. Cheng Xiao asked in surprise. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. It's fine. In this apocalypse, everyone's family is dead. Cheng Xiao seemed unaffected. I understand. Then let me change this damned world. Pan Han slowly put down the notebook and pen. Anything else to ask, Lord Pan? Brother Qin said, you're a sniper. Where did you learn that skill? After the apocalypse, I practiced on my own. I've killed a few hundred people and over 1,000 zombies. Now I can hit a target within 500 meters with one shot. Cheng Xiao was quite proud. Gulp. Pan Han swallowed hard. Good heavens, she had killed hundreds. He quickly grabbed a cola and took a big gulp to calm himself. Lord Pan, you're scared. Seeing his reaction, Cheng Xiao smirked inwardly. He'll shoot you one day. Pan Han muttered resentfully. The two chatted for about an hour. Pan Han roughly grasped the situation of the apocalypse. He finished his last drop of cola and stood up. All right, go downstairs and find Brother Qin. Discuss the base development plan with him. I'm heading back now. I might not return for a few days. Understood. Cheng Xiao nodded and turned to go downstairs. Pan Han decided to return now, sell gold bars, and buy a car. He'd just teleport directly from this room to save trouble. When they asked later, he would just brush it off as top secret and not to be inquired about. Space rippled and Pan Han teleported. Back in the shared apartment, Pan Han went to shower first. He noticed that in the other world he couldn't smell anything peculiar, but the moment he returned a stench always seemed to permeate the air. He couldn't stand it without a shower. After half an hour he emerged. It was already noon. He decided to eat first, then sell a few gold bars and finally buy a car. He went to Wang Cheng to handle the gold bars. Wang Cheng was as straightforward as ever. Pan Han pawned 5 gold bars and received 2 million yuan. Looking at the transfer notification on his phone, Pan Han thought it was enough to buy a car and left satisfied. Just after Pan Han left, Wang Cheng quietly opened his phone and dialed a number. Hey Tiger, investigate this person for me. Got it, Brother Cheng. I've received the info. They'll have news for you tonight, the other party replied. Pan Han, of course, didn't know he was being watched. He was still lost in the dream of buying a car with full payment. He went straight to the largest BMW 4S dealership in the city. He had his eye on an M5 and planned to finalize the deal today. The BMW M5, known as a suit-wearing thug, cost around 1.4 million yuan and accelerated from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.4 seconds. It had a low-key appearance but explosive performance, the perfect tool for subtle show-offs. On a weekday afternoon, the showroom was not crowded. Pan Han entered and headed straight for the M5. The displayed M5 had a spring-black exterior and red brake calipers, making Pan Han's eyes practically spark with excitement. Just then a sales consultant strolled over. He saw Pan Han as just another casual browser. This M5 had been on display for months without selling. After all, with 1.4 million yuan, most would choose a 7 Series. But since it was a slow afternoon, asking wouldn't hurt. Sir, hello? Taking a look. The sales consultant approached professionally. Is this car for sale, eh? Pan Han pointed at the M5. Well, of course it is, the consultant chuckled. He'll take it. Pan Han didn't waste words. What? The consultant was taken aback. This car, I'm buying it. Let's sign the contract. Pan Han repeated. Sir, this is an M5, not a regular 5 Series. It's over 1.4 million. The consultant was still skeptical. Yes, that's the one. Sign the contract. Don't make me say it a third time. Pan Han raised his voice. Oh, right. Please follow me. Let's sit over there. The consultant pointed to a nearby sofa. Pan Han walked over and sat down while the consultant hurried to get water. Sir, your water. Thanks. How much exactly? The MSRP is 1.45 million, but there's a 200 discount now. Then let's sign. Can I drive it away today? That might be difficult, sir. There are many procedures. The earliest would be tomorrow. The consultant looked troubled. All right, tomorrow it is. They'll pick someone up with it then. Pan Han remembered that Yin Shaoli was returning tomorrow evening. Great. Will you be paying in full or financing? Full payment, Pan Han said as he pulled out his bank card. All right, please wait a moment. He'll prepare the contract. Sure, I'll look around some more. Call me when it's ready. Will do, sir. The consultant was even more eager than Pan Han to lock in the deal, lest anything go wrong and cost him the bonus. In fact, Pan Han had visited many times before and knew the cars here like the back of his hand. He had only ever been able to look being too poor. After glancing at a few, he found a spot to play a ranked game. In less than half an hour, the consultant returned with the contract. They reviewed the contract together and signed it. Just as Pan Han was about to swipe his card, a young woman in sportswear and yoga pants with an incredible figure walked up to the M5, opened the door, and sat inside. Then she shouted into her phone, "I said I want this car." A voice came from the other end. All right, my precious daughter. Wait for me to call the manager of this dealership." Hearing this, the young woman happily hung up and began touching everything inside the car. 3 minutes later, the 4S dealership manager appeared beside her. "Miss Wong, what a coincidence. This car has already been reserved," the manager said with an awkward smile. "Who reserved it?" "Just have them cancel it," the young woman said without looking up, her tone firm. "The gentleman who reserved it is over there. It depends on his decision." The manager pointed at Pan Han. Pan Han had already signed the contract and was just about to pay. He noticed something was happening by the car and looked over. The young woman and Pan Han exchanged glances. The young woman got out of the car and walked over to Pan Han. "Handsome, I want to buy this car," she said bluntly. "Too bad. I've already reserved it," Pan Han replied, coldly unfazed. "I knew you had placed the order. But I've had my eye on this car for a while now. Could you let it go to me?" the young woman said. Pan Han sized her up. She was in her early 20s with an impeccably maintained figure and strikingly beautiful features. She was clearly from a wealthy family. "I'm sorry, miss, but I've also been eyeing this car for a long time. I'm afraid I can't give it up," Pan Han said. "How about I add 20,000 yuan more?" the young woman said. "It's not about the money. I genuinely want to buy this car," Pan Han said. 50,000, that should be enough now," the young woman said, growing irritated. "Sir, I'm the manager of this dealership. Miss Wong has indeed come to see this car quite early on. Perhaps you could make a concession this time. If another M5 arrives in a few days, I'll notify you immediately," the manager chimed in to mediate. "Miss Wong, I'm sorry, but I need this car," Pan Han said, spreading his hands. "What's wrong with you? Completely unreasonable, are you? I'm in a good mood today and don't want to cause trouble for my father. But if you insist, don't blame me for being rude," the young woman said. "It's broad daylight. Can you really eat me alive?" Pan Han had killed zombies during the apocalypse. Such threats were nothing but a joke to him. Seeing the situation escalating, the manager quickly pulled Pan Han aside and whispered, "Mr. Pan, this Miss Wong is not someone to be trifled with. You'd better let her have the car." "Oh, what's her background?" Pan Han asked. "Her father is the leading figure in the pharmaceutical industry in our city. He owns several listed companies worth tens of billions," the manager whispered. "Then she shouldn't be short of cars. Why is she fighting me for this one?" Pan Han thought, realizing she was indeed from a major family. "She has at least 20 cars under her name. But this M5, oh, I heard it's a gift for her boyfriend. What if I insist on not transferring it?" This. "You're putting me in a tough spot," the manager said, conflicted. "Tough spot? Then don't bother," Pan Han said. He walked straight to the sales consultant and dragged him to swipe the card. The manager was helpless. Anyone who could pay for an M5 in full wasn't someone to mess with either. Just then the young woman received a video call on WeChat. "Hey babe, did you get it sorted? If it's done, just drive it over." It was clearly her boyfriend on the other end. "Not yet. There's only one M5 in the store, and it's been reserved by someone else. But he won't transfer it," the young woman said. It's fine. You can pick up the car anytime. It doesn't have to be today." "No way. Today's your birthday. I have to get you the M5. "You don't need to, babe. As long as you love me, that's enough. I don't care about the M5. Let me talk to him again." The young woman hung up the video call. She strode straight over to Pan Han. "Final offer. 100,000. Deal or not?" The young woman raised the price again. Pan Han felt a bit amused. These rich folks were all the same, thinking money could solve everything. But the scenes with Chen Yun and Li Long from a few days ago were still fresh in his mind. Pan Han felt a deep aversion to this behavior of flaunting money. "I'm sorry, miss. I won't agree. Please stop bothering me," Pan Han said coldly. The young woman was so angry she couldn't speak, pointing her finger at Pan Han. "Didn't your family teach you not to point at people, eh?" Pan Han glared at the young woman with a fierce look. The young woman, not listening, rushed to the sales consultant, in one swift move snatched the contract and frantically scanned the information on it. "Pan Han, good, I'll remember you." The sales consultant, realizing the client's information had been leaked, quickly snatched it back. "It's fine, it's not your fault," Pan Han said to the consultant. "Miss, if you keep this up, we'll call the police. Hopefully they'll calm you down," Pan Han said. "Pan Han, you just wait." "Humph." The young woman huffed and stormed off without looking back. "Psycho," Pan Han muttered. "Buying a car, and he had to run into someone like this." The manager quickly tried to appease the young woman, but she wouldn't listen. She shook off his hand and walked away. Seeing his efforts were futile, the manager pulled out his phone to call her father, explaining the situation, most importantly to absolve himself of any blame. Pan Han ignored the mess, continuing to pay and complete the paperwork, arranging to pick up the car the next day. He hailed a cab and left. So carefree, he had spent the money and seemingly made an enemy. Sitting in the cab, Pan Han mused silently. This kind of life was exciting. The old days of commuting, cooking, and sleeping were no different from being a salted fish. After being out all day, he finally returned to his shared apartment. Pan Han lay on the bed, scrolling through short videos and playing a few rounds of ranked games. His luck was exceptional today, and he got several pentakills. Satisfied with his stats, he put down his phone, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance to rest his eyes. Stretching and relaxing his eyes, Pan Han couldn't help but let out a few groans. Suddenly, he felt something strange. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, an indescribable wrongness. Confused, he looked around. Downstairs there was a man in a black fleece jacket, who seemed to be filming him with his phone. Pan Han couldn't be sure if the man was filming him, but a voice seemed to warn him in his mind. Pan Han slowly opened the window, leaned half his body out, and also peered at the man. Sure enough, when the man saw Pan Han's reaction, he put away his phone and quickly walked off. Something was wrong. What the hell is going on? This is so creepy, Pan Han muttered, closing the window. Could it be that Miss Wong sent someone to cause trouble for me? No way, and this is way too fast. Forget it, maybe I'm just overthinking it. I won't bother with it, Pan Han thought. He took out his phone, found Yin Xiaoli on WeChat, and sent her a message. What time are you arriving in Jingdu tomorrow? Which station? He'll pick you up. 3 p.m. a Jingdu South Station, Yin Xiaoli replied instantly. How was the shoot? Did it go smoothly? Smoothly. Finished on the first day. Then I went sightseeing around the area with a few friends. He'll pick you up tomorrow then. I've got nothing to do anyway. Aren't you working? Quit. Oh, that's so sudden. Why did you resign out of the blue? I want to do my own thing. Work is too much of a time drain. Work is a time drain, but picking me up isn't. That's different. Picking you up definitely isn't a waste of time. All right then, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Jingdu South. We'll talk then. Deal? Pan Han found talking to Yin Xiaoli so easy. He had to admit an actor's self-cultivation was indeed something. After finishing the conversation with Yin Xiaoli, Pan Han pondered over what had just happened, feeling that something was amiss. His intuition told him that there was definitely something suspicious going on. Since he was already thinking along those lines, he might as well ask the team in the apocalypse. They have been living on the edge for years and should be quite knowledgeable. With a spatial fluctuation, Pan Han traversed once again. This time he arrived at a single room on the second floor of the base. The room was empty and dark, with night having already fallen outside. Pan Han opened the door and made his way downstairs. The 6 members of the team were eating in the hall on the first floor. Old 6 was standing guard outside. He saw Pan Han coming down from upstairs, leaving the 6 members a bit bewildered. Master Pan, how did you get in? Qin Zhong quickly stood up and asked. It's an order from now on. This question is not to be asked, Pan Han replied. Yes, master. I was just worried about our security. If you can enter silently, others should be able to as well, Qin Zhong explained. Your concern is valid. But this matter is not urgent. What are you all eating? Pan Han caught a whiff of the food. We cooked some rice, made some pickled vegetables, and grilled some luncheon meat, Qin Zhong said. Just right, I haven't eaten either. Go get me a self-heating hot pot, Pan Han instructed. Upon hearing this, second sister Bai Mei immediately went to the storeroom to fetch something for Pan Han. Master Pan, why are you here again? You just left not long ago. Is there something going on? Cheng Xiao asked. Yes, there is indeed something. Pan Han pondered for a moment and decided to voice his suspicions. Go ahead and speak. I feel like someone is following me. Although I have no evidence, my intuition is very strong. Oh, Old 5 Wang Yun, a master at tracking, immediately became interested. Pan Han remembered that Old 5 was the best at this, so he recounted what had happened this afternoon. From the current information, it is indeed difficult to determine if you are being followed, Wang Yun said. Is there any way to find out? That's simple. Oh, let me get you something, Wang Yun said, standing up and heading towards his room. At that moment, second sister Bai Mei returned from the storeroom, handing the self-heating hot pot to Pan Han. Qin Zhong exchanged glances with Cheng Xiao, who immediately understood. Master Pan, let me help you heat it up, Cheng Xiao said, taking the hot pot to prepare it. Thank you, Pan Han said. The 6 people were momentarily stunned by the 2 words of thanks. What's wrong? Pan Han noticed something unusual. Thank you, those 2 words haven't been said in a long time, Qin Zhong said. Pan Han was momentarily at a loss for words, staring dazedly at the bonfire on the ground. Master Pan, take a look at this thing, Wang Yun said, handing Pan Han an object the size of a cup. Pan Han took it in his hand and examined it. It was a black cylindrical device, quite heavy, with a folded tripod in the middle and a folded screen at the back. What is this? This is a counter tracker. You place it in your room, facing the window and downstairs. Once someone takes a photo of your house, it can capture the information and immediately pinpoint which device took the picture, while also providing a photo record of the spy. Wang Yun explained. Wow, there's such a powerful device. Haha, this thing is actually quite common. Before the apocalypse, there were a lot of these random inventions, mostly used by celebrities to counter paparazzi. The more advanced ones can even emit lasers to burn the light-sensitive components of the other device. Does it use electricity? Yes, it can use batteries or be plugged in. If you don't have anything to do, just plug it in and let it keep watch. If there's a record, a red light will flash to remind you, and you can check the screen at the back to see who is spying. This treasure is not bad. Old 5, you did well, Pan Han said in a tone reminiscent of a mob boss. Wang Yun felt a bit shy and scratched the back of his head. Good work deserves a reward. Speak up, what do you want? Pan Han asked. Master Pan, you're joking. These are things we ought to do. How could we dare ask for a reward? No, our team is meant to engage in grand endeavors. To accomplish great things we must rely on rules. Therefore rewards and punishments must be clearly defined, Pan Han said seriously. Master Pan is right, Old Five say it, Qin Zhong urged. All right, Master Pan. I would like a bottle of whiskey, Old Five said. No problem, I'll bring it next time, Pan Han agreed without a second thought. Thank you, Master Pan. See, everyone can say thank you now. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Master Pan, the hot pot is ready. Here you go, eat it while it's hot. Chung Xiao brought over the hot pot. Pan Han accepted it, and began to eat heartily. After Chung Xiao sat down, he took out his sidearm, and placed it in front of Pan Han. Master Pan, I'll give you this gun. It can be used for self-defense in case of danger. Since you suspect someone is following you, it's best to be fully prepared. The others nodded in agreement. Pan Han had never considered this before. After all, he was in one of the safest countries and cities in the world. Furthermore, gun control was strict, and ordinary people had no chance of touching such things. However, Pan Han thought about it and realized that he had space to store the gun, so no one would find out. Moreover, even if he had to use it to kill someone, he could hide the body and shell in space, then dispose of them in the apocalypse, without anyone noticing. That's fine. Pan Han picked up the handgun and fiddled with it for a while. There are 2 magazines with this plus the one in the gun, making a total of 3. Each magazine holds 15 rounds, so that's 45 rounds in total. That should be enough for your emergency self-defense, Chung Xiao continued. What about this one for me? What will you use? We have plenty of backup firearms and ammunition. I can just pick another one, he replied. Oh, that's fine. By the way, how many weapons do you currently have? Pan Han suddenly became interested. Counting both large and small, there are about 50, and for bullets we have over 2,000. We also have dozens of grenades, more than a dozen anti-infantry landmines, and a batch of grenade launchers. Previously, we also scavenged a few crossbows with over 200 arrows, Qin Zhong reported. Is that enough? If it comes to a real fight, we might run out after just 2 small skirmishes. It looks like we need to stockpile weapons, right? Previously, you asked me to draft a plan. How about taking this opportunity to report? All right, go ahead and speak. If we aim to expand our base to 100 people, the current living space will definitely not be enough. Our previous location was a villa area, and there are still over a dozen buildings nearby that are currently empty. We estimate it can accommodate up to 800 people. From a safety perspective, it would be best to build a wall to enclose those dozen buildings. This would require a large amount of materials and labor, Qin Zhong said. Right? But this can be done gradually. Are the materials for the wall easy to find? Pan Han asked. The simplest would be iron sheets, those are easy to get. For something more advanced, a concrete wall would be more reassuring, Qin Zhong explained. Continue. Next up are firearms and ammunition. I've calculated that we'll need roughly 100 cases of supplies to trade for 200 rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, and the like, plus 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Our current stock is definitely insufficient. When it came to equipment, Qin Zhong looked worried. Do you have the connections for this? Pan Han asked. Yes, but we'll have to go to the neighboring city where there's a weapons trading market. As for the 3 local gangs, we should avoid them as much as possible. Too risky. The neighboring X city is larger with more people and even has a Zodiac district-level branch managing it. All right, when you go to trade for weapons, you'll tag along and take a look. Lastly, food and water. In the apocalypse, people just need something to eat. 800 grams per person per day is enough. Half the time is for training, the rest for labor, and extra rations can be given during work. With our current supplies minus what we'll use for weapon trades, we should be able to feed 100 people for a month. What about vehicles and fuel? Do we have enough? I heard you guys raided an oil depot before. Most pre-apocalypse vehicles are useless now, but there are specialized factories that can build them, though the price isn't cheap. We have a few dozen tons of fuel left. It'll last a while. Is there a place to trade? In X City you can trade anything. It seemed he'd have to find a chance to check out X City, Pan Han mused. They chatted and ate, and in about half an hour everything was clear. Then Old Six returned for shift change, and Chung Xiao took over. Chung Xiao stood up to give Old Six his seat, and went to the warehouse to pick a suitable weapon. Pan Han gestured for Chung Xiao to wait for him. He wanted to see the weapons too. Boss Qin glanced at Pan Han, and signaled Old Six to stand guard a bit longer, as a gap during shift change could leave them vulnerable to ambush. Pan Han realized Qin Zhong was indeed meticulous and trustworthy, a good sign. Old Six, stand guard for another 10 minutes, and he'll reward you with a can of cola later. Old Six was overjoyed, his face beaming as he hurried out. The armory was in the basement, once a storage room, but now converted into a weapons depot. Chung Xiao opened the door, turned on a flashlight, and invited Pan Han in first. The room was small, packed to the brim with various weapons. Pan Han touched this and looked at that like a country bumpkin in a big city. What man doesn't love guns? While Pan Han played around, Chung Xiao picked a pistol, loaded 3 magazines, checked the gun, and decided this was the one. Done already? Pan Han asked. I've used all these before, so I know which feels best. Come on, I'll stand guard with you. It's freezing outside. You should dress warmly. You sure know how to care for someone. Pan Han grabbed an Air Force leather jacket and followed Chung Xiao out to the post. It's really cold. I'm shivering already. Within a minute at the post, Pan Han was complaining. After the apocalypse, the temperature difference between day and night is huge. 20°C during the day down to 20°C at night. Aren't you cold? Pan Han looked at Chung Xiao, who was thinly dressed, not seeming to wear thermal underwear. We are cold, but we're used to it. I barely see you guys using any heating. Yeah, one, we've all gotten accustomed. If we heat constantly, it lowers our cold tolerance and hampers mobility. 2, fuel is precious and must be reserved for vehicles. It seems everyone finds ways to survive. Maybe we're the chosen ones. Those who survive the apocalypse are all somewhat lucky. How do you handle bathing then? Pan Han pressed on. Cold showers. What else can we do? Even during your period? As far as I know, no woman has a period anymore. What? Then how do you have children? Pan Han was shocked by this answer. That's right. We can't have children anymore. Chung Xiao shrugged helplessly. If this continues, once everyone dies of old age, won't humanity go extinct? Why shouldn't humanity go extinct? Chung Xiao countered. Pan Han was speechless, his mind buzzing. This was a serious matter. Isn't anyone working on this? Pan Han finally asked after a long pause. I heard the Zodiac is researching it, but there's been little progress. This world must be cursed. Perhaps human power can no longer change things. No, this topic was too heavy tonight. Pan Han couldn't continue. He bid Chung Xiao farewell and prepared to return to the real world to sleep. Tomorrow he had to pick up the car and meet someone. Before leaving, Chung Xiao said to him, I don't know who you really are, but my intuition tells me you might be here to save this world. Pua. Damn, I got PUAD in the apocalypse. Can you believe it? I'm not here to save any damn world. I'm just here to find treasure. Going back to my own world to flirt with girls, travel, eat good food, play games, tip streamers, play mahjong. Aren't those things way better? Pan Han grumbled as he left. Back in the hall, he said his goodbyes to Boss Chin and the others, then went upstairs and crossed back. As usual, he took a shower to get rid of the stench. After finishing, he changed into pajamas and took out the monitor Old 5 had given him from his space. He set it on the windowsill and plugged it in. With a beep, the device started working. Pan Han opened the screen and saw the view outside, the scenery, and the flow of people. Satisfied, he patted the monitor, then turned and laid down on the bed. Boss Chin is starting to recruit people. I need to prepare another batch of supplies. Tomorrow pick up the car, then pick up the person in the afternoon, bring the supplies back to the base, stay a few days, and find a chance to go to X City for some weapons and ammo. Pan Han sorted through the recent tasks in his mind. Suddenly he remembered he had brought a gun back. At that thought, he instinctively looked around to see if anyone was watching. Clearly the strict gun control in this country was effective. Pan Han took the pistol and magazines out of his space. Under the light, they gleamed with the unique luster and texture of metal. Since killing that zombie last time, he hadn't fired a shot. He figured he'd need to find a chance to practice in the apocalypse. Even if he couldn't become a marksman, he should at least become a quick-draw artist, Pan Han mused. Pan Han recalled classic scenes of vengeance from Hong Kong movies he'd watched as a child. He transformed into the character Little Brother Ma, pointing the gun at the air and saying, I swear I'll never let anyone point a gun at my head again. Then he jumped off the bed, imitating a cowboy, quick-drawing and shooting his opponent. Afterward, he emptied the magazine and reloaded while saying, Surrender Azu, there are Jackies everywhere. This cosplay session lasted about an hour. Pan Han played dozens of roles, and after a full round of fun, he finally went to sleep content. In a luxurious hotel in this city, a high-end party was already in its later stages. I'm so mad, shouted a young woman in yoga pants, her emotions running high. It was the same young woman who had also wanted to buy the M5. Bullying our Wang Daodu. Does he think he has 9 lives? Tomorrow we'll teach him a lesson, said a young man beside her. Exactly. You'll find out where he works and get his boss to fire him. Wang Daodu's friends chimed in with a chorus of agreement. I want him to kneel and apologize, lick my heels. Wang Daodu said fiercely. While Wang Daodu and his cronies were plotting how to deal with Pan Han had already fallen asleep. In the eyes of these wealthy scions, an ungrateful wretch like Pan Han had to be taught a lesson and forced to kneel like a dog. When it came to tormenting others, they were seasoned veterans. To annihilate you, what business is it of yours? The night passed without incident, and Pan Han slept until 7 in the morning. Ever since he stopped working, he had felt much more spirited. He went to bed early and rose early, no longer needing to squeeze onto the subway or curry favor with others. After washing up, he tidied up his room and the living room. He also prepared a nutritious breakfast for himself. After eating, he went to check the monitor and found no records. It seems that person isn't watching me every moment. Hopefully it's just a false alarm. Pan Han now harbored many secrets. If someone were to tail him, he might be exposed. Pan Han touched his gun, thinking that if anyone posed a threat to him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them outright. Then he would store the body in his space and discard it in the apocalypse. Unbeknownst to anyone, the person would simply be missing and no investigation would ever uncover the truth. Once a person touches a gun, the killer instinct buried deep in their soul awakens. After finishing his meal, Pan Han headed straight to the 4S dealership, aiming to pick up the car before noon. The process went smoothly. After all, anyone who could afford to pay full price for an M5 might well have some formidable background. Although Wang Daodu caused some trouble in the middle, the manager didn't take it seriously. Selling to anyone was the same. To make amends, the manager even filled the tank with gas. Pan Han was quite satisfied and said he would prioritize this dealership for his next car purchase. The sales consultant and manager saw Pan Han to the door and watched him drive away. Pan Han had driven for half an hour in the apocalypse, and the skills he had learned before seemed to come back to him. He figured that as long as he drove slowly, it shouldn't be a problem. The M5's engine emitted a deep, resonant roar as it carried Pan Han westward. What a thrill! Pan Han patted the steering wheel, listening to the music playing through the Harman Kardon sound system. He deliberately stopped at the front of a red light. When it turned green, he floored the accelerator, and the powerful thrust pressed him firmly into the seat. Pan Han let out an excited yell. Navigate to Qingdao Plaza. He decided not to go home. The neighborhood didn't have a large parking lot, so he would park at the mall, which had a spacious outdoor lot. His reverse parking skills were still lacking, and he needed 3 consecutive empty spots to park properly. After getting out, he circled the M5 for a while, took a few photos with his phone, and checked the time. It was only 11 o'clock. He decided to stroll around first, then eat. The first floor of the mall was usually filled with gold shops, cosmetics, and watch stores. Passing by a watch shop, he wondered if he should buy a high-end timepiece. He spotted a Rolex store and decided to take a look. He recalled scenes from gangster movies like Young and Dangerous, where thugs on the run used Rolex watches as travel expenses. This brand was a hard currency with excellent liquidity. Many models even appreciated in value. Buying one was like making a profit. 3 minutes later, he walked out. What a ripoff. A watch costs over 100,000. He'll just ask Boss Jean to find me a few in the apocalypse. Why waste this money? Better save it to buy supplies and expand the team. Pan Han slapped his head as he walked, trying to calm himself down. Handsome, want a massage? Our shop just opened today, and we have a special offer. A heavily made-up, meticulously dressed woman was handing out flyers in the mall. Seeing Pan Han, she pitched her services. Massage. Pan Han recalled his over 20 years of being a nobody. He had never actually had a massage. He decided to give it a try to kill some time. Sure. Pan Han took the flyer, which read Secret Realm Men's Wellness Center Grand Opening, original price $498. Today's special $198. 80 minutes later, Pan Han walked out of the wellness center feeling refreshed and invigorated. This service is pretty good. I should consider setting up something similar in the apocalypse base. The surrounding factions would have to trade equipment and supplies for it. For 498 bullets, they could enjoy an 80-minute full-body massage. At this thought, Pan Han couldn't help but reveal a benevolent smile. By then it was about time. Pan Han drove directly to the South Station to pick up Yin Xiaoli. After coordinating the exact pickup spot via WeChat, he even bought a bouquet of flowers and placed it on the passenger seat. Over here. Pan Han waved to Yin Xiaoli amidst the crowd, and she raised both hands in response. Oh, Boss Pan is looking so handsome today. Yin Xiaoli hadn't expected Pan Han to buy flowers. What woman doesn't love them? Why did you buy flowers? She asked. Nothing special, just a habit. Pan Han shrugged. Yin Xiaoli immediately understood that he had often done the same for Qin Yun. Haha, cut it out. I'm not her replacement. Yin Xiaoli teased. Don't overthink it. It came with the car purchase, Pan Han lied. What car? Yin Xiaoli asked. You'll see soon enough. Pan Han didn't answer directly, and led Yin Xiaoli straight to the parking lot. This one. Yin Xiaoli pointed at a Hyundai Elantra. Look down on me. Pan Han retorted. This one. She took a few steps and pointed at a Tiguan. Who are you underestimating? This one. Yin Xiaoli then pointed at a Toyota Camry. Pan Han just smiled without answering. He led her another 20 meters, stopped, took out the key fob, and pressed the unlock button. Chirp chirp. The M5 emitted an unlocking sound. Yin Xiaoli spun around and saw a stunning M5 appearing right behind her. Unbelievable. Outrageous. Absolutely insane. Did you buy this? She asked, eyes wide with shock. Yes, Pan Han said. Holy shit. This is an M5. Over 1.4 million. Yin Xiaoli was so stunned she cursed out loud. Oh, you really know your stuff. Pan Han was surprised that a woman could be so knowledgeable about cars. In the film and TV industry, knowing cars is just basic knowledge, Yin Xiaoli said. Makes sense. I'm impressed, Pan Han replied. Come on, I'm the one who's truly impressed. It's only been a few days, and you've already bought such an expensive car. Well, a day apart feels like 3 years, Pan Han said as he opened the passenger door for Yin Xiaoli. Can I drive? She asked. Do you have a license? Pan Han inquired. Yes. Yin Xiaoli replied. This car has a lot of power. Can you handle it? Pan Han said with a smile. Yin Xiaoli looked him over, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered, I can drive any car. Pan Han scratched his ear and obediently sat in the passenger seat. Yin Xiaoli excitedly got into the driver's seat, touching everything as she said, When will I have one of my own? Don't rush. Pan Han said, pinching his nose and mimicking a whiny voice. No, I can't wait any longer. I have to drive now. Yin Xiaoli patted Pan Han's thigh. A puff of white smoke drifted away as the two of them sped off toward the shared rental apartment. To be fair, Yin Xiaoli's driving skills were indeed remarkable. She drove swiftly and steadily, fully unleashing the M5's performance. Pan Han, sitting in the passenger seat, even felt a hint of nervousness. When they arrived at the shared apartment, Yin Xiaoli effortlessly parked the car into a narrow gap, which made Pan Han genuinely envious. "You should be my driver from now on," Pan Han said as he got out of the car. "Sure, but I'm expensive. Can you afford me?" Yin Xiaoli replied. "How much do you make from acting in a month?" "Very little, just a few thousand at most." As they chatted, they climbed the stairs. "A few thousand, I can afford that," Pan Han said. "Acting is my career, I don't mind earning less. But being your driver for a few thousand definitely won't cut it," Yin Xiaoli responded. "Then what do you think is reasonable, eh? At least 30,000 a month." "All right, I'll think about it." Pan Han mused that when he started his company he would need an assistant, and Yin Xiaoli was a promising candidate. "Take your time. I'm going to shower first." With that, Yin Xiaoli headed to her room to change and prepare for her shower. Pan Han returned to his room and first checked the monitor. Damn, there's an alert. He quickly opened the screen to see what was happening. The footage showed a person in black using a phone to photograph his window, later switching to a DSLR camera. Using a DSLR? What the hell is he trying to capture? Pan Han muttered to himself. He checked the time. It was shortly after he had left. He zoomed in on the figure, revealing a man with a fierce expression, clearly not a good person. Pan Han took out his phone and photographed the man's face from the screen. Could it be that woman who bought the car causing trouble, he wondered. But he dismissed the thought. Such a rich brat would likely come directly to cause a scene once they found the address. They wouldn't hire someone to tail him and take photos. If not them, then who? I haven't offended anyone. Could it be that bastard Li Long? Pan Han's mind began to race. As a fresh graduate encountering this for the first time, he couldn't help but feel panicked. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello." Pan Han saw an unfamiliar number. "President Pan. This is Wang Chung. You pawned some valuables with us a few times before. Do you remember?" Wang Chung said. "Oh, Manager Wang, what can I do for you?" Pan Han asked, puzzled. "Nothing much, just wondering if you've resolved your issues since you haven't visited in a few days. If not, you're welcome to continue doing business with us. The boss has been putting pressure on me lately, so I'm reaching out to clients. Please forgive me. If you don't want to pawn anything yourself, you can refer friends, and they'll give you a commission," Wang Chung said. "Oh, I see." Suddenly a flash of insight struck Pan Han. Could it be that Wang Chung had targeted him after he pawned gold a few times? This call was too suspicious. He decided to test the waters. "Manager Wang, to be honest, one of my creditors contacted me yesterday about an overdue debt, asking me to prepare the money." "President Pan, you're clearly a big-time businessman. It seems your ventures have expanded quite a bit," Wang Chung said. "Manager Wang, thanks for the reminder. He'll gather my assets today and come see you tomorrow," Pan Han replied. "Oh, what a stroke of luck. Thank you, President Pan, for supporting my business. They'll be waiting for you at the shop tomorrow," Wang Chung said gratefully. Sure, Pan Han said. After hanging up, a smirk crept across Wang Cheng's face. He dialed another number. "Tiger. There should be goods at his place tonight. Keep an eye on him and strike when the time is right. If necessary, eliminate him and leave no traces." "Got it, boss," Tiger whispered. "I'm a penniless drifter in Beijing, with all that gold and a luxury car. If it's not stolen goods, what else could it be? Why let it slide?" Wang Chung thought to himself. After hanging up, Pan Han was 90% sure Wang Chung was behind this. The man in black was likely sent by Wang Chung to investigate him. He had deliberately revealed a weakness, saying he would prepare his assets tonight to lure them out. Pan Han pondered for a moment, adjusted the monitor to focus on his car, then retrieved a backpack, placed 5 gold bars inside, and went downstairs to the car. He deliberately acted as if the bag was heavy, slowly placing it in the trunk while glancing around to see if anyone was watching. After finishing his act, he hurried back upstairs and lay on the bed waiting for the monitor to alert him. Sure enough, within 5 minutes the alarm sounded. This time Pan Han cautiously peeked out and looked down. A van had parked next to the M5, and 3 men got out, led by the man in black. The 3 men circled the M5, inspected it, then quickly got back in and drove about 100 meters away before stopping. Pan Han held his breath and continued watching. After about 10 minutes, there was no further movement. They haven't left. Are they planning to strike tonight? Pan Han checked his watch. It was 5 in the afternoon. "Pan Han, what are you doing?" Yin Xiaoli's voice came from behind, startling him. "Huh?" Pan Han spun around. He saw Yin Xiaoli standing at the door in a silk pajama, set, her chest clearly outlined. "You're done showering?" Pan Han said. "Yo, what are you up to?" Staring blankly downstairs, Yin Xiaoli said. "Just checking on the car. It's a new car, so I'm a bit fascinated. Just taking a few more looks." "Well, your car is really nice. How about I treat you to dinner tonight?" "As thanks for picking me up," Yin Xiaoli said. Great. Now that we have a car, we can eat anywhere." Pan Han snapped back to reality. "Let's go to the suburbs for some iron pot fish stew. I know a farmhouse owner. Their place is by the reservoir, and the freshly caught fish is delicious." "All right." It's only 5 now. By the time we get there it'll be dark, perfect for fish. Same rule, I'll drive. I didn't get enough of the city roads, Yin Xiaoli said before turning to change clothes. Pan Han watched her go. The silk pajamas clung to her curves, revealing everything. Good heavens, she wasn't even wearing underwear. Acting really isn't for everyone. But Yin Xiaoli's suggestion was genuinely good. The 3 men would likely follow them. Once they reached the desolate suburbs, if they made a move, Pan Han would simply kill them and dispose of the bodies in his space. At 5:30 they drove off. Sure enough, the van followed. Unaware of the situation, Yin Xiaoli sped along the highway, blasting the music. The cold wind blew, and the drizzle blurred the view, unveiling my memories. Like a small boat searching for harbor, I cannot forget you. Accompanied by Wu Bei's song, 2 cars one after the other headed straight for the suburbs. Pan Han sat in the passenger seat, his mind entirely elsewhere, not on Yin Xiaoli. He kept glancing through the rearview mirror. That van seemed to have plenty of experience in tailing air. If you didn't look closely, you'd never notice it. Still, what baffled Pan Han most was how that beat-up van managed to keep up with an M5. Was it not just the man who was shady, but the car too, acting so audacious? Yin Xiaoli and the farmhouse innkeeper were old acquaintances. She had even filmed a show there before. On the road, they went over the details of their upcoming meal, and Yin Xiaoli insisted the innkeeper prepare a freshly caught reservoir fish. After about 45 minutes, they gradually entered a winding mountain road. Yin Xiaoli drove more aggressively, entering curves, braking, accelerating, the speed climbing ever higher. The setting sun painted the evening clouds, casting Yin Xiaoli in a strikingly beautiful light. They say a man looks especially handsome when focused on a task. The same holds true for a woman, even when she's driving. Pan Han withdrew his gaze from the rearview mirror and looked at the beauty before him, feeling a sudden flutter in his heart. He realized there was nothing pretentious or affected about this woman. She exuded an air of natural boldness. At the very least, when she received a gift, she knew to say thank you and even thought of returning the favor. In that regard alone, she already surpassed many women. Brother Chung, they've entered the mountains. We're still tailing them, Fatty, who reported from the passenger seat, calling Wang Chung. Perfect. Find a secluded spot and make your move, Wang Chung instructed briefly. Got it. And the fee same as usual, Fatty, who asked. Don't worry, we split 50-50. Not a cent less, Wang Chung replied. All right, just wait for the good news. Finally, as the sun set on the horizon, Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli arrived at the farmhouse inn. The innkeeper had already reserved a private room for them. It wasn't large, with a big pot in the center and a chimney off to the side. The seats were upholstered in loud rattan green fabric, exuding an authentic rustic charm. Ah, the great star Yin. It's been ages. What brings you to my humble place today? The innkeeper, a stout, pot-bellied man with graying hair, was tallying accounts in the main hall. Uncle Li, long time no see. You're still as plump as ever. Yin Xiaoli addressed the innkeeper as uncle, indicating a close relationship. Haha, you little rascal. And this handsome gentleman is, the innkeeper asked. This is my roommate, President Pan, Yin Xiaoli introduced. Hello, Boss Li. Pan Han extended his hand for a handshake. Oh, President Pan is truly a fine-looking man. I can see you and Xiaoli are a perfect match. Uncle Li, stop it. We're just roommates. Haha, you're not getting any younger, girl. You should find a boyfriend soon. The innkeeper held Pan Han's hand and wouldn't let go. Boss Li is joking. Xiaoli and I really are just friends, nothing more, Pan Han said, a bit embarrassed. All right. This is your young people's business. Handle it yourselves. They'll take you to the private room, Boss Li said. The room was already steaming hot. Boss Li had timed the fish and the corn cakes perfectly so they could start eating as soon as they sat down. Have a seat, President Pan. Tonight, you'll taste our reservoir fish. I guarantee you'll love it. And let Xiaoli foot the bill, Boss Li said. Sounds great. I haven't had fish in a long time, Pan Han replied. President Pan, what kind of liquor would you like? Boss Li asked. Liquor. We drove here. We can't drink and drive back, Pan Han said. Why go back? He'll have the heated brick bed in the guest house ready. You can stay here after you eat. Oh, Uncle Li, why don't you go get some cold appetizers first? Yin Xiaoli, unable to bear the situation, quickly shooed Boss Li out. Boss Li walked away with a grin, leaving an awkward silence in the room. How did you get so close with Boss Li? Pan Han broke the silence. I filmed here for half a month before, and we got acquainted then, Yin Xiaoli said. This place is really nice. We could come again sometime, Pan Han said. Just then Boss Li returned, carrying 4 plates of appetizers and a large flagon of wine. President Pan, this is our homemade brew. How about you two give it a try tonight? Boss Li asked with a grin. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Pan Han accepted. Can you drink? Pan Han asked Yin Xiaoli. Isn't that a stupid question? In our circle you can't get by without drinking, she replied. All right. I haven't drunk in a long time. Xinyan doesn't like alcohol. Tonight he'll let loose, Pan Han said. The two sat down, neither standing on ceremony. They rolled up their sleeves and dug in. The aroma of fish filled the air, and the wine flowed freely. Outside the window the bright moon was rising, inside laughter and cheerful voices abounded. After 3 cups of wine the atmosphere grew lively. They shared stories of their pasts and dreams for the future. About half an hour later both were slightly tipsy. Yin Xiaoli lit a cigarette and offered one to Pan Han. As he took it, he seized the chance to brush his hand against hers. So smooth. Oh, trying to take advantage of your big sister. You little brat, getting bold, huh? Yin Xiaoli said. No, wouldn't dare. Pan Han quickly stood up stammering, then made a hasty retreat. He stepped outside the restaurant, took a deep breath, and tried to steady himself. He headed toward the small woods behind the building. Earlier in the main hall, he had deliberately asked the innkeeper in a loud voice where the restroom was, and Bosley pointed behind the house. The three burly men eating in the hall pricked up their ears and caught every word. They exchanged glances, preparing to make their move. Pan Han deliberately walked deeper into the woods, sensing that someone was following him. Once he was far enough from the restaurant, he stopped pretending to relieve himself. Fatty Huss' eyes gleamed with menace as he strode forward, flanked by his two underlings. Done peeing? Fatty Hu asked. What's it to you? Almost. Pan Han replied without turning around. When you're done, we need to talk. At that, Pan Han turned around to face the three of them. What's this about? Nothing much. My brothers and I are a bit short on cash lately. We were hoping you could lend us some. Sure. How much? Pan Han said. How much do you have? One of the underlings asked. They'll give you 100,000. Pan Han thought, he'll give them one last chance. Take the money and leave, and we'll pretend nothing happened. How, that's chump change, Fatty Hu scoffed, pulling out a knife. Then name your price, Pan Han said. 10 million, Fatty Hu replied. And if I don't, then we'll tie you up, cut you into pieces, and sell your organs. But don't worry, before you die, we'll let you have a look at your own kidneys. Alright, I'll pay. Hey, race my bank card. Pan Han pretended to reach for his wallet, but instead he secretly pulled a gun from his spatial storage, already fitted with a silencer. The three men froze in shock at the sight of the gun suddenly appearing in Pan Han's hand. They were small-time thugs used to extortion and empty threats. Nothing like this. Brother, you're young. Don't go down the path of crime. Fatty Hu said, finally using the line he'd kept for years. Pan Han didn't waste words. With two quick shots, he killed the two underlings. Blood splattered all over Fatty Hu, who immediately dropped to his knees. Talk. Who sent you? Pan Han demanded. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Fatty Hu stammered. Without a word, Pan Han fired 4 more shots into the nearby corpse. Wang Chung. It was Wang Chung, the manager of the pawn shop. Fatty Hu confessed, terrified. I knew it. That bastard, Pan Han said. Boss, have mercy. This was all Wang Cheng's plan. He told us to tail you, kidnap you, and force you to reveal the whereabouts of the treasure, Fatty Hu pleaded. Alright, I understand. You can go now. With that, Pan Han raised his gun and fired. Fatty Hu crumpled to the ground, brains spilling out. Pan Han didn't linger. Using his mind, he tossed all 3 bodies into his spatial storage and collected every trace of blood. He checked his phone, surveyed the area. No sign of anything amiss. 3 fewer scourges in this world, he thought. That's doing the world a favor. Once everything was tidied up, he headed straight back to the private room. When Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli returned to the private room, her cheeks were faintly flushed as she leaned back in her chair, scrolling through her phone. What took you so long? Yin Xiaoli asked. Nothing much, just killed a few people, Pan Han replied, taking a sip of tea. Yin Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. Oh, couldn't wait, huh? Getting a head start, afraid you won't last long later. You actors really have a way with words. Pan Han said, somewhat speechless. Your talent for lying is no less impressive. Yin Xiaoli retorted. Haha, let's not call each other out, come on, let's drink. Pan Han said, filling her glass and his own. Hey, race to you becoming an Oscar-winning actress and conquering the world, Pan Han toasted. Thank you, Mr. Pan. And to your success and prosperity, Yin Xiaoli replied. They downed their drinks in one gulp. So is filming fun? Pan Han suddenly grew curious about acting. Not really, it's exhausting. We work 14 hours a day, Yin Xiaoli said. Are love scenes real? Pan Han asked, emboldened by the alcohol. How could they be? It's all fake. There's a whole crew around. How could it be real? Yin Xiaoli explained. What if the male actor gets excited? They're professionally trained. It rarely happens unless they can't help it. Interesting. Maybe when I make enough money, I'll invest in a film too. Just for fun, and he'll ask you to be the lead actress. Honestly, I'm not confident I can act well. The entertainment industry is so flashy now, nobody takes acting seriously. I'm not like that. Acting is something I take seriously, Yin Xiaoli said, suddenly solemn. I never pegged you for that kind of person, Pan Han said. In our circle, there's a saying, the role is bigger than heaven. No matter how wild you are offset, once the camera rolls, you have to become the character instantly. I don't care about others, I believe in that. Pan Han rested his chin on his hands, watching Yin Xiaoli talk about her acting stories. This woman seemed to radiate light. Pan Han decided then and there to save up enough money to make her the lead actress. By the way, what's been going on with you lately? Suddenly having so much money? Yin Xiaoli asked abruptly. My family got compensation from demolition, a huge sum, Pan Han said without flinching. Wow, you're turning into Li Long II, aren't you? Yin Xiaoli teased. I didn't steal anyone's girlfriend. Pan Han naturally denied it. Money like that comes easy and goes fast. Spend it wisely. The way you've been throwing money around lately makes me dizzy, Yin Xiaoli said. You're right. I'm planning to start a food company, make canned goods and pre-prepared meals. Pan Han said, and it was truly his idea. That's good. OITLL create some jobs, Yin Shali agreed. Exactly. They chatted and drank, and before they knew it, it was 10 p.m. Both were quite tipsy, but Pan Han held his liquor better. Yin Shali could barely walk, while Pan Han could still steady himself and support her. At this hour and location, finding a designated driver was impossible. Pan Han decided they would stay the night. They staggered to the main hall, and Pan Han called for the owner to settle the bill. Boss Lee waved his hand and pointed at Yin Shali, indicating she had already paid. Then he led them to the guest house in the back. See, I told you both to stay here tonight. Boss Lee said. Yes, we should stay, Pan Han mumbled. I lit the heated brick bed early. You two sleep on a warm one. It's good for your back, Boss Lee said. Thanks, Boss Lee, Pan Han replied. Boss Lee showed them to the room, laid out the bedding, poured 2 large glasses of hot water, and prepared 2 warm towels. After everything was set, he turned to leave, then suddenly slapped his forehead and came back. Take these. Boss Lee pressed something into Pan Han's palm and left. Pan Han opened his hand to find 3 little umbrellas. He was speechless and casually pocketed them. He laid the drowsy Yin Shali on the heated bed, removed her shoes, socks, and coat, and covered her with the quilt. He then took a towel and wiped her face. After settling Yin Shali, Pan Han brushed his teeth, washed his face, and took a quick hot shower. The routine sobered him up considerably. Emerging from the bathroom, he surveyed the guest room. It was decorated in a rustic style with bright reds and greens, a large heated brick bed with 2 separate bedding sets. Pan Han hadn't slept on one in ages and missed it. He took off his coat, put on the pajama shorts provided by Boss Lee, and slipped into bed. Soon Yin Shali let out a soft snore. She seemed fast asleep. Pan Han felt his heartbeat quicken and pulled out his phone to record a video. He'd send it to Yin Shali later, it would surely embarrass her. He opened the camera, adjusted the focus on her face, and just pressed the shutter. Yin Shali opened her eyes. Startled, Pan Han quickly hid the phone behind his back. Why are you awake? He asked awkwardly. Because I never fell asleep, Yin Shali said, tilting her head, squinting, and making a funny face. At that moment, Yin Shali was wearing only a tight, white, long-sleeved t-shirt, accentuating her curves. Her cheeks were flushed, and her big eyes fixed on Pan Han. He couldn't help but swallow. How many did he give you? Yin Shali broke the silence. How many of what? Pan Han feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb, Yin Shali said, inching closer to him. Pan Han pulled out the 3 little umbrellas from his pocket. So stingy, Yin Shali teased. Huh, how did you know Boss Lee gave me these? Pan Han sensed he was being set up. Guess. Yin Shali moved closer, her body brushing against his. Did you arrange this with Boss Lee beforehand? Pan Han asked. No. This is fate, Yin Shali said as she let down her hair, the waves covering half her face. What? What do you want? Pan Han swallowed again. In over 20 years had only ever been with Chen Yun. The current situation left him utterly flustered. I don't want anything, just to ask you, is 3 enough? Yin Shali bit her lip lightly and gave him a seductive glance. Your performance in this scene is great, but we need one more take, Pan Han said, pretending to be a director. Hearing this, Yin Shali held back no longer and threw herself onto Pan Han. In the main hall, Boss Lee directed his staff to clean up and close for the night. He glanced at his watch, then looked back at Pan Han and Yin Shali's room, a benevolent smile spreading across his face. He then tapped a rhythm on the table with 1 finger from each hand, producing an elegant melody: tap, 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 tap. It was not until 10 o'clock the next morning that Pan Han slowly stirred awake, his entire body feeling sore and limp, with a faint ache in his lower back. He opened his eyes slowly and saw Yin Shali, already fully dressed and groomed, sitting leisurely by the window, applying hand cream, looking refreshed and radiant. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself, thinking that the old saying truly held water. Pan Han was in no hurry to get up. He stretched his limbs first, then rubbed his cheeks, carefully assessing his condition and confirming that aside from fatigue, he was otherwise unharmed. Awake. Yin Shali turned around upon hearing the sound, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. What time did you get up? Pan Han asked, his voice still hoarse from just waking. A little after 9, Yin Shali replied, walking over to sit on the edge of the bed. She teased him, saying, it's good for a young man to have drive, but there's still room for improvement in technique. Well, I can't compare to you. With that mouth of yours, it's clear you've practiced more than just lines, Pan Han shot back, without backing down. Your big sister is a few years older than you after all, and has seen a bit more of the world, Yin Shali said, then considerately brought him a glass of warm water and handed it over. So how old are you this year exactly? Pan Han took the glass and casually stroked Yin Shali's smooth hand. Asking an actress her age is very impolite. What's the big deal? I'm not part of your circle, Pan Han said, knowing that actresses in the entertainment industry almost always hide or lie about their age. They'll tell you next time. If you want to know my age, go home and practice hard. When you've pleased your big sister enough, I might tell you. Yin Shali evaded again. Next time, let's find another place. This Kong bed is too hard. Let's get a soft, big bed, Pan Han said, rubbing his lower back again. Yin Shali let out a cheerful giggle. Pan Han checked his watch, then got out of bed, dressed, ate some bread, and left with Yin Xiaoli. At noon, Yin Xiaoli had an appointment with a friend to discuss a role. The two parted ways in the city center. Pan Han first parked his car in a supermarket parking lot. He took out Fatty's phone from his space. However, he couldn't unlock it without the password. In a fit of anger, Pan Han directly chopped off Fatty's palm. Inside his space, he used his mind to drain the blood cleanly. But the parking lot was crowded and full of prying eyes. He slipped into a nearby restroom, locked the door, took out Fatty's severed hand, and unlocked the phone. Success! Pan Han scrolled through Fatty's WeChat, and sure enough, found conversations with Wang Chung. However, their dialogue seemed like a cryptic riddle full of phrases like "the matter is settled." It was clear these two knew not to leave too much evidence. Still reading between the lines, he could tell this wasn't their first time doing something like this. Damn it, that bastard Wang Chung. He's probably ruined countless lives before this. Today I'm going to settle the score, Pan Han muttered fiercely. Without further ado, Pan Han started his M5 and drove straight to the pawnshop. Wang Chung was at the shop that day feeling uneasy. His eyelids kept twitching, and he was sweating cold profusely. Last night he hadn't received a reply from Fatty, and when he tried calling this morning the line was dead. A bad feeling welled up inside him. He was just about to brew a cup of coffee to perk himself up. Manager Wang him back. Wang Chung shuddered violently and spun around. Who else could it be but Pan Han? Oh, if it isn't President Pan. Wang Chung quickly composed himself and stepped forward to greet him. You're here again. Manager Wang, I've got a bigger deal to discuss today. Come on, let's find a quiet place. Of course. Right this way. Wang Chung led Pan Han toward the VIP meeting room, but Pan Han shook his head, indicating he wanted to go outside. The VIP room was sure to have cameras. It wouldn't be convenient for conversation. Wang Cheng's heart sank. He felt even more uneasy. But he had no choice but to follow Pan Han outside. The two walked out of the pawnshop and stopped by a relatively quiet roadside. Somewhat embarrassed, Wang Chung forced a smile at Pan Han. President Pan, why do we have to talk outside? Wait a moment, I need to make a call, Pan Han said, pulling out Fatty's phone and dialing Wang Cheng's number. Ring, ring, ring. Wang Chung pulled out his own phone, and seeing the number was instantly dumbfounded. Manager Wang, quite the scheme you've set up, Pan Han said viciously. Seeing that the jig was up, Wang Chung panicked, momentarily at a loss for words. Manager Wang, do you have anything to explain? Pan Han pressed when Wang Chung remained silent. A misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding, President Pan, Wang Chung stammered. Enough. This isn't the first time you've pulled something like this. Oh, President Pan, it's really all a misunderstanding. Wang Chung insisted, planning to deny everything. Don't be nervous, Manager Wang, Pan Han said with a hint of amusement. I am not nervous, Wang Chung replied, thinking to himself that he was doomed today. This President Pan was a tough nut to crack. Then let's be completely open and honest with each other, Pan Han said. Whatever you say, sir, Wang Chung replied. I know what you want, and you probably know what I want. How about we continue to cooperate? I give you the goods, you give me the money. I can even give you a little extra. What do you think? Pan Han proposed. Huh? President Pan, you're not joking, are you? Wang Chung asked. Why would I joke with you? You're after money, and so am I. You help me move the goods, and it saves me trouble. I can't be bothered to find anyone else, Pan Han said seriously. Absolutely, President Pan, no problem at all. You have the connections and the skills. You're clearly cut out for big business. For me to have the privilege of following you and getting a little piece of the pie, it's truly an honor. Wang Chung said, his spirits lifting considerably. Just stick to your rules. Don't ask too many questions, and don't get greedy, Pan Han warned. Definitely. Since President Pan has laid everything out, we're in the same boat now, Wang Chung said. Good. Today we're still dealing with gold bars. Help me cash out 10 million. He'll give you a separate 50,000 as a bonus, Pan Han said. Oh, thank you so much, President Pan. Let's go inside and I'll start the process for you right away, Wang Chung said, overjoyed at the prospect of an easy 50,000. Just as Pan Han was about to move, Wang Chung stopped him. President Pan, I don't mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask, what happened to Fatty and the others? Wang Chung dared to inquire. If you can find them, I'll give you 3 million on top, Pan Han said coldly. Wang Chung felt a chill run down his spine. Someone like him was good at petty theft and bullying the weak. But once he encountered someone stronger, he would immediately grovel like a dog. No, I don't want to find them. President Pan, let's get down to business, Wang Chung said with a fawning smile. And so the two walked back into the VIP room, one after the other. Half an hour later, Pan Han received a notification of 10 million yuan credited to his account. He walked out of the pawnshop feeling thoroughly satisfied. On the drive back, Pan Han pondered the situation. For now, Wang Chung was still useful. If he went to a legitimate gold shop to sell, he would surely be investigated. It was better to keep using Wang Chung for now. Once his own company was up and running and all accounts were normal and smooth, then he would deal with Wang Chung. You little weasel, I'll spare your dog life for now. When the time comes, I'll feed you to the zombies in the apocalypse, Pan Han muttered to himself. After leaving the pawn shop, Pan Han did not return home. Instead, he headed to the grain and oil wholesale base. Buying things at the supermarket wasn't ideal. It could easily lead to a heap of trouble. I still need to set up my own company to produce canned goods and vegetables. Pan-Han pondered. This was his first time at the wholesale base, and as he gazed at the mountain of supplies, he felt a surge of emotions. He realized that there were still 600 million people in the apocalypse, and if he wanted to dominate there, he would need an enormous amount of supplies. However, that was a matter for later. Right now, he needed to buy enough supplies, about 10 tons. Fortunately, the bosses at the wholesale base were quite busy, and 10 tons was merely a drop in the bucket. Pan-Han went in and out several times, procuring rice, white flour, millet, large barrels of cooking oil, peanuts, potatoes, corn, and more. Stockpiling supplies could indeed become addictive. The more Pan-Han bought, the more he ended up with, ultimately purchasing over 20 tons and spending around 350 yuan. He then hired a large truck and a group of laborers to transport the goods to a warehouse in the suburbs. Pan-Han hesitated several times, but ultimately decided not to purchase any fresh vegetables. Everything was long-term storage. It wasn't that he couldn't afford them, but he hadn't figured out how to explain where these fresh vegetables and pork would come from in the apocalypse. He thought about having everyone grow crops there in the future. Although there had been acid rain previously, bringing some nutrient-rich soil over should ensure survival. Self-sufficiency was key. Relying on others for aid would only lead to an endless cycle. After all this busy work, night was fast approaching. Pan-Han rubbed his growling stomach. He needed to hurry up and find something to eat. He had developed a habit of eating whatever he could continuously for a month, avoiding wasting time on meals. Thus, he returned to the spicy hot pot placed downstairs from his shared apartment. After finishing his meal, he was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly content. Upon returning to his rental room, he found that Yin Xiaoli had not yet come back. So Pan-Han took a shower by himself, then played a few ranked games before peacefully falling asleep. The next morning, he headed straight to the warehouse. He selected some supplies, tossed them into his space, and directly traveled from the warehouse to the apocalypse. In the small room on the second floor, there was a ripple in the space, and Pan-Han appeared. He walked downstairs and found only his second sister in the living room. "Oh, Lord Pan, you're here." His second sister quickly came over to greet him. "Oh, why are you the only one here? Where is everyone?" "Big brother Qin took the third and fourth to find gold for you. The fifth and sixth went to buy slaves, and the seventh sister is patrolling outside. I'll go change shifts with her soon." His second sister replied, "Buying slaves? How many do you plan to buy?" Pan-Han asked. Big brother Qin said to buy 20 at first. "They are mainly for reinforcing the surrounding houses and walls." His second sister said. "How much supplies does a slave require?" Pan-Han inquired. "If they are good laborers, 10 boxes of canned food will suffice." His second sister replied. "All right, sounds good. Go and bring Cheng Xiao back. I need to discuss something with her," Pan-Han said. "Understood, Lord Pan," his second sister responded. After a while, Cheng Xiao returned. "Lord Pan, good morning. What's the plan? I mentioned before that there are various trading markets in the neighboring city of X. I want to go take a look. Are we going today?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "Lord Pan, is there anything you want to buy? I'm not sure. You can see what is still lacking here. Didn't we mention that we needed weapons?" "Okay, I'll prepare. Please wait a moment, Lord Pan." Cheng Xiao said. "You go ahead. Oh, I'll take a stroll in the back," Pan-Han replied. After they finished speaking, they each went their separate ways. Pan-Han headed straight to the backyard truck and moved out a batch of rice flour, oil, and canned goods from his space. Later, he and Cheng Xiao would drive the truck to City X. As Cheng Xiao prepared, she took out a walkie-talkie to brief Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong reminded her to be cautious, to go quickly and come back quickly, and not to stay overnight. The market in City X is located at the border of City Z, about 100 kilometers from the Dawn Squad base, making a round trip feasible in one day. The journey was relatively safe as the zombies had been cleared numerous times. Once they were ready, the two of them hit the road. "Lord Pan, when will you bring over another batch of supplies?" Cheng Xiao asked from the driver's seat. "Mind your discipline, don't ask." "Oh, tell me about the situation at this market." "Sure, Lord Pan. The market in City X used to be an exhibition hall. It often hosted exhibitions for weapons and firearms, and was quite famous in our state. After the apocalypse broke out, it gradually became a trading center within a radius of several thousand kilometers. Besides weapons, there are also food, medicine, load here, evolution potions, fuel tools, and various supplies," Cheng Xiao continued. "So there are a lot of weapons, right?" "Yes, including heavy weapons. They have planes and tanks." "Who manages this market?" "The local tyrant of City X, a colonel." "Colonel?" "Yes, I don't know his name. Everyone just calls him Colonel. He was in charge of the armed forces in City X before the disaster, and after the incident, he took control of City X using the army at his disposal." "Does he have any relations with the 12 palaces?" "Yes, he has already submitted to the 12 palaces." "What's his strength?" "He has about 300 men under him, well equipped with weapons. There's also a special forces team that has consumed evolution potions." "A team of 300 is no small number. How many people are left in City X?" "Unclear. Before the apocalypse, the population of City X was around 100 million, making it a large city." After hearing this, Pan-Han felt that the cities in this world were like magnified versions of his own, often numbering in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Then there must be plenty of gold. Pan-Han thought again. This trading market is specifically managed by a lieutenant named Duan under the colonel. He oversees it with about a company of troops, Cheng Xiao continued. Understood. Do we need to meet him? No need. This trip will quietly select weapons. Don't buy too much, avoid drawing attention from others. What's the price for that gun you gave me? Pan Han asked. According to the cockroach cake, it's about 120 yuan. That's enough for one person's food for 40 days. What about luncheon meat canned food? I don't know, I haven't exchanged it before. Many people haven't had proper meat for years, so it's hard to say. Is it risky to bring it out recklessly? Indeed, so we need to be cautious. Take out a little, and try not to go to the auction. Pan Han thought that the things in the back of the truck shouldn't be shown to them, or he might end up in deep trouble. Alright. The two chatted along the way, quickly arriving at the trading market. From quite a distance, Pan Han could see the exhibition hall, which appeared like a small mountain from the outside, covering at least 100,000 square meters. There was also a large parking lot surrounding the exhibition hall. Pan Han couldn't help but marvel inwardly that everything in this world was truly grand. The exhibition hall and parking lot were surrounded by barbed wire, leaving only one entrance guarded by a group of armed soldiers. Cheng Xiao handed over one cockroach meat pie before she was allowed to enter. After passing the checkpoint, they parked the car and walked for quite a while before reaching the entrance of the exhibition hall. Pan Han marveled once again at the sheer size of the place. At the entrance stood 4 fully armed soldiers. Cheng Xiao presented her pass, and after a thorough inspection they were allowed in. Inside they found a vast empty hall that stretched at least 800 meters in length and several hundred meters in width. The trading center was roughly divided into 4 sections: weapons, food, medicine, evolution, potions, and miscellaneous items. Why are there so many people? Pan Han observed the numerous stalls of various sizes and the constant flow of people. It's better to come early than to be lucky. Today is the quarterly trade festival. Almost everyone nearby who could make it is here. Good heavens. Have you ever set up a stall here? No, we were just scraping by before, we had nothing to trade. How do you get a stall? Simple, just pay 10 cockroach cakes. Usually this market is for bartering, but during the quarterly trade festival, there's an auction. Is it safe? Relatively safe. Captain Duan and his men are strict. Anyone who defaults on a payment or breaks a deal is killed. So no one dares to pull any tricks here. That's good. What kind of things are auctioned? Evolution potions, heavy weapons, slaves, that sort of thing. Let's just take a look around first. Alright, boss Pan. After getting a sense of things, Pan Han decided to browse casually. Cheng Xiao first rented an electric cart with a small trailer attached. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to carry heavy weapons. The weapons section covered over 100,000 square meters with at least 300 stalls. The clamor of vendors hawking their wares rose and fell, instantly sparking Pan Han's interest. Young master, come take a look at our rifles. Buy a gun and get free bullets. Come. Check out our military knives. Hand-forged, razor-sharp, cutting through zombies like chopping melons and vegetables. Don't miss out, folks. Freshly unearthed grenade launcher. Anyone interested? Last one. Shoulder-fired rocket launcher. The dazzling array of weapons left Pan Han scratching his head with desire, wanting each one. Cheng Xiao remained silent, simply accompanying him. Before they left, Qin Zhong had roughly outlined what equipment to buy first, so for now, she was just letting Pan Han feast his eyes. By the way, what's the best thing for us to buy? Pan Han asked. Heavy machine guns and shoulder-fired rocket launchers. Boss Qin said to get these 2 first. What will you use to buy them? Cockroach cakes, or can luncheon meat? Let's try luncheon meat first. Test the price. Having settled on a plan, they headed straight for a machine gun stall. The stall owner was a bald, middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses, wearing a camouflage uniform, giving him a rather fierce appearance. Boss. Cheng Xiao greeted. You two want to buy a machine gun? The owner said coldly. Yeah, we're looking at heavy machine guns. Here, take a look at this one. 7.62 millimeters, fires full power rifle rounds, rate of fire 750 rounds per minute, effective range 1.0 meters, belt fed, with a quick change barrel. Cheng Xiao remained non-committal as she took the machine gun and inspected it. Pan Han had only one thought: buy it. Not powerful enough. Cheng Xiao put the gun down. You're a picky one, little lady. Take a look at this 12.7 millimeters. Cheng Xiao took the heavy machine gun. It was extremely heavy, and she struggled to hold it. Seeing this, Pan Han stepped in to help. It was his first time touching a heavy machine gun. He could barely hold it, and nearly dropped it. If you break it, you buy it, the owner said. Pan Han shot him a glance, but didn't respond. This one's decent. What's the price? 2,000 cockroach cakes with 100 rounds of ammo. 100 rounds aren't enough. We'll need a few more boxes. A box of 200 rounds costs 200 cockroach cakes. No individual sales, you have to buy a whole box. Boss Pan, let's talk it over, Cheng Xiao whispered to Pan Han. Sure. Let's buy this one first. Ask him if he accepts other supplies, Pan Han said, handing a can of luncheon meat to Cheng Xiao. Boss, will this do? Without wasting words, Cheng Xiao handed the luncheon meat to the owner. The bald owner took the can, felt it carefully, and weighed it in his hand. Oh, this is a rare find. Is it real? Cheng Xiao looked at Pan Han, who nodded. She drew her military knife and helped the owner open the can. The bald owner brought the luncheon meat to his nose, inhaled deeply, and was instantly entranced, a tear of desire escaping from the corner of his mouth. It's good stuff, but one can isn't enough. The owner seemed to know the rules and didn't ask unnecessary questions. Give me a price. 2 cans of this for 1 machine gun and 400 rounds of ammo. 600 rounds, Cheng Xiao bargained. 500. Deal. Pan Han did a quick mental calculation. 2 cans of luncheon meat were equivalent to about 280 cockroach cakes, so 1 can was worth around 1400. The owner helped load the weapons and ammo into the cart, and Cheng Xiao drove straight to the rocket launcher stall. There were many rocket launcher stalls as there had been a huge stockpile before the apocalypse. Cheng Xiao spotted one and stopped. The owner was a middle-aged woman with one eye covered by a black patch. Boss, let's see some rocket launchers. Feel free, sir. I have a lot of stock, anti-armor and a tank, and even man-portable air defense missiles. The middle-aged woman was much more enthusiastic, eagerly introducing her wares as customers arrived. Are these powerful? Pan Han asked. Handsome, I won't lie to you. These babies can hit the sky above, the ground below, and the air in between. Powerful. There's nothing a single shot can't handle. If there is just fire, another. The woman boasted. Boss, how much are these? Cheng Xiao asked. These are standard ones with reusable launchers, 500 per round, launcher free. These are anti-tank, 2,000 per round. And these are anti-air, 2,500 per round. We only need the standard ones, 20 rounds. That'll be 10,000 cockroach cakes. Take a look at this. Cheng Xiao handed over another can of luncheon meat. My goodness, you actually have this stuff? The middle-aged woman exclaimed in surprise. Don't ask too many questions, Cheng Xiao snapped, opening the can to let her verify its authenticity. The middle-aged woman, intoxicated by the aroma, couldn't resist picking out a small piece and savoring it slowly. 5 cans of luncheon meat. The woman finally quoted. Pan Han calculated. It was roughly the same exchange rate as the machine gun stall. He nodded at Cheng Xiao, who completed the deal without further ado. They loaded the 20 rocket launchers into the cart, and Cheng Xiao reported to Boss Qin, ready to head back. That's it. Pan Han hadn't had his fill yet. Yeah, shouldn't we buy some anti-personnel mines? We could set up a minefield around our community. What do you think? Cheng Xiao smirked to herself, who said only women love shopping. Following Pan Han's suggestion, they purchased another 100 anti-personnel landmines in exchange for 10 cans of luncheon meat. Cheng Xiao deemed it sufficient warning that further purchases would draw unwanted attention. Thus the duo loaded the equipment onto their truck via an electric scooter and promptly returned to Base C. The supplies in the trunk went unused. Once we're back at the base, unload them all. They'll serve the slaves well. Understood, Lord Pan. The return journey was uneventful, encountering only a few scattered zombies, which Pan Han swiftly dispatched with a machine gun. Pan Han mused inwardly that he had finally fired a machine gun. Upon returning to the base, they found Chief Qin's 2 teams had also just arrived. Qin Zhong handed Pan Han a box containing approximately 10 kilograms of gold. Lao Wu and Lao Lu brought back over 30 slaves, all men though they appeared frail. Lord Pan, Chief Qin, we acquired more than anticipated this time, Lao Wu reported. No issue, we have ample provisions. I brought plenty, so arrange for the slaves to unload them, Pan Han replied. Certainly, Lord Pan. Before that, I should note each slave cost 10 cans of luncheon meat. Noted. Cheng Xiao, keep the records. With more people, track daily consumption. Alert me 5 days in advance if supplies run low. Understood, my lord. Having given his orders, Pan Han ascended to the 2nd floor with the gold, storing it in his spatial dimension. He then retrieved 8 bottles of cola, distributing 1 to each of the 7 others downstairs, who expressed their gratitude with nods. Let's hold a brief meeting, Pan Han proposed. Certainly, my lord, perfect for a report, Qin Zhong agreed. Currently our base comprises US 7 and 32 slaves, totaling 40 individuals. Qin Zhong wasted no time in briefing. We've cleared over a dozen nearby villas, designating 3 for the slaves. How do we ensure their loyalty and safety? Are they reliable? Pan Han inquired. We've fitted them with explosive collars. Oh, one press of this button, and they're dealt with, Qin Zhong said, brandishing a remote. Did they wear them willingly? They complied readily, mainly because we provide food for survival. Good, proceed. Regarding supplies for 40 people daily, we need at least 32 kilograms of food and an indefinite amount of water. Our stock, including the latest haul, sustains us for 500 days. However, we must allocate some for trade. So budget for 100 days for now, Pan Han said. Indeed, Lord Pan, your foresight is commendable. Next, we'll assign the slaves to build a perimeter wall. I estimate we need about 1 kilometer using nearby timber, which might take 2 months. Is a wooden wall secure? Any alternatives? Brick and concrete would be ideal, but the resources and labor are immense. Can't we trade for them? Not readily, no one produces them now. Major factions build their own walls while smaller ones don't bother. Alright, I'll source the bricks, cement, and tools. Thank you, Lord Pan. Also expand the watchtowers, integrating machine guns and landmines. Lao Wu, handle this, Qin Zhong instructed. Roger. Lao Wu acknowledged. Set aside land for a greenhouse. We'll grow our own food, Pan Han said. But Lord Pan, the soil is barren and seeds are gone. All plants mutated, pre-apocalypse crops may not grow, Cheng Xiao questioned. Leave that to me. They'll find nutrient-rich soil and seeds. Relying solely on scavenging isn't sustainable. We must be self-sufficient. The group gazed at Pan Han, eyes gleaming with hope. With our abundant supplies as security assured, luncheon meat cans have already hit the market. Sooner or later someone will track us down. We need self-defense capabilities. Can the slaves be armed? Some have firearms experience. We can train them all. As long as we feed them, they'll fight for us. Rest assured, Lao Wu said. Good, assign this to Qing Xiao. Understood. Qing Xiao stood at attention. Before we grow strong, troublemakers might extort us. Don't resist, stall until we develop, Qin Zhong warned gravely. Chief Qin is right. In Z City, besides the Iron Faction, the other two forces outmatch us. We can offer them supplies in exchange for protection. Pan Han set the tone. One must prioritize conflicts, addressing different issues at different times. Blind force won't suffice. For the next 2 days, rest and eat well to build strength. Yes, Lord Pan. Tomorrow, I'll accompany Sister Air to trade for medicine. No more outings. The group discussed and quickly outlined a development plan, each taking on tasks before dispersing. Pan Han with Qing Xiao went to inspect the slaves. The 32 slaves huddled in a villa. Qing Xiao led them to an open space, their eyes vacant and nervous, clad in rags. Pan Han walked among them, scrutinizing each. Gazing at these beings still called human, Pan Han recalled photos from the Qing dynasty, a similar plight. They were the dregs of the apocalypse, devoid of dignity and hope, trading flesh, labor, and soul for a single meal. Clearing his throat, Pan Han addressed them. I am the master of this base. I know not your past, but from today you are saved. Hearing this, the slaves straightened, perking up. Simply put him here for 3 things: hope, and damn hope. The slaves were bewildered, unsure of his intent. Here, mere satiety is the baseline. I aim to restore everyone to pre-apocalypse life. The slaves were incredulous. Could they eat their fill and return to normalcy? Was this science fiction? Your task is simple: absolute obedience, executing my orders wholeheartedly. My lord, is it true? Well, eat enough, a brawnier slave dared ask. Excellent question. They'll show you what enough means through action. Pan Han replied, whispering meal plans for the next 2 days to Qing Xiao. My lord, if you feed us, our lives are yours, the strong man declared. What's your name? Pan Han asked, sensing his leadership. Wei Yong, but they call me Wei Monk. A familiar name. Pan Han smiled. Good. You have a week's trial pass, and you'll be squad leader. He nodded to Qing Xiao to note it. Thank you, my lord. Wei Monk replied without hesitation. Pan Han gazed at Wei Hashang, recalling the character from the television series, and felt a surge of emotion. Master Pan, shall I take them to unload the cargo? Qing Xiao inquired. Go ahead, he granted. With permission, Qing Xiao ordered Wei Hashang to lead the team to the backyard. Pan Han returned alone to the small room on the 2nd floor. He first stored the 10 kilograms of gold into his space, then retrieved a can of iced cola, sipping it as he rested. Faint sounds of cheering drifted from the backyard, likely the sight of the rice and flour in the truck. A satisfied smile graced Pan Han's lips. He found himself growing increasingly fond of the apocalypse. The Dawn base now boasted modest achievements in personnel, weaponry, and supplies. Even if the Iron Fist gang launched a direct assault, they would gain no advantage. As for the walls, Pan Han decided that upon returning, he would procure a batch of materials and simply transport them over. Bricks and cement wouldn't cost much. Master Pan, would it be acceptable to cook porridge for everyone tonight? Qin Zhong's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Yes, you all haven't had proper staple food in a long time. Eat freely these 2 days. Also make sure the slaves are well fed. Understood. Suddenly Pan Han heard Lao Lu shouting through the channel, alert. A horde of corpses is charging at us. Damn it. Pan Han yelled, instantly dashing out. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Qin Zhong, Air, Qing Xiao, and the others already rushing out with their guns. They all ran to the front gate, climbed the watchtower, and peered into the distance. 300 meters away, a pitch-black mass of zombies surged straight toward the base. What's going on? Pan Han asked Qin Zhong. Not sure. We haven't seen a horde in a long time. How many do you reckon? At least a few thousand. Damn, why so many? Pan Han muttered. Lao Sen, Lao Si, Lao Wu. You 3 drive out and take a look. If you can lure them away, do so. Qin Zhong ordered. Roger, boss. Lao Lu, Chi Mei, and Air Jie go bring out the heavy machine guns, set up the positions, and grab several boxes of ammunition. Also pick a few slaves who have fired guns before to come up. Roger, boss. Qin Zhong issued commands decisively, and everyone moved out. Boss Qin, the zombies are so slow. If we kite them, killing them as we go, it shouldn't be too hard, right? Pan Han asked. If it's just ordinary zombies, no problem. But I'm worried there might be mutant zombies here. If a few level 1 zombies are hiding among them, it'll be troublesome. Level 1 zombies. We humans need evolution potions, but zombies don't. They evolve on their own. The known mutant zombies are divided into 3 levels. Level 1 is faster than ordinary zombies with stronger attack power and perception, and possesses basic control over the horde, like this big group. Level 2 and Level 3 are even harder to deal with. There's such a thing. Yes, Master Pan. Some level 2 zombies are over 5 meters tall, immensely strong with skin that has evolved into thick armor. Even a 12.7mm heavy machine gun can't penetrate it with a single shot. Damn, that's like a moving armored vehicle. Exactly. I've never seen a level 3. They say they have high intelligence and can control hundreds of millions of zombies and mutant beasts. They can control flying mutant beasts too. Yes. Panhan couldn't help but look up at the sky, feeling overwhelmed. If the sky also posed a threat, then weapons would need a large-scale upgrade. Automated anti-air defenses would have to be arranged. If Lao San and the others can't lure the zombies away, it means there are mutants among them. After Qin Zhong finished, Panhan took the binoculars from him and fixed his gaze on Lao San and the others. Lao San and the others drove an off-road vehicle, now close to the zombies. Lao Si sat in the passenger seat, while Lao Wu was in the back. Both leaned out halfway, firing at the horde. As zombies fell one after another, a few hundred slowly began to converge on them. The rest remained unmoved, still heading straight for the base. Boss, something's off. There must be a leader among them. They only split off apart to distract us. Got it. Keep kiting for a while, try to attract as many as possible. Definitely a problem, Panhan said. Lao Wu, focus on spotting which ones look like level 1 zombies, Qin Zhong ordered. Roger, boss, already looking. Air Jia, you need to hurry. Boss, we're coming up now. Just as he finished, Air Jia arrived with 8 slaves, including Wei Hashang. Boss, these 8 have all killed zombies and fired guns before. Good. Issue them weapons first. Cheng Xiao, find a sniper position and watch for level 1 zombies in the horde. If you spot any suspicious ones, eliminate them immediately. Realizing that a level 1 evolved zombie might be lurking in the horde, the entire base's atmosphere instantly grew tense. The slaves who knew more or less about evolved zombies and the current crisis quickly went to Air Jia to get their weapons. Boss Qin, give me a sniper rifle too, Pan Han said, not idle. Cheng Xiao, it's up to you. Protect Master Pan, Qin Zhong ordered. Understood. Hearing the command, Cheng Xiao tied up her hair, her gaze firm as she looked at the distant horde, instantly transforming into a warrior woman. Pan Han took a sniper rifle and followed Cheng Xiao to the sniper position. They set up the rifles and adjusted the scopes. Cheng Xiao helped Pan Han load the magazine. Master Pan, level 1 zombies look exactly like ordinary ones. You can only tell by their movements. They occasionally wave their arms, turn their heads to look around, or stop to mutter. Kind of like sheepdogs. Got it. While Pan Han and the others were setting up their defenses, the horde had closed in, now only about 200 meters from the base. Lao San and the others had already shot down over 100 zombies, but the horde sent another group to encircle them. Boss, we've basically confirmed there's a level 1 zombie. Yeah, I see it. Be careful of fall back if you have to. Cheng Xiao had already started firing, taking down any suspicious ones. Her marksmanship was deadly accurate. 1 shot, 1 kill. The powerful recoil of the sniper rifle jolted her petite frame, causing her chest to bounce. Pan Han couldn't distinguish level 1 zombies, but that didn't stop him from killing indiscriminately. However, his aim was poor, and he struggled with controlling the recoil, rarely achieving a 1-shot kill. Machine guns, prepare to open fire once the horde enters 100 meters, Qin Zhong ordered. Air Jia and Lao Lu each manned a heavy machine gun with 2 slaves beside them handling ammunition. Wei Hashang and the other 3 slaves stayed by Qin Zhong's side. You 4 follow me out to shoot. Well, advance and retreat, delaying the horde's advance. Try not to let them near the gate. Qin Zhong adjusted his gear and grabbed 2 extra 9mm magazines. The other 4 each carried a 9mm submachine gun with 15 30-round magazines, and Wei Hashang brought an extra shotgun. Everything ready, the base's main gate slowly opened. The 5-man squad rushed out, sprinting 100 meters forward, and formed a line to shoot at the zombies. The 2 machine gun positions above the gate also began spewing flames. In an instant, zombies fell in droves. When it came to dealing with zombies, Boss Qin was a professional. His arrangements were orderly and well-structured. The current situation was as follows. Boss Qin led a team of 5 in a frontal assault. Old Three's team drove around kiting the zombies. Second Sister's team provided suppressive fire with heavy machine guns, and Cheng Xiao and Pan Han were sniping from vantage points. With 4 firing points unleashing a relentless barrage, zombies fell in waves. Those struck by the heavy machine guns were torn into pieces, their rotting entrails dangling over the heads and bodies of the still-moving zombies. A truly horrifying sight. Boss Qin's team of 5 were all armed with 9mm submachine guns. This type of firearm was exceptionally effective against low-level zombies. With low recoil and high ammunition capacity, it was a headshot marvel. Among all the slaves, Wei Hashang displayed an unusual fervor. He shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" while firing with precision. Pan Han took note of his performance. Pan Han quickly emptied 6 10-round magazines. Through his scope, he observed that only about half of his shots hit the head, while the rest struck the body. Fortunately, the sniper rifle packed considerable power. Zombies hit in the body or limbs saw their mobility plummet, forcing them to crawl forward. Cheng Xiao maintained an efficiency of 1 shot, 1 kill. Pan Han took the opportunity to observe this female sniper goddess. Her tight pants were truly a sight to behold. In just 3 minutes, over 1,000 zombies were eliminated. Yet more than 3,000 still remained. Damn it, Boss Chin growled. His team had nearly exhausted their ammunition. Wei Hashang had already switched to a shotgun. The zombie horde was now only about 80 meters from the base. Retreat, Boss Chin ordered. The 4 slaves, upon hearing the command, loaded their last magazines and withdrew quickly. At Second Sister's heavy machine gun position, they were already changing barrels. After minutes of rapid fire, the barrels had turned red hot. Old Three's team had also run out of ammunition and drove back. Pan Han's shoulder ached from shooting, and he could barely continue. He watched the approaching zombies with growing anxiety. What do we do? Pan Han whispered to Cheng Xiao beside him. Get the rocket launchers, she replied, and the two dashed to the weapons pile near Second Sister. The portable rocket launchers they had purchased earlier were now put to use. Each grabbed for launchers. Cheng Xiao taught Pan Han how to use them as quickly as possible. By then, Boss Chin and Old Three had retreated inside the gate and secured it. Second Sister's team had changed barrels, and the heavy machine guns roared back to life. The rear is clear fire. Cheng Xiao loaded her rocket launcher check behind her and shouted before launching the first one. Pan Han followed suit and fired the second. The 2 rockets flew one after the other into the zombie horde. 2 thunderous booms. The center of the zombie horde erupted. The powerful shockwave knocked down hundreds of zombies, and thousands of shrapnel fragments severed dozens of zombie heads. Pan Han, using a rocket launcher for the first time, shouted in excitement at the distant explosions. But before he could shout again, Cheng Xiao grabbed him for a second volley. The zombie horde was now only 50 meters from the base. The low growls unique to zombies reached Pan Han's ears, bringing an inescapable sense of dread. This is the apocalypse, Pan Han murmured. Meanwhile, Boss Chin and Old Three had climbed onto the high wall, loaded fresh magazines, and opened fire. Dust flew and sparks scattered before the zombie horde as a dense barrage formed a curtain of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Another 6 rockets plunged into the horde. Pan Han and Cheng Xiao had exhausted all 8 rockets. With everyone firing together, only about 1,000 zombies remained. The distance was down to 30 meters. Some submachine guns began to jam, but no one cared. They simply discarded them and grabbed new ones to continue firing. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. Pan Han switched to an automatic rifle and joined Boss Chin's group, joining the chaotic slaughter. Cheng Xiao turned and picked up a revolving grenade launcher, loading it with 6 35mm grenades. She pulled the trigger relentlessly at the zombies. Boom, boom, boom. In 3 seconds, all 6 grenades were spent. Cheng Xiao then pulled 2 grenades from her tactical vest and hurled them. The distance was only 20 meters. About 800 zombies remained, forming a front over 100 meters wide and 10 rows deep for a final charge. Unfortunately, the base's ammunition was nearly depleted. The mines they had bought earlier were never laid and remained unused. Pan Han looked anxiously at Boss Chin. Qin Zhong's gaze was sharp, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Here goes." He made a gesture with his right hand. Old Three understood and flipped a switch beside him. A massive trench over 100 meters long suddenly split open before the zombie horde. The zombies, unable to stop, tumbled in. What a huge trench! Pan Han exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected Boss Chin to have such a trick up his sleeve. The trench was over 100 meters long, 4 meters wide, and more than 2 meters deep. The bottom was lined with sharp spikes made from wooden poles and iron implements. Most of the zombies that fell were impaled. Those that weren't couldn't climb out. "Boss Chin, you're amazing." Pan Han gave Qin Zhong a thumbs up. Boss Chin smiled faintly and exchanged a glance with Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao nodded, picked up a hard bow, lit a flaming arrow, and shot it into the trench. Whoosh! The entire trench ignited instantly. The zombies began to wail, struggling to climb out of the fire. But the trench was too deep. Only a few managed to scramble up by stepping on their comrades' bodies. Those that crawled out were ablaze. They waved their arms, stumbling toward the gate, but collapsed after a few steps, turning into piles of burning remains. This scene shook Pan Han once more. It felt like a vision of hell, and he was utterly disturbed. This fire attack effectively eliminated all the zombies. The few that didn't fall into the trench were picked off by Boss Chin's team. From the moment the horde fell into the trench to complete clearance, it took only 5 minutes. It was all over. The air was thick with the smell of roasted flesh, and Pan Han felt increasingly nauseated, barely holding back from vomiting. Everyone present watched the fire in the trench slowly die down in silence. The quiet on the high wall was eerily unsettling. "Boss Chin, look." Cheng Xiao suddenly pointed into the distance. Qin Zhong raised his binoculars and followed her gaze. 2 zombies supporting each other limped away in the opposite direction. Those must be first-tier mutant zombies. 2 sneaky bastards. They fled as soon as they saw trouble, Boss Chin said to Pan Han. Pan Han also raised his binoculars to observe. He noticed that these 2 first-tier zombies had ashen muscles and tattered clothes, but their running posture was almost human. This was his first time observing mutant zombies, and it reminded him of the whispers from The Walking Dead. Two sneaky bastards. What should we do? Chase them? Pan Han asked Boss Chin. Don't chase. There might be an ambush. Let's go down and clean up the battlefield. Let them escape. We should capture them for research. Pan Han disagreed with Qin Zhong's opinion. Lord Pan first-level zombies are difficult to capture. They possess immense strength. Killing them is much easier, Qin Zhong said. If necessary, break their legs. Very well. Lao Sen Lao Lu, you two drive there. Qin Zhong relented. My lord, take me along. I have captured first-level zombies before, said Wei Heshang. Find the three of you go. Capture them alive. As you command. The three men took their orders and headed straight for the off-road vehicle, grabbing some ropes along the way. These two zombies were now over 500 meters from the base, constantly looking back to observe the situation. At this distance, the off-road vehicle would reach them in an instant. Lao Lu sat in the passenger seat. It was his first time seeing first-level zombies, so he leaned halfway out of the window to observe them closely. The two zombies even locked eyes with him. Oh! Lao Lu let out a startled exclamation, instantly displeased. How dare you look at me? Lao Lu drew his gun ready to shoot. My lord, allow me. I have a way, Wei Heshang said. Lao Lu turned to look at Wei Heshang and saw him holding a lasso similar to the kind used by cowboys to rope cattle. You're quite interesting. Wei Heshang also leaned out of the window, swinging the lasso in his right hand. The two zombies noticed his unusual movements and sensed danger. They muttered to themselves and quickened their pace. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outpace the off-road vehicle. Lao Sen drove alongside the two zombies, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. Wei Heshang swung the lasso a few times, seized an opportunity, and threw it. He hit his mark on the first try, ensnaring one of the zombies. The zombie was tightly bound and instantly fell to the ground. The other zombie suddenly accelerated and sprinted away. Oh, 100-meter dash champion. Lao Lu chuckled, then fired a shot at the zombie's posterior. The bullet shattered the zombie's pelvis. Howling in agony, the zombie let out a painful wail, but could no longer run, collapsing to the ground and crawling forward slowly. Lao Sen stopped the vehicle beside it, and Lao Lu and Wei Heshang got out. Lao Lu immediately strode over to the zombie's face and delivered a kick. Run! He'll teach you to run. He'll teach you to run. How dare you? Lao Lu muttered under his breath. Wei Heshang, tie him up. Yes. Wei Heshang pulled out another rope and deftly bound the zombie. Good man, impressive skills. Lao Lu praised Wei Heshang's abilities. Thank you for your praise, my lord. I was a martial monk at the temple before and trained in many skills. I'll add an extra chicken leg to your meal when we get back. The three men double-checked the restraints on the zombies to ensure they wouldn't break free, then drove back. Pan Han, standing on the high wall, had also witnessed Wei Heshang's skills and felt that this young man was worth promoting. The off-road vehicle drove straight to the backyard where everyone was waiting. Lord Pan, mission accomplished, Lao Lu reported to Pan Han. Bring them down. Let me have a look. Yes. Lao Lu and Wei Heshang each led a zombie and stood side by side. Pan Han approached the mutated zombies, squinting as he examined them. The two zombies seemed to know Pan Han was the leader and glared at him with fury. Up close, he noticed their skin was a grayish-black, their muscles far more developed than an average human's, their mouths clean, without black mucus, and their eyes completely black with no visible whites. Hey, you two, can you understand human speech? Pan Han asked. The zombies did not respond, only bared their fangs and snarled at him. Lord Pan, first-level mutated zombies probably can't understand human language, Qin Zhong said from the side. Bring me a can of food, Pan Han ordered. Cheng Xiao fetched one and handed it to him. Pan Han opened the can and waved it in front of the two zombies. The zombies instinctively opened their mouths to reach for the canned meat, but after a couple of attempts they pulled back and glared at Pan Han with even more anger. They do have some self-control. Ordinary zombies wouldn't act like this, right? Pan Han asked. Correct. Ordinary zombies would instinctively go for the food. Brother Qin, do you know how they mutated? I'm not sure. I've only heard that zombie mutations occurred earlier than the development of the evolution serum. Back then people were hunted mercilessly by mutated zombies, and it wasn't until later that the 12 palaces developed the evolution serum. Could it be that mutations happen naturally when their numbers increase? Pan Han muttered. Have second sister come and take a look, Pan Han said. Second sister approached and observed carefully, but after a moment, she shook her head at Pan Han and Brother Qin. Second sister only studied medicine for 2 years. Asking her to conduct in-depth research is probably not feasible, Qin Zhong said. All right, for the next mission you need to find a real doctor. One with research expertise, Pan Han said. Understood, Lord Pan. Take them away first and lock them in a room. Received. Lao Lu and Wei Heshang led the zombies away. Once the zombies were out of sight, Pan Han frowned and asked the group, don't you find something suspicious about this attack? Lord Pan, I was just about to mention that. Oh, go ahead. Our base hasn't encountered such a large horde in years. I suspect someone orchestrated this attack. Brother Qin stated his judgment and looked around at everyone. A horde this large couldn't have been nearby. If they moved from a distance, our daily patrols would have spotted their tracks. This time they seemed to appear out of nowhere. Continue. I suspect they were transported nearby and then released to launch the attack. Who has the capability to transport so many zombies silently and quickly? In our city of Z, only the Z Tower could manage that. What motive would they have? Probably because of the black market goods in circulation, they got wind of it. They might be testing us. Or perhaps they just gathered a horde of zombies and used us for target practice. Could they be trying to control us and seize the resources? Eventually, everyone will reach that point. Who wouldn't covet the supplies? Tomorrow, lead a team to procure another batch of weapons and ammunition. We've nearly exhausted our stock after this battle, Pan Han said, deciding to address the most pressing security issue first. I was thinking the same. They'll go tomorrow. Let's have dinner soon. Everyone eat well and then rest. They'll prepare it, second sister said, taking the initiative to lead the team in cooking. Lord Pan will need to assign people to clean up the battlefield tomorrow. With so many corpses, the stench alone will be unbearable, Cheng Xiao said. All right, you make the arrangements. Go call Wei Heshang to the second floor. I want to have a word with him alone, Pan Han said. No, someone must stand guard at the door. Cheng Xiao objected, worried about Pan Han's safety. After all, Wei Heshang had only been with them for a short time and his background was unclear. Then you stand guard at the door. As you command. After giving his orders, Pan Han returned alone to the second floor, waiting for Cheng Xiao to summon Wei Heshang. Upon entering the room, he retrieved 3 cans of iced cola, drinking one himself and leaving the other 2 for Cheng Xiao and Wei. Within 5 minutes, the pair arrived. Cheng Xiao briefed Wei and then went to guard the door. Sit, Pan Han said, pointing to a chair. I dare not sit, my lord. Before you, I only deserve to stand. Wei Heshang shook his head repeatedly. I told you to sit, so sit. That's an order. Yes. Wei Heshang replied loudly and sat down. Drink the cola. Thank you, Lord Pan. Wei opened the can with some restraint and took a small sip. Is it good? Truly excellent. I witnessed your performance today, and it was outstanding. This strange cola is your reward. You flatter me, my lord. As your slave, how could I not give my all? Good lad. Well said. Here, have a smoke. Pan Han handed Wei a cigarette. Lord Pan, you are truly generous, even having cigarettes. This is nothing. Here, take the whole pack. Pan Han gave him the cigarettes and a lighter. Wei accepted them, unable to resist sniffing the pack. He quickly lit one for Pan Han before lighting his own. Pan Han remained silent, letting Wei indulge in the smoke. Wei took 2 deep drags, slowly exhaling smoke rings, his eyes growing hazy with intoxication. How long has it been since you last smoked, boy? To be honest, my lord, it's been about 5 years. Come tell me about your background. At the door, Cheng Xiao sipped his cola, alertly listening to the conversation, inside his pistol loaded and ready to draw at any moment. Where would you like me to begin, my lord? Well, they call you Wei Heshang. Tell me why. As you command, my lord. I was an orphan raised in a temple. At 10, I joined the warrior monk corps and trained until I was 20. Later, I traveled with my master for performances and arena fights. 2 years after that, the apocalypse arrived. As Wei spoke, his cigarette had burned out. He stubbed it on the ground. Pan Han gestured for him to light another, and Wei's eyes gleamed with gratitude. A puff of smoke rose as Wei continued. When the apocalypse first struck, the temple fell quickly. I escaped and wandered alone. I had no family, all my fellow disciples were dead. I once joined a base, but it was overrun by mutant beasts, and I became a complete vagrant. To survive, I often took mercenary jobs. Oh, and during my time as a mercenary, I once captured a first-level mutant zombie. But in this world, without backing, one inevitably becomes a slave. I couldn't escape fate. This is my second time being enslaved here. So you truly are a Shaolin warrior monk. Absolutely genuine. That's why everyone calls me Wei Heshang. Then do you know a man named Xie Baoqing? No, I don't. Why, Lord Pan? Nothing. Just a reminder, stay away from Xie Baoqing. Oh. Wei was bewildered, unsure of Pan Han's intent. How long have you known the other 31? Pan Han pressed on, ignoring his confusion. Not long. A while ago, I was injured in a fight with a mutant beast and passed out. When I woke up, I was in a slave camp. I must have been picked up by slavers. I only met those people there. It's been about 10 days. I've seen your skills and courage. They're impressive. I plan to promote you to squad leader to assist Chief Qin in managing the slaves. Any objections? Pan Han stated his intent. Lord Pan, this. Stop hesitating. Hear the capable rise. Merit is rewarded and demerits punished. Those with talent stand out. My lord, we just arrived, and you don't know everyone well yet. Perhaps you should observe further. Wei tried to decline. Regular slaves get 800 grams of food daily. A squad leader gets 1,000 grams. Thank you for the honor, Lord Pan. He'll take the job. Upon hearing he would get an extra 200 grams of food, Wei agreed without hesitation. Ha, good lad. That's the spirit. Our base will expand sooner or later. I keep a close eye on promising young men like you, Pan Han said. Of course. With the supplies you have, Lord Pan, conquering our entire nation would be no problem. Who said a monk couldn't flatter? He was quite adept at it. Stop your blabbering. I'm telling you, there are conditions for making you squad leader. Name them, my lord. I would go through fire and water. This batch is all strong laborers. First, supervise their work. Our base walls are unstable and need urgent reinforcement. Once they're up, you'll train everyone in shooting and hand-to-hand combat. Understood, my lord. Leave it to me. You must have noticed that the attack earlier wasn't ordinary. Yes, my lord. It was clearly orchestrated, Wei said with a frown. Exactly. So time is running out for us. Pan Han stood and patted Wei's shoulder. Wei quickly rose and looked at Pan Han, saying, Understood, my lord. Good. Let's go out. It's time to eat. For the next couple of days, eat your fill, so you have strength to work. Pan Han opened the door and called Chung Xiao to head downstairs. Take Wei to the slaves and announce that he is now squad leader. Everyone is temporarily under his command. Then come back for dinner. Pan Han instructed Chung Xiao. Yes, Lord Pan. Chung Xiao acknowledged and left with Wei. Qin Zhong saw them coming down and immediately approached. Pan Han informed Qin Zhong of the appointment. After the recent battle, Qin Zhong also held Wei in high regard and had no objection to him becoming squad leader. They discussed the fight for a while longer until Jia called everyone to dinner. The day's intense combat had drained everyone. Thus dinner was lavish: stewed meat, rice, vegetables, and even a few cans of fruit specially opened. Pan Han dined with the 7 members of the Dawn Squad, chatting in a lively atmosphere. Suddenly Pan Han remembered something. He asked the others to continue eating and hurried to the second floor. Once inside, he retrieved 2 bottles of baijiu and a bottle of whiskey from his space. Look what I have. Everyone erupted in excitement upon seeing the bottles. In the apocalypse, grain was too scarce to spare for brewing. These 3 bottles were among the most premium supplies. My goodness, Lord Pan even has whiskey. Lao Lu cheered, holding the whiskey bottle as he danced a hip-shaking jig. Tonight we drink to our heart's content, Pan Han declared with a wave. Everyone applauded enthusiastically and rushed to find their cups. Come, let's all toast. Pan Han raised his glass, inviting everyone to celebrate the day's victory. The 7 of them immediately lifted their cups and drank in one gulp. Mother, I finally get to drink whiskey again, Lao Lu said, his eyes brimming with tears. Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Lao Lu, drink as much as you want tonight. We have plenty of this stuff, Pan Han said. Thank you, Lord, Lao Lu replied, pouring himself another glass. Chief Qin, how much ammunition do we have left? Pan Han asked, holding his wine glass as he toasted Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong drained his cup, wiped his mouth, and replied, We have less than 2,000 rounds left, about 40 grenades, and all the anti-personnel mines we bought earlier are still here. Buy more tomorrow. Better yet, get a few automated weapon stations. Well, install one at each corner of our base. Lord Pan, these are expensive. Probably 200 cans of food per unit. Doesn't matter. Buy them. With all our supplies, if we don't have the firepower to protect them, we're just sitting ducks. Well said, Lord Pan. They'll take a team to the Z City Trading Center tomorrow and make a big purchase. Look at our supplies. Keep 10 days worth and trade the rest for weapons. Understood. After 2 glasses of wine, Pan Han felt a burning sensation in his stomach and began to eat some food. Seeing that Lord Pan couldn't handle his liquor, the others stopped urging him to drink and continued among themselves. After less than 3 cups, Jia put down her chopsticks and walked straight out. Pan Han was puzzled, but Qin Zhong mimicked the gesture of holding a rifle on guard duty, indicating that Jia had gone to stand watch. You always take turns on watch. Buy some surveillance equipment tomorrow, the kind that can automatically alert you to any situation. We saw a batch before, but it was too expensive and consumed too much power. Would need a few generators too. Buy the damn things, Pan Han said without hesitation. Right, by the damn things. Just then Lao Lu came over to toast, and Pan Han drank with him again. Then Lao Sen, Lao Si, and Lao Wu each toasted him in turn. After a round, only Chung Xiao was left. Chung Xiao, aren't you drinking? Pan Han asked, a bit dizzy. Lord, I'm afraid alcohol might affect my nerves and make my hands shake when I shoot, Chung Xiao replied. Oh, a principled sniper. Very good. Life is hard in the apocalypse. Oh, everyone has their own way to survive. I can understand your commitment. You drink cola, and he'll drink wine, Pan Han said, satisfied. Thank you for understanding, Lord Pan. Chung Xiao raised her cola and clinked glasses with Pan Han. After drinking, she quickly picked up 2 slices of meat and some vegetables for him to ease his stomach. Pan Han was already feeling the effects. He was never a good drinker, and today he had exceeded his usual limit. Everyone keep eating. He'll go lie down for a bit. Drink as much as you like. Enjoy yourselves. Feeling like he might vomit, Pan Han knew he needed to rest. Chung Xiao, help Lord Pan upstairs, Qin Zhong said. Chung Xiao stood up, took Pan Han's arm, and guided him upstairs. Her soft bosom pressed gently against him. Pan Han was somewhat captivated by the sensation, and emboldened by the alcohol, reached out to touch her. Chung Xiao instinctively flinched, but then gave up resisting, letting Pan Han's hand wander. In 8 years of the apocalypse, she had seen it all. Compared to others, Pan Han was still a novice. They reached the second-floor room, and Chung Xiao settled Pan Han into a recliner. She turned to get him some water. Pan Han lit a cigarette to clear his head, but smoking only made his stomach churn more. He quickly got up and rushed to the window, about to vomit. Seeing this, Chung Xiao hurried over and patted his back. Pan Han dry heaved for a while, but brought up nothing, though the nausea passed, and he felt a bit better. He rinsed his mouth with water, took a towel, and wiped his face vigorously. Lord Pan, with such a low tolerance you should drink less in the future. Cheng Xiao remarked, seeing his disheveled state. You're right. If I can't handle it I should drink less, or it'll cause problems. Pan Han grabbed a glass of cola, and took 2 big gulps to recover, but he was still dizzy and had to lie back down. Cheng Xiao sat beside him. Lord Pan, shall I massage your head? It might help you feel better, she offered. Those hands of yours are for shooting. Can they massage heads? Pan Han asked. Before the apocalypse I worked as a foot masseuse for a few months. Cheng Xiao said calmly. If you're bringing that up, I'm suddenly wide awake. Let me see your skills, Pan Han said with a grin. Sure thing, boss. A soft, tender voice came from Cheng Xiao, mimicking the foot massage girls of the old world. Then a pair of calloused hands began to move over Pan Han's head. Boss, does it feel good? Not bad. You still got the technique. It's a shame about your hands. Yeah, after years of roughing it outside, they've become very coarse. They'll get you some hand cream and facial cleanser later. Thanks, boss. But these things are useless in the apocalypse. Better to trade for food. Pan Han smiled, reached out, and patted Cheng Xiao's bottom, saying slowly, useless in the apocalypse, but useful at our base. Oh. Cheng Xiao nodded silently, pretending to be a schoolgirl. After about 3 minutes of massage, Pan Han had already started snoring. The day's battle had drained too much of his energy, and he couldn't handle any more. Seeing that Pan Han was asleep, Cheng Xiao covered him with a coat and went back downstairs. Downstairs, everyone was still drinking. When they saw Cheng Xiao, Lao Lu teased, Lord Pan sure is fast. Without a word, Cheng Xiao smacked Lao Lu on the head, making him wince in pain. Lord Pan can't hold his liquor well. He almost threw up earlier and is now asleep. Cheng Xiao told the group. Yeah, this is probably Lord Pan's first battle. The tension has exhausted him. Understandable, Qin Zhong said. Right, the first time I killed a zombie, I was so nervous I couldn't even hold my knife. Lao Lu added. Lao Wu, you're coming with me tomorrow to get weaponry. Qi Mei, you'll lead the slaves to clean up the battlefield tomorrow. Qin Zhong ignored Lao Liu's comment and began assigning tasks. Lao Sen, Lao Si, you two will scout around tomorrow and see if you can find out anything about this attack. Also check the surroundings for anything unusual. Lao Lu, you'll take turns on duty with Air Jie tomorrow. After Qin Zhong's instructions, everyone nodded. As for the slaves, train Wei Heshang. We need to expand our team. If he's capable, let him lead 100 men. Qin Zhong specifically told Cheng Xiao. Yes, Chief, Cheng Xiao replied. Eat some more, then relieve Air Jie in 10 minutes so she can get something to eat. Since neither of you drink, you'll take turns on watch tonight. Arrange the shift schedule. Qin Zhong added. Understood, Chief. By the next day, as the dim sun had just risen, the entire Dawn Squad was already on the move. There were numerous tasks today requiring them to strike out on multiple fronts. After Wei Heshang was promoted to squad leader, he had transformed into a different person, rising early to lead the slaves in morning drills and meals. Last night, they had enjoyed their most satisfying meal in years, filling everyone with vigor. Qin Zhong divided the slaves into 3 teams. Wei Heshang led a team of 10 to clear the zombies outside, gathering them at several locations, then burning them, and finally burying the remains. Cheng Xiao took 6 slaves to erect 4 observation watchtowers at the corners of the base, marking lines for the walls and digging foundations. Second Sister led the remaining slaves to chop down trees in the vicinity and dismantle wooden boards from houses to collect basic construction materials, while also being responsible for repairing the deep trenches dug earlier. Lao Sen, Lao Si, and Lao Wu drove an off-road vehicle to scout for information. Boss Qin took Lao Lu to the X-City trading market to purchase another batch of weapons. Pan Han, meanwhile, returned to the real world to procure bricks, cement, concrete mixers, barbed wire, and other materials for wall construction. Everyone am off to gather supplies. The base is in your hands. We want cooked today. Everyone will eat canned food or self-heating meals. Make sure to complete your tasks promptly, Pan Han said, gathering everyone in the backyard to clarify matters before leaving. Yes, Lord Pan, everyone replied in unison without hesitation. Cheng Xiao remembered to set up a minefield near the checkpoint. Use all 100 landmines. Got it, boss. Cheng Xiao placed 2 fingers to her temple in a salute. She was both impressive and dashing. Pan Han looked at Cheng Xiao, feeling deeply satisfied. I await your good news, and you await mine, Pan Han said finally before heading upstairs. After Pan Han left, Qin Zhong burst into laughter, glancing around. He felt the familiar sense of camaraderie returning. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, dismissed. Everyone snapped to attention, standing tall and saluting Boss Qin before setting off on their respective missions. Pan Han returned to his room, and through the window he watched everyone depart before initiating his own transit. The space rippled, and Pan Han found himself back in his shared rental apartment. Well aware of the limited time and heavy tasks ahead, he prepared to take a quick shower before heading out. Opening the door, he glanced at Yin Xiaoli's room. The door was open, and she was already gone. Ever since they had become intimate, Yin Xiaoli no longer avoided Pan Han. Previously, she would close her door when leaving, but now she left it open. Just then, Pan Han's phone buzzed incessantly with WeChat notifications. In the apocalypse, there was no phone signal. After returning, the delayed messages flooded in all at once. Pan Han skimmed through them briefly. There was nothing of great importance. Indeed, in the apocalypse, he was the leader of a base, but in the eyes of the real world, he was just an ordinary man with a bit of money. Pan Han read Yin Shaoli's message. Pan Han, why didn't you come back? I have an acting class today. Let's have dinner together tonight. Sure. It's my treat tonight. Let's go for seafood buffet. You pick the place. After sending the message, Pan Han hurried to shower. He had noticed a problem in the apocalypse. Bathing was inconvenient, let alone having items like soap and shampoo. Consequently, everyone smelled foul. Every time he had close contact with Cheng Xiao, he felt an indescribable disgust. He hadn't understood why before, but now he had found the reason. Since he had promised her last night to get some hand cream and facial cleanser, he decided to stock up on everything at once. Let's call this operation the fragrant base plan. Pan Han mused while lathering himself with body wash. Technician no. 7A, this time Big Brother will bring you some fragrance, and then have my way with you. Back at the base, the work was already in full swing. Wei Heshang and his team had the heaviest task, clearing thousands of zombie corpses. Fortunately, they had 2 small excavators and planned to dig 4 deep pits to burn the bodies. The slaves worked diligently as their own survival depended on it, each putting in the effort of 2 people. Cheng Xiao's team had already selected the locations for the 4 watchtowers and begun digging the foundations. Second Sister led the others to gather wooden stakes and planks, utilizing everything available. Lao San and his team drove the off-road vehicle to check the nearby woods for hidden dangers. They also went to the black market and the mercenary hall to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Pan Han had finished his shower and quickly drove to the construction materials market. According to the plan, the base's wall perimeter was about 1 kilometer. To build it thick and tall, they would likely need 1 million bricks and a large amount of cement. Fortunately, he had saved over 10 million yuan, so funds were sufficient. The construction market was vast, but it didn't directly sell bricks and cement. After inquiring around, Pan Han obtained a supplier's phone number. After discussing with the supplier, the latter readily agreed and could deliver directly to a designated warehouse. Pan Han spent over 1.8 million yuan on 1 million bricks, 10 tons of cement, 2 small concrete mixers, and over 200 tools. He also spent over 100,000 yuan on a batch of barbed wire and fences. He insisted on delivery that same day, and the supplier, seeing an order worth 2 million, gritted his teeth and agreed. Without pausing, Pan Han went to Walmart and headed to the personal care section. He filled 3 shopping carts with an assortment of items: soap, transparent soap, shampoo, body wash, hand cream, facial cleanser, body lotion, razors, and more. This cost another 5,000 yuan. Reflecting that the base's current electricity relied on diesel generators, which was unsustainable, he bought 100 solar photovoltaic panels costing over 1 million yuan. However, these panels wouldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Today's shipment couldn't be taken to the apocalypse. At noon, he had a quick meal and hurried to the suburban warehouse to await the delivery of bricks and cement. He worked until around 3 in the afternoon, completing most of the tasks. He then quickly transited from the warehouse to the dawn base. Descending to the 2nd floor, he headed straight to the backyard. This time he had brought too many supplies to simply unload them from the 2nd floor. He called Cheng Xiao back to clear the backyard and ordered everyone else out, minimizing onlookers. To his consciousness, he inventoried the space and then moved out all the supplies. The backyard was instantly packed to the brim. 1 million bricks formed a mountain-like pile alongside a dazzling array of other daily necessities. Pan Han walked to the front yard and said to Cheng Xiao, "Call everyone to work. Move the personal toiletries to the 1st floor hall first. They are not to be distributed to the slaves." With that, he headed upstairs without looking back. Cheng Xiao, seemingly accustomed to his mysterious ways, asked no questions and called Second Sister to start moving the toiletries. Even these 2 beauties who had killed countless zombies couldn't help but scream with joy upon seeing facial cleanser and shampoo. They simply couldn't contain themselves. Look closely. Demei and Xiao Mei were utterly dumbfounded by the piles of body wash and shampoo. In the apocalypse, such items were as precious as gold from the pre-apocalyptic era. Moreover, body wash and shampoo could neither be eaten nor drunk. They were purely luxury goods for improving quality of life, and no one produced them anymore. Cheng Xiao and Second Sister exchanged glances, hardly believing the sight before them. They opened a bottle of shampoo and brought it to their noses. A jasmine floral scent rushed straight to their heads, sending them into a frenzy of delight. Seventh Sister, calm down first. You were watching the gate earlier. How did Lord Pan manage to bring in so many supplies? Second Sister asked, regaining her composure. I don't know. He didn't let me watch. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Cheng Xiao voiced her thoughts. In fact, she had harbored this suspicion for a long time. How could our Lord Pan have evolved this special ability? This is incredible. Second Sister exclaimed. Let's ask him when we get a chance. Sounds good. The 2 of them talked as they carried the items, quickly moving the toiletries to the 1st floor hall. Turning to look at the bricks and cement, Cheng Xiao used the walkie-talkie to summon the slaves and began the moving process. We have enough materials for the walls now. Our Lord Pan is truly a treasure. Second sister marveled. He's our team's lucky charm, Cheng Xiao said, glancing toward the second floor. The slaves soon arrived in a group, and upon seeing the backyard building were all astonished by Pan Han's abilities. My God, did our Lord Pan really bring all this? Where did he get so many supplies? One of the slaves remarked. It's incredible. Following Lord Pan, we eat well 3 times a day. If I were a woman, I'd marry him. If he didn't mind a man, I'd marry him right now. The rice we had last night was so fragrant. I haven't smelled rice in ages. Amid the chatter, Pan Han's prestige soared. All right, stop gossiping. Everyone get to work. Start building the wall from both sides of the gate. We need to be fast. Work overtime tonight. Cheng Xiao interrupted their discussions. The slaves had no objections, and following Cheng Xiao's orders worked even harder. At that moment, Boss Qin and third brother returned. Qin Zhong drove the truck to the backyard, and upon stepping out was utterly stunned. Third brother saw the piles of bricks and dropped to his knees. Old Six hugged a brick and kissed it wildly. Seeing this, second sister called them into the first floor hall to show them the toiletries. Needless to say, another round of celebration ensued. Everyone knew that toiletries meant Pan Han's material reserves were bottomless. You're back. Pan Han slowly descended from the second floor. Everyone's gaze toward him grew more respectful and adoring, as if he were a reincarnation of Doraemon. Lord, the weapons have been purchased. Please inspect them, Qin Zhong said. Let's go take a look. The group followed Qin Zhong to the truck, where Old Six climbed into the cargo bed and pulled back the tarp. Lord Pan, we purchased a full set of equipment, this time using about 10 tons of supplies. As you instructed, the base has retained only 10 days' worth of supplies, Qin Zhong reported. Good, no problem. Safety comes first. 20000 rounds of 12. 7mm heavy machine gun ammunition. Qin Zhong began his inventory. Old Six displayed an ammunition belt in the cargo bed, the golden bullets gleaming. Pan Han nodded with satisfaction. 10000 rounds of 5. 56mm rifle ammunition, 400 magazines. Old Six picked up a box of magazines to show everyone. 235mm grenades, 10 rifle-mounted launchers. 100 single-man rocket launchers. 2000 rounds of 12-gauge shotgun shells. Old Six lifted another crate of ammunition for display. Pan Han nodded, signaling Qin Zhong to continue. 100 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition. 100 rounds of 7.62mm full-power rifle ammunition, mainly for sniper rifles. 10 individual night vision devices. 412. 7mm automatic weapon stations capable of both horizontal fire and anti-aircraft use, each with 300 rounds. These were quite expensive, Qin Zhong noted. 3 military-grade all-weather surveillance monitors with automatic alarm functions. 2 military observation drones. Now we don't have to patrol outside anymore. Just watch the screens at home. 4 diesel generators, 200 kilograms of fuel. 2 robotic dogs that can patrol, carry supplies, and even shoot. These are excellent pieces of equipment. Report complete, Lord Pan. Good, very good. Now we can arm ourselves. As for power generation, I've acquired some solar panels that will be delivered in a few days. Fuel is too precious. Save it for the vehicles, Pan Han said. Oh, Lord Pan, you're truly resourceful. I was worried about how to keep these power-hungry devices running long-term, Qin Zhong said excitedly. I've also brought some shampoo and body wash for the Dawn Squad. Go get cleaned up later. Let's gradually restore pre-apocalyptic life, starting with cleanliness, Pan Han said. Thank you, Lord Pan. Lord Pan, Boss Qin, I want to take a shower right now. My scalp has been so itchy these past few days, Old Six said from the truck. Everyone laughed, and Pan Han had no objections. In his mind, he was already planning to set up a massage room where Cheng Xiao could give him a full-body relaxation treatment. He imagined placing a wooden tub scattering petals and body wash inside. How delightful that would be. Old Six, go tell Wei Heshang to stand guard. We're going to shower, Boss Qin said. Got it. Old Six jumped off the truck and scurried off to find Wei Heshang. Big brother, let's have a hot shower today. Heat some water so everyone can wash thoroughly, second sister suggested. Second sister is right. Let's do that. So they split up. Some gathered firewood, some boiled water, some distributed toiletries, and others cleaned the long-unused bathhouse. The so-called bathhouse was actually just a slightly larger room with a makeshift shower and 2 wooden barrels. Messy pipes were scattered all over the floor. It was understandable. After all, in the apocalypse, who had the energy to tidy up such things? Pan Han walked in and thought to himself how tough their lives must have been before. The weather was already quite cold now. How comfortable could a shower in such conditions be? He decided to install some heat lamps for them. After all, the solar panels would arrive in a few days, so electricity should be sufficient. It would be even better to install a heater, and a sauna room would be a must. Imagine coming back from battle and enjoying a sauna. How exhilarating that would be. Just as Pan Han was wholeheartedly planning for the people's welfare, as expected trouble was about to strike. Lord Pan, would you like to join us for a bath? The third brother asked. They'll pass, I just bathed this morning. All right, well, go ahead then. Wait. All of you. Yes, all 7 of us together. What? You bathe together, men and women. Isn't that how it's always done? Always like this. You've always bathed together. Pan Han was somewhat astonished, the scene reminding him of a plot from Starship Troopers. Well, yes. The third brother looked a bit bewildered, unsure how to explain. Never mind, never mind. Go ahead. I bathed this morning. Pan Han quickly retreated. He watched as they carried basins with toiletries, cheerfully heading into the bathroom, discussing who would scrub whose back, and gave a helpless smile. Go ahead and wash up. I need to leave. I have things to do. He'll come back in a few days. Pan Han said his goodbyes and left. At that moment his mind was filled with images of them bathing together, even drifting to some rather explicit scenes. He cast one more glance at Chung Xiao, couldn't help, but Sai shook his head and walked away. He had originally planned to find an opportunity for a deeper connection with Chung Xiao after she had freshened up. Now it seemed Pan Han still knew nothing of the apocalypse. But on second thought, since everyone was so open-minded, perhaps starting a harem in the future wouldn't face much opposition. No messy palace intrigues. Not a bad prospect. I'll forget it. Better head back. I still have dinner tonight with Yin Xiaoli. After eating, I need to prepare another batch of supplies. The consumption this time was considerable. I must restock quickly. Pan Han returned to the small second-floor room, and with a single thought crossed back to his own world. Back in the shared apartment, he pulled out his phone and saw it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Just then a WeChat message from Yin Xiaoli came through. Why can't I get through to you? No signal. Pan Han couldn't explain that the apocalypse had no communication with this side. He made up a casual excuse and asked what they should eat for dinner. Yin Xiaoli chose a seafood buffet, costing over 400 per person, not far from the shared apartment. Pan Han realized this was the same expensive place he had taken Shen Yun to before. Back then, to treat Shen Yun to this buffet, he had delivered flyers for 2 whole weeks. Now he could afford it without a second thought. Life was truly full of ups and downs. During the meal, Yin Xiaoli told Pan Han she would be going out of town next week to shoot a film. It was a small production by a new director, and she had managed to secure the role of the 4th female lead. Pan Han had no idea what being the 4th female lead meant. It's like Bing Bing's role in the original My Fair Princess, Yin Xiaoli explained. Wow, that's great. If you perform well, you could become famous. It's not that easy. Making a film depends on many factors: the script, the actors, the director, the cinematography. How long will this shoot take? About half a month. That's a while. If I miss you, can I come visit the set? Pan Han asked. Visit the set? Sure. He'll check the shooting schedule and let you know which day we're filming the bed scene. Yin Xiaoli said, probably trying to tease Pan Han. Great, I've never seen how a bed scene is filmed. I'm serious. This is a city romance drama, and there's a brief, intimate scene. Oh, go ahead and shoot it. It's just work. Geez, you think you need to tell me that? I'm informing you, not asking for permission. Yin Xiaoli said, then cracked open a king crab leg and stuffed it into her mouth. Pan Han nodded and quietly continued eating his shrimp. You're not jealous, are you? Yin Xiaoli blinked. Huh. Pan Han was caught off guard. Why would he be jealous? His mind was entirely focused on base development. Don't worry, before I leave I'll drain you dry first. Damn. We'll see about that when we get back. Pan Han said, deliberately eating 2 oysters with gusto. The two chatted as they ate, and time flew by until nearly 9 o'clock. I can't eat another bite, Pan Han said, looking at the mountain of food scraps in front of him. I can't eat anymore either. This is my last proper meal before him on the big screen. Yin Xiaoli said, patting her stomach. They got up to leave, heading straight for the parking spot to drive home. Little did they know, in a corner of the parking lot, a Nissan sedan sat with a man in a baseball cap inside, his eyes fixed on Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli. Once the BMW M5 started, the Nissan also fired up and followed. Pan Han was driving happily, listening to music, his right hand casually stroking Yin Xiaoli's thigh. Suddenly, with a loud bang, both Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli lurched forward half a seat, nearly hitting their heads. Yin Xiaoli screamed in fright, and Pan Han sensed trouble. They had probably been rear-ended. Cars on the road swerved around them. Pan Han checked the rearview mirror, made sure it was clear, and got out. He went straight to the trunk and found a large dent with the Nissan's front bumper lying on the ground behind it. Damn it, I just bought this car. Pan Han couldn't help cursing. The man from the Nissan quickly got out and approached, saying, Oh, sorry brother, I was distracted for a moment. Were you trying to hit me on purpose? How do you rear-end someone going this slow? Pan Han said. No, why would I do that? My mother-in-law just called telling me to get home immediately because something happened. I answered the phone, and then bam, I hit you, the man explained. Pan Han, finding it hard to stay angry, decided to call the police. Yin Xiaoli came over and gasped at the large dent in the rear bumper. Soon the traffic police arrived. The situation was clear. The rear car was at fault. Pan Han didn't want to negotiate and decided to go through the other party's insurance. But the car would have to be towed for repairs, taking 10 days to half a month. What terrible luck, just going out for a meal and getting rear-ended. The two had to take a taxi home. After they left, the man pulled out his phone. Hello, Sister Dowdu. It's done. Excellent. That bastard, we'll toy with him for now. We'll take our time, and sooner or later, we'll make sure he dies in that car. The voice on the other end, Wang Daodu replied. Haha, Sister Daodu, well, take it slow. Oh, by the way, a woman got out of his car just now. They seem close. The man said. Find out who she is, Wang Daodu ordered. They're probably roommates. They'll have someone investigate tomorrow, the man said. Good. Well, take her down too, Wang Daodu said viciously. Back at the shared apartment, Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli had lost their mood. They each took a shower and prepared for bed. She's off filming for 10 days to half a month, and my car will be in the shop for the same time. Perfect time to focus on base construction. He'll come back once a day to shower and check messages. Pan Han thought about what to do next. Pan Han pondered what he should do next. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. After seeing off Yin Xiaoli, Pan Han directly transmigrated to the base. By this time, everyone at the base had finished their early meal and commenced a fervent phase of construction. They understood that every moment of delay increased their peril. Seeing Pan Han appear, everyone quickly came forward to greet him. Lord Pan has arrived. Qin Zhong was the first to welcome him. Today Qin Zhong looked much cleaner, his beard was shaved, his hair was no longer greasy, and he had changed into fresh clothes. He appeared much more presentable, possessing a hint of a commander's quality. Everyone has already started working then. Yes, Lord Pan. Today, aside from myself and Old Six, everyone else is participating in the construction. Oh, and what are you off to do, Chief Qin? I'm going to City X first. Last time when we bought weapons, I saw some basic evolutionary potions. I plan to trade for a few more. Some of the slaves need their physical strength enhanced. That's a good idea. Get one for me too. Pan Han's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing about the evolutionary potions. What kind does Lord Pan require? Just handle it as you see fit. The stronger the better. The basic potion can enhance a person's strength, reaction speed, endurance, and basic toxin resistance. How do those sound? Chief Qin asked. How strong can it make someone? The 7 members of the Dawn Squad have all been enhanced. Compared to a slave who hasn't drunk the potion, one of them can take on 30. If they run flat out, they can cover 100 meters in under 6 seconds. Lifting a barbell 300 kilograms is a piece of cake. That impressive. And that's just the basic potion. The more advanced ones are even more formidable. But they're all controlled by the Zodiacs. As we discussed before, you'd have to become a slave for the Zodiacs to have a chance at getting them. Nothing's leaked out on the black market. I haven't heard of any before. He'll ask around this time. But I'm worried about the risk. It's possible that anything circulating on the black market is also manipulated by the Zodiacs, used as bait. That makes sense. Just make some inquiries for now. There's no hurry. Just get the basic potion for me. All right, Lord Pan. After securing the potions, we also plan to buy another 30 slaves. Our current progress is a bit slow. I'd like to add some manpower. Don't stop at 30. Buy about 70 directly, make it around 100. Lord Pan, our food that was meant to last 10 days would then only last us 5 at most. That's fine. I've brought several tons of supplies again this time. He'll put them in the backyard later. Pan Han still had quite a bit of supplies left in his spatial storage, so he decided to take them all out now. All right, as you command. He'll set off now. If you need anything, contact Second Sister or Cheng Xiao. Good, go and come back quickly. Stay safe. Pan Han bid farewell to Qin Zhong and headed straight for the backyard. Seeing no one around, he moved all the supplies out of his spatial storage. Cheng Xiao, come in please. Pan Han picked up a walkie-talkie to call for people to move the supplies. Receiving you, Lord Pan. Bring a few people to the backyard to move supplies. Understood. A few minutes later, Cheng Xiao arrived at the backyard with Second Sister and 6 slaves. The moment Pan Han saw Cheng Xiao, his eyes went wide as saucers. What did it feel like to see a perfectly clean Ninyaotoften woman? It felt like the uncontrollable drool of tears from the corners of one's mouth. She was too beautiful, too fragrant. Even Doraba paled in comparison. While Lord Pan has brought more supplies. Second Sister interrupted his reverie. We're in a period of major construction. I have to ensure our supplies are secure. Everyone start moving things quickly. Everyone immediately began working. Seeing the supplies, the slaves were overjoyed, inwardly feeling fortunate about their lot. Long live Lord Pan, someone couldn't help but shout. Long live Lord Pan. Long live Lord Pan. The others joined in shouting from the bottom of their hearts. Pan Han was their hope, the hope of the base. Pan Han felt a bit embarrassed hearing this. He scratched his head and looked towards Cheng Xiao. She was smiling at him and also raised her hand to shout along. Pan Han waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Long live the Dawn Base. Pan Han, infected by the mood, changed the slogan. Long live the Dawn Base. Long live the Dawn Base. After more than a dozen shouts, Pan Han felt everyone had released their emotions enough. He signaled for them to get back to work, keeping only Cheng Xiao behind. Second Sister looked at the two of them, snickered, and walked away. I heard from Chief Qin that you've all drunk the basic potions, making your physiques far superior to ordinary people. Pan Han asked. Yes. All metrics are far beyond those of a normal person. I've asked Chief Qin to get some for me. He'll evolve too when he gets back. I wonder if this kind of potion can cure diseases. Cure diseases? Definitely. How could it cause evolution without curing them? The potion's mechanism is to first repair all deficiencies within the body, then begin the evolution. Holy shit, that's incredible. Right, so you don't need to worry about your terminal illness at all. Good then, well, just wait for Chief Chin and the others to return. Rest assured, Lord Pan. Chief Chin is reliable. Come here, let me touch your hair. Hearing that the potions were no problem, Pan Han decided to tease Cheng Xiao. Yes, my lord. Cheng Xiao obediently lowered her head into a deep bow, allowing Pan Han to touch her hair. Pan Han was amused by Cheng Xiao laughing so hard, he couldn't bring himself to do it. How are these goods? Are they working well? Yes, Lord Pan. After washing, my hair is soft and smooth, and the fragrance lingers for a long time. Pan Han thought to himself that this batch of goods was the cheapest kind. The shampoo was only 9 yuan a bottle, but it was perfectly suitable for the apocalypse. Lord Pan, would you like to touch my skin too? It's very smooth, Cheng Xiao said. Yes, 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 Pan Han said, and then pulled Cheng Xiao upstairs. Time flew, and it was evening. What happened earlier was quite private, so the author will let you imagine. A series of beeping horns jolted Pan Han awake. He had been asleep for at least 3 hours. What's going on? Pan Han mumbled drowsily. You're awake. Chief Chin and the others are back. That was them honking before entering. Cheng Xiao pushed the door open and told Pan Han. How long was I out? A little over 3 hours. I'm so tired my kidneys ache. Pan Han said. Chief should have brought back the potions. Would you like to go downstairs and take a look? Cheng Xiao said with a smile. All right, let's go. Let's head down. Once I drink that potion, I'll come back to deal with you, you little vixen. Pan Han said as he dressed, barely managing to stand up, swaying unsteadily. Seeing this, Cheng Xiao quickly supported him as they went downstairs. By this time, Chief Chin and the others were already in the main hall. On the table lay a small blue box. Seeing Pan Han descend unsteadily, Qin Zhong knew exactly what had happened. He then gave Pan Han an okay gesture. It seemed the evolutionary potion had been acquired. Pan Han walked straight to the table, gazing at the small blue box which Boss Chin opened for him. Inside lay over 50 glass vials, some filled with yellow liquid, others green, and still others blue. Why are there 3 colors? Pan Han asked in confusion. Well, Lord Pan, the yellow potion is a guiding elixir that purges all diseases and toxins from the body, preparing it for formal evolution. The green one enhances physical constitution. The blue one boosts toxin resistance. It's used to treat contaminated water, spoiled food, or bites from zombies. Qin Zhong explained patiently. These are all basic evolution potions, right? Pan Han asked. Yes, they were all purchased on the open market. Recently, no mid-tier or high-tier potions have surfaced on the black market. I see. How should I take them? One of each. Start with the yellow, then follow with the green and blue. After consuming the yellow, you must take the other 2 promptly. Are there any side effects? The yellow potion may cause profuse sweating, nausea, vomiting, or even fainting in severe cases. It's an unavoidable path to internal detoxification and cellular restructuring, Qin Zhong said. That's serious. Indeed, Lord Pan. After I took it, I vomited a pool of black liquid and passed out for half an hour before waking. Old Six chimed in. I was unconscious for over an hour, Cheng Xiao added. It depends on one's physique. If you're healthy, it passes quickly, second sister said. Pan Han considered himself at just 23. Aside from lacking stamina, he had no issues. It shouldn't be a big problem. So when should I start drinking? Pan Han asked. Boss Chin glanced at Cheng Xiao from Pan Han's gait. He could tell the man had been active last night and was now somewhat weak. An hour of rest should suffice. Cheng Xiao blushed slightly and shrugged. Pan Han naturally understood Boss Chin's implication, silently vowing to succeed in evolution so he could teach that little vixen Cheng Xiao a lesson. What do you think, Lord Pan? Cheng Xiao will attend to you then. Qin Zhong said. Fine. 1 hour it is. Now, let's go see the slaves you bought. Qin Zhong obeyed, leading Pan Han, Old Six, and Cheng Xiao to the distant slave quarters. After a few minutes' walk, Pan Han spotted a crowd gathered in a small square, with Wei Hashang taking records. Hashang finished roll call. Boss Chin called out. Almost, Boss Chin. 2 more to go? Please wait a moment, Wei Hashang replied. Lord Pan, we purchased 70 slaves, this time 60 able-bodied men and 10 women. Please have a look, Boss Chin introduced. Oh, why buy women this time? Pan Han asked, puzzled. My lord, we've now surpassed 100 people. It's time to divide labor. These women will primarily cook, mend clothes, clean, care for the wounded, and address some men's needs. Qin Zhong said. Can they tend to the injured? Pan Han asked. Yes, a few were nurses before. What's the price for women? Pan Han inquired, recalling that male slaves cost only 10 cans of luncheon meat. Women are more expensive. 3 times the cost of male slaves, Boss Chin said. Why is that? When the apocalypse first hit, everyone fended for themselves. Women, being physically weaker, died the most. Later, as food ran out, many women were eaten as rations. So women are now rare, Cheng Xiao said quietly. Yes, Lord Pan. A base's strength is now measured by its number of women. I also specifically chose a few with decent looks to serve you later. Boss Chin said. Most bases don't have extra food to support women, Old Six added. Old Six, be honest. Did you sneak any personal favorites among them? No way. Old Six's cheeks flushed, and everyone saw through his little scheme. A burst of laughter erupted. Just then Wei Heshang finished his records and came to report to Pan Han and Boss Qin. Pan Han noticed that Wei Heshang's records were meticulous, covering name, age, height, weight, skills, and many other details. My lord, I plan to assign a separate building for the 10 female slaves. Fine. You can also choose a leader to manage them. Understood. He'll go check everyone's collars. Wei Heshang said. Pan Han felt a pang of resistance at the mention of collars. He disliked controlling people with such means. He preferred to lead through faith, discipline, and hope, building a new life. But for now he had no choice but to resort to this brutal method. He silently vowed to restore everyone's freedom one day. Seeing Pan Han lost and thought Qin Zhong feared he might soften, so he quickly instructed Cheng Xiao to take Wei Heshang away. Cheng Xiao understood and led Wei Heshang and the monitoring equipment off. Lord Pan, the collars from the slave market need new passwords and monitoring links. It's standard procedure. Don't be too tense, Qin Zhong reminded him gently. Pan Han nodded noncommittally. With the bustle underway, Pan Han had nothing left to do and returned to the second floor. In about half an hour he would take the evolution potion. He needed to rest quietly. He lay back in a chair, lit a cigarette, and closed his eyes to wait. Half an hour later a knock interrupted Pan Han's rest. Boss. Cheng Xiao called softly from the door. Come in. Pan Han replied. Huh? Why are you dressed like that? He was taken aback at the sight of her. Cheng Xiao now wore her hair in a high ponytail, revealing a long neck. She had on a low-cut black and white t-shirt, a pair of shorts that barely covered her hips, and long snow-white legs, ending in flip-flops. She also carried a small white rolling suitcase. You'll see, Cheng Xiao said, winking at him with a mysterious smile. So secretive, Pan Han muttered. Boss, take a hot bath first. It'll heat the water. She set down the suitcase and dragged in a large wooden tub from the doorway. Then she turned to another room to boil water. Pan Han followed and asked, why a hot bath? To open your pores for better sweating. Go back. He'll undress you and wash you when it's ready. Cheng Xiao pushed him back. Pan Han thought it over and found it reasonable, so he returned to wait. A few minutes later the water was hot. Cheng Xiao filled the tub to 60%, tested the temperature, and called him in. Pan Han, already stark naked, stood up, gave a little shake, and climbed into the wooden tub. An evolution was about to begin. As Pan Han settled into the tub, the hot water enveloped his body, sending a wave of comfort straight to his mind. Though a northerner, he had rarely taken baths before, always opting for showers. Let me help you wash, Cheng Xiao said gently. This is rather embarrassing, Pan Han replied with polite reluctance. It's fine. A good scrub will help with detoxification later, Cheng Xiao said, producing something akin to a steel wool pad to scrub his back. Ow, that hurts. Pan Han couldn't help but cry out. Cheng Xiao had forgotten he hadn't yet evolved and still had delicate skin. She quickly discarded the steel wool and used her hands to wash him instead. After about 20 minutes of scrubbing, some dirt came off. She changed the water and rinsed Pan Han thoroughly from head to toe. Pan Han wrapped himself in a towel and stepped aside. Cheng Xiao prepared a bed on the floor for him and placed a large bucket of soil beside it. All right, Lord Pan, you may begin, she said, handing him a bottle of yellow liquid. Pan Han took the bottle, stared at it, made one final resolve, and downed it in one gulp. It was surprisingly sweet, cool, and refreshing. He shared his impression with Cheng Xiao, who confirmed it was indeed the real deal. Pan Han sat on the recliner waiting for the detoxification to begin. True to form, within 3 minutes he felt a surge of heat throughout his body, his stomach churned, and his intestines began to cramp. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead as he gripped the armrests tightly. Cheng Xiao knew the medicine had taken effect. She wrung out a hot towel and placed it on his forehead. Unable to bear the pain, Pan Han reached out, grabbed her arm, and began to groan. Just then Second Sister entered, sent by Boss Qin to check on the situation and offer help. Second Sister felt Pan Han's forehead and checked his temperature. Everything seems normal, she said to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao replied. Pan Han alternated between chills and fever, curling up and whimpering. Another 7 or 8 minutes passed, and the medicine's effects intensified. Pan Han's body temperature shot up to 40 C, and his trembling grew severe. His grip on Cheng Xiao's arm weakened, and his hand fell limply to his side. Cheng Xiao and Second Sister quickly changed to warm, damp towels to wipe him down. His temperature continued to rise, reaching 41 C. His heart raced wildly, muscles spasmed, limbs twitched, and he cried out in pain. The two women, no longer able to just wipe him, fetched belts to secure his limbs and stuffed a towel-wrapped stick into his mouth. Thus restrained, Pan Han struggled even more violently. The recliner creaked under him, threatening to collapse. Then black sweat began seeping from his head, foul and stinking. A smell worse than durian, stinky tofu, and rotting meat combined. Cheng Xiao and Second Sister kept changing towels to wipe away the black sweat. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Pan Han went still completely unconscious. They exchanged a glance, unbuckled the belts, removed the stick from his mouth, and carried him to the floor bed. No sooner had they moved him than black liquid began to ooze from the corners of his mouth, equally foul. Despite having witnessed such scenes many times, the two women couldn't help but cover their noses and mouths with towels. The black liquid flowed more and more as if all the moisture in Pan Han's body had turned into it. Cheng Xiao spread a layer of fine soil on the ground, used a towel to soak up the black liquid, wrung it out onto the soil, and quickly shoveled it into a bucket. After about 7 or 8 shovelfuls, black water began seeping from Pan Han's pores again. Good heavens, how unhealthy is our Lord Pan! How can he produce so much? Second sister said, covering her mouth and nose. Little did she know that years of consuming gutter oil and pesticide residues had taken their toll on Pan Han's body. Cheng Xiao said nothing, simply continuing to bury the black water with fine soil. Just then Qin Zhong pushed open the door and frowned at the scene. The Lord isn't doing well, he said, tilting his head towards second sister. It's not too bad. I've seen worse, she replied. All right. To survive the apocalypse, Lord Pan must eventually pass this trial, Qin Zhong said. True. But boss, if something happens to Lord Pan, what will become of our fledgling base? Second sister asked worriedly. Second sister. Cheng Xiao cut her off before boss Qin could answer, silencing by Mei. Understanding Cheng Xiao's concern, second sister immediately shut up. The three of them silently watched Pan Han endure his tribulation, unable to help, each offering prayers in their hearts. Though unconscious, Pan Han seemed to dream. He dreamed of his parents and his childhood. Carefree days, a modest home, but abundant love. He dreamed of his dog, always waiting for him after school. He dreamed of his ex-girlfriend Chen Yun, to whom he had bought a phone with 5 months of savings, earning him a gentle kiss. Pan Han watched his life unfold like a movie. A mix of joy, regret, gratitude, and sorrow, all crashing against his heart. Suddenly a voice from beyond echoed in his mind. Holy crap, awesome. He jolted, as if electrocuted. Another cry, holy crap, awesome. He jerked again. The three nearby furrowed their brows. Oh no, Lord Pan is in trouble. Second sister quickly knelt to listen to his heartbeat. Cheng Xiao dropped the shovel and lay beside him, gazing at him with deep emotion, whispering, you have to make it through. The cries filled Pan Han's brain, and he shook his head desperately to escape them. But it was futile. Heart rate is 190. Second sister shouted. Cheng Xiao grew more anxious, shaking Pan Han's arm. Wake up now. Qin Zhong's brows knit into a figure 8, but he remained still, knowing it was useless. Suddenly Pan Han's limbs shot straight out, stiffening in a rigid upside-down pose. Cheng Xiao stumbled back in fright, and Qin Zhong quickly steadied her. Brother, is he gone? She asked, tears in her eyes. Qin Zhong looked at second sister, who was pressing down on Pan Han's arm, but couldn't budge it. Bewildered, they grabbed a towel to wipe his face. As soon as they finished, his stiff, raised limbs suddenly went limp. Second sister bent down to listen to his heartbeat. Heart rate is dropping. She listened for 3 full minutes, shouting that the heart rate was dropping 7 or 8 times. After 3 minutes, Pan Han's face began to flush and his breathing steadied. What's happening? Even the seasoned boss Qin couldn't help but ask. He should be fine. Lord Pan has pulled through, second sister said solemnly. Overjoyed, Cheng Xiao fetched another towel to wipe the remaining black water from his body. Another 10 minutes passed. Pan Han let out a few muffled sounds, and his eyes began to flutter. The three exchanged glances, joy evident on their faces. Prepare some mouthwash. Boss Qin signaled to Cheng Xiao. All right. After another 5 minutes, Pan Han slowly opened his eyes, shook his head, and tried to lift his hand. It moved, and his awareness had returned. He made it. Lord Pan has passed the first trial. Second sister shouted happily. Seeing Pan Han regain consciousness, Cheng Xiao hurriedly rushed to his side, asking about his condition and how he felt. Pan Han rolled his eyes, his vision gradually clearing, and he struggled to push himself up with his hands. Cheng Xiao noticed he was coming to and quickly offered support. Sitting up, Pan Han looked a bit better, rotating his neck and arms, his awareness mostly restored. How long was I unconscious? Pan Han spoke up. A little over half an hour, I'd say. Your speed of waking up is quite remarkable, Cheng Xiao replied. Oh, you all are here. Pan Han greeted Qin Laoda and Erji weakly. We were all worried about you. That's why we came up to keep watch, Qin Laoda said. I should be fine, right? Pan Han continued to ask. If you can wake up, it means you're fine, Erji said. What exactly happened while I was out? Pan Han inquired. Cheng Xiao and the others exchanged glances, recalling Pan Han's earlier outburst, unsure if they should speak about it. However, Erji quickly responded, saying, well, there was a lot of black water everywhere, indicating a significant detox. You also had convulsions, which startled us. After hearing this, Pan Han tilted his head and sniffed the air in the room, quickly covering his mouth and nose. He himself couldn't handle it. He turned to see that there were still remnants of black water beneath him, struggling to stand up. Fortunately, his bodily functions had mostly returned to normal. Quick, give Lord Pan a hot bath to clean up, then prepare for the next stage of evolution, Qin Zhong instructed. Yes, my lord, please rest for now. Once you finish the bath, you can drink the green potion, and then the blue one, Qin Zhong said, while helping Pan Han wrap himself in a towel and sit on the lounge chair. Okay, I still feel a bit weak, Pan Han replied. That's normal. Oh, everyone feels the same way. This yellow potion is only effective for 12 hours, so you need to drink the next batch quickly or it will go to waste. After 10 minutes, Cheng Xiao completed her preparations, and Pan Han's condition improved slightly, his complexion returning to normal. Will the green and blue potions really have such a strong effect? Pan Han suddenly asked. The green potion enhances your physique, and it will hurt a lot. The blue potion increases your resistance to toxins, and it will itch a great deal, Urgi explained. Damn, won't that make it even worse? Pan Han's mind, just cleared, began to buzz again. But the more it hurts, the stronger you become after evolution. The more it itches, the more resistant to toxins you'll be after evolution, Urgi tempted Pan Han. Sounds fair enough, Pan Han replied with a bitter smile. Yes, in the apocalypse, strength is paramount. If you want to become stronger, you must first endure pain. Everyone has gone through this. As long as you get through it, there will be a whole new world waiting for you, Qin Laoda said. Then bring it on. If I can't get through this, I don't deserve to have this base. Pan Han clenched his teeth and said. After that, he yanked off the towel, standing completely naked, ready to face the new challenge. My lord, the last 2 potions won't make you expel black water. You can put on some clothes, Urgi reminded. Why didn't you say that earlier? Pan Han hurriedly searched for clothes. Cheng Xiao stifled a laugh and handed him the pajamas she had prepared. After putting on his clothes, Pan Han took a sip of water, took a deep breath, and signaled that he was ready. Qin Laoda handed him the green potion, and Pan Han gulped it down. This potion had a bitter yet astringent taste, and once it went down his throat, he felt a distinct burning sensation in his esophagus. Pan Han couldn't help but frown, relaying the feeling to Cheng Xiao, who confirmed that it was indeed the real deal. Thus Pan Han laid back on the lounge chair, preparing for the onslaught of pain. If you've ever had kidney stones, you would understand what kind of pain comes from within the body. Pan Han was already feeling it. A dull ache began in his lower back, and within 20 seconds, the pain escalated. This sensation was impossible to endure without crying out. Another 10 seconds passed, and the pain intensified once more. By this time, Pan Han could no longer bear it. He flailed his arms, beads of sweat falling like rain. The other 3 quickly found a belt to tie him down, while Cheng Xiao tightly held Pan Han's right hand, giving him something to grip to relieve his stress. Pan Han seemed to have grasped a lifeline, transforming the pain into strength, gripping Cheng Xiao's hand tightly. After evolving, Cheng Xiao's bodily functions were exceptional, and she could still endure his current strength. Describing the situation with the term pain was no longer accurate. Pan Han felt as though his manhood was being smashed by a hammer, striking once every second. He couldn't focus on anything else, and began cursing loudly, venting his pain through such means. His cries echoed outside the house, even reaching Wei Heshang, who was working far away. Having undergone enhancement himself, he naturally understood what Pan Han was going through. Thus he anxiously glanced toward the second floor, silently praying for Pan Han. The other slaves, hearing the cursing, also began to pray for their master. The entire base seemed to have pressed the pause button, with only the sound of "I curse your grandmother" reverberating. Finally, after enduring for a long 7 minutes, the pain gradually subsided, and Pan Han's hands loosened, allowing Cheng Xiao to withdraw her arm and wipe his sweat. By the 10th minute, there was no pain left. Pan Han let out a long sigh, though he never wanted to experience this again in his life. While wiping his sweat, Cheng Xiao said, "My lord, you've passed this ordeal. How was my performance? What level does it qualify for? From what I see, it seemed much more painful than my experience. You should have evolved even better," Urgi commented. "About the same as mine," Qin Zhong said. Pan Han took a big gulp of water, then stood up, clenching his fists, a surge of primal power erupting from within him. He had never experienced true power before. This time, he felt an endless strength. "My lord, let's conduct an experiment," Qin Laoda suggested. "What experiment?" Pan Han turned to ask. "To see how far you have evolved," Qin Laoda explained. "Sure. How do we test it?" "Just stand still, and don't move," Qin Zhong instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Urgi and Cheng Xiao expertly restrained Pan Han's arms. "What are you doing?" Pan Han nervously asked. "My lord, the most vulnerable part of a man is how we can determine the true extent of evolution," Qin Laoda said thoughtfully. "The most vulnerable." Just as Pan Han thought of this, Qin Zhong kicked, aiming directly at his manhood. Bang! A perfect hit. "Ow!" Pan Han cried out, struggling to cover himself with his arms. But Urgi and Cheng Xiao didn't let him succeed. Strangely, the pain vanished in less than 3 seconds. "What's going on? Is it really that miraculous?" Pan Han asked, his eyes wide in disbelief. Qin Zhong smiled slightly, displaying a masculine charm, and chuckled, "Not bad, Lord Pan. Your evolution has reached the pinnacle of the initial stage, and you've hit the limit." "What do you mean? If I had kicked you like this before your evolution, you might have died. Now not only are you fine, but you also recover quickly, indicating a very good evolution. Did it really have to be there? I haven't even used it yet." Pan Han said, somewhat displeased. "This is the traditional evolution, right of the Dawn Squad, huh? Please forgive us. Alright, no more nonsense. Let's start the last potion," Pan Han said, eager to finish his upgrade. Without hesitation, Pan Han drank the final potion. After the previous 2 experiences, the blue potion in this small bottle didn't obstruct him at all, although it itched like crazy. he easily endured it. Just like that, Pan Han completed his evolution. Dawn Squad, congratulations my lord on completing your evolution. Qin Zhong along with Erji and Cheng Xiao saluted Pan Han. Everyone present understood how important an evolved master was to the base. After surviving 3 trials, Pan Han officially became a low-rank evolver. Glancing at Qin Zhong and the other 2, he signaled his intention to go downstairs for a walk. The 3 accompanied him out of the villa and into the courtyard. Pan Han immediately sensed that his perception had sharpened. He could hear movements from 100 meters away, and every sound within 50 meters reached his ears with clarity. This sensation was so peculiar that he momentarily struggled to process the flood of information. His vision had also enhanced. Though dusk was falling, he could still see distant objects with remarkable clarity. Overwhelmed with excitement, Pan Han looked around curiously like a nearsighted person who had just undergone surgery and discarded their glasses, experiencing a profound sense of transparency. My lord, you should also test your strength. There will be a surprise, Cheng Xiao said. Heeding her advice, Pan Han approached a large boulder. The stone weighed at least 300 jin. He first gave it a tentative push, and the rock instantly lifted at one corner. It felt effortless, Pan Han mused. So he attempted to lift it with both hands. Indeed, he succeeded effortlessly. Ha ha ha. Pan Han laughed with joy. Catching his breath briefly, he then performed a clean and jerk motion, hoisting the boulder above his head. He held it steady for 5 seconds before hurling the stone forward. It flew 5 meters away. I've become Wu Song. Pan Han turned to the group, grinning. Who is Wu Song? They asked, baffled, naturally unfamiliar with the figure. A legendary warrior from my hometown. Possessing immense strength, he could kill a tiger with his bare hands, Pan Han explained. Everyone nodded and applauded. Pan Han felt an endless surge of energy within him, impossible to contain. He walked over to the main gate, which stood 6 meters tall. Pan Han surveyed it, then assumed a running start and shot forward. After 7 or 8 strides, he accelerated rapidly. Just before reaching the gate, he pushed off with his rear foot, sprang into the air, and grabbed the top edge of the door. He was only a hair's breadth away from leaping directly over. Roar! Pan Han clung to the gate and bellowed into the wilderness. My lord, we deliberately raised this gate to prevent low-rank evolvers from jumping over. You've done exceptionally well, Qin Zhong shouted to him. Hearing this, Pan Han dropped from the gate, landing lightly, without any strain in his back or legs. Open the gate. I want to run a couple of laps outside. My lord, safety first. Better not go out. It's fine. Cheng Xiao, take the sniper position on the gate tower, and keep an eye on me. Cheng Xiao returned inside, retrieved her sniper rifle, and jogged to the sniper post. Everything was set. The gate swung open, and Pan Han dashed out in a single bound. He intended to run 100 meters first to test his speed, so he exerted full force from the start. He felt the wind whistling past his ears, objects blurring backward rapidly, and he wasn't even breathing hard. In just 5 seconds, Pan Han covered 100 meters. He didn't stop, but kept running. At that moment, the iconic running legs from comics appeared. Pan Han's legs moved so fast, they became a blur, forming a vague flesh-colored circle with a trail of dust kicking up beneath and behind him. 200 meters in 10 seconds, 315 420. After completing 400 meters, his speed showed no sign of diminishing. Then static crackled from the walkie-talkie, followed by Qin Zhong's voice. My lord, how about a comprehensive test? What do you have in mind? Cheng Xiao, fire a shot 20 meters to the lord's right. Understood. This again. Aim carefully. Don't miss, Pan Han warned Cheng Xiao. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a sonic boom behind him. His ears twitched, and he could precisely sense an object hurtling toward him from the rear right. The bullet struck the ground 20 meters from Pan Han, kicking up a puff of dust. Indeed, everything was under his control. Fire closer, Pan Han commanded, then turned and sprinted back toward the base. Receiving the order, Cheng Xiao adjusted her angle and fired another round. Good heavens, this time it's only 10 meters away. As soon as the bullet was fired, Pan Han could pinpoint its landing point by sound alone. How astonishing evolution was. How much of humanity's potential had been suppressed before. Pan Han marveled, feeling like a war machine now. Another shot was fired, this one heading straight for Pan Han's face. Damn, was she trying to kill him? Sensing the trajectory, Pan Han swiftly dodged right, followed by a ground roll to evade the bullet. Don't worry, Lord Pan. This round is a rubber bullet, no danger. It's just a test of your overall perception and mobility, Qin Zhong explained, clearly experienced in such drills. Hearing this, Pan Han could hardly complain. He dashed back to the base in a flash. The round trip covered about 800 meters. After finishing, Pan Han felt thoroughly invigorated, sweating only slightly with his heartbeat virtually unchanged. The potency of the evolution serum was evident. Upon his return, second sister handed him a towel to wipe his sweat, and Qin Zhong opened a bottle of cola for him. How do I compare to you? Pan Han was eager to gauge the evolution's effect. You're far better than us. Definitely at peak condition, Qin Zhong said. He was also puzzled why Pan Han's evolution had been so effective. The reason was simple: no matter how poor Pan Han's physique had been, it was still superior to those who had survived the apocalypse on cockroach patties. There was no logic in evolving to a worse state. Cheng Xiao descended from the gate tower, sniper rifle in hand, and congratulated Pan Han on reaching the pinnacle of evolution. "This is the third time you've pointed a gun at me," Pan Han said to Cheng Xiao with a sly grin. "Don't put it that way. They'll let you take a shot at me later if you want." Cheng Xiao tossed her hair back, utterly nonchalant. "Seventh sister, you're so brazen with your words now." Second sister laughed. The rest of the base joined in the laughter. "My lord, there's one final test," Qin Zhong interrupted. "Oh, tonight let's drink to our heart's content, and see if your tolerance has improved." "Excellent. Tonight we'll test with wine, and see if I'm immune to all poisons." And so everyone began preparing dinner. The slaves were also given an extra meal tonight. Hearing this, they all cheered. "Long live Lord Pan." "By the way, Qin, how are the previous tasks progressing?" "The bodies outside are mostly cleared. The automated weapon stations at the four corners are set up. Only the perimeter wall remains, which will take 10 to 15 days. Good. Arrange for the slaves who haven't taken the evolution serum to start tomorrow. Remember to keep one of each color for me." "As you wish, Lord Pan." Qin Zhong went off to assign tasks to Wei Hashang. Second sister took third and fourth to cook. Sixth and fifth led the others to stand guard. Everyone agreed to reconvene for dinner in an hour. "Cheng Xiao, take me to the sniper position. I want to fire a few rounds." Pan Han recalled his previous attempt at shooting zombies when his shoulder ached after dozens of rounds. "This way, my lord." Cheng Xiao led Pan Han to the sniper post, loaded a fresh magazine, adjusted the scope, and taught him some sniper fundamentals. After a few minutes of instruction, Pan Han began in earnest. Bang, bang, bang. This time he emptied 8 magazines in one go, 80 rounds in total. He even switched shooting stances multiple times. This time he felt no pain or fatigue, and his accuracy was leagues ahead. "Lord Pan, your progress is astonishing. You're now a qualified sniper," Cheng Xiao praised, impressed by his performance. "Qualified? There's still one target I need to snipe." Pan Han hoisted the sniper rifle and eyed Cheng Xiao. She knew exactly what he meant, so she bumped him with her hip and said, "Let's do it after the drinks. No rush." The two chatted for a while before the second sister called everyone to dinner. The evening meal was lavish with plenty of meat along with wine, cigarettes, and various drinks. Boss Qin led the Dawn squad in toasting in turns. This time Pan Han accepted every toast, drinking heartily and feasting with abandon. Cheng Xiao was also pleased to see everyone so joyful, but she didn't drink. She ate a quick meal and then went to stand guard. The front gate post was now under the Dawn squad's responsibility, while the other 4 weapon stations and the lower posts were manned by Wei Heshang's men on rotation. With the addition of the trench minefield, and extensive barbed wire at the entrance, security had been elevated several notches. Pan Han's evolutionary progress was evident. After downing about 2 gin of liquor, he was unaffected, only more exhilarated. He gesticulated wildly, calling everyone brothers and sisters, drawing them all closer. In the heat of the moment, someone remembered that 2 first evolved zombies still needed disposal. Pan Han waved his hand, taking charge, and went out with a dagger. Boss Qin quickly followed with Old 6 and Old 5. "Sir, how about tomorrow? Let's just drink and rest tonight." Boss Qin tried to dissuade Pan Han. "Untie them both." "Ew, I want to practice," Pan Han said, emboldened by the drink. "In my current state, can I even kill 2 zombies?" "Of course you can, but if anything goes wrong, it'll be trouble. You're the backbone of the base. Stop the nonsense. Just untie them. They'll take them down with 1 slash each, and we'll get back to drinking." Seeing he couldn't stop Pan Han, Boss Qin subtly signaled Old 6 and Old 5. The 2 old comrades understood immediately. They pretended to untie the zombies, but secretly used their knives to sever the zombies' hamstrings, slowing their movements. The 2 zombies, having been locked up without food for some time, were in a dormant state. Stirred by the commotion, they awoke instantly. To their surprise, their hamstrings were cut as soon as they woke. Enraged, they howled loudly and lunged at Pan Han with gaping jaws. Before his evolution, their attack speed would have been considerable, but to Pan Han now, it was like slow motion. One tall zombie clearly remembered Pan Han and could smell his killing intent. This one cunning slowed its pace, falling behind the shorter zombie. The shorter zombie, fiercer and more reckless, charged straight ahead. Pan Han let out a roar, took a swift step, and swung his blade, slicing off half the shorter zombie's head. Brain matter splattered, flesh flew, and the shorter zombie let out a final groan before collapsing dead. Seeing the danger, the tall zombie behind turned to flee. Pan Han sneered, unwilling to give it a chance, and delivered a flying kick, sending it crashing 7 or 8 meters away. The tall zombie hit the ground hard, face first. It scrambled frantically, forgetting all dignity, crawling and rolling to escape. Pan Han raised his dagger, took aim, and threw it casually. Perfectly on target, it struck the back of the zombie's head. The tall zombie's limbs twitched, and it fell dead. Though it takes paragraphs to describe, the fight lasted only 5 seconds. Pan Han stood proudly, his heart calm. At that moment, he was like an apocalyptic god of slaughter, decisive in his strikes, or a reaper claiming souls with a single slash. The onlookers were stunned. How could Lord Pan be so formidable? Pan Han made a gesture of retracting his energy, then pulled the dagger from the zombie's head, flicked off the blood, and sheathed it. He was also puzzled. Why were his movements so fluid, as if he had instantly mastered the moves from an action movie? Was this the principle of overwhelming force? Whatever the case, he had unlocked a martial skill, and that was a good thing. Come on, let's go back to drinking. We'll deal with the bodies tomorrow. Leave them for now. Pan Han called everyone back. Boss Chin signaled Old 6 and Old 5 to go ahead while he secretly used the walkie-talkie to instruct Wei Heshang to handle the aftermath. Back inside, Pan Han was even more energized, leading everyone through another 7 or 8 rounds of toasts. Seeing Pan Han's newfound prowess in both drinking and fighting, everyone felt more secure about the base's future. Their spirits high, they decided to drink until they dropped. The party lasted until midnight. Pan Han had consumed a full 5 gin of liquor and over a dozen bottles of beer, despite that he was only slightly dizzy with no urge to vomit. After everyone dispersed, Old 5 took over Cheng Xiao's guard duty. Cheng Xiao set down her rifle and helped Pan Han upstairs. Only now did Pan Han fully relax. As they climbed the stairs, his hands began to wander. Cheng Xiao, unbothered, guided him into the room and settled him in a recliner. Then she fetched water and a warm towel for him. Pan Han made no move to stir, lighting a cigarette and waiting for Cheng Xiao to attend to him. Stay here tonight. Don't go, Pan Han said, stroking Cheng Xiao's hair and teasing her as he blew smoke rings. You're the boss, so whatever you say. Here you go, get yourself nice and clean. Want to join me? Cheng Xiao tilted her head and looked at Pan Han. A wooden tub bath. Is that okay? Sure. So Cheng Xiao went to prepare the wooden tub, hot water, and toiletries. Pan Han habitually checked his pockets, searching for a while, but finding no condom. Then he thought, in this apocalypse, women don't even have periods anymore. Who needs a damn condom? Just go for it. Strange, isn't it? Sometimes a day feels like a night. Downstairs, everyone marveled at the wonders of nature. The next morning, the sun rose early and the sky was unusually clear. Pan Han got up early to wash. Cheng Xiao lay languidly, utterly drained of strength. She could only lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, still reeling from the previous night's intensity. After washing, Pan Han looked at Cheng Xiao and said with a mischievous grin, "Seventh sister, are you convinced? I am my master. It's been so long since I felt this happy." Cheng Xiao pinched her nose and mimicked the tone of a courtesan. Pan Han didn't press further, knowing her words were a mix of truth and jest. He poured a glass of hot water, placed it by the bed, and kissed her forehead. "Just lie there. He'll bring you breakfast later." "Thank you, master." Pan Han bid her farewell and headed downstairs. Everyone was already preparing to eat. When they saw Pan Han, they stared at him with peculiar expressions. Old 6 ran up cheerfully, unable to resist, touching Pan Han's shoulder and squeezing his hand. "Old 6, show some respect," Qin Zhong scolded. The man laughed and scampered back. "What's going on?" Pan Han asked, puzzled. "Sir, you were truly fierce last night." Old 5 spoke up. "You dare say that?" Qin Zhong gave Old 5 a light knock on the head. Old 5 winced and crouched down, clutching his head. "Sir, don't mind these 2 little brats. They have no manners." Though Qin Zhong feigned seriousness, he couldn't help but smile. "Wait, you're not making fun of me for not letting Cheng Xiao come down last night, are you? Didn't you all shower together before?" Pan Han still didn't understand the laughter. "You're the first to truly conquer Cheng Xiao," second sister whispered, leaning in close. "Really? None of you could before?" Pan Han was skeptical. "Care to try me sometime?" Second sister winked. "Huh." Everyone burst out laughing, leaning on each other in mirth. After breakfast, everyone except Cheng Xiao, who was still resting, busied themselves. Dawn Base had stabilized initially, with all operations proceeding according to plan. Today, 21 slaves needed to take the basic evolution potion to complete low-level evolution. However, Boss Chin had set a cruel rule: if evolution failed, they must leave the base. Wei Heshang had some objections and privately approached Pan Han, asking if they could be a little more lenient. Pan Han stroked his chin, pondered for a long time, but ultimately agreed with Boss Chin's rule. He patted Wei Heshang's shoulder and said, "Monk, believe me, it won't be long before our base faces a great battle. Those who can evolve won't even have a chance to escape when the time comes." Wei Heshang recalled the recent siege of zombies, acknowledged Pan Han's judgment, and returned to announce the rule to the slaves with a heavy heart. Pan Han watched the monk's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. To save more people, he had to abandon some first. Pretending to be tough at the wrong time would surely invite disaster. Besides the 21 who needed to evolve, there were about 80 others who had to focus on building the wall. Pan Han gave them only 72 hours, with no room for bargaining. If they failed to finish, everyone would go hungry until the work was done. Qin Zhong continued to search for gold with Lao San and Lao Si, while Lao Wu went out alone for reconnaissance. Jie and Lao Lu were responsible for standing guard and supervising the slaves' work. After arranging the tasks, Pan Han thought it was time for him to return. So he said goodbye to everyone, exited through the main gate, and found a secluded spot to traverse between worlds. The space rippled, and Pan Han was back in his rented room. He had been away for several days and the room was a bit dirty, but he didn't want to clean it himself, so he called a cleaning lady to tidy up. Back in the modern world, his phone had signal, and WeChat messages and texts rang out incessantly for a while. When it quieted down, Pan Han picked up the phone and checked them one by one. Pan Han, I've arrived at the set. The director is explaining the scene to me. This was from Yin Xiaoli. The male lead is so handsome. The female lead is too thin. I need to lose weight too. Why aren't you replying to me? Pan Han casually made up some excuses to brush her off. Pan Han, there's a class reunion tonight. You have to come. This message was from his college roommate and best buddy Gao Ping. Huh, a class reunion. He calculated that it had been about 4 months since graduation. There were 37 people in their class, but only 9 remained in the capital, including Shen Yun. Who organized it? Pan Han replied to Gao Ping. A few minutes later, a reply came. Damn, what have you been up to these past few days? Why are you just replying now? Who else could it be? The class monitor, of course. Pan Han's class monitor was a local named Lin Jian whose family had some money. Back in school, they got along reasonably well. Not close buddies, but they could hang out and eat together. Alright, send me the specific time and place. 6 p.m. He'll send you the location. This barbecue place is good. We'll have a proper drink tonight. Deal. See you tonight. Pan Han checked the time. It was only 10 in the morning, still early. He went to take a shower as usual. Entering the bathroom, he stripped off his clothes and tossed them all into the washing machine. Now completely naked, Pan Han stood in front of the mirror observing his changes. His face seemed thinner, more chiseled. His figure was much more proportionate with more defined arm muscles and 8-pack abs. Overall, he looked much more spirited and handsome. This potion is great. It not only promotes evolution, but also enhances one's personal aura. Pan Han admired himself for a while, very satisfied, then plunged into the shower. After about 15 minutes, his phone rang. Answering it, he found the cleaning lady was at the door. He quickly put on some pajamas and opened the door for her. After a brief handover, the lady started cleaning. Pan Han returned to his room, changed into a tracksuit, and prepared to go out. During the past few days in the apocalypse, he had only eaten canned food and rough meals. Although it wasn't lunchtime, he decided to go have a big feast first. He had visited most of the nearby restaurants except for one. This eatery was famous in the neighborhood for its Overlord combo. The combo was known for its massive portions: a pound of fried pork cutlet, a half-pound braised pork slice, 2 tea eggs, half a pound of rice, a serving of vegetables, and a small dish of pickles priced at 78 yuan. The restaurant had a rule: if you finished it within 15 minutes, the meal was free. Pan Han had long wanted to take on the challenge, and today was a perfect opportunity. It was just past 10, and the place was nearly empty. Pan Han entered and found a seat by the window. A waiter came over to ask for his order, and he directly ordered the Overlord combo. The waiter sneered inwardly, thinking, another fool who didn't know when to quit. At least 100 people had tried and failed before. The boss made both traffic and money from this combo. Sir, if you finish within 15 minutes, it's free. If not, the combo costs 78. Bring it on. Sure, please wait a moment. In less than 5 minutes, the combo arrived, covering half the table. Pan Han looked at it. Damn, the portions were indeed huge. Even if an ordinary person could finish it, they'd be painfully stuffed. The waiter pulled out a timer and placed it on the table. Sir, may we begin? The waiter asked. Go ahead. All right, enjoy your meal. The waiter pressed the timer, and the countdown began. Pan Han was completely unfazed. During his basis gatherings, he could down 5 pounds of liquor and countless amounts of meat. How dare they call this puny meal an Overlord combo? Who do they think they're messing with? Today I'll show them what an evolver can do. Pan Han took a sip of water, then tore into the food. The pork cutlet wasn't bad, finished in 2 bites. The braised pork was decent, but too salty, down in 2 bites. The tea eggs were a bit bitter, 2 in 1 mouthful. He mixed the vegetables and pickles into the rice and finished in 5 mouthfuls. 3 minutes and 21 seconds, the combo was gone. Waiter, another one. Pan Han called out to the counter. The waiter hurried out of the kitchen, pulling up his pants. He had gone to the restroom right after setting the timer. Shocking. Unbelievable. Thing insane. He finished that fast. Are you even human? The waiter stared at the empty plates, hardly believing his eyes. He rushed back to check the surveillance footage to see if Pan Han had secretly spit out or dumped the food. No doubt about it. The man had indeed finished it, and he wanted another one. The waiter was stunned, unsure how to handle the situation. What are you waiting for? Can't afford to lose. Bring the food. Pan Han had long noticed what the waiter was doing and urged him loudly. All right, coming right up. The waiter couldn't refuse Pan Han and quickly prepared the next combo. But he also had the cashier contact the boss. The cashier called the store manager. Hey boss. Someone's here to call. Upon receiving the call, the boss rushed over from the adjacent mahjong parlor. Before he even stepped inside, he saw Pan Han sitting by the window devouring his food ravenously. This was already the second complimentary meal. Pan Han finished it in exactly 3 minutes and 21 seconds, then beckoned the server for another serving. The boss exclaimed in astonishment and hurried in to observe. He witnessed Pan Han's entire process of finishing a set meal, and now he no longer cared about the cost. He simply wanted to see this anomaly. The server, noticing the boss' arrival, quickly asked him what to do. The boss uttered only one word: serve. Thus the server brought out a third complimentary meal. Pan Han felt only about half full, and could still eat more, so he didn't stand on ceremony and buried his head in devouring the food. Once again, in 3 minutes and 21 seconds, the third serving was completely consumed. By then, the few remaining diners, the cashier girl, and even the kitchen staff had all come out. They wanted to witness the glutton with their own eyes. Is he some kind of freak? He's already eaten 3 servings in no time. Is his stomach a bottomless pit? Everyone chattered among themselves while recording videos and taking photos. Pan Han was well aware he was being watched, but he didn't care in the slightest. He just wanted a full meal. Another one. Bring it to him. The 4th complimentary meal was served. Pan Han rubbed his belly, finally feeling a slight sensation. He then opened his jaws wide, bared his molars, and began eating with gusto. In exactly 3 minutes and 21 seconds, the 4th serving was finished. Pan Han let out a satisfied burp, patted his stomach, and declared he was full. The boss was dumbfounded. He must have encountered an alien today. Pan Han said to the server, "No need to pay, right?" "No need," the boss quickly replied. "All right, thank you very much, boss," Pan Han said, and prepared to leave. "Hero, wait. Could we take a photo together?" The boss wanted a picture to hang in the shop for promotion. Pan Han thought it over. Since the meal was free, a photo with the boss seemed fair. Overjoyed, the boss quickly stood beside Pan Han, holding up 2 complimentary meals. The server took out a phone and snapped their photo. Everything settled, Pan Han bid the boss farewell and left the restaurant, leaving a crowd of onlookers buzzing with discussion. Many had recorded videos and immediately uploaded them to video platforms. A glutton appears on Guanyuan Road. Finishes a complimentary meal in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Glutton. He's a real glutton. Devours 4 servings in a row. The boss is at a loss, so he takes a photo as a souvenir. This guy must have eaten at least 8 pounds of food. How terrifying. Is he even human? Videos from various angles and with different titles began to spread across major social platforms. Pan Han was completely unaware of all this. He strolled along, basking in the sun to aid digestion. It was just 11 o'clock, still early before dinner, and the cleaning lady probably hadn't left yet. Finding nothing interesting to do, Pan Han sought out a cafe, ordered a latte, found a comfortable spot, and started playing ranked matches. He played for over 4 hours until his phone battery was nearly dead. His reflexes and stamina were now astonishing. In the past, he'd get sore hands and arms after just 3 rounds. Seeing the battery drop to 10, he hurried home. Upon arrival, he found the room spotlessly cleaned by the lady, with the scent of jasmine air freshener permeating the space. Pan Han silently noted the lattice number, planning to hire her for weekly cleaning. He plugged his phone into charge, set an alarm for 5 p.m. and went to sleep. He had barely been asleep for 20 minutes when a phone call woke him. "Who is it? Disturbing my sleep in the middle of the afternoon?" Pan Han grumbled, answering with sleep-laden irritation. "Hey, old gal." He glanced at the caller ID. It was his classmate Gao Ping. "Holy crap, Pan. Something huge has happened. What's up? Why so tense? Did a dog chase you? What are you doing? Why do you sound so groggy?" "I was just sleeping, and your call woke me." "What happened?" "You've gone viral on the trending list," Gao Ping said excitedly. "What trending list?" "I was sleeping. How could I be trending? Quick check Jubo Mancho and Leo Hongshu. It's definitely you. I couldn't mistake you." "What nonsense is this? First tell me why I'm trending." "You the glutton. Eating 4 complimentary meals in a row. The whole internet is exploding." Pan Han finally snapped awake. Could it be about his meal earlier? "Alright, I'll check it out. Talk later. You should get up too. There's a class reunion tonight. Don't oversleep." Fine, I'm not sleeping anymore." Hanging up, Pan Han opened social media. Sure enough, the top spot on the video trending list was him. Handsome Mega devours 4 complimentary meal scenario. Clicking in, he found 7 or 8 videos from the restaurant showing him eating. Comments were pouring in with likes, shares, and over 1 million messages. With such a great physique, who knew he could eat so much? The boss must be dumbfounded now. He's met his match. Did he eat it all, and then go somewhere to throw it up? It's probably a publicity stunt by the restaurant. Everyone be careful, and don't be fooled. Pan Han scrolled for a few minutes, and found it uninteresting. Compared to building a base and slaughtering zombies in the apocalypse, what was this? Let alone eating a few free meals. In the end times, he wouldn't even haggle over the price of a Gatling gun. Forget this trivial nonsense. Being on the trending list was nothing compared to the thrill of ranked matches. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Pan Han opened Honor of Kings again and started climbing toward the unrivaled king rank. He played until 5:30 p.m. Glancing out the window, he stretched and ordered a ride to the reunion restaurant. As soon as he got in the car, Gao Ping pulled him into a WeChat group. The group included everyone attending tonight's gathering, exactly 9 people, including Chen Yun. After joining, everyone quickly sent messages. "The glutton is here. Pan Han, you're amazing. You weren't like this before. Can we still have skewers tonight? But let's make it clear. No skewers is fine, but we have to drink." Someone even shared Pan Han's on-site video in the group. Pan Han felt a bit speechless. He had no mood to engage with everyone, instead staring blankly at Chen Yun's profile picture. Since their breakup, they hadn't exchanged a single word on WeChat. He wondered how things were going between her and that bastardly Long. Would she bring Li Long along tonight? Just then Chen Yun sent him a private message. How did you become like this? Staring at his first love Chen Yun's questioning, he typed a few words, deleted them, typed again, and deleted once more. He truly didn't know how to respond. Damn it, why bother with her? Pan Han shook his head vigorously to clear his mind. Hungry, he replied curtly, then ignored her. Pan Han, are you coming with Chen Yun? Just as he finished, a classmate in the group asked, apparently unaware they had broken up. Talking about the very thing he wanted to avoid. Damn, how do I answer this? So awkward. Pan Han felt that his breakup had nothing to do with others, and didn't want to drag everyone into it. We broke up. Chen Yun sent a message to let everyone know. Huh? When did it happen? Why? The classmates all asked upon hearing this. Watching the chatter, Chen Yun fell silent. She'd have to explain everything when they met anyway. Seeing that Chen Yun had spoken, Pan Han decided to save himself the trouble and stop responding in the group. But he couldn't stop others from gossiping. What's going on with you two? Gao Ping privately messaged. We broke up a few days ago, personality clash. Pan Han spared Chen Yun's dignity, not mentioning Shed found a demolition compensation error. Come on, you chased her for ages in college. How could you break up over a personality clash right after graduation? Gao Ping pressed. It really is a personality clash. Once you enter society, you realize love isn't simple. Did she dump you? Not exactly, we just weren't compatible and parted ways. They chatted like that, and time passed quickly. When Pan Han looked up again, he was already at the barbecue restaurant. He checked the time, exactly 6:30. Straightening his clothes and hair, he walked in and headed straight for the private room. As he entered, he saw 7 people already seated. Everyone except him and Chen Yun. They all stood up to greet him. Old classmates, long time no see. I've missed you all. Pan Han didn't consider himself unsociable. Especially after surviving the apocalypse's slaughter, he cherished the friendships of peacetime even more. Class monitor Lin Jian took the chance before Chen Yun arrived to privately ask Pan Han about the breakup. Pan Han stuck to his story, personality clash, refusing to budge. A female classmate noticed Pan Han didn't want to talk about it and stopped the monitor, then asked Pan Han about the free meal had eaten. In school you had a normal appetite. How did you eat so much today? Are you okay? And finally, just as much tonight. Do you have some illness? I've heard of a condition where you eat without digesting. The female classmate asked with concern. No, I've been working out lately, so my appetite's grown. Working out? Can't tell. Got abs. Yay, pack. Just then Chen Yun pushed the door open. Her eyes landed on Pan Han, and they exchanged an awkward greeting. Gao Ping quickly gestured for her to sit beside Pan Han. Chen Yun didn't seem bothered and sat down gracefully. How have you been? Chen Yun greeted Pan Han first. Pretty good, my appetite's even grown, ha. Pan Han laughed awkwardly. He realized he still couldn't face his ex-girlfriend calmly. And you? How are things with him? Pan Han didn't know what else to say, so he asked casually. Great. I told him I'm having dinner with old classmates tonight. He said to drink as much as I want and he'll pick me up later. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Yun's remark. She was clearly trying to provoke Pan Han. All right, enough of that. It's a reunion of old classmates. Let's just drink and put everything else aside. Lin Jian saw the tension and quickly changed the subject. Pan Han, you hardly drank in college. How's your tolerance now? Tonight we're all brothers and sisters here. No one's going easy on you. Gao Ping chimed in, steering the conversation toward drinking. Pan Han thought, oh, so there are those who aren't afraid of death. Let me show you what it means to be the god of wine. Tonight, if any of you can walk out of here sober, he'll do a handstand and wash my hair. The old classmates got fired up, shouting they'd teach Pan Han a lesson. Idiot. Chen Yun muttered softly. She thought Pan Han was upset about seeing her and wanted to drown his embarrassment in alcohol. Let's start with baijiu, then move to beer. Ladies, feel free. Lin Jian set the rules. The 7 men and 2 women present had no objections. So Lin Jian ordered 7 bottles of baijiu and a case of beer along with a soft drink for the ladies. Just then the first batch of skewers arrived. The monitor invited everyone to eat a little first to line their stomachs. He thoughtfully handed a few skewers to the 2 ladies and poured them each a glass of beer. Hey, race to the first toast. Let's all cheers to our old classmates' bright futures. Lin Jian proposed. The 2 female classmates were quite bold and downed their drinks. Then everyone opened up, chatting about their jobs. Those staying in the capital worked at companies, held civil service positions, or ran their own studios. All in all, everyone was doing well, except Pan Han, who seemed to be the worst off. After 1 glass, Chen Yun shifted the topic away from Pan Han, poured herself some beer, and toasted the monitor. Thanks for looking out for us in school. Now you're helping at your dad's company. You'll surely soar high. Don't forget us old classmates. She downed her drink. Oh, I can't take such praise. Thanks for the kind words, beauty. We're all pure classmates. Nothing else to say. If good fortune comes, he'll definitely think of everyone. Cheers. He drank too. The others cheered and started clinking glasses among themselves. Pan Han didn't say much, just drank glass after glass, refusing no one. Soon they'd gone through 7 or 8 rounds. Some of the male classmates' tongues were starting to slur. Then Gao Ping's face flushed, came over with a glass, one arm around Pan Han, and the other around Qinyun. "Hey, race a toast to you two. Whatever happened as old classmates, I still wish you well." Qinyun and Pan Han couldn't refuse and downed their drinks. "That's right. Having had it is an experience too," Gao Ping said. Right, Pan Han replied. "Did you hook up with that female roommate from the other day?" Qinyun set down her glass, a hint of jealousy in her voice. She noticed Pan Han seemed different today, handsome. In fact, handsome didn't quite capture it. He was strikingly handsome, almost intimidating. When she looked into his eyes, they seemed fathomless. Little did she know Pan Han had killed so many zombies in the apocalypse that had accumulated a fierce aura. "No, we're just good friends," Pan Han replied coldly. "That generous with just a good friend." Qinyun was referring to the clothes and bag head bought that night. "I've always been sincere with people. Haven't you noticed?" Pan Han's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Qinyun. A chilling sensation pierced through her, making her shiver. "You've changed so much lately. Completely different." Qinyun leaned back as she spoke. "Yeah, you're right. I've lost some things and gained a lot." Pan Han spoke in riddles. "Have you found a new girlfriend?" "Yes." "So soon. What does she do?" "She's a sniper. Specializes in killing those who disobey me." Pan Han shrugged, speaking truthfully. Hearing this, the crowd assumed he was trying to provoke Qinyun, and they all burst into laughter. Qinyun was equally baffled. "A sniper? What the hell? You've had too much to drink." "I'm telling the truth, believe it or not. But I'm definitely not drunk." Pan Han felt helpless. He truly wasn't lying. "You..." Qinyun was so furious she was at a loss for words. All right, Pan Han, come sit by me and have a drink. You're being pretty cocky tonight, claiming you're not drunk right in front of us. Who do you think you're talking to?" Lin Jian quickly waved him over. Before Pan Han could respond, Gao Ping pushed him toward the class monitor and poured him a large glass of baijiu. "Stop talking nonsense and just drink." So Pan Han drank, starting a round with several male classmates. Each took half a glass in one gulp. After that round, 3 people were already done and stepped aside. Another round, and 1 more dropped out. Now only Pan Han, Gao Ping, and Lin Jian remained. Back in college, these two were the class-heavy drinkers famous across the entire department. Today, even they couldn't fathom why Pan Han was suddenly such a formidable drinker. Lin Jian eyed the 3 remaining bottles of baijiu on the table, stood up, and split them evenly, 1 per person. "Class monitor, you're going all out," Gao Ping remarked. "Tonight I have to find out Pan Han's limit. This guy must have been hiding his true ability back in college, and none of us saw it coming." "Class monitor, it'll keep you company tonight," Pan Han said calmly, pouring himself another glass. On the other side of the table, Qinyun couldn't help muttering "psycho" again at Pan Han's display. With his current hearing, how could Pan Han miss it? He just smiled and ignored her. Seeing Pan Han growing bolder with each drink, the class monitor covered his cup and whispered, "Brother, it's all right. Women come and go, there's no need to degrade yourself." The class monitor felt Pan Han still harbored some unresolved feelings. "Class monitor, you're overthinking it. I just have a high tolerance that has nothing to do with her." Pan Han looked at Lin Jian with utter sincerity. "Fine, it's all in the drink. They'll keep you company tonight. Old Gao, join us." Lin Jian raised his glass, and Gao Ping quickly followed suit. The 3 downed another cup, a full 100 grams each. Pan Han was perfectly fine, while the other 2 hurriedly ate some food to steady themselves. "Take it easy, I need to hit the restroom first." Gao Ping was struggling, his stomach churning, and he needed to escape to the bathroom for a moment. Seeing Pan Han so unyielding, Lin Jian also slipped out with Gao Ping. Realizing the heavy drinkers had fled, Pan Han stepped outside for a cigarette. He went downstairs, lit a cigarette, and exhaled clouds of smoke. He had barely taken 2 puffs when a strange sensation washed over him. Someone was watching him. Pan Han furrowed his brow, but didn't react immediately. Instead, he stretched, twisting his upper body as if loosening up. Then he stole a glance at the dark corner on his left. 3 people were whispering among themselves. One of them looked familiar. Damn, wasn't that the guy from the rear-end collision the other day? What was he doing here? Instinct told Pan Han something was off. He looked up at the second-floor private room window, figuring the gathering wouldn't end any time soon, giving him time to handle this. So Pan Han pulled out his phone, pretending to make a call, and acting as if the roadside was too noisy, he slowly walked toward the small alley behind. In reality, he was fully focused on the 3 in the corner. After about 20 meters, he sensed them following. Soon he entered the alley, heading straight for the public restroom. Once he was inside, the 3 behind him exchanged sneers. "Boss, is that him?" asked a large fat man. "Yeah, perfect chance to hit him from behind while he's in the toilet," said the rear-end collision guy. "This little punk dares to cross Sister Dowdu. Watch me teach him a lesson." A lean, vicious-looking man added. "Go easy and don't kill him," the rear-end collision guy cautioned. "Don't worry, boss, we've done this before." Pan Han overheard every word of their conversation. "Ambush me. You have no idea what level I'm at now." Pan Han stood at the urinal, loosening up, ready to welcome the 3 unlucky souls. He even noted there were exactly 3 urinals. Well, 1 for each of them. The rear-end collision guy and his 2 lackeys soon crept to the restroom entrance. They exchanged glances and filed in. Pan Han was holding a cigarette in one hand while typing on his phone with the other, pretending to reply to a WeChat message. Once inside, the rear-end collision guy checked the stalls for anyone else while the other two stood on either side of Pan Han pretending to urinate. The fat man whistled smugly, and the vicious man stared at Pan Han from the side. After confirming the stalls were empty, the rear-end collision guy patted their shoulders, signaling it was time to act, and went to guard the door. The fat man zipped up, turned to Pan Han, and said, "Little punk, you made Sister Dowdu angry." As he spoke, he threw a punch aimed at Pan Han's face. Pan Han stepped forward, using his shoulder to block the fat man's arm, followed by a quick knife hand strike to his throat. The fat man didn't even grunt, he collapsed backward. In one fluid motion, Pan Han delivered a spinning kick to the vicious man's abdomen, sending him flying into the wall, knocked out, without a sound. Background music should play now. I defended with a knife hand, a beautiful spinning kick. Humph. Pan Han's two strikes used only 30% of his strength, but he went full speed. The rear-end collision guy heard a faint noise, but didn't think much of it, trusting his two lackeys to handle a pathetic loser with ease. Pan Han dropped his fighting stance, lifted the heads of the two unconscious men, and propped them into the urinals. Then he quietly approached the rear-end collision guy from behind and tapped his back. Already done. The man didn't expect it to be over so quickly, but as he turned, Pan Han grabbed him in a chokehold and dragged him into the restroom. Hey, let go. The rear-end collision guy was choked from behind, unable to use his arms or legs. Who is Sister Dowdu? Pan Han whispered into his ear. Damn, those two idiots didn't take you out. The man panicked. Pan Han tightened his grip, increasing the pressure. Hey, stop. I can't breathe. The man desperately slapped Pan Han's arm. He'll ask again, who is Sister Dowdu? Go fuck yourself. The man opened his mouth wide, trying to bite Pan Han. Oh, still stubborn. I like that. Pan Han hadn't expected him to resort to biting, so he tensed his muscles. The man's teeth felt like they hit an iron rod, nearly shattering. What the hell, you freak? The man couldn't believe it. I gave you a chance, but you wasted it. With that, Pan Han dragged him into a stall, shoved his head into the toilet bowl, and flushed. The man struggled even more, but Pan Han's hands were like iron vices pinning him down. After about 10 seconds of flushing, the man couldn't take it anymore and shouted during a pause, I surrender. Pan Han pulled him up and asked again, who is Sister Dowdu? The day you bought the car, Sister Dowdu wanted to buy an M5 too, and you two argued. So it was her. Boss, I think there's a misunderstanding. Let me go and I'll talk to her. You were the one who rear-ended me last time, right? Boss, I was forced into it. Whether Sister Dowdu forced you or your mother forced you, I don't care. Go back and tell your Sister Dowdu to cool it. It's a trivial matter, no need to make such a big fuss. Pan Han knew Sister Dowdu came from a family with some influence and didn't want to stir up more trouble. Yes, boss. The rear-end collision guy quickly agreed. Good, you're teachable. By the way, are you good at math? Huh, what math? How many urinals do you see ahead? 3. What about it? How many are left? The man saw his two lackeys each occupying a urinal with their faces, and he roughly guessed what Pan Han intended to do to him, trembling involuntarily. Boss, I was wrong, please let me go. I asked you how many are left. 1. Boss, I truly know I was wrong, I was blind. Before the man could finish, Pan Han knocked him out and stuffed him into the last urinal. Your math is decent, but your brain isn't. Pan Han clapped his hands, looking at the rear-end collision guy's back as he spoke. After dealing with the trio, Pan Han walked back with satisfaction. Dowdu is still a problem. I need to find an opportunity to get rid of her, he mused as he strolled along, though he was in no rush today. Her family held some influence, and with his current lack of strength, he would have to plan carefully. Arriving at the building's entrance, he saw Gao Ping and a few male classmates smoking. They offered him a cigarette as he approached. What the hell were you up to? Off to puke in a corner. Gao Ping clapped him on the shoulder. Not just went to the alley behind to use the John. So does working out boost your alcohol tolerance too? Another classmate asked. Yeah, a better body makes everything stronger, Pan Han replied, blowing smoke rings. They chatted and smoked. Just as they were about to stub out their cigarettes and head upstairs, a Porsche Cayenne pulled up right in front of the barbecue joint. Damn it, who uses high beams in a place like this? What a jerk, one classmate cursed the driver. High beam bastard. Huffed, probably some nouveau riche with zero class. Let's go, no point getting blinded here. Those lights are freaking bright. Who was Pan Han? The brightness didn't faze him, but he instantly recognized the driver, that bastard Li Long. Li Long parked, got out, ignored the group, and walked straight into the barbecue place. He's here to pick up Chunyun, Pan Han thought, glancing at his watch. It was past 9 p.m. Damn, he's actually eating here. I wonder which room he's in. Before we leave, he'll spill some oil at their door and make that bastard slip and fall. Gao Ping growled, his disdain for the wealthy and ill-mannered clear. Fueled by alcohol, his words were barely restrained. Come on, Lao Gao, let it go, Pan Han said, pulling him back toward their private room. The group returned to their room, grumbling. Upon opening the door, they found a bald man sitting inside, his arm around Chunyun. The class monitor stood up and said, Come, let me introduce you. This is Chunyun's boyfriend, Brother Long. He's here to take her home. Hey, isn't that the Cayenne owner? Yeah, the one with the high beams. Holy crap, how did Chunyun end up with someone like that? A few whispered by the door. Well, if it isn't Pan Han. Chunyun, your ex-boyfriend, is here too. You didn't mention that. Li Long spotted Pan Han immediately and questioned Qin Yun loudly. I didn't know he'd be here before I came, she explained softly. No worries, I'm not petty. We should thank him for taking such good care of you before. Li Long reached out and stroked Qin Yun's chin. Embarrassed in front of her classmates, she looked down. Is that your Qian downstairs? Pan Han asked, though he knew the answer. Yeah, I'm here to pick up my Yun. You guys didn't get her drunk, did you? Ha. Li Long's obnoxiousness was on full display. The male classmates at the door, upon realizing Qin Yun's boyfriend was the high-beam jerk, couldn't hide their contempt. Why are you standing at the door? Come in and sit. The monitor urged, seeing everyone frozen. They all took their seats, with Pan Han sitting across from Li Long. Yun, I've only seen your ex in your phone photos. Never seen him in person. He looks so spirited. Huh. He wasn't like this before. I don't know what's gotten into him lately. He's changed a lot, Qin Yun defended. Oh, he's changed inside and out. Used to be stingy with you, then turns around and buys an 1/8 yuan bag for his female roommate. What a move. Li Long's glare was fixed on Pan Han, dripping with provocation. It seemed he still held a grudge from the mall incident. Well, I haven't gone after you yet you come to me seeking death, Pan Han thought. He couldn't let this bastard off tonight without a lesson. Instead of responding to Li Long's taunt, Pan Han glanced at Gao Ping. Gao Ping caught on instantly and announced, look, there's still over a bottle of liquor left. Can't waste it. Come on, let's pick up the pace. He started pouring drinks. Don't pour any for Qin Yun's boyfriend. He's driving, Pan Han said loudly. Li Long took the bait immediately. No way, brothers. It's rare we all get together. Not drinking would be a shame. If we both drink, who's driving? Qin Yun asked. No worries, we live just 3 kilometers away. It's a quick drive. Besides, I've got connections. Even if we get pulled over, one phone call, and it's handled. Li Long started bragging about his family background and connections. The group grew even more disgusted. Gao Ping seized the opportunity and filled a glass for Li Long. Thanks, bro. Perfect pour. Classy. Here, have a smoke. Li Long pulled out a pack of Huazi and offered one to Gao Ping. Smoking isn't allowed indoors, and there are ladies present, the monitor said, seeing through Li Long's showboating. Drinking without smoking is boring. At home, Yun lights my cigarettes for me. Right, Yun? Qin Yun's expression soured, but she dared not contradict him. Another female classmate said smoking inside will get you fined. No need for that. The mention of a fine only spurred Li Long on. He pulled 500 yuan from his wallet and tossed it on the table. Let them fine me. Hey, race for 500 bucks worth of smoking. Li Long said smugly. The female classmate shook her head and moved to the farthest corner. Sensing the moment was right, Pan Han spoke up. Come on, Brother Long, thanks for joining our class reunion. Let's all toast to Brother Long. The words pleased Li Long. He raised his glass triumphantly and took a half sip, while the others only wet their lips. But Pan Han downed his entire glass in one go. The others didn't follow suit, but stared at Li Long's glass. Seeing the blatant challenge, Li Long drained his too. Good tolerance. Pan Han gave a thumbs up. I've roamed the world and never feared a drink. So Pan Han, you want to go head to head? Li Long, that's enough. Everyone's already had plenty. Why keep pushing? The toast is done. Let's go, Qin Yun said, unable to bear it any longer. What are you, a woman butting into men's business? Li Long's eyes blazed as he snapped at her. You. She fell silent, cowed. The scene made everything clear to the classmates. Qin Yun had latched onto a rich man. Brother Long, I've already had over half a kilo, but since you've thrown down the gauntlet, I'll have to risk my life to keep you company. Pan Han was eager to drag him deeper. Waiter, 2 more bottles. Li Long was thrilled. A street-smart drinker, he was especially pumped to compete with his girlfriend's ex. 2 bottles. Brother Long, you're underestimating me. At least 4. Pan Han tapped the table, his eyes locked on Li Long. Pan Han, what are you playing at? Don't make a scene. Slap. Li Long struck Qin Yun across the face. Stay out of men's affairs. He'll deal with you later. If Pan Han had hit her, the classmates would have intervened. But since it was Li Long, no one moved. They all wanted to stay out of it. Good man. For bottles it is. Whoever leaves a drop barks like a dog. Things were getting interesting, Pan Han thought. Soon the waiter brought 4 bottles of high-proof liquor. Everyone stopped drinking to watch the showdown. How do we drink? Li Long picked up a bottle and sniffed it. I'm a straightforward guy. How about we chug them straight from the bottle? Uff. Li Long nearly spat out blood at the suggestion. But he couldn't back down. Chug it is. Think I'm scared of you? Pan Han didn't reply. He grabbed a bottle and started chugging. In 8 seconds, it was empty, not a drop left. Shock. Disbelief. Absurdity. Utterly ridiculous. Not only Li Long, but all the classmates were stunned. Jaws dropped as they looked from Pan Han to Li Long. This. You. Li Long stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. In over a decade of drinking, he had never seen such speed or style. Your turn, Brother Long. Li Long shook his hands, swallowed hard, steeled himself, and tilted his head back to chug. But he was painfully slow, pausing twice. After a minute, he barely finished, looking utterly wrecked. Pan Han didn't give him a break. He immediately opened a second bottle and downed it in 8 seconds, his face unchanged, his heartbeat steady. Qin Yun was horrified. Was this the Pan Han she knew? 2 words flashed through her mind: possession. He must have been possessed. This couldn't be the same loser Pan Han. Li Long was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected his girlfriend's ex to have such stamina, but with the atmosphere charged, he couldn't back down. Drinking meant he'd be carried out. Come on, Brother Long. Pan Han called him out. Let's take it easy, man. Going too hard is bad for your health. Haha. The street-smart guy was quick to adapt. A breather won't save your face. Pan Han muttered a curse, walked over, and snatched the bottle from Li Long's hand. He chugged it in 8 seconds, still unfazed. Everyone was dumbstruck. A million thoughts raced through their minds. So impressive. So satisfying. Seeing Pan Han and the others down 3 bottles in a row, Li Long was utterly defeated. He had never seen anyone drink like that. It was simply inhuman. Absolutely outrageous. Frowning deeply, he stammered, "Brother, there's no need for this." Chen Yun, who hadn't drunk much, understood Pan Han's chant, and her expression immediately shifted. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, she quickly pulled Li Long up to leave. "Sorry everyone, my boyfriend's had too much. I need to get him home." After speaking, she shot Pan Han a fierce glare. The other classmates inwardly rejoiced at Li Long's state, but outwardly they all said, "Take care, get going." "All right, everyone's had enough. Let's call it a night." The class monitor interjected to smooth things over. The moment Li Long, a man who crumbled when his boasts were exposed, had an out offered by Chen Yun, he feigned nausea and dragged her away. After they left, the private room erupted in laughter. So Chen Yun ended up with someone like that. What a shame. This Brother Long really only has his money going for him. Back in university, Li Long's reputation was never good. But who would have thought he'd be this pathetic? Pan Han, you're amazing. People like that need to be put in their place. After the laughter subsided, everyone shared their thoughts on Li Long. Pan Han smiled without a word. People like Li Long weren't even worth his attention. But if he dared to swagger up and act cocky again, he'd be shut down every single time. The classmates chatted for a while longer, and seeing it was getting late, they all headed home. Pan Han took a taxi back to his shared apartment, arriving just before midnight. Just as he was about to shower and sleep, Yin Xiaoli called him via video. "Pan Han, you're still awake?" "Nope, just got back from a class reunion." "You must have drunk a lot." "Not too bad, about 4 or 5 gin." "Come on, why don't you say you drank a whole barrel?" Pan Han was utterly exasperated. Why was it that when he told the truth, no one believed him? "How's your filming going?" "Pretty smoothly, the crew's really nice." "Why aren't you out of makeup yet?" "Just wrapped." "Yeah, we're catching up on schedule. Have to get up early tomorrow for a sunrise scene." "Great, keep it up, big star." "Want to come visit?" "Didn't you say you wanted to drop by the set?" "Sure. Have you filmed any steamy scenes?" "Which day?" "I want to come and watch." "Forget it, the set is cleared for those scenes. Besides, they're already done." "Haha, got it. Anyway, I'm free tomorrow. Send me the address, and he'll come by for a bit." "All right, hang up then. He'll send you my location." Pan Han ended the video and went to shower. When he came back, the location was already sent. Not far from the capital, only about 700 kilometers away. But his M5 was in the shop, so he'd have to take the high-speed rail. Pan Han opened a phone app and booked a ticket for noon the next day, arriving around 3 p.m. About to sleep, he remembered to check the monitor. He quickly opened the screen and skimmed through it, seeing no one had been watching him recently. Only then did he sleep peacefully. The next day, Pan Han didn't wake until after 8 a.m., aroused by the sunlight. Changing his routine, he went downstairs for a run first. After evolving, he felt terrible if he didn't get some exercise. After a long run and breakfast downstairs, he returned to pack. He picked out a black tracksuit and a pair of white sneakers. Looking in the mirror, he suddenly noticed his pant legs were too short, turning into ankle-length pants. Had he grown? He estimated he was now at least 180 centimeters tall, a full 5 centimeters taller. Damn, am I evolving from a short, poor loser to a tall, handsome, rich guy? Pan Han couldn't help but puff out his chest and admire himself a bit more before heading out to catch the train. "Sir, your seat is business class number 01. This way, please." The train attendant checked Pan Han's ticket and with a professional smile led him to his seat. So this is how spacious business class was. Pan Han had only ever seen it in short videos before, but this time had splurged on a ticket. Since the money came easily anyway, he might as well enjoy it. The high-speed train sped toward its destination. After exiting the train station, he took a taxi straight to the film set. "I'm about 15 kilometers away," Pan Han sent Yin Xiaoli a WeChat message. "Okay, I've got one last scene to shoot. The timing's about right. Just wander around the film base for now, consider it your first stop," Yin Xiaoli replied. In the meantime, Pan Han booked a suite at the nearest 5-star hotel to the set. Small cities have low costs. The best suite is only $12.99. Tonight, it'll take you through the bedroom, bathroom, living room, and dressing room. Fantasizing about the night's battles, Pan Han couldn't help but reveal a benevolent smile. The set was located in a massive film city spanning over 5,000 acres with countless films shooting simultaneously. It was a busy time for all the crews. Pan Han wandered the film city streets, amused by the sight of people in all sorts of bizarre costumes walking around. "When I get back, I'll build a film base in the apocalypse and remake all my favorite movies and shows with me as the lead." Pan Han mused as he strolled. After about half an hour, Yin Xiaoli video called him, asking where he was. Pan Han showed her the surrounding buildings. I'm at the Wu Dalong pancake shop. We're done here. He'll come find you. It's not far. Don't move, or he'll have to find you all over again. Okay, I want. Shimin-Ching will be here soon. Ew, I've got to see this live show. You've never seen the world. Watch your show will be there soon. No sooner had she spoken than a handsome, but slightly lecherous man in ancient costume arrived at the pancake shop door. Seeing Shimin-Ching, Wu Dalong croaked in his raven-like voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the performance is about to begin." The surrounding tourists immediately gathered, eager to watch. Pan Han also watched with keen interest. Just as Shimin-Ching kicked Wu Dalong out of the shop, someone tapped Pan Han on the back. Yin Xiaoli was standing right behind him. Pan Han turned around and gave her a big happy hug. "Hey, watch my bag," Yin Xiaoli said, but she was secretly pleased. It was the first time someone had come to visit her on set. "Whoa, how did you get taller? It's only been a few days." Yin Xiaoli studied Pan Han, her face full of disbelief. "I don't know. They say you can still grow at 23, maybe that's it for me." Yin Xiaoli pushed Pan Han away and stood a meter back, sizing him up. "Taller, more handsome, and you look fitter too. It's amazing. What happened in these few days?" "I've been secretly working out for a while, you just didn't know," Pan Han deflected. Surprised. Unexpected. He opened his arms ready for another hug. This time, Yin Xiaoli didn't refuse and actively stepped into his embrace. "Tonight I'll have to see if you've grown anywhere else," Yin Xiaoli whispered, nestled in his arms. Hearing Yin Xiaoli's words, he felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly covered himself with his clothes. Yin Xiaoli sensed something pressing against her, but fortunately the surrounding audience was captivated by Shimin-Ching, and no one noticed them. "I'm a bit tired. Oh, let's find a place to eat something first," Yin Xiaoli said. "Sure, but we need to save some room for protein later," he replied. Yin Xiaoli, being familiar with the film city, led the way, and they bought some street snacks before finding a cafe on the street to sit down. Pan Han ordered 2 iced Americanos, while Yin Xiaoli devoured grilled sausages and stinky tofu. "Do you go on a diet as soon as filming starts? How come you can eat stinky tofu like that?" Pan Han couldn't help but ask as he watched her eat voraciously. "Of course it's a matter of self-discipline for actresses. I only eat 1 meal a day now and don't touch any staples. I'm starving," Yin Xiaoli replied. Pan Han thought to himself that every actor has their struggles. It's not easy for anyone. "By the way, what genre are you filming this time?" Pan Han casually asked. This time the genre is amazing. As soon as Yin Xiaoli started talking about work, she immediately stopped eating, wiped her mouth, and said, "Oh, tell me more." Pan Han lit a cigarette and offered one to Yin Xiaoli as well. This time it's funded by an internet company, and it's an apocalyptic theme. Pan Han spat out his iced Americano. "Isn't that awesome? Come on, let me interview you about what makes this project so special, eh?" "Shut up and be serious." Yin Xiaoli kicked Pan Han playfully. All right, let's talk about work seriously." In truth, Pan Han greatly admired her attitude towards her work. Drama was indeed paramount. Recently, short video platforms have become popular with Anime episode series. A boss invested millions to have us shoot an apocalyptic-themed series, filming 10 episodes a day. Yin Xiaoli began to explain. "Yeah, I know the first few episodes are free, but after that you have to pay to watch them." "Exactly. This time it's an apocalyptic script about the male lead traveling to an apocalypse, building a base, and fighting zombies." Hearing this, Pan Han thought, "Isn't that just like me, yeah? Where are you in the filming process now, eh?" The male lead has already taken control of a city and is preparing for the final showdown with the second antagonist. "Sounds exciting." "It definitely is." "What role are you playing?" "I play the female doctor at the male lead's base, responsible for treating wounds and performing surgeries. You might not believe it, but I look great in a white coat." Pan Han thought to himself, "Isn't that just like the second sister of the Dawn Squad? I don't believe it'll wear it for me to see tonight." Pan Han said, "Believe it or not, I won't wear anything for you." Yin Xiaoli laughed as she playfully kicked him again. The two continued chatting and eating, and soon it was 6 in the evening. "Let's go. Back to the hotel. Ooh, I've already booked a suite." Pan Han checked the time and called out to Yin Xiaoli. "Let's go, but we need to rest early tonight. Tomorrow's scene involves a battle, and there will be injuries. Ew, I have a lot of lines to deliver. Damn, I'm going to be late." Yin Xiaoli suddenly woke up with disheveled hair, checked the time, and shouted. Pan Han, still dazed, opened his eyes and saw that it was only 6 in the morning. They had stayed up until past midnight the previous night. Yin Xiaoli said she didn't want to, but her body couldn't resist. Without waiting for Pan Han to speak, she hurriedly got out of bed and stumbled off to wash up and put on makeup. Half an hour later they hailed a taxi. Yin Xiaoli, looking regretful, said, "It's all your fault. I'm going to be late." While speaking, she hurriedly touched up her makeup. Pan Han smiled wryly and handed the driver 50 yuan to speed up. The driver took the money, said thank you, and immediately transformed into a seasoned driver, flooring the accelerator. "When we get to the film set, don't say anything, you just watch. I'll greet the assistant director, and if they need extras you can fill in for a bit." Yin Xiaoli instructed Pan Han. "No problem, I promise not to cause you any trouble." "Don't worry, miss, I've done extra work before, so I know the rules of the set. I won't let you be late," the driver assured after hearing they were going to film. "Well done, uncle," Pan Han praised. 10 minutes later they arrived at the set. Pan Han looked from a distance and saw dozens of people gathered. Yin Xiaoli quickly left him to find the makeup artist in the makeup truck. Pan Han leaned against a large tree, smoking, while watching everyone bustle about. The set had already been transformed into an apocalyptic street, with various old items scattered around. Some people were lighting fires nearby, while others were in charge of creating smoke. At that moment the director arrived. A man in his 20s, over 6 feet tall, but weighing no more than 140 pounds. He can't be the fathead monk, can he? Pan Han thought, picturing a character from Jin Yong's novels. The assistant director and a few crew members surrounded the director, discussing the filming plan for the day. Before long it was 7:30, and everyone had arrived. The cameraman started adjusting the equipment ready for action. The director called over the main actors for this scene and explained the script before preparing to start filming. Everyone attention. Please be quiet. Apocalyptic Hero Episode 17 Scene 3, Take 1, Action. With the director's command, everyone began to perform. Pan Han observed Yin Xiaoli closely as she stood behind the male lead, nervously watching him and the enemy across from him. Although the camera angle couldn't capture her face for now, she still maintained a serious expression. Not bad, she really takes acting seriously. Pan Han secretly praised. Good cut. Next scene, prepare the stunt doubles. After filming about 10 takes of the dialogue, it was time to shoot the action scenes. 2 stunt doubles dressed as the male lead and the male antagonist struck their poses, waiting for the director to call action. Action! The 2 stunt doubles immediately began exchanging moves at the director's command. In this scene, the male lead was supposed to be kicked away by the antagonist, which required the use of wires. After exchanging over 10 moves, the antagonist delivered a flying kick to the male lead's chest. The stunt double leaned back dramatically, and the crew quickly pulled the wire to lift him 3 meters off the ground. The stunt double had to perform an elegant move in midair while shouting his lines. Damn, how could he use the Buddhist shadowless kick? Pan Han heard this from afar and almost burst out laughing. What a ridiculous script. Just as he was stifling a laugh, he heard a commotion from the filming area. Pan Han focused his gaze and realized the wire had snapped, causing the stunt double to fall from the air and land on the ground, clutching his foot in agony. The director, assistant director, and others quickly rushed over to check on the stunt double's injury. It's over, it looks like a fracture. Hurry, get him to the hospital, the director said to the stunt double. Someone immediately got up to drive, while 2 others helped carry the stunt double away. Fortunately, the injury wasn't severe, and such incidents were quite common among stunt doubles. Assistant director, are there any other stunt doubles available? The person had been taken away, but the filming schedule couldn't be delayed, so the director asked, slightly anxious. Director, we spent over 10 days picking this stunt double. He's similar in height to the lead and good at action. Finding someone immediately is not going to be easy, the assistant director replied. Aren't you supposed to be good at this? Always busy with girls, can't you think of saving a few stunt double contacts? I don't care, you need to find someone quickly. The director was obviously getting angry. Yes. He'll find someone right away, the assistant director said, feeling at a loss, but had to promise. At that moment, Yin Xiaoli quietly approached the assistant director. Assistant director, I mentioned before that a friend of mine is coming to visit the set today. He's about the same height as the lead, why don't we give him a try? Oh, how good is he at stunts? Don't worry, he does fitness and his physique is excellent, doing these moves is easy for him. Hurry and call him over to take a look. Okay. After finishing, Yin Xiaoli dialed Pan Han's number. Hurry over, we need help on set. After receiving Yin Xiaoli's urgent call, Pan Han hurried to the film set in quick strides. Xiaoli, I'm here. Assistant director, this is my friend Pan Han. Take a look. The assistant director scrutinized Pan Han. His height and appearance were satisfactory. Moreover, he was well acquainted with Yin Xiaoli, and her recommendation lent him credibility. This guy's looks are fine, but as you can see, we need a stunt double. Have you done this before? No, but my physical skills are decent. Pan Han replied confidently. Come on, show us a few moves. Knowing the urgency, Pan Han didn't hesitate. He removed his shirt and handed it to Yin Xiaoli. She took it and whispered, good luck. Pan Han nodded, quickly recalling the military boxing he had learned in college. Back then, to earn credits, he and his roommates had opted for this course for convenience, never expecting to use it today. He clenched his fist, slowly spread his feet, and settled into a horse stance. His muscle memory seemed instantly awakened, and he executed the military boxing with fluid grace and vigorous momentum. His punches were forceful, the sound of wind whistling past onlookers' ears. His sweeping kicks were swift as lightning, kicking up dust in all directions. His eyes blazed with intensity, shooting a chilling glare. His breath resonated like a great bell, daunting all manner of specters. Pan Han entered a trance-like state, gradually experiencing the power of evolution through this ordinary routine. A sensation of total ease flooded his mind, compelling him to accelerate. The director, drawn by the spectacle, couldn't help but applaud. The assistant director was utterly dazzled, marveling at the man's effortless grace, as if possessed by the spirit of Jet Li. Yin Xiaoli's lips parted, slightly frozen, as if struck by an acupoint, her entire being absorbed in watching Pan Han. The others, at a loss for words, could only exclaim in awe. Finished. Pan Han withdrew his fist, his breath perfectly steady. The whole set was stunned. Shocked. Incredible. Utterly absurd. How could he possess such skill? Was he really just a visitor? Excellent. Absolutely perfect. The director, snapping out of his daze, shouted loudly. Brother, you're the one. The assistant director had no further words. Well done, assistant. Keep this standard for future recruits. Brother, go change. I'll brief you on the scene shortly. Pan Han glanced at Yin Xiaoli. She hurried over, patting Pan Han on the chest, saying, You were amazing. Go on. Pan Han smiled, dismissing it as trivial, and followed the costume designer. Xiaoli, I owe this all to you. Thank you. After the scene wraps tonight, I'll treat you both to skewers. The assistant director, a man of the world, knew how to repay this favor. No problem, it's all for the production. Yin Xiaoli scratched her head sheepishly. Makeup, costume, scene briefing. Half an hour passed. Everyone was ready once more, and filming began. Action. Pan Han and the other stunt double started rehearsing their moves. He deliberately slowed his punches to coordinate. After a dozen exchanges, the opponent kicked at Pan Han. Following the script, Pan Han took the hit, then was yanked back violently by the wire. This time he flew higher, nearly 5 meters up. Bang. As luck would have it, the wire snapped again. Pan Han lost all tension, plummeting headfirst. Yin Xiaoli screamed in alarm. Damn. The director's eyes bulged, fixed on Pan Han. Brother, do a kip-up. The assistant director, terrified, urgently directed Pan Han to land safely. Holy shit. Pan Han cursed inwardly, then engaged his core, executing a perfect kip-up. He spread his arms for balance, aimed for the ground. Slap. Pan Han landed safely, his posture remarkably elegant. Oh my god. Brilliant. Perfect. So cool. The director, seeing Pan Han escape danger, couldn't help shouting. The others breathed a collective sigh of relief, while Yin Xiaoli rushed to his side to check for injuries. I'm fine, don't worry. Pan Han reassured Yin Xiaoli. You scared me to death. Falling from that height, if you'd gotten hurt, how could I face your family? Brother, you're incredible. The assistant director also ran over, inspecting him thoroughly, his face a mask of disbelief. Seeing Pan Han unharmed, the director hurried to the monitor to review the footage. Beautiful, even better than the choreography. This take is a wrap. With Pan Han's help, the action scenes finished ahead of schedule. The delighted director instructed the assistant to give Pan Han an extra 500 yuan. With the action sequences done, it was time for the dramatic scenes, where Yin Xiaoli took the stage. She had a few scenes treating wounded comrades. Pan Han shed his costume and watched from the sidelines. The set possessed a magical allure, everyone working together to craft a dream. It perfectly matched his own fantastical life now. He had grown fond of acting, an itch stirring within him, pondering investing in a few productions for fun. I need to find a chance to sell off all those gold bars. Manager Wang, you'd better have the funds ready. With that thought, he immediately sent Wang Chengfa a WeChat message saying he planned to offload a large batch in a few days and wanted him to prepare. Mr. Pan, could you give me a rough figure? Prepare 100 million. Huh, that much. My branch can't handle it. Whether you can handle it is your problem. No, Mr. Pan, hear me out. Over 100 million, the head office gets involved. The procedures get stricter, verification tighter, and we might need various approvals. So what's your suggestion? I could introduce you to a new channel. Oh, I know a big shot with extensive connections. He has a way to move your gold bars without going through official channels. Payment upon inspection. Alright, set it up. It'll stay in the background, and it'll reward you handsomely. Mr. Pan, this route comes with higher fees since it's in a gray area. No problem. Great. Working for you is a pleasure. I was blind before, please don't hold it against me. I want, as long as you handle things properly, you'll be well rewarded. After giving his instructions, Pan Han smiled coldly. Wang Cheng's doom had already been sealed. About an hour later, Yin Xiaoli finished her scenes and came over to tell Pan Han they could leave. Alright, go remove your makeup first. They'll take you to the city to buy some clothes. You helped so much today, I can't let you spend money. Everything in the city is on me. Soon Yin Xiaoli changed into casual, where said her goodbyes and linked arms with Pan Han as they headed downtown. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. In a luxurious mansion in the capital, Wang Daodu was listening to the rear-end man's report on the ambush and couldn't help but curse loudly. The rear-end man depicted Pan Han as a cold-blooded killer with immense strength and top-tier fighting skills. Sister Daodu, it's not that the brothers didn't do their job. You haven't seen how ruthless he is. We tried to talk to him about the rules of the streets, but that bastard struck to kill without warning. Yeah, that guy probably worked as a mercenary abroad. He went straight for the vital spots. The big fatty chimed in. Recently he's been trending online, that food champion. That dog must have trained to eat like that, said the lean, vicious man. That night, after waking up in the urinal, the three of them had rehearsed their lines and were now covering for each other. Stop your damn blabbering. When you guys ask me for money, you don't talk like this. You boast like you're the king of hell reborn, saying even Lord Guan would have to bow to you. And this is what you deliver. Wang Daodu grew angrier with every word and hurled her water glass at the three. Sister Daodu, that guy isn't just skilled, he's incredibly arrogant. He shoved my face into the urinal and said, don't wash your face, go lick your sister Daodu's, said the lean, vicious man. They'll fucking kill him. Did he really say that? Absolutely true, I wouldn't dare lie. Sister Dowda, he's not just humiliating us, he's humiliating you. That bastard Pan Han is driving me crazy. Wang Dowda was shaking with rage, fooled by these sneaky bastards. Hello, Uncle Chung. Have you found anything on that woman I asked you to check? Wang Dowda dialed a number and inquired. Miss, that woman is Yin Xiaoli, Pan Han's roommate. I've sent the details to your WeChat. This Uncle Chung was the steward of Wang Dowda's family, handling all sorts of errands. Good'll take a look and tell you what to do later. Wang Dowda hung up, opened WeChat, and began reading Yin Xiaoli's information. A few minutes later, she looked away from her phone, turned to the window, and snarled. So the little bitch is acting, huh? Let's have some fun with you then. Seeing that Wang Dowda was about to mess with someone again, the men felt a bit relieved. They had successfully shifted the blame once more. Sister Dowda, if there's nothing else, can we go now? The rear-end man asked cautiously. Where do you think you're going? I'm really pissed off right now. Hearing this, the men trembled like leaves in a storm, large beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. At the film town, Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli were shopping. The earlier filming experience had given them more to talk about, and Yin Xiaoli grew closer to Pan Han, almost always holding his arm. I made $1,000 today. That was pretty easy money, Pan Han said. Stunt doubles do get paid more, and you got an extra $500 for the emergency fill-in. Your pay is higher than mine now. You can't make $1,000 a day. You're the fourth female lead. For this low-budget production, I only get about $300 a day. Even the lead actress only makes $1,000. That's tough. Here, take my $1,000. No, you earned that with your life. But honestly, you're good at acting, and with those skills you should consider getting into the film industry. I got in several times last night, remember? Stop joking and being serious. Sure, when I make enough money, I'll invest in a film, and we'll be the leads. There you go again. Forget it, let's not talk about work. Let's find a place to eat noodles. Yin Xiaoli felt Pan Han was always teasing her, and a bit bored dragged him to get some food. They passed a noodle shop with a long line out front. It was a grand opening promotion, buy one get one free. Yin Xiaoli thought it was a good deal and decided to eat there. Pan Han had no objections. So they headed to the back of the line. Hey, is that the food champion? A young girl ahead recognized Pan Han as he walked to the back. Pan Han realized had been recognized. Not knowing how to handle the situation, he just nodded vaguely. What food champion? Yin Xiaoli looked confused. It really is you. Oh my god, the food champion is here to eat for free. The girl thought Pan Han was doing a review and shouted happily. Hearing this, people around turned to look. One by one, people recognized Pan Han and quickly pulled out their phones to take pictures and videos. Are they talking about you? Yin Xiaoli whispered. Yeah, a few days ago I ate some combo meal, someone filmed it, and it went viral. Wow, you're amazing. I've been busy filming and haven't checked my phone. You actually trended. Should we still eat here? Pan Han didn't want to be stared at while eating and wanted to leave. They exchanged a glance, didn't hesitate, and turned to leave. The onlookers were stunned, and the girl in front shouted as she chased after them. Food champion, let's take a selfie. Pan Han grabbed Yin Xiaoli and started running. He didn't want to take photos with strangers. The last time he trended after eating had annoyed him. They ran out of the mall and across 2 streets, finally stopping when they were sure the girl hadn't followed. Yin Xiaoli was out of breath, but couldn't help teasing him. And you want to be a lead actor? If you get recognized in the future, you'll have to hide in a hole. Pan Han didn't respond, but extended his spiritual sense to scan the area. Finding nothing unusual, he relaxed. He pulled out a cigarette to calm his nerves, but the wind blew out the flame as he lit it. Seeing this, Yin Xiaoli opened her coat to shield him from the wind. Pan Han glanced at her, smiled, lit the cigarette, and then put it in Yin Xiaoli's mouth. Let me take a good look at you, Yin Xiaoli said, holding his face with both hands while holding the cigarette. Do I look good, Oi? You do seem better looking than before, much more handsome. What happened to you recently? Nothing, just some secret workouts. I don't believe you. You're too green to lie to me. There's a curse in my family. After turning 23, I slowly transformed into a werewolf. It's starting now. Pan Han still couldn't tell her the truth. If you don't want to say fine. What matters is that you're getting better. Ring, ring, ring. Just then Yin Xiaoli's phone rang. It was the assistant director. Hello, assistant director. What's up? Xiaoli, I've got some news. The director hasn't figured out how to tell you yet. Oh, we're close, so I'm telling you, but you can't say I told you. No problem, assistant director, don't worry. I heard the producer called. You're being replaced. What? Xiaoli, have you offended someone recently? The producer seems really angry, maybe you'll be out by tomorrow. The assistant director was also a bit anxious. He had known Yin Xiaoli for years, and knew she was a good actress. No, I haven't. Oh, what on earth is going on? Assistant director, where are you? He'll come find you. Yin Xiaoli was very worried upon hearing she might be replaced. Don't come for now. That's all I know, I've told you everything. Alright. Thank you, assistant director. The other party hung up. Yin Xiaoli stood in the wind, utterly bewildered. What happened? Pan Han sensed something was wrong. I'm going to be replaced. They'll notify me tomorrow. The assistant director just gave me a heads up. Yin Xiaoli flustered, threw away her first cigarette and lit another. The shoot was going fine, why would they replace you? No idea, just heard it was from the producer. Have you encountered this before? No, but it's not uncommon in this circle. Did you offend someone? I don't think so. Maybe the producer wants to promote a newcomer or a relative swapping roles at the last minute. Yin Xiaoli took a deep drag and exhaled forcefully. But you've already signed a contract. How can they be so frivolous? Oh, you don't understand. For a minor role like mine in a small production, no one cares. At worst, they'll pay some compensation. So what do you plan to do now, This is my first time, I don't know what to do either. He'll wait for the director's notice and ask him about the specifics. Yin Xiaoli said helplessly, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Pan Han didn't know how to resolve it either. He could only hold her and pat her back gently. Yin Xiaoli held back her tears, but clung tightly to Pan Han. They stood there embracing in silence for several minutes. Suddenly she pushed him away, wiped her eyes, and forced a smile. I'm fine now. Once we get the notice tomorrow, we'll head back. Don't worry. Later we'll start a film company together. He'll put up the capital, and you'll run it. You'll be the lead actress in every film. Thank you, Pan Han. But I'm really okay now, don't worry. I'm serious. Pan Han was indeed serious about starting a company. The gold and treasures he brought back from the apocalypse weren't just for cash. He needed to invest them to make the money flow and create more value. This circle is tough. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Your money might just go down the drain. Then we'll keep throwing stones until we skip them all the way across. Pan Han's eyes sparkled as he held Yin Xiaoli's shoulders and spoke solemnly. She gazed back at him, speechless for a long moment. A fiery passion seemed to ignite within her heart. Come on, forget about this mess for now. If money can solve it, it's not a problem. Let's hit the arcade and play until we forget the world. Pan Han wanted to find a place to help Yin Xiaoli relax and forget her troubles. First the games, then a massage tonight. If we're going to unwind, well, do it thoroughly. Yin Xiaoli straightened her back and put on a brave face. That's the spirit. Let's go. Nearby, a large shopping mall housed a chain arcade. It wasn't a weekend, so there were only about a dozen customers. Pan Han walked to the counter and exchanged 1,000 yuan for 1,500 tokens. Each carrying a basket of tokens, they strutted over to the coin pusher machines with an air of arrogance. Pan Han had always wondered who the people were who bought thousands of tokens at arcades. Now he knew. They were all bound by a system. When it came to satisfying human joy, films and TV shows couldn't compare to games. Especially these gambling-style games with their instant feedback and gratification, they were utterly addictive. Yin Xiaoli was no exception. She quickly became absorbed in the coin pusher, staring intently at the coins inside, endlessly taking and inserting tokens with tireless delight. Whenever a big pile of tokens tumbled down, she would slap the machine and howl, venting her frustration and gloom. Pan Han was happy as long as she was happy. They played from noon until past 6 in the evening, until all the tokens were lost. Damn it! Yin Xiaoli cursed and slapped the machine after the last coin went in. Had enough fun. Yeah, I've wanted to do this for ages, but couldn't afford it. Good, then that kick I took wasn't for nothing. Pan Han said as he massaged her shoulders. He'll repay you tonight. They left the arcade, had a big meal, got a massage, and returned to the hotel. He'll shower first, you can have one later. Yin Xiaoli began to undress in front of Pan Han. How about we shower together? Next time. I want to soak in the bath and have some quiet time. Got it. Go ahead. Pan Han knew she needed space to compose herself. While she was bathing, feeling a bit bored, he decided to play a couple of ranked matches. But just as he queued up, an unfamiliar number called. Damn it, who's this? He answered irritably. Hello? Who is this? Pan Han. A young woman's voice came through. Yes, it's me. Who are you? How's your female roommate doing? Who are you? Pan Han sat up abruptly. You bastard, forgot me that quickly. The young woman said viciously. Sister Dowdu. Pan Han immediately realized. Go to hell. You think you're worthy of calling me Sister Dowdu? Fine, then I'll call you Dowdu, bitch. Didn't your lackeys pass on my message? Fuck you, still acting tough with me. How can a girl have such a foul mouth? Is your whole family dead? Didn't anyone teach you manners? None of your damn business. You stupid asshole. I'm telling you, I've already arranged for your slutty roommate to be kicked out. She'll be out on her ass tomorrow. Huh? Wang Dowdu said with great satisfaction. You've got quite some influence. Dealing with you is as easy as snapping my fingers. One phone call from me and your investors will obediently replace her. Even the director can't interfere. If he dares to bitch, he'll be out too. This is the third time you've struck at me. What exactly do you want? Pan Han was puzzled. Was it all because he didn't let her have that car? Was it worth making such a big fuss? Oh, scared now. Weren't you so cocky before? Not scared, I just want to know what you're really after. Come back tomorrow, kneel down and lick my toes, let me teach you a lesson, and then I'll consider letting you off. Are you this twisted, and does your family know? Still talking tough, huh? Fine, then let's keep playing. They'll see how many rounds you can last. Let Yin Xiaoli go. He'll play with you. Kid, my useless underlings tell me you're pretty skilled. Weren't you trending a couple days ago? You look decent enough. I'm quite interested in you. He'll give you a chance. Come back to Jingdu and find me, let me have my fun, and he'll let Yin Xiaoli go. Wang Dowdu said with a giggle. Deal? He'll be back tomorrow. Call the producer now and cancel the replacement. Oh, quite straightforward. You're a man of action. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Stop the chatter. Have the producer cancel the decision now. Kid, let me show you the power of capital. It's just one phone call. But don't even think about running. If you do, next time will be worse. You know I can find you anytime. With that, Wang Dao hung up. Damn it. Pan Han hurled his phone onto the bed. In the opulent villa of Kyoto, the empty living room was graced solely by the silhouette of a young woman, none other than Wang Dao, who had just ended a phone call. This kid is getting more and more intriguing. She mused, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips as she gazed at the telephone. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Uncle Chung, suspend the replacement. Await further notice. Understood, miss. He'll inform the production team immediately, Uncle Chung replied with his characteristic efficiency. Setting down the phone, Wang Dao picked up a glass of red wine, gently swirling it, as she watched the deep crimson liquid spin within. She reclined on the sofa, her gaze distant and dreamy, legs crossed, her toes gently tapping to an imagined melody. After a moment, she drained the glass in one gulp, savoring the mild intoxication of the alcohol. A long sigh escaped her lips as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and she sank deeply into the plush cushions. Are you done washing? Pan Han knocked on the bathroom door, his voice muffled by the wood. Not yet. Still soaking. Yin Xiaoli's voice replied, accompanied by the sound of water dripping with contentment. All right, take your time. My ranked match isn't over yet. Pan Han said considerately. Go ahead and play. He'll join you later. Yin Xiaoli's voice carried a hint of amusement. Pan Han turned around and lay on the bed, his fingers gliding swiftly across the phone screen, but his mind was preoccupied with the conversation he had just had with Wang Dao. I can't let Yin Xiaoli know about this. He'll wait and see tomorrow. If everything's fine, he'll head back and confront this Dao. Pan Han weighed the options and made a decision. 15 minutes later, he led his teammates to destroy the enemy's crystal and secure victory. He set down his phone in satisfaction, just in time to see Yin Xiaoli emerge from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She looked rejuvenated, her face radiant, the towel clinging to her form, making her appear fresh and alluring. Wow, you're beautiful. Pan Han couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with admiration. Am I? Yin Xiaoli twirled happily the hem of the towel, fluttering gently in the breeze. Yes, absolutely beautiful, Pan Han said sincerely. It's a pity not many can appreciate it. Yin Xiaoli remarked with a double entendre, a hint of wistfulness in her tone. The beauty of life is that every day is a fresh start, Pan Han consoled, handing her a glass of water. What a sweet tongue. Come, let big sister play something exciting with you. Yin Xiaoli winked mysteriously. Huh, what do you have in mind? Pan Han asked, curiously wondering what she was up to. I play King of Glory too, and am a top-tier support. Come on, let's duo Q. Yin Xiaoli said proudly, pulling out her phone. Holy crap, that's intense. Pan Han exclaimed in surprise, never expecting Yin Xiaoli to have this hidden talent. They spent the entire night sweetly playing King of Glory, pushing through several towers. Pan Han had no other thoughts, simply reveling in the pure joy of duo queuing. Finding a good support and dominating the game world together brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. After they grew tired, they fell asleep in each other's arms. In that moment, they were pure souls, free from base desires, left only with the fulfillment of victory and the warmth of each other's presence. The next morning at 7:30, Yin Xiaoli was roused by her phone vibrating. Hello? Assistant Director, so early, she mumbled, still half asleep. Xiaoli. Great news. You don't have to leave, the Assistant Director exclaimed excitedly, his voice clear through the receiver. The investors changed their minds, the Assistant Director said eagerly. What? Really? Yin Xiaoli sat up abruptly, disbelief coloring her voice. Of course the news is solid. Get up and come to the set. Act like nothing happened and keep it quiet. Got it, thank you, thank you. Yin Xiaoli expressed her gratitude repeatedly, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. Hearing this, Pan Han let out a silent sigh, realizing he would have to return. Pan Han, wake up. I can go back to filming. They're not replacing me. I need to leave now. You go back to sleep. Yin Xiaoli shook him, eager to share the good news. Pan Han pretended to be roused, then mumbled, all right, go ahead. Yin Xiaoli quickly got out of bed, washed up and dressed. Once ready, she came to the bedside, kissed Pan Han, and bid him farewell. Xiaoli, I need to go back to Kyoto today. There's something at home I have to take care of. You focus on filming here, Pan Han said. What? Leaving so suddenly? I don't have time. Do as you please. Send me a message when you get back, Yin Xiaoli said while fixing her outfit. Go on, hurry, Pan Han nodded. After seeing Yin Xiaoli off, Pan Han lay in bed and booked a train ticket back to Kyoto. Then he dialed Wang Dao's number. Kid, you're up early. Yin Xiaoli's situation is settled, right? Wang Dao's voice was languid, as if she hadn't fully woken. Yeah, you kept your word, Pan Han said. Spare me the nonsense. When are you coming back? Wang Dao cut straight to the chase. I booked a ticket. He'll be there by noon. Where do I find you? Pan Han asked. Dynasty Grand Hotel Room, 1808. Don't try any tricks. Don't resist. Wang Dao's tone carried a hint of mockery. You're such a joker. Why the hotel? Pan Han said helplessly. You are in no position to negotiate. Go where I tell you. Wang Dao's voice suddenly turned serious. Fine, see you at 1808 then, Pan Han said, hanging up. A chill ran down his spine and an ominous foreboding enveloped him. He got up to stretch, went downstairs for a couple of laps, and came back for a cold shower. After that routine, his emotions finally settled. He checked the time, packed his things, checked out, and headed straight for the station to return to Kyoto. Along the way, Yin Xiaoli kept messaging him, brimming with excitement. Being able to return to the set had lifted her spirits immensely. Pan Han was happy for her too, constantly sending her encouraging messages. 2 hours later, he was back in Kyoto. He first went home to drop off his backpack before taking a taxi to the Dynasty Grand Hotel. "They'll be there in half an hour," Pan Han texted Wang Daodu. "They'll wait," Wang Daodu replied succinctly. This luxurious hotel was renowned in Kyoto. As Pan Han got out of the car, he gazed at the imposing structure and shook his head in resignation. No matter how grand the place, there were always unexpected people and events. He approached the front desk and asked the receptionist for directions to room 1808. "Are you Mr. Pan?" the receptionist asked with a smile. "Yes," Pan Han nodded. "Miss Wang instructed us to let you go straight up. Here is the room key." The receptionist handed him a key card. "So her name is Wang Daodu," Pan Han murmured, but then thought it's a rather unique name. "Thank you." He took the key card and headed straight for room 1808. On the way, he mentally checked his gear and condition. Though he hoped to avoid conflict, he had prepared for all contingencies. "If there are only a dozen or so, I can handle it. But if it's more than 20, you'll need to make a run. Absolutely don't drink anything. Memorize the room layout the moment I step in. This must be the floor plan. Note the fire escapes and emergency exits." After confirming everything, he stood before room 1808, took a deep breath, and pressed the doorbell. "Come in. Open the door yourself." Wang Daodu's voice came clearly from inside. Pan Han curled his lip, then swiped the card and entered. Room 1808 was a presidential suite, a full 180 square meters, with a spacious living room just past the entrance. Pan Han quickly scanned the surroundings, memorizing the layout and checking for any threats. At that moment, Wang Daodu was sitting on the living room sofa doing stretching exercises. A pair of yoga pants accentuated her long legs, and a sports vest gave her a clean, sharp look. Strange she's alone, Pan Han thought, his vigilance heightening. "Wait until I finish my warm-up, you can sit first." Wang Daodu didn't even glance at Pan Han, continuing her stretching exercises with focused intensity, her tone carrying an unquestioning command. Pan Han was at a loss, sensing something amiss with this rhythm. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, even prepared to face conflict, yet she acted as if receiving an ordinary visitor. "You're Wang Daodu, right?" Pan Han forced himself to ask, trying to break the eerie atmosphere. Wang Daodu seemed utterly absorbed in her own world, ignoring his question as she continued stretching, her breathing steady and rhythmic. Something was definitely wrong. Pan Han's internal alarm blared. Instead of sitting as instructed, he cautiously paced the living room, ostensibly observing the surroundings, while actually surveying the layout of the bedroom, bathroom, bar area, and cloakroom. If things get urgent, he'll escape through the cloakroom, Pan Han calculated, silently bracing for the worst. "Don't bother searching, cameras are everywhere, impossible to find them all," Wang Daodu suddenly remarked, her tone flat, as if stating an ordinary fact. With that, she stood up, grabbed a towel to wipe off sweat, her movements elegant and natural. "Just tell me what you want me to do." Pan Han halted, meeting her gaze. "Didn't I tell you yesterday? Kneel and be a dog." Wang Daodu tossed aside the towel, picked up a glass of water, and sauntered toward Pan Han, a playful smile curling at her lips. This woman is definitely insane. Kneel and be a dog. Pan Han instinctively stepped back, every muscle tensed, on high alert. What, never done it before? Wang Daodu approached unexpectedly, patted his shoulder, then took a big gulp of water. "Frankly, your tricks won't work on me. I came here because I don't want to escalate things or involve others," Pan Han responded calmly, trying to seize control of the conversation. "Ooh, solid shoulders. Not bad, not bad." Wang Daodu set down her glass, turned to appraise Pan Han, her gaze evaluating. "You're not thinking of making me do something weird, are you?" Pan Han dreaded asking, but the situation compelled him to entertain the thought. "Ha ha ha, dream on. If I wanted someone like you, I could line them up from here to Paris." Wang Daodu burst into laughter, as if hearing something utterly ridiculous. "If you don't get to the point, I'm leaving." Pan Han was losing his patience, feeling a fight would be more straightforward. "The moment you step out, he'll make a call to replace you," Wang Daodu said lightly, yet the threat was clear. Pan Han bristled, glaring at her, but suppressed his rising anger. "Take off your jacket." Seeing his impatience, Wang Daodu spoke seriously, her tone turning stern. The request left Pan Han uncertain. He needed to understand her intentions to decide his next move. "Fine, you want to play? He'll play along." Pan Han decided to comply, temporarily curious about her game. He followed the instruction, removing his jacket to reveal a t-shirt. Wang Daodu silently gestured for him to take that off too. Once he did, his sculpted upper body was bared before her. Years of training had carved his muscles into clear definition, yet not exaggerated, exuding a healthy strength. "Unexpectedly, you have a great physique. Can't tell with clothes on," Wang Daodu remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "And then, you didn't just want to see my body, did you?" Pan Han asked, remaining vigilant. "Wait here," she said, heading straight for the bedroom. 2 minutes later, she returned with a box, which she handed to him. "Take it." Pan Han accepted it with both hands. It was quite heavy. Wang Daodu opened the box with a serious expression, rummaging inside. Pan Han's heart sank as he saw an array of strange tools and devices. What the hell does this woman want? Pan Han muttered inwardly, his nerves on edge. Noticing his trembling hands, Wang Daodu shot him a look. Hold the box steady. Without waiting for a reply, she picked another item, weighed it in her hand, smiled slightly, and gestured for him to set the box down. Now Wang Daodu held something resembling a gas mask, complex in design and seemingly professional. The sight triggered unpleasant memories in Pan Han, his brow furrowing. Let's try this first. Wang Daodu handed him the mask, her tone expectant. You sick freak. Pan Han finally snapped, knocking the mask out of her hand with a curse. Ah, she cried out in pain. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Pan Han. How dare you, she asked incredulously. Pan Han didn't escalate, but his gaze turned icy. I'm warning you, stop these games. Just tell me what you want. Wang Daodu clutched her wrist, stepping back, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she resumed her nonchalant expression. Boo-hoo. She feigned a pout, but excitement gleamed in her eyes. You're so rough. You wanted to use these weird things. Pan Han, still unsatisfied, took another step forward. Wang Daodu turned and dashed into the bedroom agile. Damn it, he'll get to the bottom of this today. Pan Han gave chase. One ran, the other pursued. Bare-chested, he charged with ferocity. Soon Wang Daodu was gasping for breath. Reaching the bed, she leaped onto it, curling up under the covers, only her head visible. Fuming, Pan Han prepared to yank the blanket off. But Wang Daodu's eyes twinkled as she panted, You're so manly. Hearing this, Pan Han froze, his mind blank, his movement ceasing. This reaction caught him completely off guard. Aren't you going to chase me? She taunted when he stopped. Pan Han feigned a lunge, but Wang Daodu didn't flinch. Instead, she closed her eyes as if anticipating something. Pan Han was baffled, utterly unable to fathom this woman's mind. Damn it, you want to take a hint? Wang Daodu, seeing his hesitation, sat up abruptly, pretending to counterattack. Whoa, don't move. Pan Han wouldn't let her succeed. He pinned her shoulder with one hand, keeping his distance. She fought back, yanking his arm and trying to kick him. Unbeknownst to her, Pan Han's special training made it easy to neutralize her attacks. He seized the chance to slap her several times, the sounds ringing out. Wow, impressive. Surprisingly, Wang Daodu exclaimed in genuine admiration, her excitement more evident. Damn it, I'll show you. Pan Han cursed at her repeatedly, but held back from further violence. Ha ha ha. Wang Daodu went limp, lying on the bed, laughing, as if savoring some ultimate pleasure. Fearing loss of control, Pan Han withdrew, stepping far away. He had to get away from this woman as soon as possible. Too terrifying. His upbringing forbade him from using force against women, yet he had been pushed to this extreme. If there's a problem, it's all you're doing. Reflect on yourself, Pan Han said sternly. Suddenly a peal of laughter erupted from Wang Daodu, echoing through the presidential suite. What do you want? You're hurt. Do you need bandaging? Pan Han looked at her reddened wrist, feeling he might have been too rough, eager to end this farce. Communicating with her was exhausting. I never knew when you're angry you're so domineering. Wang Daodu giggled, gazing at Pan Han with reverence, as if discovering a treasure. Pan Han was utterly speechless, feeling like he was talking to an alien. He shook his head, deciding to stop playing her game and cut to the chase. Now can we talk business? About Yin Shali, what exactly do you want? Wang Daodu finally sobered up a bit, sitting up on the bed, straightening her clothes and hair. Fine, since you're so direct, let's talk business. But before that, could you get me the first aid kit? My wrist really hurts. Pan Han sighed, a mix of exasperation and amusement. This bizarre meeting was finally getting to the point. Wang Daodu, didn't anyone tell you that you're insane? Pan Han, exasperated by her antics, plopped heavily onto the sofa, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon her. Oh, how did you know I have a condition? I do indeed suffer from an uncontrollable impulse. Wang Daodu blinked, her voice laced with self-mockery. If you're sick, go get treated. Why are you taking it out on me? Pan Han's tone turned cold, carrying an unyielding authority. This condition has only one cure: poverty. So for someone from my family background, it's incurable. Right now, I only want to duel with you. Either you subdue me, or I subdue you. Wang Daodu rested her chin on her hand, her eyes brimming with provocation. Pan Han fell silent for a moment, then slowly uttered, How about I give you the car as compensation? After all, the M5 was already in for repairs. He might as well let this madwoman have it. If he kept entangled with her, Pan Han himself would go crazy. Though he appreciated beautiful women, it had to be on a foundation of equality and respect. He absolutely could not accept such a twisted interaction. He silently vowed that no matter which world he was in, anyone who forced others into such an abnormal relationship would not be let off lightly. And that iron gang, he would wipe them out sooner or later. Oh, now you remember the car? Weren't you pretty cocky before? Let me tell you, it's too late. Wang Daodu suddenly reverted to her usual demeanor, her tone teasing, as she provoked Pan Han. It seems talking nicely doesn't work anymore. Pan Han slowly rose, looking down at her. Don't you know my strength? My 3 incompetent underlings, though they can't accomplish much, are quite experienced in sabotage and sneak attacks. The fact that you could counterkill them shows you have some skill. I have a bunch of assassins in another world. Do you think I'd tell you? Pan Han sneered inwardly. Unfortunately, that little skill is utterly useless to me. No matter how powerful you are, you're just an ant before me. Wang Daodu feigned contempt. Oh, what if I could cure your condition? Pan Han recalled that he had an evolution potion in his space. Consuming the yellow one would eliminate all ailments from the body. He suddenly realized this woman might have some value. If he wanted to make money legally in the real world, he did need help from certain people. Huh? You, an ordinary person, think you can bankrupt my family? Wang Daodu assumed Pan Han intended to bring down her family. Hearing her contempt, Pan Han's eyes sharpened, and his aura surged. Watch your words. If I wanted to deal with your family, it would be as easy as turning my hand. Wang Daodu, intimidated by his presence, froze for a moment before forcing herself to say, then tell me, how will you cure me? Calm down first. I'm not talking about bankrupting your family. I really have a way to treat your condition. Pan Han's voice was steady and forceful, carrying a convincing power. Suddenly Wang Daodu stopped, staring blankly at Pan Han. Are you serious? Sit properly. I'm not used to talking like this. Pan Han commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Oh. Wang Daodu unconsciously obeyed, sitting up straight. Come over here. Pan Han patted the sofa beside him. Like an obedient student, Wang Daodu sat where he indicated. How many years have you had this condition? Tell me the details, and I'll see if I can prescribe the right remedy. Pan Han seized the moment while she was compliant. About 7 or 8 years. How old are you now? I'm 24. So you were 16 when it started? Yes. My father is in the pharmaceutical business. After he found out, he treated me for a long time, but it didn't work. Did your father say what caused it? I'm afraid you won't understand. The cause is too complicated. Try me. Pan Han's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. Wang Daodu hesitated, then finally spoke. Part of it is hereditary. My father is a philanderer, rich and handsome, always chasing after women. The other part is endocrine imbalance caused by immense mental stress. With your father's vast business, some socializing is inevitable. Pan Han sighed softly after hearing this. You men are all the same. Wang Daodu suddenly shouted in agitation, tears even welling up in her eyes. Control your emotions. Continue. Pan Han's voice was steady, carrying a peculiar soothing power. Why are you willing to listen? Why should I trust you? Wang Daodu suddenly countered. At this moment, Wang Daodu seemed like a lost little girl, her swollen cheeks highlighting the confusion and hope in her eyes. Because I plan to use you. Pan Han's voice was not loud, but every word was resolute, striking straight to the heart. Her family was in the medical business. What a perfect coincidence, like a pillow just when he needed one to sleep. So direct. Wang Daodu thought she had misheard. In all her years, she had never met anyone like Pan Han. He completely defied expectations, yet carried an indescribable pressure that compelled belief. Because no matter how big your family is, or how powerful your father is, to me, they're just ants. Why should I believe you? You don't have to believe me. But whoever suffers knows it best. Hearing this, Wang Daodu's emotions collapsed, and she burst into loud sobs. Her crying told Pan Han that he had hit the mark. She wept for about 7 or 8 minutes before gradually stopping. Feeling better after crying. Much better. Wang Daodu wiped away her tears with her arm. Pan Han looked at her swollen eyes, got up, fetched a clean towel, soaked it in warm water, and handed it to her. Thank you. You're welcome. After they both calmed down, Pan Han asked her to explain the mental stress. Wang Daodu clasped her hands tightly, took a deep breath, and slowly began her story. That year I was 16. One afternoon, school let out early for an inspection. When I got home, I went up to my bedroom on the 2nd floor. Passing by my mother's room, I noticed the door wasn't fully closed. There was a crack, and unusual sounds were coming from inside. Normally at that time, everyone was at work. Why would my mother be home? So I pushed the door open to look. And then, at this point, Wang Daodu's hands trembled slightly, and she swallowed hard. I saw my mother with Uncle Wang next door. As she said this, her eyes grew moist again. Pan Han frowned slightly, already understanding most of it. This Uncle Wang had considerable connections. Back then, our family hadn't built such a big business. He used his influence to help us secure many projects and assets. When I saw that scene, I was terrified and ran away. Back in my room, I was completely dazed, crying silently. From then on, I was traumatized. I changed completely. Plus, my parents felt guilty toward me, so they granted every request I made, and my personality grew more and more willful and violent. Wang Daodu's tone was now slightly calmer. Later, my father realized he couldn't cure my heart ailment, so he gave up. Instead, he deliberately indulged some of my willful behaviors to let me vent. But every night, I often wake up from nightmares. That image is forever seared into my mind. Hearing this, Pan Han fully understood. This condition was more of a psychological trauma. He could empathize. Anyone experiencing such a shock would need a long time to heal. Pan Han's voice was firm and powerful. I deeply regret what you've been through. But I can help you overcome your current predicament. He stood up, exuding a powerful confidence. I'm not joking, nor am I just comforting you. I truly have a way to cure your condition. Wang Daodu looked up at him, feeling for the first time an unprecedented sense of safety and strength from this man. Perhaps he really could help her escape this plight. Wang Daodu listened and nodded earnestly, gazing at Pan Han with tenderness. How do you plan to cure it? I have a secret family recipe that'll mix into a potion. Drink it and you'll be healed. It's not drugs, is it? I'm not touching that stuff. Don't worry. It's a secret family recipe. Look at me now, strong and healthy, eating everything with gusto. Pan Han flexed his arms, showing off his biceps. Indeed, when I first met you, you were quite skinny. He'll let you in on a secret. It can even enhance your beauty. Pan Han said mysteriously. No wonder you look so much more handsome. It's true. The moment Wang Daodu heard about beauty enhancement, she perked up. She held Pan Han's face and scrutinized it closely. Pan Han felt a bit uncomfortable, letting her look for only a few seconds before pushing her away. These next few days, stay home quietly. Don't drink and don't flirt with men. He'll go back and prepare the potion, then bring it to you. Stingy, can't even let me look. Fine, I'll listen to you. With that, Wang Daodu picked up her phone and opened WeChat's QR code. Let's add each other as friends. After they became friends, Pan Han chatted with her a while longer, ensuring there would be no more trouble from Yin Xiaoli, then left. When he got into a taxi, he reflected on the experience, feeling as if it were a dream. Wang Daodu isn't a bad person at heart, just spoiled rotten with a princess temper. He'll go back to the base for a few days, then return to cure her. Plus her family is in the pharmaceutical industry. Maybe I can use the evolution potion to stir up some opportunities. Pan Han planned silently. Soon he returned to his shared apartment. After all the commotion, he hurriedly took a shower and then crossed over to the Doomsday base. In the second-floor room, a spatial fluctuation occurred and Pan Han appeared. He took out a bottle of iced cola, opened the door, and headed straight for the first-floor hall. Still on the stairs, he heard lively discussions in the hall. Everyone stood up when they saw Pan Han arrive. My lord, you're here. Qin Zhong, frowning deeply, came forward to greet him. What happened? Pan Han sensed something was wrong. Lao Wu is in trouble. What's going on? Elder Qin sighed and first let Pan Han sit on the sofa. This morning, Lao Wu and Lao Lu went on patrol and ran into the Iron Gang. They didn't even say a word before opening fire. Lao Wu and Lao Lu fought back while retreating. But Lao Wu was hit in the shoulder and insisted on staying behind to cover Lao Lu, letting him run back to report. Qin Zhong said, when you came down just now, Lao Lu had just returned. We haven't asked for the details yet. Lao Lu, give us the rundown, Cheng Xiao said. All right, seventh sister. Lao Lu looked at the still drying blood on his clothes and composed himself. We drove out for patrol this morning. Just 10 kilometers from the base, we spotted a sign on the ground. It read, hand over food and slaves, Iron Gang. Lao Wu immediately sensed trouble and told me to turn around and retreat. Before the car had gone 10 meters, bullets came from all directions. As Lao Lu spoke, second sister, and Cheng Xiao's expressions tightened with tension. They knew the Iron Gang's marksmanship was accurate. Lao Wu was hit, and the tires were blown out. We both got out and returned fire. There were at least 15 of them. We couldn't hold them off. Lao Wu, seeing he was injured and couldn't run fast, told me to retreat first. With so many of them, how did you manage to escape? Qin Zhong sensed something off. They deliberately left a way out. Surround on 3 sides, leave 1 open. Lao Lu roughly gestured the battlefield situation. Those bastards planned this all along. Pan Han also caught on. I think so too. When I ran, they didn't seem to bother. I kept looking back as I fled, and I saw Lao Wu run out of ammo and prepare to fight with a knife, but the Iron Gang just disarmed him and tied him up. They didn't kill him. Elder Qin, what do you think? Pan Han patted Lao Lu to let him rest, then turned to Qin Zhong. Set an ambush, leave a sign, take a hostage. Clearly they want a ransom, Qin Zhong said without hesitation. So fifth brother should be safe for now. Cheng Xiao relaxed a little upon hearing this. Hard to say. It depends on how high their demands are. If we can't meet them, Lao Wu is as good as dead. Lao Lu, did they specify how much supplies they want? No, it seems they want everything. Second sister, bring the map. Bai Mei went inside to fetch the map. Half a minute later, the map was spread on the table. Qin Zhong chewed on a pencil as he traced the map with his finger. Then he drew a circle. This is the Iron Gang's base, 300 kilometers from us. Damn it, these bastards really don't mind the distance. Lao San and Lao Si cursed in unison. What's the plan? Pan Han had never encountered such a situation before and had no ideas, so he turned to Qin Zhong. Ransom, raid, or grab a prisoner to exchange. Just as Qin Zhong was about to elaborate, Wei Heshang suddenly ran in. My lords, there's someone at the gate claiming to have news about fifth brother. Everyone stood up and ran out with the monk. At the gate tower, they saw a burly man standing at the entrance looking smug. Who goes there? Qin Zhong called out loudly. Iron Gang He Yong. The man answered without hesitation, then puckered his lips at Elder Qin. Disgusting. Cheng Xiao shuddered at He Yong's expression and cursed. What have you done to Lao Wu? That man is Lao Wu. Don't worry, Elder Qin, we won't touch your man for now. Damn it, boss, stop wasting words with him. Let's just tie him up first. Lao Lu said, his eyes turning red at the memory of Lao Wu covering him, itching to tear the man apart. Don't act rashly. Elder Qin held Lao Lu back, calming him down. Elder Qin, talking like this gives me a sore neck. How about we go inside? He-Yong said, rubbing the back of his neck. Open the gate for him. Wei Heshang pressed the gate button beside him. He-Yong blew a kiss at Elder Qin with a grin, then strolled in slowly. Pan Han finally got a taste of the Iron Gang's demeanor. He had heard Cheng Xiao's descriptions before, but never really felt it. Truly hearing about them was nothing compared to seeing them. Let's go down and meet him at the gate. Elder Qin led the group straight to the entrance. Long time no see, Elder Qin. I've missed you to death. He-Yong said with a grin as Qin Zhong approached. Do I know you? Qin Zhong was bewildered by the familiarity. Of course you don't, but you're the treasure everyone in our base wants. Enough nonsense. State your terms. Want you invite me in? Qin Zhong glanced at Pan Han, who nodded. Qin Zhong agreed, then shot a look at Lao Lu. Lao Lu immediately rushed forward, punched He-Yong, and grabbed him by the collar. He'll fucking skin you alive if anything happens to fifth brother. Fine, I'll remember this punch. He'll tell them to take good care of your brother. He-Yong spread his arms. Lao Lu glared at him fiercely and began to search him. Oh, a little harder. He-Yong said, his eyes half closed in apparent pleasure. After the search, Old Six indicated he wasn't carrying any weapons. He-Yong chuckled and strode casually inside, observing Dawn Base as he walked. Oh, looks pretty lively here. You've even built the walls. Cut the crap. Move it. Old Six gave He-Yong a hard shove. So rough I like it, He-Yong said with a sarcastic tone. Having just dealt with Wang Daodu, Pan Han was now irritated by such abnormal behavior. A nameless fury surged in his chest, but he couldn't erupt yet, so he had to endure. Cheng Xiao stood nearby, every muscle taut, ready to counter any sudden move from He-Yong. Following the group to the living room, He-Yong didn't stand on ceremony. He sat directly on the sofa, crossing his legs. So comfortable. Boss Qin, your base has quite the treasures. No one sat down, they all stared coldly at He-Yong. Let's talk terms, Qin Zhong spoke up. 3 days from now, deliver 300 cases of canned meat and 100 slaves to our base. When I see the goods, fifth brother returns safely. Otherwise, we'll kill him. He-Yong laid out his demand. Hearing this, everyone knew the news of the trade had leaked. This day was bound to come, and they all had an inkling. Quite the appetite. Don't say you can't afford it. We've been watching you for a long time. He-Yong rolled his eyes. Is there room for negotiation? Hearing this, He-Yong knew his demand had essentially emptied Dawn Base. He let out an even more smug sneer. Sure. You, Boss Qin, come with me and stay with our Iron Group gang. That works too. Slap. Unable to contain herself, Cheng Xiao delivered a slap to his face. Qin Zhong was like a brother to her, though anyone who dared touch him shed fight to the death. Little girl, you'd better pray my orientation hasn't changed, or you'll die very, very painfully. Very painfully. He-Yong touched his face, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and snarled. Fine, that's reasonable. I can go with you. Everyone was startled by Qin Zhong's words. Boss, you. Cheng Xiao couldn't believe her ears. Boss Qin, you're straightforward. He-Yong immediately stood up upon hearing this. At that moment, Pan Han slowly sat down and declared loudly, that's not reasonable. He-Yong was taken aback, staring blankly at Pan Han. Who the hell are you? Who do you think you are? Around here I'm the one in charge now. He-Yong found it hard to believe that this unremarkable fair-skinned fellow was the new leader of Dawn Base. Sir, I can go and bring fifth brother back, no problem. Qin Zhong hurriedly said, afraid Pan Han would agree rashly. Is he really the one in charge here? Seeing Qin Zhong address Pan Han as Sir, He-Yong was still skeptical. That's right, Dawn Base is mine now. If you want to negotiate, come to me. Pan Han didn't look directly at him, but slowly took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. He-Yong was stunned. Damn. He actually had cigarettes. These were rare. What do I call this, sir, of yours? He-Yong asked Qin Zhong. He's our employer, Lord Pan. Lord Pan. Seems you've got some pull taming the Dawn Squad. Just scraping by can't compare to you. Lord Pan is clearly a big shot, even has cigarettes. Want one? I do, but let's talk terms first. You said it's not reasonable. What, trying to haggle? I'm not trying to haggle, I want to raise the price. He-Yong burst out laughing at that. Qin Zhong, Cheng Xiao, and the others were shocked. Had Lord Pan lost his mind? Was he asking for even more? Lord Pan, what do you mean? He'll give you 1000 cases of canned goods and 100 cartons of cigarettes. But the slaves I'm keeping. Pan Han blew a smoke ring and stated his terms. Lord Pan, that's an offer I can't refuse. Huh. He-Yong found it quite reasonable after hearing it. Your conditions I've met. But can you meet mine? Pan Han looked at He-Yong and asked abruptly. This left everyone. Qin Zhong, Cheng Xiao, He-Yong, completely baffled. Pan Han could counter with conditions. What kind of move was this? Oh, I'm very interested to hear Lord Pan's conditions. Seems just returning fifth brother isn't enough for you. He-Yong's interest was piqued. All of you leave. I need to speak with him alone, Pan Han said to the Dawn Squad. Sir, that's not acceptable. Cheng Xiao was the first to object, followed by Old Six and Second Sister's urgent protests. Qin Zhong remained silent, watching Pan Han. Leave. Go outside. Pan Han gave no room for argument, issuing a direct order. Hearing Pan Han's resolute tone, the squad members didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Qin Zhong didn't object, but led them out, closing the door behind him. What conditions, Lord Pan? So mysterious. Pan Han pulled out a cigarette, handed it to He-Yong, and even lit it for him. Back where I come from, you always have a smoke when discussing business. Talk while we smoke. After lighting the cigarette, Pan Han didn't move away, but sat down beside He-Yong. Thanks, Lord Pan. He-Yong took a deep drag, letting the smoke slowly fill his lungs. Boss, what does Lord Pan want to talk about? Cheng Xiao asked Qin quietly outside the door. I don't know, but I feel he has a plan. Pan Han wasn't in a hurry. He simply watched He-Yong finish the cigarette. Oh, that's nice. Lord Pan, you're straightforward. Come on, tell me your terms. Actually, I like men too. Pan Han lowered his voice, leaning close to He-Yong's ear. I never would have guessed, sir. You're one of us. He-Yong was overjoyed at this. Yeah, I've been holding it in for so long. I was too embarrassed to say it here. Meeting a kindred spirit today is so exciting. Pan Han tightly grasped He-Yong's hands. Haha, Lord Pan, you must be bursting. This Don squad is a bunch of clueless prudes, stubborn as rocks. Exactly. Seeing He-Yong let his guard down, Pan Han lit another cigarette for him. Don't worry, Lord Pan. They'll take you to see the place later. Come visit us whenever you want to. I promise you'll have a good time. He-Yong relaxed considerably after Pan Han's complaints and the gesture of lighting his cigarette. Sure. Actually, my terms are simple. I'll give you more supplies, and in return you set aside one person for me. Our bases are quite far apart. It's inconvenient to travel back and forth. It's easier to have someone by my side. Lord Pan, you've got so many people here. You can do whatever you want. Don't hold yourself back again. He-Yong even reached out and patted Pan Han's thigh. You don't understand. I don't like using force. The other person has to genuinely enjoy it for it to be fun. Got it. Lord Pan is a man of class. Easy enough. He'll send one over for you later. But he'll need an extra 100 cases of canned goods. 100 cases, no problem. But I want to go over and pick one out myself, someone I like. And I'd like to visit your boss while I'm at it. Oh, Lord Pan, you have quite the picky taste. What about me? He-Yong said, leaning into Pan Han. Haha, you're not my type. TCH fussy. Alright, I'll give you a total of 1200 cases. Pick a day, gather everyone at your base, and I'll choose whoever catches my eye. Sound good? Pan Han finished and slapped the whole pack of cigarettes into He-Yong's hand. No problem. 3 days from now, everyone at our base will be there. Lord Pan can take his pick. Great, it's settled then. Sir, you're terrible. That word settled gets me going every time. However, you must keep it a secret for now, and not tell Qin and the others, Pan Han said faintly. Rest assured, Lord Pan. Good. I will go out and convince them. Since your two factions have been hostile for some time, it will take some persuasion. Later, Qin might demand that you be locked up first. I hope you can endure a few days of hardship. As Pan Han spoke, he pulled out a piece of chocolate from his pocket. He-Yong's eyes went straight to the chocolate. Oh, Lord Pan. You are too kind. As long as the deal goes through, I can endure any hardship. Pan Han thought to himself, this is probably the last piece of chocolate in your life. Enjoy it well. He told He-Yong to sit tight, and then turned to leave. At the doorway, everyone saw Pan Han finally come out, and immediately gathered around. Lord, how did the talks go? Qin asked. Excellent. Pan Han deliberately said loudly, then turned back and nodded to He-Yong with a smile. He-Yong saw this, and immediately waved back. Don't make a sound. Follow me. Cheng Xiao closed the door. Pan Han suddenly lowered his voice and said to everyone. The group immediately understood and followed Pan Han outside the main gate. I agreed to give them 1200 cases of canned goods and 100 cartons of cigarettes. Not a single slave and fifth brother returns safely. Lord, that's too much. With these supplies, the Iron Faction can recruit people and buy weapons. Once they grow stronger, they'll be harder to deal with, Cheng Xiao said anxiously. Seventh sister, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Pan hasn't finished yet. Indeed, Qin was the shrewd one. See, this is why Boss Qin can be the leader. You only have chest, no brains. Pan Han teased Cheng Xiao, then turned serious. 1200 cases of canned goods will fill a large truck. They won't check every single one. We'll mix in some canned explosives. When they unload, we'll create a big mushroom cloud. Off. Everyone was shocked. They thought the two were just haggling inside, never expecting Pan Han had another plan. Lord, there are several problems with this, Qin said. Oh, what problems? The Iron Faction has over 100 men. Even if we blow up some, the rest will come after us like mad dogs. I have a plan. In 3 days, we'll get them all gathered together. Then 1 truck of canned goods, half a truck of explosives. Do you have the confidence to send them to Kingdom Come? Everyone gasped again. A way to get them all together. How is that possible? Lord, half a truck of explosives should have a kill radius of about 70 meters. As long as they gather within that distance around the truck, it should work. So is the explosive enough? Pan Han asked. Rest assured, Lord. With the various explosives and detonators we have here, we can make several hundred small bombs. That's fine. Lord, there's another issue. You said you have a way to get them together, but who will stay behind to detonate the bomb? If no one observes, and we use a timer, the effect might be poor, Qin asked again. In 3 days, well, all escort He-Yong and the supplies to the Iron Faction base. Then you take fifth brother and leave. Stop 3 kilometers away from the base and wait until the explosion happens, then come back to pick me up, Pan Han said, looking at the team members. Lord, you mean you'll stay behind? Qin was so startled, He shook his head vigorously. Lord Pan, he'll stay in your place. Cheng Xiao also disagreed. Fifth brother got into trouble with me, he'll stay. Sixth brother immediately volunteered. The others also expressed their willingness to stay. Seeing everyone so self-sacrificing, Pan Han secretly applauded the team's unity. If you stay, you might be blown up. He'll be fine staying. Pan Han patted everyone's shoulders and revealed the real reason. No, you are the backbone of the base. We can't afford any risk to you. This matter is decided, no more discussion. Move on to the next topic. Pan Han spoke with an air of authority. Seeing Pan Han so resolute, the others had no choice but to give up. Dawn Squad attention. Pan Han ordered loudly, knowing they were still dissatisfied despite their silence. It was as if their DNA was activated. Upon hearing the command, they immediately stood at attention. Order. Qin Zhong's second sister and Cheng Xiao are in charge of this external operation. Go find Wei Heshang and bring 4 more high combat slaves. In 3 days, 1 truck, 2 off-road vehicles. Yes. Order. Third brother and fourth brother are in charge of making the canned bombs. Complete them within 48 hours. Arrange as many slaves as needed. Yes. Order. Sixth brother stays at the base and awaits our triumphant return. Hearing he couldn't participate in the operation, sixth brother hesitated and didn't immediately agree. What? Do you have a problem? Pan Han knew sixth brother was unhappy and raised an eyebrow at him. Lord, I want to go on the external mission. Sixth brother mumbled. I understand how you feel. Fifth brother went out with you and didn't come back. You feel guilty. But this mindset might cause you to make mistakes and affect the entire operation. This time we aim to eliminate the Iron Faction once and for all. We can't have any hidden risks. Do you understand? Pan Han said seriously. Sixth brother knew well what Pan Han meant and had to accept it reluctantly. Are all tasks clear? Pan Han's gaze was firm as he swept over everyone. Clear. Good, then let's get to work. Boss Qin, come back to the hall with me to lock up He-Yong. Give him good food and drink, but never let him know our plan. Yes. The Dawn Squad immediately disbanded, each attending to their duties. After everyone left, Qin Zhong quietly asked Pan Han, Lord, how did you get them to gather together? Will they be that obedient? Pan Han smiled slightly and whispered something in Qin Zhong's ear. After hearing it, Qin Zhong broke into a knowing grin. The two returned to the hall cheerfully, where He-Yong was smoking, nearly finishing half the pack. Oh, Lord Pan is back. He-Yong quickly stood up to greet him. I made them see reason. Boss Qin agreed too. You smoke fast. Hey, race another pack. Pan Han took out another pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to him. Lord Pan is too generous. Thank you, Lord. He-Yong said, catching the cigarettes and quickly pocketing them. He-Yong, since our Lord has come to an agreement with you, you'll stay put for these few days. Once we're ready, we'll take you out. Any objections? Qin Zhong said. No problem. I know the rules. There's a villa in the corner of the base. You'll stay there. We'll prepare your food and drink, but you can't come out. Otherwise, we'll put a dog chain on you. Lord Pan, you should talk to Boss Qin sometime. He still has that bad temper. He-Yong was somewhat dissatisfied but didn't refuse. Qin Zhong called sixth brother over, gave a few instructions, and sixth brother escorted He-Yong to the villa. Before leaving, Pan Han deliberately gave further instructions in front of sixth brother that He-Yong must be treated well, with good food and drink, and not neglected. He-Yong was locked up in the villa's back while the others began their tense and orderly preparations. The third and fourth brothers pried open the cans, emptied all the meat, then placed plastic explosives inside and inserted the fuses. They pressed the lids back on and wrapped them securely with tape, covering everything with brown paper. Once one was completed, it was handed to Qin Lao for inspection. After confirming everything was correct, they began to gather the slaves and mass-produce the bombs. They needed to make about 500 in total. Not only was time tight and the task heavy, but they also had to store the extracted meat properly. When Wei Heshang brought the slaves over, he was stunned to see the floor covered with cans. Third brother, do you mean to turn all these cans into bombs? Wei Heshang asked somewhat incredulously. Yes, each person needs to make a dozen or so hurry up. Wow, how much supplies does our Lord Pan have? This is way too extravagant, he exclaimed. What's wrong? Are you tempted? The third brother saw through Wei Heshang's thoughts. A little. Wei Heshang swallowed hard. Lord Pan has ordered that everyone can eat as much of the extracted meat as they want as long as the work is done on time. Hearing this, the slaves immediately stirred, each with shining eyes and rumbling stomachs. Work first, then eat meat. Let's go. The third brother only cared about his fifth brother and paid no attention to these matters. Fourth brother, let's take a few people to sort out the explosives, and the others should hurry to assemble the bombs. Got it, brother. In the backyard, Pan Han and Cheng Xiao were checking the vehicles. Cheng Xiao looked somewhat gloomy. After all, this was a large team operation, and Pan Han still needed to infiltrate the enemy camp to complete the demolition. While checking the vehicles, she seemed distracted, a detail noted by Pan Han. What's wrong? Worried about me? Pan Han kicked the tire and asked. Yes. If possible, I would prefer to give them more supplies, Cheng Xiao replied. Today we take 5 cities, tomorrow 10, and then we can sleep peacefully. Look at the 4 directions, and the Qin soldiers will arrive again. Cheng Xiao was puzzled, asking, what does that mean? Pan Han quoted an ancient text she had never heard before, causing her to look astonished. Do you think we can feed the iron group? I understand the reasoning. I'm just genuinely worried about you. You're not worried about me. You've fallen for me, Pan Han said with a grin. Nonsense. Cheng Xiao's face turned red instantly. After so long in the apocalypse, you've probably forgotten what it feels like to love someone. I just hope the base gets better and better. Before you came, we were on the brink of life and death, and now we finally have hope. I don't want to lose it. Compared to the other 599 billion people, what do we still have to lose? Pan Han suddenly said seriously. Cheng Xiao was taken aback. She hadn't expected to hear such words from him. She immediately thought of her parents who had been turned into skeletons by zombies and the teammates who had died fighting the Iron Group. In the hellish scenes over the past 8 years, she tightly shut her eyes, adjusted her breathing, and finally forced out a single word: kill. That's the right feeling. Pan Han gave her a thumbs up. At that moment, the second sister had already prepared the medical emergency kit. Unsure of the fifth brother's injuries, she carried extra medicine and placed it in the front passenger seat of the SUV. Fifth brother, you must hold on. Our Lord is bringing tons of canned food to save you. If you can't hold on, you'll be letting down all this meat. The sixth brother said while attaching the belt to the machine gun. That's sixth brother. Damn, even at a time like this, he can still crack jokes. Cheng Xiao was somewhat angry and glared at the sixth brother. Hey, I think it's pretty good. This is called revolutionary optimism. We should promote this outlook on life in our base, Pan Han said appreciatively, looking at the sixth brother. After a round of tidying up, the vehicles were ready. Everyone gathered in the backyard, forming a circle. Everyone, 3 days from now will be the decisive battle. This is my first time fighting alongside you. I believe in you all, Pan Han said calmly, expressing his inner thoughts without a pre-battle speech. My lord, I still suggest that the detonation task be assigned to me, Qin Zhong said seriously. No need. I must pass this test eventually, Pan Han said with determination. After we rescue the fifth brother, the second sister will take him back, and the others will stay put. Once the explosion happens, rush to find you immediately. If I die, you must also complete the mission. Kill all the Iron Group members, leave no future troubles, Pan Han said resolutely. If we all die, the second sister will take the fifth and sixth brothers and continue to develop the base. After hearing Pan Han's immense determination, Qin Zhong turned to Bai Mei and spoke. Pa. You guys, don't say such ominous things. The second sister immediately became anxious upon hearing this. If you all die, I will eat all the canned food from the base until I burst, then go find you. Humph. The sixth brother with tearful eyes expressed the most sincere feelings in a playful manner. Sixth brother, no pouting. Qin Zhong scolded him, but couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter, greatly easing the tense atmosphere. Sixth brother, you're a good guy. Don't worry, I'll well be back. Pan Han also patted him. I don't care, regardless. On that day, I will cook a big pot of delicious food. If you don't come back, I will eat it all myself. Hearing this, Cheng Xiao couldn't hold back and hugged the sixth brother. Sixth brother, this meal I'm definitely counting on you. Damn, why can't I stand hearing this word count? It's so awkward. Pan Han couldn't help but squirm. Time flew by, and the departure date had arrived. During these days, He Young had been very cooperative, just eating, drinking, and taking care of his needs, as there were people waiting on him. Pan Han and Cheng Xiao initially wanted to restrain themselves, but couldn't help but indulge. Cheng Xiao said she didn't want to leave any regrets, not knowing if it was the last time. It was now 5 a.m. in the apocalypse, and the sky was beginning to brighten as everyone gathered at the gate. After a brief check, they took He Young into the SUV's front passenger seat, and the convoy set off. The sixth brother stood on the watchtower, tears in his eyes as he watched everyone leave a 200-pound man, crying like a fool. The two bases were 300 kilometers apart, and would arrive in just 2 hours at full speed. Why didn't you tell me this broken car could go this fast when I practiced driving last time? Pan Han asked Cheng Xiao, gripping the handle tightly in the front passenger seat. Aren't our vehicles supposed to be able to reach this speed? Does that even need to be said? Since last night, when Cheng Xiao used a riding technique to make Pan Han fly, she had become quite boastful. Beautiful lady, this is a truck. Can you drive it at 200 km/h? If you think that slow, go ride in an SUV, that can go up to 400. Pan Han finally realized how good the performance of vehicles in the apocalypse was. Do we have enough fuel? We just filled up with a full 10 liters before we left. That's more than enough for a round trip. Holy crap. This truck with the cans must weigh at least 5 tons, and it's going this fast. To cover 600 kilometers, and still not use up 10 liters of fuel. Pan Han sensed something was off, and quickly took out a notebook to do some calculations. At this weight and speed in my world, it would require at least 30 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. A round trip of 600 kilometers would mean 180 liters. And here we haven't even used 10 liters. This means that gasoline in the apocalypse is equivalent to at least 20 liters in my world. As Pan Han calculated, his hands began to tremble. Holy crap, I'm going to get rich again. After finishing the arithmetic, Pan Han couldn't help but shout loudly. Cheng Xiao hadn't felt he was an idiot for a long time, but that familiar sensation was back. Yes, it was still the same fool he had encountered for the first time. Master Pan, what fortune have you stumbled upon this time? Cheng Xiao simply released the steering wheel and activated autopilot. Is the gasoline here really that fuel efficient? Pan Han looked at the arithmetic notebook, then at Cheng Xiao. Are you confused again? What do you mean by fuel efficient? What's the displacement of this truck? 8.0 liters. How many liters per 100 kilometers when empty? About 1.5 liters. Isn't that fuel efficient? I don't know, it's just how it is after refining from crude oil. Pan Han didn't press further, silently committing the matter to memory. He would investigate it thoroughly once the Iron Faction was dealt with. Calling Boss Chin, Pan Han pulled out a walkie-talkie. Received, Master, please speak. Take good care of my brother Yong. Received, Master. Thank you for your concern, Master Pan. Yong, hearing Pan Han's message from afar, grew especially excited and responded into the walkie-talkie. Second sister, sitting in the back seat, secretly rolled her eyes. Unaware of the full situation, she still regarded Yong, a man on the brink of death, with disdain. The 2-hour journey passed in the blink of an eye. When they were still 10 kilometers from the Iron Faction base, Cheng Xiao took over the autopilot. The convoy gradually slowed down. Ahead, a formidable modified pickup truck appeared, its front bumper covered in iron spikes and a machine gun mounted on its roof. Most conspicuous was the fluttering flag, boldly emblazoned with the character Iron. The convoy stopped before the pickup, and everyone disembarked. Yong strode to the front, greeting the man who emerged from the pickup. Ruoying, you came to meet me. Yong recognized the newcomer at once and ran forward in surprise. Brother Yong. Brother Yong. The man named Ruoying waved his arms, greeting Yong. When they met, they first shared a big hug, then kissed passionately for half a minute. After savoring the moment, Yong opened his eyes, looked at Pan Han with slight embarrassment, and beckoned him over. Suppressing his goosebumps, Pan Han shuffled over with a smile. Ruoying, let me introduce you. This is the current leader of Dawn Base, Master Pan Han. He has come bearing generous gifts. Yong was indeed considerate of Pan Han's face, his tone, and gaze friendly during the introduction. Ruoying, knowing Yong well, understood from his words that Pan Han was to be treated with great hospitality. Thus he bowed slightly and greeted with a smile, greetings, Master Pan. You must be weary from your long journey. After speaking, he took Pan Han's hand and performed a hand-kissing ritual. Unsure how to reciprocate, and fearing a misstep, Pan Han quickly pulled a small pouch from his pocket. Hello. It's our first meeting, and I haven't prepared much. Here are 2 packs of cigarettes, please accept them. Oh, Master Pan, how can this be? I can't accept gifts on our first meeting. Ruoying was flattered. Ruoying, take them. Our Master Pan is one of us. Yong quickly explained. All right, then I'll respectfully obey. Ruoying took the pouch and handed it to a brother behind him. The base is 10 kilometers ahead. Our boss sent me to escort you. Ha ha ha. Our boss truly foresaw everything. He knew Dawn Base would come to rescue someone in 3 days, Yong said. Brother Yong, let's not talk about rescue anymore, it's too formal. Today we're here to make friends. Right, Pan Han added after hearing this. Right? Exactly right. Master Pan is correct, today we are here to make friends. Please, well, lead the way. Yong, thoroughly satisfied, happily climbed into Ruoying's car. Thus the Iron Faction pickup led the Dawn convoy toward the base. Pan Han returned to the truck and fiercely wiped his hand on his clothes 7 or 8 times. Cheng Xiao covered his mouth, snickering. Damn it, I should have let Boss Chin come instead. Damn. Ha ha ha. Cheng Xiao couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Soon the convoy entered the Iron Faction base gates. The base was about the same size as the current Dawn base, but its defenses were noticeably stronger. Pan Han spotted not only heavy machine gun positions, but also automatic grenade launchers, flamethrowers, and even a 20mm autocannon position. He couldn't help but feel a secret shock, grateful they hadn't stormed the place, or many brothers would have died. Inside the gate was a large square with a 3-story building at its far end. The convoy parked one by one in the square. From the 3-story building emerged several burly men. The leader, about 2 meters tall with robust limbs, had an unusually delicate face, cleanly shaven and seemingly styled with hair gel. What kind of influence had shaped such a taste? Yong, stepping out of the car, spotted the 2-meter-tall delicate giant and immediately ran over. Boss, I'm back. The giant nodded slightly at Yong, but fixed his gaze firmly on Pan Han. Pan Han instantly felt a chilling glare pierce through the car window and land on him. Damn, this Iron Faction boss is no ordinary man. Pan Han said to Cheng Xiao. Yeah, it's him. His name is Xiangxiu. The Iron Faction has a rule: the higher one's status, the gentler their name. Cheng Xiao explained, seeing Pan Han's confusion. Huh, this is very logical. Pan Han said, lost in thought. This is already the 4th generation of Xiangxiu. Many died in internal struggles to claim this position. Yong, Ruoying, Xiangxiu. They do seem increasingly gentle. These people are interesting. Let's go, time to get out. By then, Xin Zhong's second sister and Wei Heshang had gathered around the truck. Seeing this, Pan Han quickly got out. In the distance, Yong was reporting to Xiangxiu. The more Xiangxiu listened, the more delighted his expression grew, and his gaze toward Pan Han became increasingly tender. Boss Qin, lead the way, I'll stay in the middle. Pan Han was now thoroughly uncomfortable. Qin Zhong, noticing this, smirked and walked directly to the front to lead. The others, hearing this, quickly surrounded Pan Han. Pan Han deliberately walked behind Qin Zhong to avoid Xiangxi's gaze. As the group approached the building, Xiangxiu had already descended the steps to greet them. Boss Qin. Long time no see. Xiangxiu and Qin Zhong were old acquaintances. They had shared a history, but now belonged to different factions. Cut the crap, Xiangxiu. You old devil, you've barely been quiet, and now you're stirring trouble again. Where's my fifth brother? Qin Zhong wasted no time getting straight to the point. Why are you so fierce? Really, shouldn't you introduce your master first? Xiangxiu pinched a delicate finger and lightly tapped Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong wanted to snap back, but found Xiangxi's point reasonable, so he stepped aside to reveal Pan Han. This is the current master of Dawn-based Master Pan. Qin Zhong reluctantly introduced Pan Han to Xiangxiu. Master Pan, hello. I am Xiangxiu, leader of the Iron Faction. You've come from afar, you must be tired. Xiangxiu extended his hand. Pan Han quickly stepped forward and shook his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Pan Han presented another gift box. Xiangxiu accepted it, expressed his gratitude, and invited everyone inside. Qin Zhong turned back to signal Wei Heshang to guard the truck, then led the group into the three-story building. Entering the small building, it was noticeably more luxurious than the Dawn base. The sofas were all genuine leather and meticulously clean. A large woolen rug was spread across the living room floor. Please have a seat, Lord Pan. Xiangxiu personally moved a single cedar sofa for Pan Han. Thank you, Chief. Xiangxiu, let's skip the pleasantries. We've brought all the supplies, now give us back fifth brother. Qin Zhong was still worried about fifth brother's safety and wouldn't rest easy until he saw him. Lord Pan, you need to control your people better. They have no manners at all. Xiangxiu muttered, then turned and gave a signal to the guard beside him. The guard turned and walked toward the second floor. Qin Zhong wanted to follow, but was stopped by Pan Han. Chief, I'm new here and don't know the rules very well. But I came today with genuine sincerity. I believe Brother Yong has already told you. Pan Han pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Xiangxiu, who accepted gladly. Yes, he did. Lord Pan's conditions are impossible for us to refuse. However, I'm more interested in how to become friends with Lord Pan. Let them take fifth brother away first. He'll stay behind and discuss the details with you alone. Xiangxiu smiled secretly at this, then turned back to look at He Yong. Clearly, He Yong had already explained Pan Han's intentions and interests clearly. Good Lord Pan is a straightforward man. I'm determined to be your friend. When fifth brother comes down, they can take him away. Just then, fifth brother was brought down from the second floor. His shoulder was wrapped in bandages. Apart from looking pale, he seemed to be in decent condition. Second sister saw fifth brother and quickly went over to check his injuries. Pan Han and Qin Zhong also watched nervously. After a brief examination, second sister gave everyone an okay gesture. Only then did the weight lift from their hearts. Don't worry, everyone. Your fifth brother has evolved too, so his physique is fine. This is just a flesh wound. He'll recover in half a month at home. Xiangxiu said nonchalantly. Although he spoke the truth, Qin Zhong still glared at him with wide, furious eyes. Fifth brother, you've suffered. Let second sister take you back first. Pan Han stood up and helped fifth brother. Lord, I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm fine. They didn't do anything to me. Fifth brother said with some guilt. We're family, no need for separate talk. Second sister, take fifth brother back to recover quickly. Yes, Lord. Come, fifth brother. We'll take you home. Second sister gave everyone a solemn look, then led fifth brother away. Wait. Lord Pan, this doesn't seem right. We haven't even seen the goods yet. Xiangxiu suddenly said. What you think would cheat you? Besides, Lord Pan and the rest of us are still here. What are you afraid of? Qin Zhong retorted sharply. Go see them out. Xiangxiu thought Qin Zhong had a point. Yes, Chief. Lord Pan, since the person is gone, let's go check the goods. Xiangxiu said solemnly to Pan Han. No problem. Chief, please. So they all went to the square where Monk Wei drove the truck to the entrance and lifted the canvas covering the back. A mountain of supplies was revealed before Xiangxi's eyes. The two nearby guards saw it, their eyes gleaming, and without waiting for orders they jumped onto the truck to inspect. The pile of supplies was in two layers. The top was all genuine canned goods with the explosive packed cans hidden underneath. The two guards drew daggers, each picked up a can, tore open the packaging, and pried off the lids. Chief, they're real. One of them held up a piece of meat and waved it at Xiangxiu. Is it good? Xiangxiu asked meaningfully. Understanding the intent, the guard quickly took a bite. Delicious, very delicious. Top quality goods. Xiangxiu nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Turning to Pan Han, he said, Lord Pan is straightforward. Cooperating with you is truly a pleasure. Not at all, it's the chief who keeps his word. Let Qin Zhong and his men leave first, then we can discuss the rest. I haven't seen Brother Qin in a long time. How about letting him stay too? Xiangxiu couldn't help but glance at Qin Zhong. Next time. You understand. Pan Han, afraid Xiangxiu would ruin things, quickly cut off his train of thought. All right. Then Brother Qin, until we meet again. Xiangxiu said sheepishly. Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao nodded to Pan Han, reluctant, but having to leave. Monk Wei saluted Pan Han and followed them out. Now only the truck full of canned goods and the members of the Iron Crow gang remained in the square. What a waste of this truck, Pan Han thought to himself. They're gone now. Lord Pan can speak freely. Xiangxiu patted Pan Han on the shoulder. Phew, finally they're gone. I was suffocating, ha. Pan Han played his role to the fullest. The other Iron Crow gang members heard this and also laughed. Chief ID like to pick one person to take back today. I wonder if everyone is here. If so, please call them to the square so I can have a look. See, I said Lord Pan and I are fated. Our teams have been out for over a month, and today they all just returned. Xiangxiu said proudly. Excellent. Let everyone come then. They'll distribute canned goods and cigarettes to each person and chat with them. Pan Han was a little excited that everything was going according to plan. Alright, I was planning to give a speech later anyway, so let's satisfy Lord Pan first. After Xiangxiu finished speaking, he directly told the guards beside him to assemble the team. Soon over 100 burly men dressed in various clothes gathered noisily in the center of the square. Although their interests were somewhat extreme, their movements were swift and orderly. Each stood tall with chests puffed out, forming neat rows. Today we have a special guest. He is the new master of Dawn Base, Lord Pan Han. He has come today to get to know everyone and to distribute gifts to each one of you. If anyone is fortunate enough to catch Lord Pan's eye, you will need to follow him back for a few days. Any questions? No? Well, do as Xiangxiu commands. The 100+ burly men shouted in unison. How about it, Lord Pan? I run a good team, don't I? Xiangxiu asked Pan Han smugly. Absolutely. The chief has great foresight and integrity. My admiration for you is like a never-ending river, continuous and boundless, or like the Yellow River, flooding, unstoppable. Pan Han shamelessly showered him with flattery. I never expected Lord Pan to have such a keen eye for talent. What a pity we didn't meet sooner. Xiangxiu had never heard such sophisticated flattery and was utterly delighted. Chief, don't rush. Let me greet everyone first, and we'll talk in detail later. Pleased. Pan Han walked down the steps, stood at the back of the truck, and took out canned goods and cigarettes. The burly men of the Iron Crow gang lined up and came forward one by one to receive the supplies. Pan Han gave each person their items, shook their hands sincerely, and offered a simple compliment. After about half an hour, everyone had received their supplies and reformed their ranks. They were all beaming, having not seen so many supplies in a long time. Lord Pan, have you found anyone you like? I think AI Qin is quite good. His skills are very refined. Xiangxiu, in a great mood after seeing everyone receive their goods, even took the initiative to recommend someone. Chief, please wait with everyone for 1 minute. I need to use the restroom. He'll be right back to talk. Pan Han was figuring out how to make his escape. Lord Pan, you're getting nervous. He Yong, take the Lord to the restroom in the building. He'll say a few more words to everyone. Yes, Chief. Lord Pan, please follow me. Pan Han followed He Yong straight to the restroom. Brother Yong, this place is fantastic. I've come too late. Thank you, Brother Yong. Pan Han didn't forget to flatter him and slipped He Yong a pack of cigarettes. Haha, you're too kind, Lord. We're family now. Exactly. Family. He'll go in now. Please wait a moment. Pan Han entered the restroom, found a toilet stall, quickly slipped inside, and locked the door. Calming his nerves, he reviewed the entire plan, then took out the remote detonator. I want to travel through dimensions. I want to travel through dimensions. I want to travel through dimensions. Pan Han chanted inwardly. The space around him rippled, and he pressed the detonation button. The moment Pan Han vanished, a violent explosion erupted from the truck outside. After crossing over, Pan Han returned to his shared apartment. Gazing at the detonator in his hand, his heart still trembled. It was his first time taking so many lives, and he needed some psychological fortification. Yet since the deed was done, there was no turning back. Pan Han placed the detonator back into his spatial storage and headed straight for the bathroom, deciding to soak in a bath before returning. 3 kilometers away, Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao each held a telescope, staring intently at the Iron Faction base. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, sending countless severed limbs and shattered remains flying upward, accompanied by a torrent of rubble, dirt, and truck parts. Then a thunderous explosion echoed in their ears, and the Iron Faction base was engulfed in a haze of dust. Cheng Xiao was startled by the sheer magnitude of the blast, worrying that Pan Han might not have escaped. Boss, should we charge? She asked, already eager to rush in and rescue him. Monk, drive. Qin Zhong pulled himself back into the vehicle, patting the driver Wei Monk on the shoulder. The off-road vehicle's engine roared to life, its rear wheels spinning in place, kicking up clouds of dust as it sped toward the Iron Faction base. Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao rechecked their weapons, loading rifle magazines to full capacity, chambering rounds in their pistols, and even preparing a helmet and bulletproof vest for Pan Han. Monk, when we reach the base, don't get out. Stay on guard with your weapon and keep the engine running. Cheng Xiao and I will go in. Be ready to evacuate us at any moment. Roger. Wei Monk floored the accelerator. At that moment, various objects that had been launched into the sky began to rain down, clattering against the off-road vehicle with a cacophony of sounds. A thick severed arm slammed onto the windshield, instantly cracking it. Ignore it, keep driving, Qin Zhong instructed Wei Monk. Wei Monk activated the windshield wipers, clearing away the blood, viscera, and dust. When they were still 30 meters from the base, Wei Monk braked, and Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao leaped out before the vehicle had fully stopped. Two figures dashed at full speed. By now the main gate of the Iron Faction base had vanished to who knows where, and a large section of the perimeter wall had collapsed from the shockwave. They headed straight for the central square. There hardly any intact bodies were visible. Only bloodied organs and severed heads littered the ground. The three-story building was half destroyed, with shattered glass strewn everywhere. Qin Zhong exchanged a glance with Cheng Xiao, and they began searching separately. Pan Han had only acted after they had left, so neither of them knew his exact location. They could only start by scouring the pile of corpses in the square. Those closest to the truck had been obliterated without a trace, while those farther away had left behind some remains. A rare few, though missing limbs, were still alive, now cursing and groaning in pain. Qin Zhong focused his search on Xiang Xiu, reasoning that Pan Han was most likely with her. Finding her would probably lead to Pan Han. Sure enough, he soon spotted a pair of severed legs standing upright on the ground. The shoes suggested they belonged to Xiang Xiu, but the nearby remains were all too large to be Pan Han's. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao searched while eliminating any surviving members of the Iron Faction. Both were tense to the breaking point, speaking not a word. With each body they checked, if it wasn't Pan Han, they breathed a little easier. After about 10 minutes of searching, they met up and reported no findings. Not finding him is good news. It means Lord Pan is likely still alive, Qin Zhong said gravely. I roughly counted, there must be around 100 people here, Cheng Xiao reported. The entire Iron Faction must have been present. Just then a piercing scream echoed from the three-story building. Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao immediately sprang up and rushed toward the source. Damn you, Pan Han, you treacherous bastard. Another curse followed. The voice belonged to He Yong, who had been waiting at the restroom door. Now he was pinned under a large beam, his body severed in two. He had been knocked unconscious by the blast, and only now awoke to the pain. Upon waking, he saw the devastation. His comrades Ruo Ying and Xiang Xiu were all gone. His body was caked with a mixture of dust and blood. Even in his stupor, he knew Pan Han was behind this. Grief and agony assaulted his mind, and as he looked down at himself, he saw his body split in two. Just as he tried to move, Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao arrived. Seeing he was alive, they quickly crouched to inspect him. He Yong, where's Lord Pan? Cheng Xiao asked, tugging at him. The mere mention of Pan Han made He Yong spit out a mouthful of black blood. Seventh sister, don't move him. Pulling him out might kill him immediately, Qin Zhong warned, sensing danger. Qin Zhong took a piece of gauze from his pocket, wiped the blood from He Yong's face, and cleared the debris around him. He Yong, where's Lord Pan? Screw your Lord Pan. You beasts. He Yong cursed viciously. Forget him. Search. Qin Zhong set He Yong down. Inside the small building, the rooms were now barely distinguishable. The restroom where Pan Han had hidden was warped by the shockwave, so the two could only search the relatively intact areas first. After more than 10 minutes of scouring the upper and lower floors, they found no living person and no corpse. Strange. Not a single clue. He couldn't have been blown to bits, Qin Zhong said to Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment, then slowly shook her head as she too refused to believe Pan Han had been obliterated. Monk. Qin Zhong grabbed the walkie-talkie. Copy that, boss Qin. We didn't find Lord Pan inside. Circle the base and see if you spot any clues outside. Roger. Boss, what now? Cheng Xiao seemed at a loss. Keep searching. They combed the area for another 10-odd minutes, still finding nothing. A foreboding feeling gripped Cheng Xiao's heart. Growing more anxious, she kept flipping over large concrete slabs, hoping to find Pan Han trapped beneath. Arg. They'll haunt you even as a ghost. He Yong suddenly shouted, then coughed up blood and died. Cheng Xiao, enraged, rushed over and kicked him viciously several times. Go be a ghost. Go to hell. Cheng Xiao kicked and cursed, then began to sob. Boss, is Lord Pan gone? She asked, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong's expression was grim. He had a sinking feeling that hope was lost. Just then a familiar voice came from the restroom. Damn, who the hell locked the door? It was Pan Han. He had crossed over again. Lord Pan. Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao exclaimed in unison, their gazes locking onto the restroom as they dashed toward it. Pan Han had been back for half a minute. Hearing Cheng Xiao cry, he tidied his freshly washed hair and called out, I'm in here. Hurry and open the door. He pounded on it a few times to help them pinpoint his location. It's behind this door, Qin Zhong said, pointing to the iron restroom door. Cheng Xiao took a crowbar from her back and handed it to him. Qin Zhong found a good spot, applied force, and pried it open a crack. Together they pulled the door wide and peered inside. Pan Han stood before them completely unharmed. Cheng Xiao dropped everything and rushed over, embracing him tightly. Qin Zhong stayed put, knowing Pan Han was safe. Didn't I tell you I'd be fine? Pan Han couldn't resist tapping Cheng Xiao's nose and wiping away her tears. I was just worried about you. Cheng Xiao, disregarding all pretense, admitted it outright. All right, I'll let you give me a thorough checkup tonight, Pan Han said with a smile. Lord Pan's seventh sister. This place isn't safe. Let's get out of here. Right. Lord Pan, let's go. Cheng Xiao pulled Pan Han and ran outside. Monk, get back in the car. We found Lord Pan. Prepare to retreat, Qin Zhong called over the walkie-talkie. The three quickly dashed out of the building, passing through the square. Pan Han was deeply shaken by the sheer devastation of the explosion. Only once they were in the car did Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao's heart settle. Pan Han gazed at the ruins and said slowly, from this day forth the Iron Faction no longer exists in this world. The group sat in the vehicle, flooring the accelerator as they sped straight towards Dawn Base. On the way, Cheng Xiao clung to Pan Han, silent and unwilling to let go, as if afraid he might vanish at any moment. Wei Heshang pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the off-road vehicle hurtling along at 400 kilometers per hour. Occasionally they encountered a few wandering zombies or mutated beasts along the road, but they did their best to detour around them, avoiding entanglement, to return to base as quickly as possible. Pan Han had to hold on to the armrest with one hand, while embracing Cheng Xiao with the other, still unable to adapt to such speed and feeling extremely tense. "My lord, why does your hair smell of shampoo? I remember you didn't wash it this morning." Cheng Xiao had been lying in his arms for half an hour before gradually calming down. A woman's sensitive sense of smell caught a faint fragrance, and upon confirming its source, she found it came from Pan Han's hair. "Let's not talk about this for now. We'll discuss it when we get back. You can continue resting your head." Pan Han brushed it off. "Lord Pan, this time I, Qin Zhong, truly admire you from the bottom of my heart. You are both brave and resourceful." "I concur," Wei Heshang chimed in. "Not at all, I was just lucky. By chance the explosion didn't kill me." Qin Zhong listened, revealing a knowing smile, without probing further. "Cheng Xiao, check on old Five's condition." "Yes, my lord." Cheng Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie. "Calling second sister, calling second sister. Receiving seventh sister. Where are you now?" "About 100 kilometers away. Old Five has wounds, so we're driving steadily to avoid jostling. Second sister, take your time. We should catch up to you soon, and we'll return to base together." "Roger." Old Six, who stayed behind, had been standing on the watchtower since morning without leaving. At that moment he received the news. The mission was a success, and everyone would arrive at the base in 30 minutes. Joyfully he raised his arms in triumph, turned to his attendant slaves, and ordered them to prepare a feast for the celebration. A plume of dust rose from the distant horizon. Old Six saw clearly through his binoculars. It was Pan Han's vehicle. "Haha, Lord Pan is incredible." Old Six couldn't help shouting, then picked up a machine gun and fired a burst into the sky. "Old Six, we're almost here. Miss us?" Pan Han spoke into the walkie-talkie. "My lord, you finally returned. How is fifth brother?" "Your fifth brother is as steady as an old dog." Second sister called out over the channel. "Old Six, don't worry. I'm fine, just need a few days of rest." Sixth brother, is the victory feast ready? This operation was a complete success. The Iron Faction gang is wiped out. Yes, as long as everyone comes back we have everything. I won't have to hold the fort alone anymore. Ha ha. A burly man danced wildly on the city wall. Finally the convoy reached the base. The members of Dawn's squad formed a circle, pressing their foreheads together, holding the pose for a long moment before parting. This was their unique ritual. Wei Heshang and the other slaves also breathed a sigh of relief. Pan Han lit a cigarette, sitting alone on the hood of the off-road vehicle, watching everyone with a cheerful smile. He savored the scene. Everyone united to solve problems. It's a pity about Xiang Xiao. He wasn't utterly vicious, he just wanted to survive. Pan Han thought to himself. However, since they had taken action, they had to finish it decisively. Otherwise, when the enemy grew stronger in the future, life at Dawn Base would become even harder. A powerful neighbor was always a threat. After exchanging a few pleasantries, second sister helped Old Five back to rest while the others turned their gazes toward Pan Han. "Attention!" Qin Zhong issued the command. This time, even Wei Heshang and the other slaves stood ramrod straight, eyes gleaming as they fixed on Pan Han. "Dawn Base mission to annihilate the Iron Faction gang complete. Please give your orders, Lord Pan." "Old Qin, you're at it again. So formalistic. What orders?" "Let's eat first. We'll talk after the meal." Influenced by old Six's revolutionary optimism, Pan Han did not give immediate instructions, but urged everyone to start eating. "Long live Lord Pan." The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Old Six even hoisted Pan Han onto his shoulders, carrying him all the way to the villa's main hall. Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao, now covered in mud and blood, went to wash up first. Pan Han exchanged a few words with Wei Heshang before sending him and the other slaves to eat. Old Six sidled up to Pan Han and asked how badly the Iron Faction gang leader had been blown up. "You rascal, afraid he might not be dead enough." Pan Han gave him a light punch. "Ouch, that hurts. Lord Pan, you don't know. That damn leader had his eye on our Chief Qin for a long time. He threatened and bribed us many times. If he's truly dead this time, all the better." Old Six said with a sly grin. "I only saw half a pair of feet left on the ground, the rest was gone." Pan Han gestured to the floor. "Oh my, such power, unbelievable. But Lord Pan, how did you escape?" "I used the excuse of needing to urinate and hid in the restroom." After everything exploded, Chief Chin and the others found me. Lord Pan's so clever. Just then the food was brought out. No one held back. After being out for so long, driving and searching, they were all ravenous. Despite his shoulder injury, Old Five wielded his other hand with full vigor, spinning it deftly. Cheng Xiao and second sister, as valiant as any man, ate with fierce determination, grabbing food with both hands. When it came to eating, the more people the merrier. Pan Han couldn't restrain himself, either devouring 7 or 8 servings of self-heating hot pot to his heart's content. After the feast, the table was cleared. "My lord, let's hold a brief summary meeting." This was Qin Zhong's routine. After every mission, he insisted on debriefing as quickly as possible. Sure, Pan Han naturally had no objections. Alright, I'll start. This operation was a complete success. Old Five is back and safe. The Iron Faction gang has been wiped out. Lord Pan emerged unscathed. I dare say in all my years leading missions, I've never seen such a flawless one. This time it's all thanks to our Lord Pan. Applause. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded warmly. Lord Pan, please give your instructions. Ahem, since you insist, I'll say a few words. Pan Han pulled out cigarettes, lit one for everyone, and placed one in his own mouth, ready to speak. It's good that none of us got hurt. However, we've lost a batch of supplies, used up a lot of explosives, and lost one truck. We need to replenish these as soon as possible. But these are minor issues. What I value more is that the team has been tempered and the threat of the Iron Faction gang has been eliminated. Next, we can't stay hidden any longer. Larger forces will surely take notice of us. So Dawn Base must upgrade to 2.0, and it must be done quickly. At this point, Pan Han looked around the room, his expression serious. 2.0. The crowd was puzzled. That's right. We need to expand to 500 people in a short time. Pan Han tapped the table, setting a goal. Good heavens. 500 people. Lao Lu exclaimed upon hearing the number. My God. Cheng Xiao's eyes widened. Qin Zhong remained silent, gazing at Pan Han, awaiting his subsequent analysis. That's right. 500 people. Cheng Xiao, how many slaves failed evolution after drinking the evolution potion last time? Pan Han recalled the previous rule. Those who failed evolution would be banished. Now he had new plans. 11. They were supposed to be exiled, but then Fifth Brother's incident happened, and it got delayed. Cheng Xiao promptly answered. Keep them. The situation has changed now. To expand our forces, we need to make adjustments. What do you mean, sir? We currently have about 100 people. Starting tomorrow, we'll recruit another 400 slaves. However, there are new rules. Anyone who has already evolved will move directly into the inner city of the base. Those who haven't evolved or have failed evolution will all build their dwellings outside the base, Pan Han said solemnly. Sir, what's the use of having them settle outside? Fifth Brother asked. It sounds like they'll consume a lot of our food, but they make an excellent buffer zone. Once enemies invade, the outerlying slaves will be the first line of contact and firepower. Therefore, we not only need to feed them, but also teach them to use weapons and build fortifications. Pan Han stubbed out his first cigarette and lit another. Sir, this will drain a huge amount of our supplies. Qin Zhong calculated inwardly and found that whether it was food, weapons, or building materials, the quantities were astronomical. So we need to search for gold again. Pan Han cut straight to the point. By the way, Lord Pan, 150 kilometers north of the Iron Gang base, there's a large bank with a vault. Third Brother suddenly remembered and reported promptly. This vault was previously outside our search range. Firstly, it's too far, and secondly, the Iron Gang blocked the route. Now we should be able to scout it out. Chief Chin also agreed to search the bank vault. Then let's divide the work. Time waits for no one. Pan Han urged everyone to redouble their efforts. Alright, tomorrow, it'll take Third Brother and Fourth Brother to check out the vault. Cheng Xiao and Lao Lu will buy the slaves. Second Sister and Fifth Brother will guard the base. Lord Pan, what do you plan to do? Qin Zhong asked. They'll leave for a few days to procure some supplies. Our stock is running low. Pan Han mused that he needed to return to his own world and have Wang Chung exchange the remaining gold bars for money. Good, then it's settled. Everyone rest well today. We'll act together tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. Everyone noted their tasks and returned to their rooms to rest. Seeing everyone was exhausted, Lao Lu voluntarily went out to stand guard. Pan Han returned to his small room on the second floor to rest. He had just lain down when he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Sir, it's me. Recognizing Wei Heshang's voice, Pan Han called him in. What's the matter, monk? Something on your mind? Pan Han got up and offered Wei Heshang a cigarette. Sir, I heard you're recruiting people. The monk took a drag. That's right. We're in dire need of manpower. We plan to expand to 500. Sir, could I call some people back? Oh, how so? Pan Han perked up at this. Before, I lived in a mountain stronghold for a while. They were all villagers from the same village. After the apocalypse came, they hid in the mountains. What kind of people are they? Can they be trusted? Pan Han maintained a degree of caution. In this apocalypse, they're considered a group with a conscience. They took me in before. How many are they? Who's the leader? When I was there, about 700. The leaders were a couple. The man is called Reich, the woman Maji. Why do those names sound so familiar? Pan Han scratched his head upon hearing the names. Sir, after they fled into the deep mountains, they set up checkpoints everywhere and basically never came out. None of them have evolved. But they are strong fighters and completely self-sufficient. If we can win them, overstationing them on the base's periphery would be very suitable. Wei Heshang briefly analyzed the pros and cons. How far is their base from here? Very close, just over 100 kilometers to the west. Oh, isn't that Shiliang Mountain? Yes, it's Shiliang Mountain. That mountain is not small, but it's rather barren. How have they survived so long? Pan Han thought to himself that feeding over 700 people with all their daily needs was a huge number. Relying solely on a mountain didn't seem feasible. Sir, you may not know this, but there's a special plant in that mountain. After mutation, its fruit is enormous. It could feed not just 700, but even another 700. Wei Heshang gestured with his hands to show the size of the fruit. Sounds like a breadfruit tree. Pan Han stubbed out his first cigarette and lit another for the monk, and they continued chatting. I don't know the exact name. Anyway, it tastes good. It's easy to prepare. Just pick it, roast it over a fire, then crack open the shell and eat. When do you plan to go? After hearing this, Pan Han felt it was worth a try. If they could come, it would save a lot of supplies needed to buy slaves. Since you say the situation is urgent, sir, I'll go tomorrow. All right, what do you need from me? I wouldn't dare ask for much. I just hope to bring some supplies along. Going up empty-handed to negotiate shows neither sincerity nor our strength. Wei Heshang rubbed his hands together. You sly monk. You haven't even accomplished the task yet, and you're already thinking of taking advantage of me. For some reason, when Pan Han spoke with him, he always thought of Li Yunlong, and his tone unconsciously changed. I sincerely want our base to develop quickly. After all, in this world, I'll never find another kind-hearted man like Lord Pan. Wei Heshang quickly flattered. All right, spare me the flattery. How much do you want? Not much, just a few dozen cans of food. They probably haven't had meat in a long time. These cans as a gift should be enough to sway them. Fine. Tomorrow go to Chengshao and get 50 cans of food, and I'll give you a vehicle. Can you go alone? Pan Han waved his hand generously. For the first time, I'll go alone. After all, I'm familiar with them. If someone else goes, it might backfire. The monk thought it over and insisted on going alone. Done deal. Monk, if you pull this off, I'll give you a raise, an extra can of food every day. Thank you, sir. Monk will not fail this mission. Upon hearing this, Wei Heshang abruptly stood up and saluted. Oh, by the way, does this base have a name? Pan Han suddenly remembered he hadn't asked. Hilltop Stronghold. After seeing off monk, Wei, Pan Han was greeted by Chengshao. This young girl had grown particularly clingy towards Pan Han, often slipping into his room, and he reciprocated by visiting hers whenever possible. However, this time, Chengxiao's expression was grave, and she hesitated, stammering. Seeing her like this, Pan Han knew she had something to say. Is there something you want to ask me? Pan Han made room for her and guided her to sit down. Yeah, but I don't know how to start. Oh, just ask away. If I can tell you, I will. All right, I'm asking then. Chengxiao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Pan Han. Realizing this was a matter of great importance, Pan Han straightened his clothes and sat up a little taller. Go ahead. When I went to save you in the restroom at first, I was too busy crying. But before I left, I glanced inside and saw the water pipes were all twisted from the blast, and the ceramic sink was shattered to pieces. Yet you were completely unharmed. For a beginner evolver like us, it's impossible to have such a tough body. How did you come out without a scratch? And also before you would suddenly appear and then vanish out of nowhere. That's very abnormal. How do you do it? Chengxiao blurted out all her questions in one breath, staring intently at Pan Han. Pan Han weighed whether to tell the truth. Although he now had a deep trust with the Dawn Squad, he knew that a man must keep his final secrets, otherwise they might one day become a weakness for himself and his team. In the end, he decided to tell a half-truth. He wouldn't utter a single word about his own world. Since you've asked so directly, you'll be frank too. Pan Han slowly let out a sentence. Hearing this, Chengxiao quickly sat up straight, hardly daring to breathe. Actually, after I woke up, I discovered I had the ability to teleport. At the moment of the explosion, I teleported away. Pan Han said calmly. Wow, no wonder. In fact, she had suspected before that Pan Han could teleport, but hearing it from him now made her believe it completely. So where do you teleport to? I don't know. I always end up in a huge warehouse. But I've never explored its boundaries. It's just enormous. Pan Han decided to make his story a bit more convincing. Does our world have a warehouse that big? I'm not sure if it's from our world. After I teleport there, I've never been able to walk out. Pan Han shrugged, indicating he couldn't help it. What's inside the warehouse? Is it all food? Pretty much. I haven't really seen any weapons. So, does that mean our base's future supplies are unlimited? Chengxiao's first reaction was a secret joy. Not necessarily. The warehouse seems to have an AI. I have to trade it gold, jewels, and such from before the apocalypse. It gave me a list that everything on it can be exchanged for supplies. Pan Han's heart was a little flustered. Once you tell one lie, you need 100 more to cover it. Wow. It sounds like an alien-built warehouse, so high-tech. Chengxiao was somewhat incredulous. So there's a reason I always ask you to find gold. Search well tomorrow. Don't worry. Even without the warehouse, we'll do our best to find whatever you need. Chung Xiao patted Pan Han on the shoulder. For the base, let's all work hard. Pan Han didn't want to make up any more stories. He was already sweating. All right, boss. You rest now. I'll take my leave. Chung Xiao stood up to go. Don't go. For the base, stay and rest with me a little longer. The two of them rested until dinner time. After a simple meal, Pan Han bid everyone farewell and prepared to cross back to his own world to handle some business. He needed to find Wang Chung quickly to see if his proposed method was viable, and if so to sell off all the gold. Then he had to find Wang Daodu to give her the medicine. He estimated that by the time these two tasks were done, Yin Xiaoli would be back. Then he would need to think about setting up a film and media company to start his own venture. Returning to his room, it was night there as well. After a shower, Pan Han went to sleep. Despite having evolved, the day's events had exhausted him, and he slept straight until 10 the next morning. Struggling to open his eyes, Pan Han stared blankly at the ceiling. The annihilation of the Iron Crow gang replayed in his mind like a movie. Especially when he ran across the square, the ground was littered with severed limbs like a scene from hell. Who would be the next Iron Crow gang? The Z Tower or the Dawn base itself? Or perhaps such events played out every day in this apocalypse? Pan Han thought a lot and finally couldn't help but let out a sigh. After many crossings, his mindset had undergone subtle changes. He felt a sense of detachment from his own world. It was as if he was overlooking himself and those around him from a god's perspective, like a game where he was responsible for planning and operation. Every person he met was an NPC arranged by the system for him. At this thought, his mood suddenly lifted, becoming incredibly bright, as if he had seen through everything in the world. An irrepressible joy surged from within Pan Han, radiating outward. Excited, he jumped off the bed, then back on, bouncing back and forth repeatedly like Sun Wukong, when he heard the teachings of Patriarch Subhoodie, feeling a sweet delight in his heart. Since that's the case, let me play through this mortal world. Wang Chung, am coming. Pan Han cheerfully pulled out his phone, sent Wang Chung a WeChat message, and arranged a time and place. Wang Chung replied immediately, no problem. Of course, closing this deal would net him 2 million from Pan Han. Pan Han went downstairs, first rented an SUV, then loaded about 300 kilograms of gold, and followed the location Wang Chung had sent, heading straight for a winery in the distant suburbs. The winery itself was a large estate. From the gate to the villa, it was at least 300 meters. Pan Han looked at the estate and couldn't help but marvel. The rich certainly knew how to have fun. With such a vast area, you could drive a helicopter, let alone a car. Wang Chung was already waiting at the villa's entrance to greet Pan Han. Once the car stopped, Wang Chung scurried over and opened the door for him. Mr. Pan, you're here. Wang Cheng's face was full of smiles. He wasn't just opening the door for Pan Han. He was opening it for the god of wealth. Has the other party arrived? Pan Han nodded at him, his expression unreadable. This estate is their property, but the behind-the-scenes boss won't be coming. The one here today is the person in charge of operations. We all call him Uncle Chung. Wang Chung quickly explained. Uncle Chung. Pan Han frowned. Yeah, he handles various matters for the boss. But today's transaction amount is the minimum for him to show up. If it's less than 100 million, Uncle Chung doesn't even need to appear. Wang Chung, is this connection of yours safe? If anything goes wrong, I guarantee you'll vanish without a trace, and no one will find you. Pan Han glanced at the bodies lying in his storage space. He hadn't dumped them in the apocalypse since the last job. Oh, my dear Mr. Pan, I'm a man who fears poverty, not death. As long as you let me make money, I'm your loyal dog. You can rest assured. Wang Chung said with great sincerity. You're quite a talent. Pan Han thought to himself that if Wang Chung were transported to the apocalypse, he'd probably stir up quite a storm. He seemed suited for that kind of life. Please, Mr. Pan. Seeing Pan Han's tone relax, Wang Chung immediately grinned and led him into the villa. In the living room, a man in his 50s dressed sharply in a suit sat on the sofa waiting for Pan Han. When he saw Pan Han, his eyes narrowed. So the Mr. Pan that Wang Chung spoke of is you, Pan Han. This Uncle Chung was precisely the family steward of Wang Daodu. Having helped her investigate Pan Han just days before, and having seen his photos and files, he recognized him instantly. Why does this little brat keep turning up everywhere? Uncle Chung cursed inwardly. Having served by Wang Daodu's father for over 3 decades, Uncle Chung had weathered many a storm. Yet today, laying eyes on Pan Han, he found the man eerily unsettling. Pan Han, oblivious to Uncle Cheng's identity, spotted him seated on the sofa and strode over to extend a hand in greeting. You little whelp, let me teach you a lesson. Uncle Chung feigned a genial smile as he rose to shake Pan Han's hand, but he secretly applied force. Greetings, President Pan. Greetings. I'm not sure what to call you. Care to enlighten me? Pan Han asked with a smile. Uncle Chung was astonished. He had trained in martial arts since childhood, especially his iron claws, which could crush an ordinary wok. Yet Pan Han showed no reaction and remained utterly composed. President Pan, by the rules of the trade, we don't pry into such matters. Wang Chung quickly interjected, as he had previously withheld Uncle Cheng's identity from Pan Han. Oh, is that so? Pan Han tilted his head, his gaze fixed on Uncle Chung as he began to increase the pressure in his grip. Uncle Chung instantly felt a formidable force transmitting into his hand. Such formidable inner strength. Uncle Chung said nothing but fixed Pan Han with an admiring stare as he too intensified his grip. 70% strength, 80%, 90%. Uncle Chung began to sweat. An ordinary man couldn't withstand even 30% of his power. A seasoned martial artist could endure at most 50%. Pan Han was the first to make him exert 70%. Yet why did his opponent show no reaction? And he was still smiling, damn it. Wang Chung watched bewildered. The two had just met, yet they stood frozen as if struck by an acupoint, neither moving. Pan Han continued to smile amiably, waiting for Uncle Cheng's reply. This paltry strength was nothing to him. 100% strength. Uncle Chung summoned his final reserves, his feet subtly adjusting into a horse stance. What's the matter? Did you not eat well last night? Are you constipated now? Pan Han observed, realizing his opponent had exhausted his limits. Uncle Chung dared not speak. To utter a word would disperse his chi. Almost done. Then I suppose it's my turn. Pan Han used and exerted 40% of his own strength. The pinnacle of the initial evolver realm. How terrifyingly formidable it was. How could an ordinary mortal hope to compare? A twisting sound came from his palm, and searing pain shot through Uncle Chung. He barely managed to keep his expression in check, lest he cry out on the spot. Damn it, this little bastard, how can he be so strong? Could he be a master too? Still not yielding. Pan Han admired his opponent's endurance, and so added another 10% of force. Hiss. Ow. Ooh. Uncle Chung clenched his teeth, soft grunts escaping his lips. 60% strength. You can just call me Uncle Chung. Uncle Chung conceded, hurriedly revealing his name to Pan Han. Oh, so you're Uncle Chung. My apologies, my apologies. Pan Han released the pressure as soon as the other spoke. Uncle Chung quickly withdrew his hand, his arm, and half his body numb from the grip. Ooh, what a splendid greeting ritual between you two gentlemen. Wang Chung stepped in to smooth things over. Seeing his adversary bested, Pan Han chose not to press Uncle Chung further and sat down casually. Uncle Chung shook his arm to restore some circulation before taking his seat as well. Xiao Wang, this President Pan is a man of talent. Stick with him, and you're bound to strike it rich. Uncle Chung said, his demeanor recovered now, regarding Pan Han with newfound seriousness. This little brat was no simpleton. I owe Uncle Chung, you're my patron saint of wealth too. Both of you work well together, and just leave me a little scrap to get by. Wang Chung flattered them. Pan Han wondered, why did this old dog try to strong-arm me from the start? We don't even know each other, and I'm here to bring him money. The more he thought about it, the more he sensed something amiss. Better to tread carefully. Uncle Chung, forgive my rudeness. Let's get straight to business. I've brought the goods there in the car. Excellent. Shall I send someone to inspect them? By all means. Wang Chung, shall I go with you to check the goods? Wang Chung promptly agreed and headed straight for the SUV outside. Haha, President Pan is a man of direct action. How much stock have you brought today? 300 kilograms. Oh, that's indeed worth over 100 million. Wang Chung didn't deceive me. What's your cut? 25%. When will the payment arrive? Upon successful inspection the same day. Will anyone come after me? If there were such risks, why would we charge 25 points? It's just 100 million. Well, handle it, and no one will bother you. That's clear. Pan Han thought this was a solid channel, fast and safe. President Pan, where do you make your fortune? Uncle Chung shifted the conversation, probing Pan Han's background. He knew Pan Han was just a freshly graduated nobody. This shipment must have dubious origins. Haha, Uncle Chung, that's a bit over the line, isn't it? Pan Han couldn't even be bothered to fabricate a lie. Oh, what talk. Seeing a young man so capable, this old bone wants to bask in some reflected glory. Uncle Chung, I'm afraid I can't answer that. But if this transaction goes smoothly, there'll be a steady stream of business in the future. Pan Han replied with neither arrogance nor obsequiousness. Good lad, interesting. I like you, Uncle Chung. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Chung. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Wang Chung returned, nodded to both men, and said to Uncle Chung, the goods are fine. Quantity and quality check out. Hearing this, Uncle Chung broke into a satisfied smile, his estimation of Pan Han rising further. Good, very good. President Pan, let me report to my boss. Uncle Chung took out his phone, stood up, turned, and walked a dozen paces away before speaking in a hushed tone. Curiosity piqued Pan Han, strained his ears to listen. But the voice from the phone was too faint. He only caught a few words, something like President Wang. So Uncle Cheng's boss is surnamed Wang. The boss is a Wang, and this old fellow is called Uncle Chung. Damn it, could Wang Chung be their illegitimate son? At this thought, Pan Han glanced at Wang Chung. Wang Chung had been watching Uncle Chung, but suddenly felt a chill wind at his back, an icy cold stabbing into his spine. He shuddered and quickly turned around. Seeing his reaction, Pan Han realized his gaze was becoming increasingly lethal. Just then Uncle Chung finished his report and sat back down before Pan Han. The boss has no issues. So President Pan, just wait for your payment. We'll take the goods. Wang Chung, transfer it to the same card number as before. Pan Han instructed. Rest assured, rest assured. Wang Chung quickly affirmed. This is my first transaction. How long will it take to arrive? Pan Han asked. He intended to wait until the money came through before leaving. Haha, President Pan is quite eager. Testing our capabilities, are you? Uncle Chung perked up. In this circle, who didn't know their family was the fastest and most reliable? Uncle Chung, don't mind me. It's just a small business for me. Haha. Pan Han gave a dry chuckle. Come, President Pan, stand up. What for? Stand up. See your car at the main gate. I see it. Walk from here to that car. If the money isn't in your account, by then I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Uncle Chung said, patting Pan Han on the shoulder. Pan Han found it amusing, so he gathered himself and walked straight toward the SUV. From the sofa where he sat to the SUV was about 30 paces. At a normal pace, it would take about 15 seconds. Pan Han didn't deliberately hurry. He reached the car in just 10 seconds. The moment he reached for the car door, ding, a text message arrived. Pan Han opened it. 100 million yuan has been credited to your bank account. Even though Pan Han had already conquered the otherworld, the sight of 100 million credits arriving in his account still stirred him deeply. This was a whole small fortune. He'd never have to worry about food or drink in this life. Struggling to contain his excitement, his face remained a mask of indifference. Just then Wang Chung scurried over like a lapdog. Well, Boss Pan, the money's in, right? Yeah, it's in. Don't worry, your share won't be short. They'll transfer it to you now. Pan Han knew the guy's real motive. He took out his phone and transferred 2 million to Wang Chung. Wang Cheng's face lit up as the text message came through. Boss Pan, you're so generous. Don't be such a country bumpkin. Keep this line well maintained for me, and there'll be plenty more where that came from. To Wang Chung, Pan Han now seemed as beautiful as a fairy. He could have hugged and kissed him. Of course, Boss Pan, rest assured. They'll be off then. Next time I have something to move, I'll give you a heads up. Go back and tell Uncle Chung. Pan Han pulled open the car door, got in, and prepared to leave. Sure thing, Boss Pan, take care. Wang Chung stood respectfully watching Pan Han drive out of the estate gates before returning to the villa. Xiao Wang, the client you brought this time is quite interesting, Uncle Chung said as he saw him return. Uncle Chung, what do you mean? Wang Chung sensed there was more to his words. Nothing much, just that he's interesting. In his mind, Uncle Chung pieced together the information on Pan Han, a suddenly rising drifter in the capital with a hoard of precious metals, immense strength, and ties to his young mistress. It had been a long time since he'd met someone like this. Seeing Uncle Chung lost in thought, Wang Chung didn't know what to do and stood there foolishly. After a long while, Uncle Chung snapped out of it. Seeing Wang Chung still standing there, he smiled and said, you can go now, it's nothing. If Pan Han wants to sell anything else, contact me immediately. Understood, Uncle Chung. He'll be off then. He'll come visit you again another time. Wang Chung knew Uncle Chung was acting on behalf of Wang Daodu's family, but since he could make 2 million from this, he couldn't skimp on the necessary tribute. Sure, I won't see you out, make your own way. Uncle Chung began his dismissal. Wang Chung acknowledged with a grunt and turned to leave. In the car, Pan Han opened the sunroof, lit a cigarette, and queued up a J. Cho album, listening and smoking. 100 million, so sweet. Finally, he couldn't help but shout it out. I'm going to be managing capital in the 9 figures. How to spend it? I need to plan it out. First, he'll go stock up on supplies. The base is running low. Then he'll send some money to my parents, get them to take a trip or something. With the rest, I could consider starting a film company. As Pan Han was planning, his phone rang. He saw it was Wang Daodu. Damn, I need to treat her illness. Almost forgot. He remembered the task at hand, quickly checked the potion in his space. It was all there. Hello? Pan Han, why haven't you contacted me? I've been waiting, and it's so uncomfortable. Wang Daodu said, a hint of a whine in her voice. Don't rush, I've been preparing the potion these past few days. Is it ready yet? Almost there. Wait for my message today. I can't wait much longer, it's so hard. Can't you come over and help me relieve it first? No can do. If I break the seal, all our work will be wasted. Bear with it a little longer. They'll speed things up. Pan Han's head ached at the thought of this young lady wanting him to quench her fire. All right. Hurry up. Okay, I'll hang up now and get to work. Find a quiet place and send me the address. He'll come straight there. Pan Han hung up and sped up, heading straight for the city center. It was a weekday, nearly 2 in the afternoon, and the roads were busy. It took him about an hour and a half to get back to his shared apartment. He lay down on the bed, had a drink of water, and rested for a bit. Then he transferred 50,000 yuan to his parents, telling them he'd made a profit from stock trading, and urged them to use the money for fun, not to save it for him. Pan Han's parents were simple farmers. Seeing their son send them 50,000 at once nearly made them set off firecrackers at the east end of the village. Ding! A WeChat notification sounded. Pan Han picked up his phone and saw it was a location from Wang Daodu. This time it was a villa district in the west of the capital. This little girl's family sure has a lot of houses. Another villa in the suburbs this time. Okay, don't eat anything now and go soak in a hot bath. They'll be there shortly. Pan Han replied to Wang Daodu, then got up, took out the yellow potion, opened the bottle, and poured half into another small vial. She eats and drinks well, and aside from this illness, there should be nothing else wrong. Half a bottle should be enough. After preparing, he got up, went downstairs, and drove straight to the western suburb villa. It was already 5 in the afternoon when he arrived. Wang Daodu was sitting alone in the living room, anxiously waiting for Pan Han. For the past few days she had been suppressing her inner turmoil every moment, but the more she suppressed it, the worse it got. Now it was on the verge of a volcanic eruption. Damn it, this Pan Han, why isn't he here yet? Wang Daodu picked up her phone, but didn't dare to pressure him too much. I'm almost there. Just then Pan Han sent her a WeChat message. Good, I'm all prepared. A few minutes later Pan Han appeared in the living room. You're finally here. Wang Daodu immediately threw herself into his arms. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to it. Come on, the bathroom. Pan Han could feel Wang Daodu's breathing become unsteady. They went to the bathroom. Pan Han took a look. Good heavens. It was a full 40 square meters with a huge bathtub. Perfect, no need to prepare anything else. Just lie in the bathtub. Pan Han said to Wang Daodu. Huh, lie in the bathtub to get treated. Wang Daodu's mind flashed with scenes from horror movies. No, you need to take your clothes off first, then lie down. Pan Han teased her. Damn, your method is so weird. But it's thrilling. I like it. Wang Daodu shed all her clothes without a second thought. A perfect, flawless figure was laid bare before Pan Han. But at that moment he was a doctor, his focus entirely elsewhere. So do I look good? Wang Daodu was a bit disappointed that Pan Han seemed unimpressed, so she asked him. Sis Daodu, it's time to cut ties with your old self. Lie down. Pan Han gestured for her to hurry. Oh. Wang Daodu replied sheepishly, then obediently laid down in the bathtub. Pan Han turned on the hot water, filling it halfway, just enough to cover her shoulders. Drink this. Just lie still. It might be a bit uncomfortable, and you might even pass out. But I'll be right here with you. Is that it, eh? Yes. Wang Daodu didn't hesitate for a moment, and drank the half bottle of potion in one go. She was eager to welcome the pure young girl within her heart. For 8 long years that girl had been waiting far too long. It's a bit cool and a bit sweet. Wang Daodu shared her sensation with Pan Han. That's the feeling. Pan Han gently stroked her head to reassure her. Just 3 minutes after she drank it, the reaction hit. Her body suddenly convulsed, her face contorted in agony, and then her body arched backward. Pan Han sensed trouble. The reaction was too strong. He quickly held her head to prevent her from choking on the water. Wang Daodu screamed in pain, her hands gripping Pan Han's arms with all her might. Pan Han didn't push her away, but let her hold on. Suddenly Wang Daodu went silent and fainted. Black water began to seep from her forehead, neck, and armpits. Within a minute the entire bathtub was stained black. Good grief. Your illness is really serious. But fainting is for the best. When you wake up you'll be a brand new person. Pan Han held Wang Daodu like that for a full 3 hours. During that time her breathing would sometimes become rapid, her body would twitch involuntarily, and she would vomit black water. Finally she pulled through. Her breathing steadied and her eyelids began to flutter as she tried to open her eyes. What happened to me? Wang Daodu slowly opened her eyes, her vision still blurry, barely managing to whisper a few words. You've been reborn. Upon hearing this Wang Daodu tried to struggle up to see, but her body wouldn't obey. Seeing that the time was right, Pan Han grabbed a towel, lifted her out of the bathtub, and laid her down on the bed in the bed. At this moment Wang Daodu's consciousness had mostly returned, but her body was still unable to move flexibly. She watched as Pan Han held her, and walked into the bedroom, placing her gently on the bed. I didn't expect him to be this handsome. Wang Daodu gazed at Pan Han's profile, which was rugged and intense with a hint of menace. This aura deeply captivated her. I'll go get you some water. You just lie down for a bit. Don't worry, you'll be able to move soon. Pan Han reassured her. Wang Daodu managed to utter a word. Pan Han went to the kitchen, took a cup, filled it with warm water, and sliced some fruit. Here, drink some water. Pan Han helped Wang Daodu sit up and fed her. After the previous commotion, Wang Daodu was extremely thirsty as she took the cup and gulped down a large glass in 2 swigs. Immediately she felt much better, and seeing the fruit platter she stretched her hand to grab a piece and gently chewed on it. I didn't expect it to be this delicious. Now that your body has recovered to its best state, everything tastes good to you. About half an hour later Wang Daodu's complexion became rosy, and she could move her limbs freely, having basically returned to normal. Come on, put on some clothes. Pan Han handed her a set of silk pajamas. After dressing, Wang Daodu tried to run a couple of steps, and found she felt powerful, becoming increasingly excited as she dashed around the living room running 2 laps. It's amazing. I feel so light, running doesn't seem to tire me at all. You can also take a look in the mirror. Pan Han pointed to the vanity. No, I can't have gotten pretty. Wang Daodu rushed toward the mirror. Oh my god, is that my skin? Pan Han was not surprised at all upon hearing her scream. Wang Daodu bounced in front of the mirror like a little student, touching her face, and then her waist. Why is my skin so smooth now? It's even whiter. So tender I could almost squeeze water out of it. What do you think? I wasn't lying to you, was I? It's incredible. This is truly amazing. Spotting Pan Han coming over, Wang Daodu grabbed his hand and spun around joyfully. Pan Han allowed her to bounce around for a few minutes before gently pulling his hands away, slowly retrieving a whip he had prepared in advance. Look at this. Pan Han waved it a few times in front of her. Do you still feel anything? Wang Dodo watched his actions and the item with no reaction at all. Nothing. Then it means you're cured. Right. I used to react to these things. Wang Dodo finally realized that Pan Han was testing her recovery. Wow. I'm really cured. She joyfully hugged Pan Han and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Don't worry, it's just a sign of friendship between friends. Ha ha, she said, not waiting for Pan Han to respond before running off. The excitement within Wang Dodo was still not calmed. She ran out of the villa and into the yard to scatter flowers. Pan Han felt quite happy for her as he slowly walked to the door, leaning against it and watching her experience the beauty of rebirth. It was a strange feeling. Although Pan Han had killed many people and zombies in the apocalypse, that thrill was nothing compared to today. Healing and saving people is a noble sentiment, but once you taste this joy, it becomes hard to find interest in killing. It's like a child who usually eats a 50-cent popsicle, but once they taste a sundae, they never want to eat the cheap one again. I wonder how to save people in the apocalypse. Pan Han sighed to himself. In that kind of environment, it would be difficult for him alone to save everyone. People are the sum of all social relations, which naturally includes the living environment. If the zero-sum game of life and death is not changed, everyone will only continue to kill each other. Wang Dodo went crazy for half an hour before gradually calming down. She lay on the lawn, letting the gentle breeze blow over her. So this world is so beautiful. A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. After being tormented by psychological shadows and illness for 8 years, she felt as if she had been in hell, her heart shrouded in all kinds of dark things. Suddenly she stood up and looked at Pan Han. How can I repay you? Pan Han smiled slightly and said, you just need to stop beating me up. You see, people can actually have such simplicity and joy between each other. Ha ha ha. Wang Dodo's laughter mixed with tears echoed throughout the villa. Are you going to tell your dad? Pan Han walked up to her. If I tell him, he'll definitely take me for human experimentation. Yes, I was just thinking that. The timing isn't right now. But your family is in the medicine business. You can research it slowly. We can collaborate later. Pan Han revealed his intention. This potion is too magical. If it can be produced, wealthy people will definitely line up to buy it. However, there may be many unknown risks, so it needs to be considered carefully. Then you can observe slowly and see if there are any side effects. Haha. Pan Han was not in a hurry to discuss collaboration. If there are side effects, he'll come to you as a test subject. Wang Dodo playfully punched him in the chest. Damn, that actually hurt. It seems she has evolved a bit, Pan Han thought to himself, feeling the sting. You mentioned wanting to repay me. Actually, I do have something I want to do. I wonder if you are interested. Pan Han remembered that he wanted to start a film company, and Wang Dodo would definitely have connections. You say within a few $100 million I can make the decision myself, Wang Dodo said with a sweet smile, speaking earnestly. How beautiful. Pan Han couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect that the now normal Wang Dodo would have such a healing smile. Thank you, Pan Han. Wang Dodo could feel the genuine, sincere praise. I want to start a film company. When you threatened to take Yin Shally away, I wanted to do it then. I estimate you should have quite a few connections, right? That's very easy. I know many people in the film industry and have shares in several small production companies. Help me find someone familiar to handle it. They'll just provide the funds. I won't participate in the process. No problem, wait for my call tomorrow. I'll arrange someone for you. Thank you. Hearing you say thank you fills my heart with light and indescribable joy, Wang Dodo said seriously to Pan Han. I'm very happy to see you recover. I've decided to be your friend. Upon hearing this, Pan Han couldn't help but wiggle his hips. Oh no, her illness has healed. I won't get sick, will I? Damn Iron Group, I'll blow you up again when I return to the apocalypse. What's wrong? Wang Dodo noticed something odd about him. It's nothing. I just get excited thinking about starting a film company. By the way, what kind of content are you planning to shoot for your film company? Brilliant. That's an amazing idea. Wang Dodo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon hearing Pan. You think so too? Pan Han was surprised by her reaction. Of course, Wang Dodo said earnestly. With a country as vast as ours, it's unbearable that our films are outshone by those of the Koreans. What should we do? Let's fight back. Yes, let's give it our all. Their hands clasped tightly together, knowing the goal was distant but determined to reach it. However, I want to make Yin Shally the leading actress. She takes acting very seriously. You're the boss. You can promote whoever you want. I'll invest in it then. It's settled. Just as they were envisioning the future of Longwo's film industry, Wang Dodo's phone rang. She hurried back to answer it. Hello, Dad. Seeing it was her father, Wang Dodo quickly gestured to Pan Han to stay quiet. Oh, okay, got it. After a brief exchange, she hung up. My dad wants me to come home immediately. He said something urgent came up at home. Wang Dodo explained to Pan Han while putting on her coat. It's so late. What could be so urgent? Pan Han asked with concern. He didn't say, just told me to go back. Will you drive yourself, or should I take you? He'll drive. You can stay the night if you want, or leave, it's up to you. I really have to go now. Wang Dodo grabbed her keys and headed out. Seeing the host had left, Pan Han felt it awkward to stay, so he followed her out. They each drove their own cars and went home. Pan Han returned to his shared apartment nearly 11 p.m. He took a shower and laid down on the bed. A sweet, indescribable feeling of contentment welled up inside him. Today was the second happiest day in his over 20 years of life. The happiest. Obviously the day Chun-Yun agreed to be his girlfriend. Just then, Yin Xiaoli sent him a WeChat message. Pan-Han, are you asleep? Not yet. What's up, big star? My filming wrapped up early. I'm coming back to Jingdu tomorrow. Great. Too bad the car isn't fixed yet. I rented one and I'll pick you up in it. Any car is fine. But I have good news. Oh, you're not pregnant, are you? Pan-Han joked lecherously. Get lost. Can't you be serious? Our director is still impressed by your acting. He wants to collaborate with you on his next project. Yin Xiaoli retorted. Oh, that's it. What? A director actively seeking you out for a role, and you're not satisfied. What more do you want? I've been acting for years and never got such treatment. Actually, I have good news too. Pan-Han said mysteriously. Huh, another surprise for me. Yep, I'm starting a film company, and you'll be the leading lady in all the productions. Yin Xiaoli stared at her phone, rubbing her eyes to make sure she read it right. What kind of monster was this Pan-Han? How had he changed so suddenly? Where did he get the money to start a film company? Was his ex-girlfriend, Chun-Yun, blind? Countless thoughts raced through Yin Xiaoli's mind, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. 1,000 miles away, Pan-Han saw through her thoughts from behind the screen. He lit a cigarette and replied smugly. What, can't believe it? Stunned, huh? Confused, huh? Pan-Han, you know how I feel about acting. So don't lie to me about this. You'll be furious. Yin Xiaoli typed the words with trembling hands, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing he was deceiving her. I'm more serious about this than you are. Reading this, tears streamed down Yin Xiaoli's face. The grievances, frustrations, and resentment accumulated over years burst forth in that moment. She sobbed uncontrollably at her phone. Stop crying. Get some sleep. We'll talk in detail when you're back tomorrow. Pan-Han knew she was crying. I don't know what to say. He'll arrive at the South Station at noon tomorrow. Pick me up. Got it. I'm off to rank up. You go to sleep. Pan-Han closed WeChat, opened Honor of Kings, and happily started gaming. Far away in the film studio, Yin Xiaoli lay in bed, quickly screenshotting the chat to save it. After saving it, she read it over and over, laughing one moment, crying the next. Still unable to contain her emotions, she started rolling around on the bed. At 5 the next morning, Yin Xiaoli, who hadn't slept a wink, got up with dark circles to catch her train. Pan-Han, meanwhile, went for his morning run. The fates of two young people striving in the big city were drawing ever closer. Refreshing. Hot water sprayed from the shower head onto Pan-Han's body, eliciting a sigh of pleasure. After his shower, he took a moment to send a long order list to the supermarket manager, as usual, requesting delivery to the suburban warehouse. This time he specifically bought a fuel-powered generator. He planned to take it to the apocalypse to see if machines from this world could use the fuel from that world. If it worked, his next step would be to go overseas and register an oil company. But that would be even more difficult, so he needed to get the film company up and running first. Then he could find suitable people to send abroad. One must eat one's meal bite by bite. Taking too large a step risks tearing something. Glancing at his watch, it was already past 10. Pan-Han hurried downstairs, got into his SUV, and drove to the train station to pick up Yin Xiaoli. This time, Yin Xiaoli was much more open. Upon seeing Pan-Han, she abandoned her suitcase, leaped onto him, wrapped her legs around his waist, and planted a fierce kiss on him. Mind your image. A fan might be filming you. If this gets online, you're done for. Pan-Han said, wiping his mouth. What fans does an 18-tier nobody like me have? Yin Xiaoli tossed her hair, looked at him with a smile, and couldn't resist kissing him again. Don't worry, you'll be top tier soon. Pan-Han set her down and turned to pick up the suitcase. Where's the car? Let me drive. Yin Xiaoli still preferred driving. Pan-Han tossed her the keys and obediently got into the passenger seat. I wonder if bringing the apocalypse car over would make a fortune. Pan-Han thought, suddenly recalling the trucks that went 200 km/h and off-road vehicles that went 400 km/h. No, electric cars are all the rage now. This gas guzzler seems outdated. At that thought, Pan-Han suddenly slapped his thigh. That's right. He should go to the apocalypse and check for battery technology or new materials. Yin Xiaoli, startled by his sudden move, nearly jumped out of her skin before steadying herself in her seat. The two of them returned to their rented apartment, and Yin Xiaoli, upon entering, could not wait to engage in an intimate exchange with him. After the exchange, Pan-Han lit a cigarette and entered a contemplative state. What made you suddenly think of starting a film and television company? Yin Xiaoli, having recovered her composure, cut straight to the point. I have so much money, I don't know where to spend it. Pan-Han exhaled a smoke ring, speaking with earnest gravity. You have a lot of money, I'm starting to believe that, but not knowing where to spend it. I don't buy that. Yin Xiaoli also lit a cigarette, and the two of them, like a pair of goldfish, blew smoke rings at each other. You're just too sharp. Pan-Han, seeing through his ruse, gave Yin Xiaoli a light slap on the thigh. Tell me the truth. Is it really just for me that you're starting a film company? I find that even harder to believe. Yin Xiaoli, unfazed by the slap, persisted in probing the matter. Actually, I watched a lot of Korean films recently, and they had a certain flair reminiscent of Hong Kong cinema in its heyday. But our domestic films are lacking. I thought I have to turn this around, Pan Han said with a serious expression. Anyway, nowadays many young idols just recite numbers on set. Their acting skills are simply inadequate. Yin Xiaoli spoke earnestly when the topic turned to acting. Besides, the film industry is quite profitable, and you get to meet beautiful women. Why not invest? Saying this, Pan Han stroked Yin Xiaoli's chin again. Profitable? I'm not so sure. In recent years, the industry hasn't been thriving. You haven't seen the companies that are losing money. Anyway, I'm going to invest, and you'll be the leading lady. Pan Han, disregarding her opinion, stuck to his decision. I think you're just after the women. What are you afraid you can't keep an eye on me? Once you become the boss, so many young girls will throw themselves at you. I can't keep an eye on you. I watch the performances, not the people. I'll listen to you so full of yourself. Anyway, once the film company is up and running, I won't meddle with anything. They'll just demand that you stick to acting skills, positive energy, and the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom. You just push in that direction. Pan Han wasn't boasting. Deep down, he truly wanted to spread the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom to the world through cinema. Just like Hollywood, to conquer the world with values. The two of them went on like this, dreaming aloud, even talking about one day creating their own ceremony similar to the Oscars. They didn't get out of bed until dinner time. Pan Han took Yin Xiaoli out for a lavish meal, then made an excuse to leave for some business. Yin Xiaoli knew he disappeared regularly, but didn't ask any questions. So they parted ways. Pan Han drove the car into the parking lot, turned off the engine and lights, checked that no one was around, and instantly crossed over to the Dawn base. In the small room on the second floor, space rippled, and Pan Han appeared. On the apocalypse side, night had also fallen. Boss Jean and the others were chatting in the first floor hall. After several previous operations, the outposts were now guarded by slaves. Pan Han went downstairs and entered the hall. Seeing him, everyone quickly stood up to greet him. Lord Pan is here, they greeted. Just came to check on things. Pan Han waved back. Everyone was used to his mysterious comings and goings. After Cheng Xiao had questioned him last time, he had reported back to everyone. Has Monk Wei returned? He came back about an hour ago, Qin Zhong replied. Good, call him over. I want to ask about the situation at the mountaintop stronghold. A few minutes later, Monk Wei appeared in the hall. Come, Monk, tell us about the situation there. Pan Han took out cigarettes and distributed them to everyone. Seeing that another meeting was about to begin, they quickly took the cigarettes and settled down. My lord, it's like this, the mountaintop stronghold is still quite cautious towards us. They said they need more time to consider. Did they accept the supplies, eh? Yes, they did. What do you think, Boss Qin? Pan Han turned to Qin Zhong. It's understandable. They can survive as they are, so they're reluctant to take risks and come out, Qin Zhong said, taking a drag from his cigarette and offering his opinion. What's their current situation like? Pan Han continued, questioning Monk Wei. Their numbers have dwindled, I estimate around 500. I heard they were hit by a mutant beast tide some time ago and lost quite a few people. They treated you well, didn't they? Monk Wei naturally understood what Pan Han meant and replied smugly, they trust me quite a bit. I got along well with them before. What do they need most now? Food is fine for now, but they're short on weapons. They're basically self-sufficient, but they have no surplus supplies to trade for weapons. So should we send them a batch of weapons? Pan Han ventured. My lord, that's not advisable. We shouldn't recklessly increase the threat capability of other forces, Qin Zhong objected firmly. Pan Han thought it over and realized Qin Zhong was right. He couldn't arm the mountaintop stronghold before they formally submitted, otherwise they might become a threat. So did they say how long they needed to consider? They said as soon as possible. They're probably just stalling, Qin Zhong judged. I think so too. Pan Han felt that waiting like this would likely lead nowhere. I'll go there myself tomorrow. Everyone was taken aback. Why bother with the mountaintop stronghold when they could just buy slaves? My lord, why are you so set on recruiting them? Cheng Xiao asked, puzzled. Pan Han's real intention was to meet Rick and Maggie, but he couldn't say that directly, so he made an excuse, saying he trusted Monk Wei and wanted to give everyone a chance to develop the base. Upon hearing this, Monk Wei immediately vowed to secure the mountaintop stronghold for the base. Seeing the situation, Qin Zhong and the others couldn't openly object, so they agreed to a visit tomorrow. My lord, Monk and I will accompany you tomorrow. The others will stay at the base, Qin Zhong said. Good. And bring some canned food along. After Pan Han made the decision, everyone went to sleep, preparing to set out early for the mountaintop stronghold. The night passed without incident. The next day, Pan Han along with two others loaded several dozen cans of food into an off-road vehicle and set off. After driving over 100 kilometers, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the base, they could already see a small watchtower, the outpost of the mountaintop stronghold. On duty today was Pastor Gabriel, an old acquaintance of Monk Wei. The two greeted each other warmly. Hearing that he was Gabriel, Pan Han took a closer look. Unfortunately, he was nothing like the character from The Walking Dead. This Gabriel was a tall, strapping young man. Despite his unkempt beard and tattered clothes, his nobility and elegance were still discernible. Old Gabe, this is our Lord Pan. Monk Wei introduced his old comrade warmly. Greetings, Lord Pan. Gabriel bowed to Pan Han. Greetings, Pastor. Pan Han returned the gesture. Please wait a moment. They'll report to Rick. Of course. Please go ahead, Pastor. While Gabriel was reporting, Pan Han surveyed the mountain before him. Mount Shiliang was tall and slender, exceptionally steep, rising abruptly from the foothills as if thrust upward by some force. The entire mountain was covered in a large yellow vegetation, which from a distance resembled a giant ear of Lord Pan Reich requests your presence on the mountain. Gabriel conveyed the instruction to Pan Han. All right, please lead the way. With that, Pan Han Qinzhong and Wei the monk followed Gabriel up the mountain. The mountain was steep and the path was winding, with many places lacking a proper route, only a trace left by footsteps. Everyone please stay close to me, there are traps set in some areas. If you accidentally fall in it, could be disastrous. Gabriel warned. Is there only one path up the mountain? Qinzhong suddenly asked, surveying the surroundings. Gabriel hesitated upon hearing this, as the information was related to the safety of the stronghold at the mountaintop. Wei the monk noticed his thoughts and tugged at his sleeve, signaling with an okay gesture. After pondering for a moment, Gabriel decided to trust Wei the monk. As you can see, this mountain is exceptionally steep, with only this side being somewhat easier to traverse. The other three sides are sheer cliffs. Gabriel did not say it outright, but everyone understood his implication. This place is indeed easy to defend, but hard to attack. With hundreds of people guarding here, it would take more than 10,000 troops from outside to break through. Pan Han chuckled. You jest, my lord. We're not expanding outward, we just want to live our small lives well. Gabriel swung his knife, cutting down a few branches. Don't be nervous. We are not here to cause trouble, just to discuss cooperation. Seeing Gabriel's heightened vigilance, Pan Han explained. With you leading the Dawn Squad and developing so quickly, having taken down the Iron Horde, we trust in your strength and sincerity. That day the monk praised you quite a bit. Haha, that monk. He must have amused everyone. After walking about 2 kilometers up the mountain path, they gradually saw the gates of the mountain stronghold. The stronghold was located on the only flat land between the mountains, seemingly shaped by some giant, with a large iron shovel, neat and orderly. The stronghold covered an area of about 10,000 square meters, with walls and houses constructed. From a distance, shadows were seen moving around the sentry above the gate. Gabriel took out a walkie-talkie and spoke with the sentry. Upon hearing, the sentry hurriedly reported to Reich and Maji. Please wait a moment, my lord. Reich will personally come out to greet you. After receiving the notification, Gabriel turned to Pan Han and said, Too courteous. Pan Han responded with pleasantries, casually offering Gabriel a cigarette. Upon seeing the cigarette, Gabriel's eyes widened. It had been years since he had seen such a thing. Noticing Gabriel's expression, Pan Han understood he was tempted. Without hesitation, he stuffed an entire pack into Gabriel's hands. The other party quickly tried to decline, but items given by Pan Han were hard to refuse. The two exchanged polite refusals several times. Seeing this, Way the monk directly took the pack and stuffed it into Gabriel's pocket. Old Jia, just take it at our base. Lord Pan often treats everyone to cigarettes. Well, I knew Lord Pan was wealthy, but I didn't expect him to be this rich. Gabriel did not push back any further and accepted Pan Han's kindness. At that moment, the gates of the mountain stronghold opened, revealing a man and a woman. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, slender, with a stern face and a resolute gaze, wearing a beret and wielding a revolver at his waist. The woman beside him was slightly shorter, with a larger frame, dressed in denim and carrying a dagger at her waist. There was no need to say more. This was Reich and Maji. Unfortunately, they did not match the images portrayed in the dramas. Pan Han thought to himself. Lord Pan, I have long admired your name. Today your visit graces us. Reich greeted warmly. Pan Han nodded and smiled, extending his hand to shake Reich's. After everyone introduced themselves, they headed straight to the conference hall of the mountain stronghold. Although it was called a hall, it was merely a small wooden hut built specifically for meetings. Inside, the facilities were rudimentary, with the most ordinary sofas and tables made from raw wood. After everyone took their seats, Reich got straight to the point. Lord Pan, Wei the monk has already made your intentions clear. First of all, we are very grateful for the supplies you provided. However, moving us from the mountain stronghold to the Dawn base may not be feasible for the time being. Oh, Lord Reich, could you explain the reason? Pan Han was not surprised by his response. We have been here for several years, and we have become accustomed to living here. Moreover, there are quite a few children under 10 and elderly people here. A large-scale migration would make it difficult for us to guarantee their safety. Reich spoke slowly. Lord Reich makes a valid point, indicating you are a competent leader. Pan Han acknowledged Reich's perspective. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't be able to just lead a whole family to relocate to the Dawn base right away. However, since you have brought canned goods and visited in person, we are not indifferent to human sentiments. In the future, if the Dawn base encounters a need for assistance, we can lend a hand once. Reich stated this with a very calm tone. It was clear that they had discussed and calculated this internally. They could not offend the Dawn base, nor could they embarrass Wei the monk, yet they also could not owe too many favors. After hearing this, Pan Han did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at the monk Qinzhong and then at Maji. Qinzhong understood Pan Han's intention and decided to probe further, asking, Lord Reich, you mentioned you could lend a hand. How many people could you mobilize? Our firearms and ammunition are quite limited, and our population is around 500. Therefore we could mobilize about 80 people. Reich replied. What is your combat capability at present? Qin Zhong continued to ask. Killing zombies is no problem. With 80 people carrying both cold and hot weapons, we could probably handle 2,000 zombies. If we encounter a team of evolved human beings, we could provide substantial support or cover. Lord Reich, you are indeed calculating well. Qin Zhong scoffed, sensing that the stronghold did not want to take any risks. Elder Qin, please watch your words. Maji interjected, displeased by Elder Qin's remark. Seeing the rising tension among everyone, Pan Han signaled them to calm down and casually distributed cigarettes to everyone. The people from the stronghold, upon seeing the cigarettes, couldn't help but gasp. No surprise there. They fell under my tobacco offensive. Pan Han thought to himself with satisfaction. Noticing everyone's astonishment, he casually produced 2 boxes of cigarettes and pushed them in front of Reich and Maji. The two exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intentions. This Pan Han is even wealthier than imagined. Monk, please give the supplies we brought this time to Lord Reich first. Let's make friends before discussing cooperation. Pan Han seized the opportunity to press on. The monk immediately handed his backpack to Reich, who opened it to find yet another batch of canned goods. Lord Reich, you just mentioned that there are elderly and children here. Given your current food and weapon situation, you probably cannot guarantee their safety either. Pan Han said coldly. At this moment, Wei the monk felt a bit anxious, as he certainly did not want the negotiations to collapse. Reich, when I left there were 700 people here. Now the number has dwindled to 500. Just last week you faced an attack from mutated beasts. You might encounter another wave in a few days. You cannot hold this place. Wei the monk sincerely elaborated on the pros and cons. Upon hearing Wei Heshang's words, Reich fell into deep contemplation. Recalling the beast-tide attack a week ago, he couldn't help but tense up, as that assault had inflicted heavy losses, severe casualties, and a rapid depletion of weapons and defensive supplies. If another beast-tide of the same scale were to strike, the summit stronghold would likely fall. In other words, descending the mountain now carried risks, but staying posed risks too. A true dilemma. Seeing Reich's hesitation, Pan Han understood the situation clearly. It seemed that some persuasion was necessary. Lord Reich, I understand your concerns. Our visit here is solely because Wei Heshang strongly recommended you. He is someone I deeply trust, and I believe you trust him as well, Pan Han said slowly. Reich, unsure of Pan Han's intent, could only nod in agreement. Good. Since we both trust Wei Heshang, I am willing to offer my final price for that trust. Reich and Ma Ji immediately perked up with interest. Wei Heshang looked utterly bewildered, while Qin Zhong frowned, both puzzled by Pan Han's scheme. Heshang, go bring our car up. I've hidden a gift inside it. Wei Heshang immediately dashed toward the halfway point where their vehicle was parked. After about half an hour, Heshang exhausted himself to drive the car up. Sir, the car is here. Parked at the entrance, he said, wiping sweat. Please wait a moment, Pan Han said, turning and leaving. Everyone present was stunned, wondering what Pan Han could possibly produce next. Pan Han went to the back of the car, pretending to search for something, but actually retrieved a box of strawberries he had purchased earlier from his space. Originally, these were for his own consumption, as he was tired of eating canned food every day. Let me show you what true wealth means. With a swaggering stride, Pan Han entered the meeting room, opened the box, and arranged the strawberries one by one on the table. Everyone crowded around. Holy crap! Are these strawberries? Reich was astonished. Oh my god, are these fresh strawberries? Ma Ji was dumbfounded. So you have fresh fruit. Qin Zhong knelt in awe. My goodness, these strawberries are still dripping with water. Wei Heshang lay down in shock. Tremendous. Exaggerated. Utterly absurd. After so many years in the apocalypse, who had ever seen fresh fruit? If this were to leak out, it would surely spark a fierce struggle among the major powers. Pan Han was not surprised by their reactions. At that moment, he was a god. One for each of you. Enjoy the taste first. Pan Han gestured for everyone to eat the strawberries. Everyone exchanged glances, none daring to make the first move. Pan Han picked one up himself and popped it into his mouth. With a squish, strawberry juice trickled down his lips, and the sweet fragrance filled the air. Real strawberries, see for yourselves. After watching Pan Han eat one, the others slowly emerged from their stunned stupor, and each gingerly took a strawberry. But none ate immediately. Instead, they held them in their palms, savoring the aroma. Eat up, there's plenty more. Urged by Pan Han, they finally began to taste. Reich took a small bite first, and the long-lost flavor of fruit and sweetness immersed him in ecstasy, as if his soul had been purified. Ma Ji reacted similarly, taking a tiny nibble and savoring it slowly. Qin Zhong and Wei Heshang fared slightly better, devouring half a strawberry in one go. After all, they had witnessed Pan Han's wonders before. This really is a strawberry. A real strawberry. Reich closed his eyes, words failing to capture his shock, as a single tear of drool glistened at the corner of his eye. It tastes just like the strawberries my father grew. Ma Ji was speechless, lost in a memory of an afternoon 20 years ago when she and her father harvested strawberries, her lost youth. Similarly, tears of drool flowed from both eyes as she wept uncontrollably. For a long time no one spoke in the meeting room except for Pan Han leisurely smoking a cigarette. A box of strawberries for your entire summit stronghold. You might think it's a steal, but I never lose, Pan Han mused to himself. So Lord Reich. Now can we talk again? Pan Han had to break the silence himself, as the other remained frozen like a statue. Sir, did you say you have plenty of these? Reich finally snapped back to reality, recalling Pan Han's earlier words. That's right. If you pledge allegiance to me, you can have these every week, Pan Han confirmed. Sir, we agree. Reich and Ma Ji exclaimed in unison. The situation was clear enough, and no further discussion was needed. Meeting such a magnate refusing to submit would be nothing but forced arrogance. In the apocalypse one could endure, but not show off. Whoever shows off gets slapped in the face. Excellent. Welcome to the Dawn Base. Now let's discuss the details. Hearing the answer, Pan Han was very satisfied. Yes, Lord Pan. Reich immediately changed his tone and address. Qin Zhong wore a smug expression, thinking how wise his choice had been to follow Pan Han from the start. I see that this place is easy to defend and hard to attack, a rare stronghold. Leave some people here to guard and reinforce it. Consider this our second base. An excellent suggestion, sir. Wei Heshang was overjoyed at the prospect of them becoming one family. Lord Pan, we have one last request if you would grant it. Reich, now coming to his senses, recalled something. Oh, speak. Can we avoid wearing slave collars? Pan Han did not answer directly, but began pondering the feasibility. Wei Heshang and Qin Zhong each had their own thoughts. Wei Heshang still wore a collar. If Pan Han agreed to the Summit Stronghold's request, could his be removed too? Qin Zhong worried whether the lack of collars would make security risks uncontrollable. I can't answer you for now, though I need to think it over, Pan Han replied. He wasn't keen on making everyone wear collars either, but hadn't yet figured out an alternative. I've been considering how to unite everyone. Relying solely on violent means like collars is unsustainable in my view. So give me some time to make a plan. Pan Han's words were meant not only for Reich, but also for Wei Heshang and Qin Zhong. Sir, I will draft a proposal for your consideration when we return. Qin Zhong quickly expressed his support. The best response to a boss command was immediate agreement. Very good. While the Dawn Base aims to expand, expansion is not the goal. Changing this apocalypse is my ideal. Lord Reich, you will come to understand me in time. Pan Han offered Reich another reassurance. Thank you for your understanding, sir. Reich saluted with clasped hands. Now let's discuss the details of reinforcement and troop deployment. Qin Zhong, take the meeting minutes. Received, Lord Pan. Let's begin our discussion. Qin Zhong pointed to his head, indicating that all key points would be committed to memory. Excellent. Our Dawn Base has just won a great victory. This will inevitably draw the attention of other factions. Therefore, we must now reinforce Dawn Base's defenses. How many people can Summit Village spare to descend the mountain with us? Pan Han posed the first question. My lord, I can lead 100 men down the mountain. Rue Ku replied after a moment's deliberation. Very good. We have ample space there. My lord, if Summit Village serves as a secondary base, shouldn't we strengthen the communication between the two bases? Wei Heshang inquired. Indeed, you are quite right. Pan Han and Qin Zhong nodded in unison. You seem to have good ideas, Heshang. Please continue. Wei Heshang scratched his head, sheepishly collected his thoughts, and spoke slowly. First, we need to set up radio stations between us to maintain constant contact. If one side encounters an enemy, the other can receive the news promptly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Do we have the resources for radio stations? Pan Han turned to Qin Zhong. We have some surplus. Sufficient for now, Qin Zhong replied. Good. Heshang, continue. Second, if Summit Village sends people down, we should also send people up. Both sides need to get familiar with each other. At this point, Ma Ji, who had been silent, spoke up. Gentlemen, exchanging personnel for mutual understanding is excellent. However, we have many women here, and I hope Lord Pan will not send anyone with unsavory habits. It seemed Ma Ji understood the apocalypse well. In this world, a few cockroach patties could buy a woman. She had witnessed such things too many times. Rest assured on this matter. Lord Pan abhors such behavior, and Dawn Base has no such individuals. Qin Zhong, understanding Ma Ji's concerns, readily vouched for them. Ma Ji, please be at ease. With me here, such things will not happen. Pan Han also reassured her. My lord, for now, we trust Wei Heshang more. Ma Ji gradually emerged from her earlier shocked calmness, and reason reclaiming her mind. No problem. Then let Heshang bring some people over. Pan Han nodded in agreement. In truth, he was also doing a favor, as Wei Heshang was currently brimming with enthusiasm and eager to prove himself. Even if Ma Ji hadn't suggested it, he had originally intended for Wei Heshang to come. Third, we need to pre-establish support strategies for the two bases. For instance, we can define threat levels in advance. Level 3 for ordinary threats, Level 2 for urgent threats, and Level 1 for catastrophic threats. Different levels would correspond to different support strategies. Wei Heshang licked his lips and continued. Pan Han looked at him with great satisfaction, feeling the young man was becoming more adept, and casually handed him another cigarette. Heshang took it cheerfully and then continued speaking. Finally, there's the patrol system. Our two locations are neither too far nor too close. Since we've merged and have enough manpower, we need frequent patrols. I never took you for one with both courage and strategy, Hasham. After hearing these points, Qin Zhong felt the man was a talent worth molding. Thank you, Boss Qin. Alright, Qin, you take charge of planning the specifics for these 4 points. Rue Ku, any thoughts? Pan Han handed another cigarette to Rue Ku. Thank you, my lord. I have no objections. Wei Hashang had already demonstrated his abilities while he was with us. What he says is naturally fine. It's just that. Rue Ku trailed off mid-sentence. Since we're all one team, now speak your mind freely. Don't hold back during our discussions. Pan Han patted his shoulder. Well, we're desperately short of bricks, cement, and the like. The beast tide hit us hard. Ordinary wood can't stop them. It would be best if we could also have some tools for building walls. Boss Qin, how much did we have left from the wall construction? We have about 300,000 bricks and a fair amount of cement left. The cement mixers and such are still there. Good, bring it all up tomorrow. Understood. They'll make another trip with Wei Hashang tomorrow. Lord Pan, you're a godsend. Don Base actually has so many building materials. Rue Ku was somewhat incredulous. This is nothing. You'll see when you go there tomorrow. They discussed matters for over an hour, and most aspects were settled. Pan Han decided to stay overnight at Summit Village, keeping Wei Hashang with him. Qin Zhong would return with the news and prepare supplies and accommodations. Rue Ku and Ma Ji naturally welcomed this, and promptly sent someone to prepare a separate room for Pan Han. Qin Zhong wasted no time. After bidding everyone farewell, he drove down the mountain. Rue could give me a tour of Summit Village. This was Pan Han's first command to Rue Ku. Yes, my lord. Please follow me. Ma Ji oversee the dinner and the lord's quarters. Yes, Rue Ku. My lord'll take my leave. Summit Village covered over 10,000 square meters and had more than 40 rooms. It was divided into living quarters, food storage, weapon storage, and a separate reservoir. My lord, these are some of our living quarters. They're basically 2-story wooden buildings, each floor with 10 rooms, each room housing about 10 people. The living conditions are rather Spartan. Pan Han remarked, hands clasped behind his back, occasionally pointing and commenting like an inspecting leader. Yes. Compared to the villas at Dawn Base, it's certainly lacking. Rue Ku suddenly recalled the art of flattery and quickly employed it. This is our water source. Rue Ku led Pan Han to a small stream. The stream extended from a mountain gully, its flow meager, and the water appearing rather murky. Is it enough for your 500 people? Barely, which is why we built the reservoir. Hashan, consult with Ma Ji later and calculate the drinking water needed per person per month. Well arranged for regular deliveries. For household use, they can continue using this stream. Pan Han recalled that Dawn Base still had a functioning well and could spare some for them. Thank you, Lord Pan. Just then a group of children ran over, chattering noisily around Rue Ku. Pan Han saw they were all around 10 years old, but each was gaunt with stunted limbs, clearly malnourished. These are the children born just a few years before the apocalypse, aren't they? Pan Han felt a fondness for them. Yes. Over 30 children were born in the village back then. Sadly, only a dozen or so remain now. Rue Ku lamented, recalling those who had perished. Hashang, make a note. We must ensure the children's nutrition from now on. Humans can no longer procreate. These children are our hope. Pan Han declared solemnly. Wei Hashang and Rue Ku immediately stood at attention. Rest assured, my lord. Pan Han nodded and continued his walk with Rue Ku. At that moment, Ma Ji approached. My lord, your room is ready. However, the conditions are humble. Please forgive the inconvenience. Of course not. Let's go take a look. Pan Han followed Ma Ji directly into a separate room. Lord Pan, this is the room you'll be staying in tonight. It used to be a small storage room. Most of us share quarters here. This storage room is all we could spare. Ma Ji rubbed her hands together, a bit embarrassed. It's fine, this is good enough. Pan Han said politely, about to leave, but then he called Wei Hashang over. Tomorrow I'll have Qin Zhong bring some good food, and you can distribute it to the children. Yes, my lord. The monk immediately agreed. Upon hearing about the good food, the children happily gathered around Pan Han again. Rick also revealed a rare smile, not expecting Pan Han to be so fond of children. It seemed he was different from the others. In this apocalypse, some powerful factions like to use children as food. Uncle Rick, who is this lord? A little girl asked Rick. This lord is our new ruler, Lord Pan Han. Rick crouched down, holding the little girl's hand. Pan Han was also drawn to the girl. She was about 10 years old, wearing tattered clothes with long hair spilling over her shoulders. Her skin was dark, but her large eyes were very bright, exuding a lively spirit. The little girl looked at Pan Han and asked, My lord, have you been sent by heaven to save us? Pan Han smiled and replied, Haha, little girl, I don't know if I'm here to save you, but I can definitely make sure you have enough to eat. Hearing this, the little girl laughed joyfully. That's wonderful. We haven't had a good meal in so long. Pan Han looked at the children's thin figures, feeling a deep sense of compassion. From now on, you don't have to worry about going hungry. He'll ensure you all have plenty of food. The little girl became even more excited upon hearing this, exclaiming, That's great. Lord Pan is a really good person. Pan Han smiled and gently patted the little girl's head, saying, "All right, little one, go play with the others. I still have matters to attend to." The little girl nodded and ran off with the other children. Watching such well-behaved children, Pan Han felt a pang of sorrow. They should have been carefree at this age, but the apocalypse had ravaged them beyond recognition. "My lord, let's go rest in the room first," Rick said, knowing that improving everyone's lives wouldn't happen overnight. Accompanied by Ma Ji and Rick, Pan Han arrived at the room. It was indeed a small room, dark with poor lighting. Aside from a simple bed, there was nothing else. "It's fine, this is more than enough," Pan Han said quickly to ease Ma Ji's mind. Ma Ji cast him a grateful look. This new lord was not arrogant at all, and was considerate of others. It seemed future interactions would be more harmonious. "Monk, where do you stay?" "I stay in the main dormitory with some old friends." "Don't worry about me, my lord." "All right, go see your old friends then. They'll rest for a while." The others obeyed and left the room to attend to their own affairs. Pan Han lay down on the bed, pulled the quilt over himself, and felt it. It was filled with cotton, fairly soft. Just then Qin Zhong's voice came through the two-way radio. "My lord, I'm almost back at the base. Is everything all right there?" "Don't worry, everything's fine. Hurry back and prepare the supplies." "Roger that." After finishing with Qin Zhong, Pan Han felt a bit weary and lay down to sleep for a while. In the distance, Rick and Ma Ji gazed at Pan Han's small room, lost in thought. After about half an hour of sleep, Wei Hashang ran into his room. "My lord," the monk called softly, seeing Pan Han asleep. Hearing the call, Pan Han woke instantly. As an evolver, this was basic instinct. "Time for dinner. They've prepared a feast to welcome you." "Oh, all right, let's go take a look." The mountaintop village had no separate dining hall. Everyone ate in the dormitories or at outdoor tables. Today, Ma Ji had specially prepared a slightly larger table for Pan Han, wiped spotlessly clean. Several plates of food were laid out. As Pan Han approached, he saw that, as expected, the main fare was the canned food he had provided, along with some fruits unique to Shiliang. Pan Han naturally had little interest in the canned food. Instead, he examined the local fruit, which resembled the fruit of a breadfruit tree. "My lord, this is the staple food of our mountaintop village," Rick introduced. "I've heard about it from Wei Hashang." "Does it have a name?" "It used to be called the Shiliang fruit, but it mutated after the apocalypse. Now we just call it the big fruit," Rick said. Why were people here so casual with names? Pan Han immediately thought of the old Qin family squad. But upon reflection, it was understandable. Productivity determines the superstructure. When one is barely fed each day, who has the heart for elegance? "How do you eat this?" "It has a skin that needs to be peeled. The white flesh inside can be eaten directly, either raw or cooked. Today we've prepared roasted big fruit and cold big fruit salad for you." "All right, let me have a taste." Just as Pan Han was about to eat, he noticed everyone was standing, no one sitting or moving to eat. "Oh, don't stand on ceremony. Come, everyone sit down and eat together." Pan Han quickly urged them to sit. Rick invited Ma Ji the monk and several other key members of the mountaintop village to sit down. Then he turned and waved to the onlookers behind him, signaling they could start eating. "You all enjoy the canned food, we'll skip it. I want to focus on trying this big fruit," Pan Han announced in advance, worried they might hold back out of politeness. His words struck a chord with everyone, so they stopped being reserved and dug in. The monk quickly grabbed a piece of meat and swallowed it in 2 bites. Pan Han, meanwhile, picked up a big fruit, peeled the skin, and smelled the flesh inside. It had a faint fragrance of jasmine. "Wow, this stuff is amazing. In such a barren place to have food with this kind of aroma," Pan Han marveled inwardly. He broke off a piece and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. The flesh was soft, sweet, and melted in the mouth, even better than yam. "Excellent, excellent," Pan Han praised, repeatedly, breaking off another piece to eat. Hearing Pan Han's praise for the big fruit, everyone smiled happily. "My lord, please try the cold salad version. It has a unique flavor." Ma Ji pushed a plate over. Sure. Pan Han picked up a piece of cold big fruit. Crisp, fragrant, delicious. The cold big fruit tasted like eating a radish. Unexpected. This big fruit was quite versatile. Thumbs up. So Pan Han stopped holding back, holding a warm roasted big fruit in one hand and a large piece of cold big fruit salad in the other. 1 bite hot, 1 bite cold, 1 bite soft and sticky, 1 bite crisp and refreshing. This mix of textures greatly satisfied Pan Han. As he ate with pleasure, an idea struck him. If he could bring the big fruit back to his own world, he could make a fortune again. He made a mental note of this idea. Just as Pan Han was enjoying the big fruit, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant forest, accompanied by a piercing howl, as if a herd of wild beasts were charging wildly. "What's going on?" Pan Han sprang to his feet and asked those around him. The others also sensed the disturbance and stood up. "Damn. Speak of the devil. A beast tide is coming," Rick said anxiously. "What the hell?" "Right on time." Pan Han frowned upon hearing the beast tide was coming again. "Emergency assembly. Prepare for battle." Rue Ku issued the command. Ma Ji immediately went to gather the troops. "What exactly are these mutant beasts? How much longer until they arrive?" Pan Han calmed down slightly and asked 2 critical questions. "They're mutant rabbits. They attacked the summit stronghold last week. These creatures are incredibly fast. They'll be here in about 5 minutes, Ruei-ku replied. Rabbits have such power. Pan Han was skeptical. Monk, go get the rifle and ensure Lord Pan's safety, Ruei-ku said, prioritizing the preparation for battle. My lord. After mutation, these rabbits have grown to half a man's height and weigh over 100 gene. Their teeth are exceptionally sharp, and combined with their astonishing speed and pack behavior, they are extremely troublesome, Ruei-ku briefed on the situation. Indeed, what's more terrifying is that they secrete a toxic substance that can induce unconsciousness or weakness in humans. At that moment, the howling from the mountain forest grew closer, trees toppled, and the ground began to tremble. The situation had become critical. My lord Monk, follow me to the cellar, Ruei-ku urged, leading the two as time was short. Meanwhile, Ma Ji had gathered everyone on the wooden wall, weapons aimed at the forest. Why the cellar? Pan Han was puzzled. Lord Pan must not be harmed. We'll leave the battle outside to us. Monk, guard the cellar entrance with the rifle and kill any rabbits that come. Ruei-ku outlined his plan. No, he'll stay and fight alongside everyone, Pan Han declared resolutely, understanding Ruei-ku's good intentions. But at this moment he wanted to stand with them. Of course, if danger arose, he could always cross back to his own world. Dying was absolutely out of the question. This performance would surely win over many hearts. My lord, this won't do. It's too dangerous, Ruei-ku insisted. No time. Follow orders. Prepare for battle. Pan Han, having decided to show off, was committed. Here, take this rifle. Seeing Pan Han's resolve, Ruei-ku handed him a combat rifle loaded with ammunition. That's more like it. Don't be stingy, give me a few more magazines. Pan Han put on a tactical vest filled with magazines. Ruei-ku then led Pan Han to Ma Ji's position, where she manned a heavy machine gun, its dark muzzle aimed at the forest. The ground vibrations intensified and dust from the rabbit horde drifted over the stronghold. Damn, there are more than last time, Ruei-ku muttered. Ma Ji, seeing the scene, grew nervous, licked her lips, and adjusted her grip on the gun. The other stronghold members were trembling, sweat beading on their foreheads. The stronghold, backed against the mountain on 3 sides, had cleared a large buffer zone, cutting down all trees and weeds for a clear line of fire. After last week's battle, they had also set up numerous large traps. Everyone hold your fire until the rabbits cross the traps, Ruei-ku ordered over the radio. Pan Han scanned the area, noting the stronghold's sparse firepower, only 3 heavy machine gun positions, 2 men with rocket launchers, and over 50 riflemen. The others had been moved to a dormitory building with 8 armed guards at its entrance. He looked back at the forest thick with dust, estimating at least 1,000 rabbits. Just then Monkway shouted, "Look!" The scene was horrifying. Massive mutant rabbits like demons from hell surged from the woods, their howls deafening. Their eyes, already red, were now bloodshot, glowing like thousands of human skin lanterns charging straight at them. The impact was overwhelming. Pan Han suddenly understood why ancient infantry crumbled against cavalry charges. It was unbearable. Stay steady, don't fire yet. Oh, let them trigger the traps first, Ruei-ku urged, seeing the tension. In an instant, the first wave of rabbits charged. The ground collapsed, and a dozen fell into the first trap, a 3-meter-deep pit filled with sharp wooden stakes. The rabbits were impaled, letting out pitiful screams. Others ignored them and pressed on. More traps were triggered, swallowing groups of rabbits until the pits were filled with their bodies. The horde lost over 100, but more than 1,000 remained. Fire, Ruei-ku commanded. Ma Ji's heavy machine gun roared, unleashing a torrent of bullets that shredded the rabbits. Pan Han followed suit, aiming and firing, dropping rabbits one by one. Though large, they were not tough enough to withstand direct gunfire. Dozens of gun barrels devoured the horde, and they fell in droves. The assault was stemmed, but the ground was piled with corpses. The stronghold's machine gun positions were well placed, creating crossfire. Riflemen supported the machine gunners during reloads. However, within a minute the bodies formed a protective wall, making it hard to shoot the rabbits behind it. The wall of corpses crept closer. Last belt, Ma Ji shouted. Last magazine, a rifleman yelled. Anyone got a spare mag? I'm out. Ammo was running low. Their heavy machine gun belts held 200 rounds, lasting only half a minute. The rabbit horde still numbered over 400. Pan Han had 10 rounds left in his rifle. He felt they couldn't hold out. The 3 walls were about to fall. Prepare to retreat and pour gasoline, Ruei-ku ordered, revealing a backup plan. Barrels of gasoline were stashed on each wall. If they couldn't hold, they'd douse the area and barbecue the rabbits. Ruei-ku grabbed Pan Han and Monk, and they fled. 4 men were left on each wall to pour gasoline, with 6 riflemen to buy time. They had to finish within a minute before the rabbits overran them. The first to retreat headed to an empty dormitory roof to set up new firing positions. It all comes down to this wall of fire. If any get through, we might have to fight hand-to-hand, Ruei-ku said as they ran. Soon the gasoline was set, and the men on the walls retreated. They waited for the rabbits to hit the walls. Seeing the humans retreat, the rabbits charged toward the wooden wall with renewed vigor, stepping over the corpses of their fallen comrades. At this moment, they emitted strange cries as if in a state of extraordinary excitement. The wooden wall of the hilltop stockade stood about 6 meters high, topped with barbed wire, which would likely ensnare any rabbit that failed to leap over it in one bound. Although rabbits possessed remarkable leaping abilities, their considerable weight meant not all could clear the wall. The first wave of rabbits reached the base, but hesitated, rising on their hind legs to scout above. Riker held a switch in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the movements atop the wall. He planned to ignite the flames the moment any rabbit appeared. Yet after a full 5 minutes the rabbits remained motionless, only milling about restlessly at the wall's base. "What's going on?" Pan-Han couldn't help but ask. "I reckon they've caught the scent of gasoline," Riker replied. "Their sense of smell is keen," Riker added. Pan-Han nodded, finding the reasoning plausible. "What should we do now?" Monk Wei asked anxiously. "Hold out as long as we can. If they breach the line, you must take Lord Pan and hide in the cellar." "There might still be a glimmer of hope," Riker said, gripping Monk Wei's arm firmly and speaking with grave sincerity. "By the way, I forgot to ask something crucial. Do they eat people at?" Pan-Han slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling this vital question. In his memory, rabbits primarily fed on vegetables and rarely consumed meat. "Yes," Riker answered. "Is it because they're hungry or for some other reason? We've lived here for years before there were only a few scattered ones, and we often hunted them for food. But recently so many have suddenly appeared," Riker said, puzzled. "That's not strange. Rabbits have always bred prolifically. Could it be that the population explosion has left them with insufficient food?" Monk Wei asked, stunned and foolishly. As they debated the root cause of the rabbit crisis, Maggie suddenly cried out in alarm, urging Riker to look at the rabbits. Hearing this, Riker told Monk Wei to crouch down, climbed onto his shoulders, and had him stand up. Working together, Riker rose high and carefully surveyed the rabbit horde. "Damn it, these rabbits have turned into demons. They're starting to dig holes." Riker shouted loudly, his words clear to everyone nearby. If the rabbits tunneled under the wooden wall, the fire attack plan would be in vain. And once they broke through, it would immediately devolve into close combat. The mutated rabbits matched large wolves in both height and weight, with no less ferocity in their attacks. In other words, they were about to face over 400 wolves. Even if they could repel them, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. "We can't wait any longer. Ignite the fire now. Kill as many as we can," Riker said harshly, then pressed the switch. Whoosh! 3 streams of flames spread instantly across the wooden wall. Rabbits, naturally fearful of fire, retreated upon seeing the wall ablaze, temporarily halting their digging. This isn't a long-term solution. Once the fire dies, they'll charge in immediately, and they won't even need to dig holes then, Pan-Han assessed. "This wall should burn for about 20 minutes, Riker said, checking his watch. "We should evacuate the elderly and children first. Head toward Dawn Base, and they'll have Qin Zhong meet them halfway," Pan-Han suggested. "Only the children should leave. The elderly should stay," Riker said with a cold expression. Pan-Han paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It was his own oversight. Fleeing would only slow them down, and even if the elderly survived, they would drag down the base's overall combat effectiveness. "Maggie, take a few people and drive the children to Dawn Base immediately." "Riker, don't argue, move now. I'll be too late." Maggie wiped away her tears and turned to leave. 5 minutes later, 2 trucks left the hilltop stockade heading downhill. Pan-Han updated Qin Zhong on the situation. Dawn Base was in a flurry, hastily organizing teams and firepower to rush over. "Attention, everyone. Prepare your cleavers," Riker announced over the radio, seeing the children had gone. This signaled the imminent hand-to-hand combat with the rabbits. Pan-Han also received a massive cleaver less than 40 meters long, actually 78 centimeters. He gripped the cleaver, examining it closely. It was clearly forged from steel plates, a product of the stockade's own crafting. Though not particularly sharp, its thickness made it effective. Even a heavy blow could stun a rabbit. Due to the hilltop stockade's long isolation and self-sufficiency, it had only 7 or 8 low-level evolvers. Each of them could handle 3 to 5 rabbits without much trouble. But ordinary people could barely manage a single one. Pan-Han roughly estimated his own combat abilities, feeling that even if he couldn't defeat them, he could dodge and weave enough to avoid injury. The fire gradually weakened, and the wooden wall was about to collapse. Sensing the change, the rabbits chattered excitedly. Some bold ones attempted to leap over the blazing wall, but luck was not on their side. They were engulfed in flames upon landing, quickly overwhelmed and perishing. Finally, the fire died out, and the wooden wall turned to ash. As if receiving a command, the rabbits surged into the stockade in unison. Riker raised his arm and roared, "Charge," leading the way. Pan-Han, Monk Wei, Gabriel, and all able-bodied fighters rushed out. Riker, an experienced evolver, could dispatch a rabbit with a single strike. He plunged alone into the rabbit horde, his blade flashing as he swung horizontally and vertically, sending the rabbits screeching in terror. In a few passes, 7 or 8 rabbits lay on the ground, all gutted open. Though inexperienced, Pan-Han was agile, moving and slashing with a cleaver that whistled through the air. Seeing him dodge among them, the rabbits took offense and instantly surrounded him with over a dozen. Monk Wei performed most impressively, wielding 2 cleavers with immense force, clearing a path and scattering the rabbits, who quickly learned to avoid him. Soon the scene descended into chaos with no formation to speak of. Small groups fought back-to-back, facing the ferocious rabbits directly. Rabbits fell continuously, but so did the stockade's defenders. Those who fell were immediately devoured by the swarming rabbits. Consuming human flesh made the rabbits even more savage, as if activated a bloodthirsty aura, sharply boosting their attack power. Thus in this vicious cycle the stockade's numbers dwindled. Gradually only a few small teams remained encircled by hordes of rabbits. Hey, where's Lord Pan? Monk Wei suddenly noticed Pan Han was missing. Damn, Lord Pan is gone. Panic seized him as he frantically looked around. Riker also realized Pan Han had vanished. His mind went blank. Monk, what the hell happened? Weren't you supposed to watch Lord Pan? Riker fumed, cursing in anger. I got caught up in the killing and lost sight of him. Monk Wei shouted back. Then find him now. Riker and the Monk Wei now felt their legs turning to jelly. Their livers trembled, their courage faltered, and their scalps prickled with fear. If anything happened to Pan Han here, how would they ever explain it? When Qin Zhong arrived, he might just join the rabbit army and annihilate them. My dear Lord Pan, where have you gone? Please don't meet with any mishap, or I'll have to be buried with you. The monk suddenly remembered the Buddha and silently recited a prayer in his heart. In truth, Pan Han had realized something was wrong the moment he found himself surrounded by over a dozen wild rabbits, and he immediately made a run for it. He fought as he retreated, moving faster and faster until he broke into a full sprint. Among the rabbits there was a leader. It saw this and thought, oh ho, a challenge. Brothers, let this human taste what it means to race a tortoise against a hare. And so Pan Han ran ahead with the rabbits in hot pursuit. He ran with all his might, and the rabbits chased with equal vigor. In this manner they dashed straight out of the main gate of the summit stronghold. Although Pan Han could sprint 100 meters in 5 seconds compared to the mutated wild rabbits, he was ultimately just a novice. Bosses, don't just chase me, Pan Han shouted as he ran, occasionally brandishing his machete. The leading rabbit seemed to grasp Pan Han's intent and let out a contemptuous chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It paused briefly to call out to the other rabbits. The other rabbits indeed slowed their pace, following Pan Han at a leisurely tempo. What the hell? They're toying with me. Pan Han realized something was terribly wrong. He simply stopped running. Seeing him halt, the rabbits seemed at a loss. They had just gotten into the rhythm and now had stopped. How boring. Panting heavily, Pan Han pointed his machete at the rabbits and said, we were taught by the same master. Neither can break the other's moves. How about we talk? The rabbits slowly closed in, and Pan Han kept backing away until his back pressed against a large tree. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The leading rabbit called to him. Pan Han seemed to suddenly understand. You run? What the hell? You're challenging me too. Leaning against the tree, Pan Han steadied himself. At least now he wouldn't have to face attacks from all sides. He thought to himself, maybe he should just give up and reincarnate, otherwise being eaten by rabbits would be an utterly disgraceful end. One wild rabbit, unable to resist, lunged to bite him, but Pan Han lopped off its ear with his blade. With a yelp it scampered away. Seeing this, the other rabbits didn't rush forward. Pan Han didn't attack either, and so the two sides faced off. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the summit stronghold, Riker and the Monk Wei were searching everywhere for Pan Han, but their progress was slow, constantly hindered by wild rabbits. After a few rounds of searching and checking the cellar, they still hadn't found Pan Han. Their faces grew increasingly grim. By now Pan Han's breathing had steadied. Calming down, he realized that behind him was a huge tree. He suddenly lunged forward, swinging his blade to drive back the rabbits, and then scrambled up the trunk. With his current limb strength, climbing a tree was a piece of cake. In no time, he had reached a height of over 20 meters. Now it was the rabbits' turn to panic. They couldn't climb trees. The leading rabbit, never expecting Pan Han to be such a sly fox, chattered angrily in frustration. Haha, you idiots. Trying to mess with your grandpa here. You're not worthy. Finding a sturdy fork in the tree, Pan Han settled himself comfortably and began taunting the rabbits below. Enraged by his mockery, the rabbits chattered even more furiously. Once seated securely, Pan Han surveyed his surroundings, feeling temporarily safe. He then gazed toward the distant summit stronghold. From this height, he could just make out the scene in the courtyard. He seemed to spot two figures slashing and running as if searching for something. Could they be looking for me? Pan Han muttered to himself. Damn, shouting from this distance. They might not even hear me. And if I attract a few dozen more rabbits, I'll have no choice but to reincarnate. Forget it, I'll rest for a while. After all, the rabbits can't climb up here. Pan Han lay down. He hadn't been resting long when he heard a gnawing sound from below. Turning his head, he nearly fell off in shock. The rabbits had started chewing on the tree, planning to topple it and surround him. Holy crap, these guys are smart, Pan Han exclaimed. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Running was out of the question. When the tree fell, he might even be crushed to death. Pan Han began to panic. He first roared at the rabbits below, but they ignored him, just kept gnawing away. He broke off a branch and threw it down. Even when hit, the rabbits didn't dodge, they simply continued gnawing. Pan Han was now thoroughly terrified. What the hell? The tree wasn't very thick, at this rate it would fall in 3 more minutes. He quickly scanned his spatial storage, searching for something to help him escape. but all it contained was food. Hey, wait a minute, food. Weren't these rabbits hungry? What if he fed them? With this thought, Pan Han took out a can of meat, opened it, pulled out the meat, and tossed it down. The rabbits thought Pan Han was throwing something at them again, and paid no attention, still gnawing on the tree. But soon the aroma of the meat began to spread. When the rabbits caught the scent, they stopped gnawing and gathered around the canned meat, sniffing curiously. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The leading rabbit sensed something amiss and called out. The other rabbits parted to make way for it. The leader circled the canned meat a few times, sniffed it, and a strange liquid dripped from its mouth. Pan Han, watching clearly from above, felt hopeful and muttered, "Eat it, eat it. It's delicious." Suddenly, the leading rabbit stood upright and looked up at Pan Han. Man and rabbit locked eyes. Pan Han seemed to understand what the leader meant. So he took out another can, opened it, and began eating ravenously. Then he gestured wildly at the rabbits. Delicious, delicious. The leading rabbit tilted its head, as if grasping Pan Han's meaning. It lowered its head and took a bite of the canned meat. Chirp, 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 chirp. Once it tasted the food, the leading rabbit became ecstatic. It gobbled down the rest in one gulp. Seeing the leader finish everything, the other rabbits grew anxious and chattered around it. Chirp, chirp. Pan Han burst into laughter. It worked. They ate it. I don't have to reincarnate. Unable to bear the other rabbits, urging, the leader barked twice at Pan Han. Pan Han took out over 100 cans from his storage, opened one, and tossed a piece down. The rabbits below immediately perked up, tracking the meat's trajectory and leaping to snatch it. Back in the summit stronghold, Reich and the monk were still frantically searching for Pan Han. Here the rabbits were frantically scrambling for his canned food. How to describe this scene? It was just so damn perfect. In a short while, all 100+ cans were devoured. Tasty! Pan Han shouted cheerfully to the rabbits below. Chirp. Oh, you said it smells great. I understood. Seeing that Pan Han had stopped tossing cans, the rabbits resumed gnawing on the tree. Holy crap. So it wasn't enough. Pan Han was taken aback. He quickly pulled out large chunks of pork belly and several bundles of cabbage, throwing them all down at once. And lo and behold, this time it worked. Seeing so much delicious food, the leading rabbit actually stood on its hind legs and made a bowing gesture with its front paws. Haha, awesome. Go ahead and eat, let your grandpa rest a bit. Pan Han left them to it and lit a cigarette. In no time, the rabbits devoured all the food with lightning speed. Astonishingly, after their meal, the rabbits instantly calmed down. Their eyes, once bloodshot, returned to a normal red. Overall, they seemed much more docile. The wild rabbits stopped gnawing on the tree and instead gathered around its roots, lying down to rest. Pan Han watched the wild rabbits lie down to rest, the stone that had been suspended in his heart finally falling to the ground. It seemed he had made it through this trial. He hadn't expected that food could not only attract talent, but also tame wild rabbits. The rabbits assumed various poses under the tree. Some wandered about, some groomed their ears, and others lay on the ground resting. Pan Han had been busy for a while, but now he wasn't in a hurry to descend. Instead, he lit another cigarette to take a moment to relax. And so a harmonious scene between man and rabbit was born. The lead rabbit, however, did not rest but sat upright on the ground, occasionally glancing at its companions, and then at Pan Han. After finishing his cigarette, Pan Han noticed the lead rabbit's movements. He waved at the lead rabbit. The rabbit happened to see him and waved its two front legs in return. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Pan Han's mind. Could he raise a group of wild rabbits? He slowly began to slide down the tree, pausing every few meters to look down, and found that the rabbits showed no reaction. When Pan Han reached the ground, the rabbits slowly rose and lined up neatly behind the lead rabbit. Not knowing how to address them, Pan Han simply watched them. The lead rabbit waved its front legs again, signaling Pan Han to approach. However, Pan Han remained cautious and didn't move. Instead, he asked, "Are you full?" The lead rabbit let out a chirp. Pan Han figured it must be full, so he slowly shuffled forward, closing the distance. The other rabbits grew a bit restless, but seeing the lead rabbit stay still, they all stood in place. When Pan Han was about half a meter away, he stopped and slowly extended his hand to pet the rabbit's head. The lead rabbit, noticing his movement, lowered its head slightly and allowed him to touch it. Wow, feeding them really works. They even let me pet their heads. Pan Han muttered to himself. Can you believe I'm petting rabbits in the apocalypse? Seeing how cooperative the rabbit was, Pan Han let himself go, scratching and stroking freely. The lead rabbit seemed to enjoy it, squinting its eyes and making soft, contented sounds. Pan Han continued petting it for over a minute before letting go. The lead rabbit slowly opened its eyes and chirped at him twice. Feels good, huh? Pan Han crouched down and said to the rabbit. Chirp, chirp. Then how about I pet your companions? Pan Han said, pointing behind him. The lead rabbit nodded and stepped aside. Pan Han walked over and petted each of the other rabbits in turn. All the rabbits were docile and cooperative, no different from ordinary rabbits. So you were just hungry. Why didn't you say so earlier? I don't have much else, but there's plenty of food. Pan Han stood up, looking down at the rabbits. Chirp, chirp. All right, got it. Go back and tell your leader that if you ever want food, come to the hilltop fortress. They'll have them build a separate feeding shed for you. Pan Han silently noted down supplies like carrots and cabbage to procure. Just then Reich and Wei Hashang seemed to notice the situation and hurried over. When they arrived and saw Pan Han talking to a group of rabbits, they were at a loss, their guns held uncertainly, unsure whether to keep aiming or lower them. Lord Pan, what's going on? Reich whispered, afraid to provoke the rabbits. It's nothing. They were just hungry. I fed them a batch of food, and now they've calmed down. Chirp, chirp. The rabbits grew nervous at the sight of Reich's gun and chirped at him. Huh, fed them. Reich said in disbelief. Lower your guns first. It's fine now. Pan Han gestured for them to stop aiming. Hearing this, the two didn't insist and slung their guns over their shoulders. What now, my lord? Wei Hashang asked. How's the base? Still fighting. We slipped out alone just to find you. Let's go back and mediate. Pan Han clasped his hands behind his back, putting on the air of an old cadre. Hearing this, the two were stunned. Mediate. Leader, come with me. They're still fighting inside. Pan Han turned and said to the lead rabbit. Chirp, chirp. The lead rabbit nodded and led its group following Pan Han toward the hilltop fortress. Reich and Wei Hashang followed behind, whispering to each other, unsure whether to lead with their left foot or right foot. A group of 3 people and a troop of rabbits ambled toward the battlefield. By now the chaotic battle between humans and rabbits inside the fortress had reached its peak. Some people had dulled their blades from hacking, and some rabbits had broken their teeth from biting. Some had lost limbs, and many rabbits had missing ears and tails. Seeing the heavy losses on both sides, Pan Han knew he had to stop it. He raised his gun, fired a shot into the air, and shouted, "Stop!" The humans and rabbits, startled by the strange sound, all turned to look. 3 people stood together with over a dozen rabbits. What was going on? Leader, you say something too. Pan Han patted the rabbit's head. The lead rabbit understood instantly and let out a loud cry. All within the 4 seas are brothers. Peace is most precious across the 5 continents. Stop fighting. The people of the hilltop fortress, who always obeyed Pan Han, gathered their troops and huddled together. The wild rabbits didn't fully understand Pan Han's words, but sensing the situation called for a ceasefire, they also withdrew from the battle and clustered together. Pan Han found a stone platform and stepped onto it. Ahem. Listen up, everyone. I just fed the wild rabbits a pile of food. They instantly calmed down and lost their will to attack. In other words, the reason they attacked us was mainly because they were hungry. The people of the hilltop fortress were at a loss for words and could only whisper among themselves. From now on, build a feeding shed for them outside the gate and give them food at set times every day. That way both sides will live in peace, Pan Han announced loudly. Leader, come up and explain it to your rabbits. Pan Han called to the lead rabbit. Chirp, chirp. The lead rabbit responded and hopped onto the stone platform. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. After hearing this, the rabbits began chattering among themselves. Seeing this, the lead rabbit nodded at Pan Han to indicate the communication was complete. Reich, come over. Reich immediately scurried over. How much food is left in the hilltop fortress? Just some big fruits. Bring them out and give them all to the rabbits. Yes, my lord. Reich hesitated briefly but obeyed the order. He called the people of the hilltop fortress to fetch the big fruits. The rabbits grew excited at the mention of big fruits. The chirping was incessant. After a few minutes, Reich and the others brought out a large pile of fruits on a handcart and set them before the rabbits. There were about 200 wild rabbits left, and this pile of fruits should be enough for them. Eat up. What are you waiting for? Pan Han shouted at the rabbits. The rabbits recognized the big fruits, and hearing Pan Han's urging, over 200 of them grabbed the fruits and began gnawing. No one knew how long they had gone hungry, but they devoured the 5 gene fruits in just a few minutes. They must have been starving. Just then the lead rabbit chirped at Pan Han. My lord, what is it saying? It says thank you. Impressive, my lord. You can even understand rabbit talk. I can't. I'm just guessing wildly. After eating the big fruits, the rabbits indeed calmed down, much like the lead rabbit had earlier. The people of the hilltop fortress marveled at this and went up to check if the rabbits had completely lost their aggression. After petting them several times and confirming they were safe, everyone came before Pan Han, cupping their hands in salute. Lord Pan is mighty. Lord Pan is wise. Lord Pan is awesome. And so a crisis was perfectly resolved by Pan Han. No one in the hilltop fortress was unconvinced. They all declared their allegiance to Pan Han, saying anyone who opposed him would be fed to the rabbits. As the rabbits calmed down, everyone seized the moment to clean up the battlefield. In this, rabbit tied the summit stockade, suffered 12 deaths, 27 severe injuries, and the rest bore various wounds. The 3 wooden walls had been burned down and needed rebuilding. Over 200 rabbits remained, which Pan Han and the others led outside the main gate, settling them in an open area. After about half an hour of tidying up, Qin Zhong and Cheng Xiao arrived, bringing dozens of slaves and a large cache of weapons. My lord, we have come, Cheng Xiao said, rushing up to Pan Han and examining him closely for injuries. I'm fine, and the beast-tide issue is resolved, Pan Han said, pinching Cheng Xiao's cheek to ease her worry. It ended so quickly? Qin Zhong asked, puzzled. Yes, the beast-tide was just those mutant rabbits outside the gate. After I fed them a good meal, they stopped attacking. That's all. Qin Zhong, Cheng Xiao, and the others were skeptical. Exactly. That's all. The rabbits attacked the summit stockade simply because they were hungry. Qin Zhong had braced himself for a fierce battle, yet Pan Han had resolved it alone. It was astonishing. Brother Qin, did you pick up Ma Ji and the children? Reich asked anxiously. Rest assured we met them on the way. I've arranged for them to be escorted back to Dawn Base, Qin Zhong said. Thank the heavens. Gratitude to Lord Pan and Dawn Base. Reich sighed in relief, patting his chest. My lord, what about these rabbits? Should we keep feeding them? Wouldn't that waste too much food? Reich asked, shifting focus to the rabbits after learning Ma Ji was safe. Let's discuss it. The group then gathered in the meeting room. Pan Han, as usual, handed out cigarettes. After the recent battle, everyone was eager for a smoke. Yet they were curious about how Pan Han always had an endless supply of cigarettes in his pocket. But no one dared to ask. It was against protocol. Each of these rabbits weighs over 100 gene and needs 5 gene of grain daily. For over 200, that's over 1,000 gene a day. That's no small amount, Reich began. Indeed. But feeding them in exchange for Dawn Base's safety seems like a fair trade, Pan Han analyzed. Everyone understood the logic, but food was hard to come by. Pan Han, sensing their concerns, did a quick mental calculation. Over 1,000 gene of vegetables and carrots daily. It wasn't much money. He could afford it. Yet in the apocalypse, vegetables were so scarce that feeding such precious resources to rabbits felt wasteful. Merely feeding them would indeed be a loss. So we must put the rabbits to work. Pan Han proposed a bold idea. Make rabbits work. What can rabbits do? The group erupted into a lively discussion. Monk, go fetch the lead rabbit. Well, ask it. The monk choked and coughed violently, but embarrassed he hurried off to find the lead rabbit. Soon the lead rabbit waddled into the meeting room behind the monk. Upon entering, it saw many unfamiliar faces and looked nervously around. Lead rabbit, don't be tense. I've called you in to discuss something, Pan Han said, patting its head and handing it a cabbage. Squeak. The rabbit hugged the cabbage and chirped. Calling you lead rabbit doesn't sound nice. Let me give you a name. Squeak. Since you have ties to the summit stockade, I'll call you Summit Rabbit, Pan Han said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Squeak. Summit Rabbit understood and hopped joyfully. Summit Rabbit, I called you here to negotiate. We'll feed you, no problem. But you must help us work. Only then can our relationship last. Do you understand? Summit Rabbit blinked and twitched its long ears. Then setting down the cabbage, it stood upright. Squeak. It let out a solemn cry, its gaze burning with determination. See. It's settled. It agreed. The crowd stared wide-eyed. Was it really that simple? It defied logic. Don't believe me. Call it and see if it responds, Pan Han said confidently. Summit Rabbit. Reich called out first. The rabbit recognized him from their past encounter. Squeak, it replied indifferently. See. It still holds a grudge against you, Pan Han chuckled. Everyone realized the rabbit was quite intelligent. Its mind had evolved after mutation. But what can the rabbits do? Qin Zhong wondered. Summit Rabbit, heed my command. Pan Han had already devised a plan. Squeak. The rabbit seemed to obey only Pan Han. The summit stockade has much repair work ahead, building walls, watchtowers, and so on. You'll contribute by hauling supplies. Pan Han intended to use the rabbits as beasts of burden. Squeak. Summit Rabbit saluted with its front paw. Wow. It can salute. Amazing. Cheng Xiao exclaimed. Go back and rally the other rabbits. Make sure they're motivated. Squeak. Summit Rabbit nodded and scurried off. Done. Reich, you'll have helpers in the coming days. Let the rabbits pull carts and haul bricks and cement. Lord Pan, you're truly divine. Even rabbits obey you, Reich said, now fully in awe. One more thing. You can deploy rabbits for many tasks like forming a rabbit commando unit. Explore their potential yourselves. I'm handing the rabbits over to you. I don't care about the rest, but I want you to train a disciplined, formidable rabbit army in the shortest time possible, Pan Han said sternly. Yes, my lord. Reich snapped to attention and saluted. Everyone then went about their assigned tasks. With the rabbits' help, hauling materials became much faster. Small carts were tethered to rabbits ready for use. Watching the bustling summit stockade, Pan Han felt a weight lift from his heart. My lord, we brought a radio and some weapons. We'll leave them here. Good. This will be our second base. If attacked, an outmatched retreat here. Yes, it's easy to defend and hard to attack, ideal for refuge. What about the dozens of slaves? Should they stay with Monk Wei? Qin Zhong asked for instructions. Yes. The slaves stay, but Ma Ji and the children will remain at Dawn Base. Better conditions for the kids' growth, Pan Han nodded. You've gone to great lengths, my lord. Leave the rest to us. Hasten the construction of the high walls to ensure safety. Then set up machine gun positions, minefields, and traps accordingly. Yes, my lord. After giving his orders, Pan Han dismissed Qin Zhong. Noticing it was late, he remembered Cheng Xiao had come. He called her into his small hut. He. After this, rabbit tied the summit stockade fully submitted to the Dawn Base, and Pan Han was quite satisfied with the outcome. Now, with both bases exchanging personnel and the rabbit army aiding repairs, the summit stockade was restored swiftly. He realized he had been away from his own world for several days. It was time to return. So he gathered a few large fruits, filled a barrel with gasoline from the apocalypse, and collected over 1,000 caddies of gold before crossing back to his own world. With a ripple in space, Pan Han appeared in his room. It was a little past 8 in the morning. He pushed open the door and found Yin Xiaoli was gone. He turned on his phone. A stream of WeChat messages chimed in. Yin Xiaoli seemed accustomed to Pan Han's frequent disappearances and didn't press him this time, only mentioning she would go to yoga in the morning to stay in shape. Wang Daodu asked when they would discuss the film company matter. This message reminded him. After a few days of fighting in the apocalypse, Pan Han had completely forgotten about starting the film company. Let's find time to talk today. They'll bring Yin Xiaoli, he replied. A few minutes later, Wang Daodu responded, noon 12 o'clock at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel Spring Love Restaurant. I've booked a private room. Back to her normal self, Wang Daodu was quite reliable, Pan Han thought. He sent a message to Yin Xiaoli explaining the plan and told her to go early. After that, he went to take a shower. Damn, not being able to shower properly in the apocalypse is unbearable. Next time I'll bring a shower setup, maybe even a sauna. Staring at the dark rolled-up grime scrubbed off his body, Pan Han made a solemn vow. After showering, he slathered on lotion and stood naked before the mirror. Looks like I've gotten stronger. Pan Han stroked his chest muscles with satisfaction. Stepping out of the bathroom, the room was bathed in sunlight, lifting his spirits. He turned on the stereo, queued up his favorite tunes, and played King of Glory while listening. Still early, let's do a few ranked matches before heading out. He lounged on the bed, happily immersed in the game. Let me play Ho-E. I'm a national-level marksman, he'll carry the whole match. An hour later, Pan Han lost 5 consecutive games. What garbage, and you call yourself a national marksman? Go eat something else. Supporting you is embarrassing. Damn lag, don't start a match with 460 ping. I'm trying to rank up to king, go die. Pan Han was bombarded with insults from his teammates. Damn it, the system is rigged against me. Fuming, Pan Han tossed his phone aside. Why is my performance so off today? And the network seems terrible. Once I make money, you'll start a game company and dominate the leaderboard. Cursing under his breath, Pan Han dressed and stormed out, heading straight to the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. His M5 was still in the shop, expected back next week, so he hailed a ride-hailing car. Sitting in the back seat, free from driving, he began pondering his next moves. A film company might not be easy to profit from. It's more of a publicity venture. He needed to focus on real industries. Shopping at supermarkets every time was too cumbersome. He should set up a food processing plant to supply the apocalypse with large quantities of affordable, customized food. The large fruits he brought back, he could try planting them here. If successful, he'd start a farm, grow those fruits and other crops, and raise pigs, cows, and sheep. The most critical thing was gasoline. If the apocalypse's oil worked here, he needed to develop a petroleum industry. But that wasn't realistic in Dragon Country. He might have to go abroad. If he went overseas, he could directly purchase weapons and ship them to the apocalypse, saving the hassle of buying piecemeal. After all, gold from the apocalypse was endless. Startup capital was secured. Thinking of all he had to do, Pan Han stretched and gazed out the window. The streets were bustling, everyone busy in their own lives. In this world, some barely scraped by while others dined on shark fin. He thought of his hometown, a small northern county where many farmers toiled in the fields all year, barely earning enough beyond meals. It's time to go back home. I haven't seen my parents or relatives in ages. Pan Han realized it had been over 3 years since his last visit. Sir, we've arrived, the driver announced, pulling up to the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. Thank you, driver. Goodbye. After getting out, Pan Han scanned the area, but didn't spot the Spring Love restaurant sign. He entered the hotel and asked the front desk. It was on the 19th floor. Just as he was about to take the elevator, he heard someone call his name. Pan Han. Without turning, he knew it was Wang Daodu. I saw you get out of the taxi. Your car's still not fixed. Wang Daodu bounced over to him. Today she was dressed more formally, a pink dress paired with sheer black stockings exuding elegance and wealth. Kids from wealthy families are different, Pan Han couldn't help but admire. You know when my car will be fixed, don't you? He teased. Oh, still holding a grudge. They'll find you a car tomorrow. Wang Daodu pouted. Haha, no need. I was about to go upstairs. Care to join? Didn't you say Yin Xiaoli was coming? Is she here yet? Right, let me check. Just as Pan Han was about to message Yin Xiaoli, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance. Pan Han. It was Yin Xiaoli. Pan Han looked closely. Damn, these two, one owed him a favor, the other he was helping set up a company, yet he was the only one who arrived early. Ah, the fate of a simp. He looked again and nearly choked. Yin Xiaoli wore yoga pants, a pure white sports jacket over a sports bra. She radiated vitality and purity, and her curves were mesmerizing. Oh, your girlfriend's quite something, Wang Daodu teased. We're just friends. Don't talk nonsense, Pan Han shot her a glare. Shameless, Wang Daodu made a face at him. Yin Xiaoli spotted Pan Han and happily rushed over, giving him a hug. You disappeared again, she chided. All right. Get down. Pan Han patted her bottom. Oh. Yin Xiaoli, realizing the setting was inappropriate, unwrapped her legs from around him. So you're Miss Yin Xiaoli. Wang Daodu introduced herself when Pan Han forgot. Yes. Xiaoli, meet my friend Wang Daodu. She organized today's meeting, Pan Han said awkwardly. Hello Dowdu. Yin Xiaoli. The two beauties shook hands. I've heard Pan Han say you're stunningly beautiful, but he's such a poor describer. Wang Dowdu laughed. Oh. Yin Xiaoli was confused. Your beauty. He didn't capture even a tenth of it. Wang Dowdu was indeed a smooth talker. Haha, you flatter me, Miss Wang. You're not only beautiful, but also so elegant. Yin Xiaoli was pleased by the compliment. Pan Han frowned. These two weren't about to become sworn sisters, were they? Come Xiaoli, let's go upstairs. Leave him behind. Wang Dowdu grabbed Yin Xiaoli's hand and headed to the elevator. Yes, let's go. He can follow, Yin Xiaoli said, tossing her sports bag to Pan Han. Speechless, yet oddly content with the scene, Pan Han followed them. A tight, curvy figure and long legs and black stockings. A pleasant view worth savoring. The two beauties chatted and laughed ahead, while Pan Han admired the view from behind. Before long, the trio arrived at the Spring Love restaurant. This restaurant ranked among the top creative dining establishments in the capital, operated on a membership system, and had been awarded numerous Black Pearl and Michelin stars. Wang Dowdu and SVP here had effortlessly reserved a private room with an excellent location. The restaurant's lobby manager had been waiting at the entrance early on, personally escorting the three inside. Upon reaching the door, Pan Han glanced at the nameplate, Dawn Vine for Glory. Huh, not a bad name for the room. I like it. Come on in. Let's have some tea and wait for Sister Na. Wang Dowdu invited Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli. Besides the dining table, the private room also featured a tea lounge. Seated on the 19th floor, they could overlook the bustling capital, feeling both detached from and immersed in the world. Manager Jean, bring out the tea leaves I stored here. We'll rest for a while. Certainly, Miss Wang. Please wait a moment. Also, would you like to review today's menu? Manager Jean asked politely. Wait a moment. Sister Xiaoli, do you have any dietary restrictions? None at all. He'll follow your lead. When did these two become sisters? Why didn't anyone ask me about restrictions? I damn well hate desserts. Pan Han, left out, felt a bit frustrated. All right then, it's settled. Manager Jean, go ahead and arrange things. Very well, Miss Wang. A tea master will come shortly to brew the tea. Sister Xiaoli, this restaurant changes its menu daily. Whatever they make the customers eat. There's no choice. Wang Dowdu began to introduce the place. This is really upscale. It must be expensive, Yin Xiaoli said, holding Wang Dowdu's hand. It's okay, 5980 per person. Oh, so expensive. Let Pan Han pay. It's his matter, so he should cover the cost. Hey, can you two talk about something serious? First you become sisters, then you scheme to make me pay, Pan Han said with a smile. He hadn't told Yin Xiaoli about Wang Dowdu's situation, and watching her unknowingly side with Wang Dowdu amused him. All right, let's get down to business. The Sister Na coming today is a veteran in the film and television circle. She can help us handle all kinds of connections and permits. Just give her the money and the rest is taken care of. We just wait for the company to open. Wang Dowdu said seriously. Oh, does Sister Na have that much influence? Pan Han was surprised. Wow, has Sister Na acted in any films? Yin Xiaoli, hearing it was an industry veteran, immediately grew interested. No, she belongs to the behind-the-scenes operations circle. She's extremely influential. She doesn't like to show her face in public. Wang Dowdu shook her head, dismissing Yin Xiaoli's speculation. Dowdu, how did you come to know such a powerful figure? Yin Xiaoli pressed. Sister Na was an old comrade in arms with my father. No wonder. Your family has such a wide network, Yin Xiaoli said enviously. So Sister Xiaoli, rest assured. I've already briefed Sister Na in advance. Today's meeting is just to get acquainted. As for the film company, there's no need to worry. It will definitely work out. Oh, then him dressed too casually. It's all Pan Han's fault. I thought we were just meeting an ordinary friend. This is so rude. Yin Xiaoli suddenly realized she was wearing a sportswear set. Haha, Sister Xiaoli, you'll see soon enough. Wang Dowdu didn't elaborate, but left a hint. Pan Han had no interest in joining their conversation. He just stared blankly out the window. He had never been at such a height to overlook the capital before. So this is what it feels like to be above others. Looking down at the masses below. Ordinary people toil their whole lives, yet it amounts to less than a single word from the elite. Just then the tea master entered, pushing the door open to brew tea for everyone. After 13 meticulous steps, a cup of clear tea was placed before Pan Han. President Pan, please have a taste. This is fine tea, Wang Dowdu gestured. Thank you. Pan Han lifted the cup, first inhaling its aroma. Indeed, a refreshing fragrance filled his lungs, clearing his mind. Then he took a sip. He instantly felt a rich fragrance and a refreshing sensation, as if a warm current surged on his tongue. The tea was clear and bright, exuding a natural fragrance that lifted his spirits. Excellent tea. It was the best he had ever tasted in his life. Truly extraordinary. Glad you like it. He'll give you a gene to enjoy slowly. Wang Dowdu was pleased to see Pan Han's enjoyment. That's too kind. Let me transfer the money to you. Pan Han didn't like to owe favors. Sure, this tea costs 6,000 per liang. A gene is 6,000. Go ahead and transfer. Uffed. Pan Han nearly spat it out. Damn, the rich really know how to indulge. This stuff costs 6,000 a gene, he thought. Giggle giggle. Wang Dowdu couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. Having returned to normal, she had changed greatly in appearance, demeanor, and personality. Now she seemed like a young girl. Yin Xiaoli sat aside, too stunned to speak. Holy crap, this gathering is way too high-end. I'm so nervous I need to pee. What do I do? She pretended to sip tea, masking her inner anxiety. Seeing the two of them silent and obediently drinking tea, Wang Daoda knew she had teased them enough. She stopped and glanced at her watch. It was 1159. Sister Na is about to arrive, she said, patting their hands to signal them to pause their tea. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, the private room door swung open. In walked a middle-aged woman in sportswear and a sports cap, her hair tied in a ponytail. Her face was delicately featured with bright red lips and a pair of exquisite earrings. Sister Na is here. Wang Daodu quickly rose to greet her. Oh, my dear sweetheart, I've missed you so much. Come, let me hug you. Sister Na, upon seeing Daodu, rushed over excitedly. They embraced for a long while before parting. Hey, Daodu, you've become even more beautiful. Sister Na exclaimed in surprise as she studied Wang Daodu. Ha, I have President Pan to thank for that. Wang Daodu then introduced Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli. Sister Na, let's talk while we eat. They'll have them serve the dishes. All right. I just got off the plane this morning and came straight here. Luckily I wasn't late. But I am quite hungry, so we'll need to eat a lot. Sister Na was forthright and direct. Pan Han took an immediate liking to her. He had expected her to be old-fashioned and aloof, but she was surprisingly vibrant. After the four were seated, Sister Na looked Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli over and nodded approvingly. President Pan and Xiaoli are indeed a perfect match. Daodu sang your praises like you were flowers, and now I see she wasn't lying. Haha, how could I dare deceive my Sister Na? Wang Daodu said cheerfully. I've watched Daodu grow up. Technically she should call me Annie, but we're such close friends despite the age gap that she's always called me Sister Na. It's been years now. Sister Na explained her relationship with Wang Daodu. Yes, Daodu mentioned earlier that you and her father were comrades in arms. We were wondering if calling you Sister Na might be a generation off. Pan Han realized. People in the circle are kind enough to call me Sister Na. From now on you two can call me that too. I have two pet peeves: being called old and people being late. Got it, Sister Na? Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli said in unison. A few days ago, Daodu mentioned to me that President Pan wants to start a film and television company. I'm curious what sparked this idea in President Pan. Sister Na showed considerable interest in Pan Han's motives. Oh well, Sister Na, it's like this. A friend of mine, Yin Xiaoli, is a very dedicated actress. I personally also enjoy watching movies, so we hit it off and decided to establish a production company. I understand. That's easy to handle. They'll have someone take care of it for you. However, this industry is tough right now. Oh, it's not easy to make money. Sister Na knew how deep the waters of the film industry ran. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Na. I don't expect to make a profit. It's simply an investment for my passion. I hope to contribute a small part to the development of our dragon country's film industry. Pan Han truly did not expect to make money. Haha, excellent. Truly the younger generation inspires, charging in with nothing but fervor. Come, let's toast to President Pan. Everyone raised their glasses, marking the start of the first round. Only then did Yin Xiaoli's tense nerves begin to ease. She realized Sister Na was so straightforward and unconstrained by trivialities. Come, everyone eat. I haven't been to this restaurant in ages. They've updated the menu again. Wang Daodu urged everyone to try the dishes. Pan Han looked at the freshly served dishes, recognizing none of them. Some dishes were wreathed in mist, others had unique shapes. He casually picked up a bite with his chopsticks and tasted it. Oh, it was truly delicious. Absolutely heavenly. This restaurant was already excellent, and coupled with Pan Han's recent diet of instant food in the apocalypse, tasting such a delicacy today profoundly shook his soul. Damn, I've wasted over 20 years of my life. How could there be such exquisite flavors in this world? Slightly intoxicated by the gourmet food, he couldn't resist eating a few more bites. Oh, President Pan has quite the appetite. You make eating look so enjoyable. Sister Na couldn't help but praise. Haha, Sister Na, he's the big eater who trended online a few days ago, Wang Daodu explained. Oh, that big eater is President Pan. Yes, it's me. But I'm hardly a big eater. I've just been working out lately and expending a lot of energy. Sister Na, the recent changes in my body are all thanks to President Pan. He taught me a set of conditioning methods, and they're remarkably effective. Sister Na and Yin Xiaoli were both quite surprised. Such conditioning methods existed. Oh, it's just a family recipe passed down, nothing impressive. It only worked well because it happened to suit Daodu's constitution. Haha, President Pan, don't be nervous. I won't be asking for your conditioning methods. Sister Na gave a mysterious smile. Had she misunderstood? Pan Han felt Sister Na's smile carried another meaning. Daodu quickly toasted President Pan. Thank him for conditioning your body. Sister Na patted Wang Daodu's hand. Yin Xiaoli grew more confused. Was there something between Pan Han and this Wang Daodu? Wang Daodu raised her glass, and everyone had another round. President Pan, what do you plan to call this film company of yours? Sister Na set down her glass and turned to Pan Han. This question caught Pan Han off guard. He truly hadn't thought of a name. Well, let me think for a moment. Haha, President Pan is truly a man of passion. No rush, take your time. Let Xiaoli help you brainstorm too. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Na. Pan Han and Yin Xiaoli both nodded together. Let's discuss other details first, the name can come later. President Pan, what field of film and television do you plan to enter? That I don't have anything specific. It must be positive, emphasize acting skills, and promote the spirit of our dragon country. As for choosing scripts or casting actors, I'll leave it all to Xiaoli to handle. Pan Han spoke his mind honestly. Oh, then Xiaoli will be exhausted in the future. Come Xiaoli, let's toast your hands off boss together. So everyone raised their glasses again, marking the third round of drinks. Sister Na, I'm new to this industry. If I have any questions later, could I ask for your advice? Yin Xiaoli, after 3 drinks, finally dared to speak up. Of course. Hey, race my WeChat, scan it, and add me as a friend. Great. Pan Han meanwhile ate, while pondering the company's name. He definitely couldn't use his own name or Yin Xiaoli's. Neither sounded like a proper company name. What else could he use? Alright, why not use the name of Dawnbase? Dawnbase Culture Media Co. Ltd. In the future, any other companies he started would also begin with Dawnbase. Dawnbase Food Co. Ltd. Oh, Dawnbase Energy Company, Dawnbase Gaming Company, and so on. Eventually, he would build a vast business empire. Sister Na, I've decided. This film company will be called Dawnbase Culture Media Co. Ltd. Pan Han wiped his mouth and announced to everyone. Oh, that name is so unique. Wang Daodu tilted her head and asked. It carries a sense of martial spirit. Huh, Sister Na chimed in. It's not from a team name in your game, is it? Yin Xiaoli asked. No. When I was very young, I wrote a novel with a base in it, and that's what I called it. It just came to me, and I thought it would be perfect. See, I told you making films is about realizing dreams. Sister Na understood immediately. Who doesn't have dreams? Whether novels or films, they're all about bringing those dreams to life. Great. Then it's settled. Come, let's toast to Dawnbase. Sister Na grandly raised her glass, and everyone had another round. Thus the 4 of them ate, chatted, and drank, the atmosphere growing more harmonious. As expected, Yin Xiaoli and Wang Daodu formally became sworn sisters on the spot. Wang Daodu even clamored to play a leading role in the future. I'm so happy today. Come President Pan, let's have a private toast. Let Daodu and the others chat. Sister Na's face was flushed as she had indeed drunk quite a bit. Hey, race to you, Sister Na. I should be the one toasting. He'll finish mine, you can drink as you please. Pan Han downed a glass of strong liquor in one go. Good lad, you can eat and drink well. A promising future. But Sister Na, as someone who's been through it all and a former soldier, I have a few words of advice for you. Please enlighten me, Sister Na. Pan Han knew the alcohol had loosened tongues, and she was about to impart true wisdom. Make good films. Don't bring shame to our country, and don't speak ill of it. Rest assured, Sister Na. I want just make good films, it'll beat the Korean movies and conquer the American market. When the time comes, screw the Oscars. We'll create our own award and surpass it. And those Japanese, aren't they fond of anime? We'll take them down too. Pan Han thumped his chest, making a bold promise. Haha, excellent. A young man with such lofty ambitions. Sister Na won't let you down either. Within half a month, it'll help you get Dawnbase up and running. Sister Na waved her hand grandly, giving Pan Han her assurance. The two happily clinked glasses once more. The meal stretched on until 2:30 in the afternoon. The parties agreed to reconvene in half a month to discuss the next steps. Pan Han was to prepare 5 million yuan in the coming days to smooth over relations and cover the costs of establishing the company. Wang Daodu also put forward 3 million yuan to inject into the venture, eager to join in the fun. Yin Xiaoli was temporarily designated as the legal representative with full authority over future operations and other matters. The office location had yet to be secured, so Wang Daodu volunteered to take Yin Xiaoli to inspect a friend's office building. Pan Han sighed, remarking how having connections made everything easier. With the film company matters settled, Pan Han could finally set his mind at ease. He decided to return to his hometown. Over 3 years had slipped by in a blur of busyness. Had it not been for this apocalypse system, he might never have known when he could return home in glory. When Wang Daodu learned of his plan to go home and knew he had no car, she insisted on lending him one. What? Too good for my car? She asked, a hint of displeasure in her voice when Pan Han declined. Pan Han realized that if he refused now, their relationship might sour. No, it's not that. I just feel embarrassed having troubled you so much lately, Pan Han said, scratching his head. How about I go with Xiaoli? Well, flank you. 2 beauties by your side make you look impressive, Wang Daodu teased, winking. You're asking for it again, Pan Han said, pretending to strike her. Sis, save me. Wang Daodu scurried behind Yin Xiaoli. Daodu, stop teasing him. Let him go alone. I still have to break my back getting the company ready, Yin Xiaoli said with a shrug. I have a feeling I've been roped into something, Yin Xiaoli added. Don't talk nonsense. There's no roping here, Pan Han said, swatting her playfully. Take this one, Wang Daodu said, handing him the keys to a Mercedes-Benz. Alright, I'll gladly accept. They'll fill the tank for you when I return, Pan Han blurted out, though something fell off. Sure. Make sure you fill it up. Where's the car? In the hotel garage, level B3, spot 303. Go ahead, but don't drive today. You've been drinking. Call a designated driver. Xiaoli and I are going shopping. Damn, shopping again. Never get tired of it, Pan Han muttered, but he discreetly transferred 50,000 yuan to Yin Shaoli, instructing her not to let Wang Daodu spend any more money. With that, Pan Han headed straight to the garage, wandering until he reached spot B303. What the hell? Is that a Maybach GLS 600? And in two-tone. Holy crap, a 3 million yuan car, and she just lends it out. Pan Han pressed the unlock button on the key fob. Chirp. The headlights flashed. It was indeed the car. Slightly excited, he climbed in, touching and inspecting everything. The interior design and materials were top-notch with a faint, pleasant fragrance. I need to get one of these too. A man needs a big car. The thought of buying a car reminded him that his funds were nearly depleted. He still had over 1,000 pounds of gold in his space that he hadn't asked Uncle Chung to sell. He decided to have Wang Chung arrange it that afternoon. Perfect timing. They'll have him come as my driver. Manager Wang, come over later. We've got a big deal. This time the volume is substantial. A while later, Wang Chung replied via WeChat, Mr. Pan, where are you? They'll head over now. Pan Han sent him his location and pulled out 2 large boxes from his space, each filled with 500 pounds of gold. Damn, thank goodness this car is big. If it were smaller, people could see the heavy load from outside. Pan Han grumbled, glancing at his watch. Wang Chung was expected to arrive in about 30 minutes, so he decided to take a nap in the car. When Wang Chung arrived, he would drive them directly to the suburban villa. When Uncle Chung received Wang Cheng's call, his brow furrowed deeply. It's that Pan Han again, and another big order. This can't go on. I need to report this to the master. Organizing his thoughts, Uncle Chung dialed Wang Daodu's father. Aching, speak, Wang Daodu's father said softly upon seeing it was Uncle Chung. Uncle Chung summarized the situation for the old master. What? He treated Daodu. That day in the suite, Wang Daodu had admitted to installing hidden cameras. Those cameras couldn't escape Uncle Cheng's notice. Later, when reviewing the footage and recordings, he was astonished to discover that Pan Han had struck Wang Daodu and even claimed he would treat her illness. Considering the recent changes in Wang Daodu, it seemed almost certain that Pan Han had indeed cured her. Uncle Chung had originally planned to investigate thoroughly before reporting, but today Pan Han came to him again to offload gold with transactions worth hundreds of millions. He sensed something amiss and urgently called Wang Daodu's father. Aching, proceed with the afternoon transaction, as usual. Don't show any suspicion. He'll go check on Daodu first. If she's truly cured, I'd gladly give him $1 billion for free, let alone help him sell gold, the old master said, nearly jumping with excitement. For a father, his daughter's ailment was a deep-seated worry. Understood, master. At 5 in the afternoon at the suburban wine cellar, Wang Chung, Pan Han, and Uncle Chung met again. Seeing the car, Pan Han arrived and Uncle Chung was startled. Wasn't that Daodu's car? How did he have it? It seemed Daodu had grown close to him recently, and the likelihood of a cure was now 90%. Uncle Chung, we're here again, Wang Chung greeted. Mr. Pan, your business is really thriving. It's only been a few days and you're back with another big order. Yes, things have been going smoothly. The goods come in quickly. Uncle Chung, shall we begin? Pan Han wasted no time. All right. How much today? About 1150 pounds. Pan Han had only taken 500 pounds out of his space earlier to show Wang Chung. He would retrieve the remaining 600 plus pounds from the car later and sell it all at once. That's roughly 200 million yuan. No problem. They'll send someone to inspect the goods. Good, let me arrange things in the car first. After Pan Han set everything up, Uncle Cheng's men came to carry and inspect the gold. The entire process confirmed no issues, and Uncle Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Pan, as per our usual terms, a 25% fee. We'll give you 200 million yuan. Agreed, Uncle Chung. Pan Han nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Chung was beaming. His commission from this deal would make him rich. Pan Han, knowing exactly what he was thinking, gave him a nod. They'll give you 2 million first. When I get back from my hometown, I'll give you another 2 million, Pan Han said generously. Thank you, Mr. Pan. Thank you. Wang Chung was overjoyed. With 4 million yuan, he would have enough to buy a big house. It's nothing. You've earned it. I've been drinking today, so I can't drive. You'll take me back to my place later. I'm heading home tomorrow, and we'll be back in a few days. Don't worry. Of course, whatever you say, Mr. Pan. They waited a while longer until a transfer notification arrived. Pan Han saw the 200 million yuan in his account and promptly transferred 2 million to Wang Chung. Without further delay, the two bid farewell to Uncle Chung and headed straight for Pan Han's rented apartment. Meanwhile, Uncle Chung quickly updated the old master. It seems Daodu and that Pan Han have grown quite close, the old master mused after hearing the report. Indeed, master. That Maybach was a gift you gave Miss just 3 months ago. How that girl? All right, come back first and we'll discuss this in detail. Yes, master. Naturally, Pan Han was unaware of Uncle Chung and Elder Wang's matters. After getting into the car, he directly settled into the rear executive seat, found a comfortable position, and dozed off again. Wang Chung sat in the driver's seat, dutifully playing the chauffeur. It was also his first time driving such a fine car, and he felt quite exhilarated. He secretly anticipated that after a few more jobs for Pan Han, he too could afford a Mercedes. Wang Chung deliberately drove slowly, partly to ensure Pan Han's comfortable rest, and partly to prolong his own enjoyment of the Maybach. After about an hour and a half, they finally arrived at the building where Pan Han shared his apartment. The moment the car stopped, Pan Han woke up automatically. Arrived, huh? Yes, mister. Pan, we just got here. Did you sleep well? Wang Chung had initially intended to address him as Pan Han, but the man had woken on his own. The car's fine, and your driving's flawless. Very comfortable. Got it. It's getting late, I should head back. I've parked the car for you. Here are the keys. Wang Chung handed the car key to Pan Han. Thank you, Manager Wang. I have things to do later, so I won't keep you. Pan Han took the keys, without standing on ceremony, with Wang Chung. No need, no need. I'll see myself out. After seeing Wang Chung off, Pan Han went upstairs alone, unlocked the door, and entered. As expected, Yan Xiaoli hadn't returned yet. Good, she's not back. They'll head to the Dawn base first. Pan Han thought he would relax at home for a few days without planning any more traversals, so he decided to make arrangements in advance. He first sent a lengthy food order worth a total of 3 million yuan to the Walmart manager. This included snacks and milk that the children would like. They agreed on delivery to the suburban cottage early the next morning. Everything was arranged. With a ripple in space, Pan Han traversed to the small room on the second floor of the base. This room had now been decorated, furnished with a single bed, a sofa, a coffee table, and a few chairs. Pan Han looked around, feeling there was still room for improvement, perhaps adding some fresh flowers later. Pushing open the door, he went downstairs to the first floor where everyone was having dinner. Pan Han told them not to mind him and to eat well. The others were used to it, but Ma Ji was still a bit reserved, insisting that Pan Han sit down and handing him a self-heating hot pot. Haha, Ma Ji. Don't worry about me, just eat yours. Pan Han didn't want to interrupt her meal, so he quickly pressed her back into her seat. Sir, do you have any instructions? Qin Zhong hastily chewed a few times, swallowed his food, and asked Pan Han. I'm going to a faraway place. I probably won't be around for the next few days. So I came by early to see if there's anything that needs to be arranged. Sir Pan, where are you going? Ma Ji quickly asked upon hearing this. Ma Ji, our rule here is not to proactively ask Sir Pan about his whereabouts. If Sir wants to tell us, he will. Second sister kindly reminded Ma Ji. Oh, that was presumptuous of me. I'm sorry, Sir Pan. Ma Ji stuck out her tongue and quickly sat back down. Haha, Ma Ji, don't be nervous. The way you stuck out your tongue was quite cute. So how is the Dawn base? Are the children getting used to it? Pan Han was naturally not angry, but instead showed concern for Ma Ji. It's wonderful here. The food is great, the drink is great. The children even get candy and cola. They all praise you as a savior, sir. Ma Ji was sincere with no trace of flattery. That's good. The children are very important. You must take good care of them. Pan Han nodded, satisfied with Ma Ji's answer. Yes, sir. Rest assured. Everyone replied in unison. Everyone present understood the importance of the children. Chief Qin, report on the situation at the summit stronghold. Yes, sir. Currently, with the help of our slaves and wild rabbits at the summit stronghold, we expect to clean up the previous damage within 2 days. The brick wall is expected to be completed in 3 days. All other weapon emplacements are set up. Good. How long can the food supplies last at both bases? About 7 more days. If we ration it, 10 days is no problem. Chief Qin answered almost without thinking. As the big brother, he checked on the food situation almost daily. All right. In a few days, he'll send a batch of supplies. They'll also get some milk separately for the children then. As for the big fruits from the summit stronghold, let the rabbits eat them. We'll eat the food I bring. After listening, Pan Han laid out his plan. So you have milk too? Ma Ji was once again shocked by Pan Han's capabilities. Ma Ji, our sir, has everything. Better days are still ahead. Cheng Xiao said proudly. A few more things I need to emphasize. Chief Qin, take meeting minutes. Yes, sir. Go ahead. 1. Continue searching for gold. 2. Continue purchasing weapons. Buy as many as you can. Don't hold back. 3. Use the drones we bought before to patrol between the 2 bases. 4. Send all the unevolved slaves from the Dawn base to the periphery to build shelters and fortifications. 5. The summit stronghold only has a little over 400 people left. We need to continue buying slaves. The more the better. 6. Find me automotive engineers and chemical engineers specializing in petroleum. Pan Han listed 6 requirements in one breath. Everyone was impressed by his fluent articulation and commanding presence, admiring his strategic planning. Sir, are you planning to unify City Z? Old Six couldn't help asking upon hearing Pan Han's grand scale. Here, everyone have a smoke. Instead of directly answering Old Six, Pan Han handed out cigarettes. Everyone took one and lit up. Ma Ji and second sister didn't stand on ceremony and smoked too. Only Cheng Xiao remained still. What Old Six just asked might be what everyone wants to know. Pan Han blew out a smoke ring and looked around at everyone. Actually, I have no interest in unifying City Z. If it's necessary, then we'll unify it. But this unification serves entirely for our development. Old Six, do you understand? Not quite. It's fine. You'll understand gradually. Lately, I want to do a few things that require our base to have a secure space. That's why we need to keep recruiting people and stockpiling weapons. Sir Pan, whatever you say, will do. Although Old Six didn't understand, he knew following Pan Han was the right path. Then proceed as I said. I need to get going too. They'll see you all in a few days. Pan Han didn't waste words. He stood up and made a farewell gesture to everyone. The others quickly stood up and bid him farewell with cupped hands. Cheng Xiao couldn't bear to see him leave, pouting and looking at him with a melancholic gaze. Pan Han smiled at her, telling her to be good and assist Chief Qin well. Cheng Xiao couldn't say much, so she nodded vigorously in agreement. Pan Han returned to the small room on the second floor and traversed back to the shared apartment. No sooner had he returned than Yin Shaoli sent him a WeChat message. I'm not coming back tonight. Daodu is taking me to a gathering, all friends from the circle. It'll probably be late. She got me a room, so I'll just sleep here. Pan Han replied, okay, telling them to have a good chat and a good time, that he was going home tomorrow and to contact him anytime if anything came up. An uneventful night passed. The next day, Pan Han went to the suburban warehouse early to supervise the workers unloading the goods. After everything was packed up and the workers were sent off, Pan Han stored all the supplies into his space. Then he got in the car and prepared to drive home. He set the navigation. From the warehouse to his old neighborhood was a full 300 kilometers. Pan Han realized he needed to fill up the gas tank as the warning light was already on. Driving 7 or 8 kilometers, he came across a gas station. Pan Han drove in and went straight to the number 98 pump. For such a good car, it was better to use premium fuel. The station attendant filled it up and handed him a slip to pay inside. Hello, settling up for pump 22. Pan Han handed over the slip. Hello, sir. That will be 770 yuan total. Damn, a full tank costs this much. Good thing I'm worth tens of millions now, otherwise I couldn't even afford gas. Pan Han grumbled as he paid and drove straight towards his hometown. Pan Han's hometown was a small county in a northern province of the Dragon Kingdom, over 40 kilometers from the sea, a traditional agricultural hub. With mountains, rivers, and proximity to the coast, the overall quality of life was passable, yet in recent years economic development had slowed, leaving it trailing far behind neighboring counties. Humming a tune as he listened to music, Pan Han gripped the steering wheel with one hand, speeding home along the highway. The Maybach and the M5 are truly two different worlds. This car glides smoothly, plenty of power when you need it, and comfort maxed out. He stroked the wheel, muttering to himself. Glancing at the empty passenger seat, he felt the absence of a stunning beauty. If he could bring a girlfriend home, his parents would be overjoyed. Never mind, next time. If they push me, you'll just bring Yin Shaoli back to play the part for now. Before he knew it, he had driven over 150 kilometers. Needing to use the restroom, he pulled into a service area. Afterward, he spotted local specialties for sale and bought a heap, tossing them into the Maybach's spacious trunk. But the haul looked sparse, so he pulled out some milk, rice flour, and oil from his storage space. There, that should do it. He'll just slip mom and dad some cash later. Hands on his hips, he gazed at the trunk full of supplies with a blissful grin. Can't tell them in advance. He'll surprise them. Had a huge shock. So he got back in the car and continued driving. By 11 a.m., he had exited the highway and headed straight for the county. Whoa, it's bustling today. Traffic's even backed up. Oh, a new supermarket opened up. No way, a KFC. You've got to be kidding. A SBA parlor too. Having been away for years, Pan Han noticed his hometown had sprouted new businesses, slowing down to take it all in. The county wasn't large. Soon he reached the neighborhood gate. He parked the car downstairs, grabbed his bags, and climbed up to knock on the door. After a long while, no one answered. Where is everyone? He had been so eager to surprise his parents, but the house was empty. Usually at this hour they'd be home cooking lunch. Setting his things down, he pulled out his phone and video called his mother. Hey mom, where are you? The screen lit up with her face. Oh, son, why the video call? Your dad and I are at the hospital. What? Why the hospital? Who's sick? It's your second aunt. They found something wrong, not good. We're all here. Where are you? His mother's expression shifted from surprise to a cloud of worry. I'm at the front door. I came back to see you all. They'll head over now. Is it the county hospital? Alarmed to hear about his second aunt, Pan Han grew anxious and insisted on going immediately. Yes, come quickly if you're coming. His mother's voice quivered, tears nearly falling. Wait for me, you'll be right there. He hung up, dropped his things, and sped straight to the hospital. His mother had 5 siblings, and his second aunt had always been the kindest to him, buying him treats and toys since childhood. Second aunt's always been healthy. How could she suddenly fall ill? It can't be cancer, can it? From his mother's tone and expression, a grim premonition haunted Pan Han's mind. 10 minutes later, he was in the county hospital parking lot. After asking for the room number, he sprinted to room 206 on the second floor. Bursting in, he found his parents, his second uncle, his eldest uncle, and his eldest aunt, all gathered around her with somber faces. His second aunt lay in bed looking weak, but forcing a smile, trying to comfort everyone. Second aunt, Pan Han called out, rushing to her side. Everyone made room for him to sit beside her. Painter is back. Why didn't you tell us in advance? She stirred, attempting to sit up. He gently pressed her back down. I wanted to surprise everyone by coming quietly. Mom said you're unwell, so I came straight here. What's wrong exactly? Nothing serious. They found a tumor in my head. It doesn't hurt or itch. I say let me just check out. She kept a faint smile. What? When was it discovered? Son, let your aunt rest. We'll talk outside. Pan Han's father suddenly spoke, exchanging a glance with the second uncle. The three of them stepped out and walked to the end of the corridor. Brother-in-law, you tell him. Ah. The second uncle sighed, his eyes instantly welling up. Uncle, just tell me. What's the situation? Do we need money or something else? I've got it all. Pan Han urged anxiously. A few days ago your aunt was cooking when she suddenly blacked out and collapsed. We took her to the hospital and the doctor said it was nothing serious, but recommended a checkup. That checkup revealed a malignant brain tumor pressing on her nerves. The second uncle briefly recounted the events. How do we treat it? The doctor said we should go to the provincial hospital or straight to the capital. The county can't handle it. At most they'll keep her for observation. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I have a car. Pan Han immediately pulled out his keys, ready to take his aunt to the capital. The doctor said further treatment won't be cheap, the second uncle lamented. We still need to get a clear diagnosis first. What can the county hospital find out? They might even be wrong. We've all been trying to convince her. But she says we're farmers. If it's confirmed we can't afford the treatment. She'd rather go home and live whatever years she has left. The second uncle voiced her fears. Don't be silly. With all of us relatives we can scrape together a few $100,000, Pan Han's father said. Her thinking is we don't earn easy money and she has 2 kids. The money should go to them. Pan Han understood his aunt's reasoning. As farmers they made barely a few thousand a year. Spending hundreds of thousands on treatment could collapse the family. And if it didn't work the money would be wasted. Don't worry about the money. I've got it. And he'll handle the hospital connections, Pan Han declared. Seeing that her only concern was the cost, he knew it was manageable. What? His father and second uncle exchanged startled looks. I have money now. As long as it can be cured with money, it's no big deal. Even if money can't fix it, it'll find a way. Trust me, uncle. They'll take care of aunt's illness. Instantly, Pan Han snapped back into the demeanor of a base lord, his tone resolute and his eyes blazing. Come on, let's go back and tell aunt. We're heading to the capital tomorrow. Pan Han led the 2 elders back into. Upon hearing this, Pan Han's father and his second aunt's husband were both taken aback. The child had only been working for a few months. Where would he get such money? This wasn't a few thousand or 10,000, it could be hundreds of thousands in expenses. The 2 followed Pan Han in a flashback to the hospital room. Second aunt, I have a basic understanding of your condition. Don't worry about anything, you'll leave it all to me, Pan Han said, sitting by the bedside and holding his second aunt's hand. Pan Han's mother widened her eyes in shock. Son, what do you mean? His second aunt was also incredulous, thinking Pan Han was just speaking out of anxiety. Nephew, you've just graduated and started working. Don't be stubborn. Later everyone can just take me home. Mom's second aunt, I'm telling the truth. I have money now. We'll go to the capital to find a hospital tomorrow. Pan Han spoke calmly, his tone resolute. Seeing his firmness, the others, though still doubtful, looked much relieved. Humans are strange creatures. Sometimes hope is more precious than anything else. His second aunt remained unchanged, still thinking about how to save money for her children, how to spend her remaining days peacefully at home without troubling anyone. Second aunt, your nephew not only has money, but has also started his own company. Just a few days ago I gave my parents some money to go out and enjoy themselves. Pan Han showed everyone the car key in his hand. Seeing the Mercedes-Benz key, they believed him a bit more. A glimmer of light appeared in his second aunt's eyes. Second aunt, let me make a call. Pan Han decided to give everyone the final reassurance. Hello, Dao. He dialed Wang Dao's number. Even if he owed her a favor, it was a matter of life and death. Who is it? A groggy voice came from the other end. It's me, Pan Han. Aren't you awake yet? Oh, it's you. Yeah, I played until past 3 a.m. What time is it now? Why are you calling me? Wang Dao said lazily. Wake up, it's urgent. Huh, what's up? Hearing the urgency in Pan Han's voice, she snapped awake. Do you have any reliable hospital connections in the capital? Isn't that obvious? You know what my family does. Good. My second aunt is sick, suspected brain tumor. I want you to arrange a hospital and specialists. Pan Han was concise, not bothering with pleasantries. When will you arrive? Tell me the time, I'll leave the rest to me. Wang Dao didn't waste words either. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Okay, my family has shares in a high-end private hospital. He'll arrange for your second aunt to go there. He'll find specialists right away. Deal? It's urgent, sorry for the trouble. He'll thank you separately. Don't worry. The best specialists, the best private room. Pan Han hung up. Everyone was stunned. This kid had connections that could handle it so quickly. It's settled. Let's check out and head to the capital tomorrow. Nephew, is it really settled? His second aunt sat up on her own. Second aunt, trust me. Let's go check out, have a good meal, and head to the capital tomorrow. Pan Han urged everyone to move, return the deposit, pack up. After half an hour of bustling, things were mostly done. Everyone headed downstairs. Second aunt, mom, dad, you 3 ride with me. Second aunt's husband, take uncle's car. Pan Han pressed the key fob. Chirp. The Maybach sounded, its daytime running lights flashing on. Oh great, nephew, is this your car? Uncle Sharpie recognized it as a Maybach. A friend lent it to me. Wow, a car worth over 3 million and they lent it to you. What kind of relationship is that? Anne asked nosily. Just a regular friend. Let's go get and head home first. Pan Han ushered everyone into the car, settled his second aunt in the back, and drove straight home. After arriving, his second aunt went to lie down in a room. The others briefly discussed who would accompany her in the living room. It was decided that Pan Han's mother and his second aunt's husband would go. His father would stay home to alternate care and look after his second aunt's 2 children. Uncle and aunt busied themselves in the kitchen cooking. Just as things settled, Wang Daodu's WeChat came through, all arranged. Wait for your news tomorrow. Hey, race the address. Efficient. Thanks. Pan Han replied after seeing the address. Just then, Yin Shaoli's message arrived. Pan Han, is your family member sick? I heard from Wang Daodu. Yeah, my second aunt is sick. Not in good shape. They'll come tomorrow and help out. No need, it's too much trouble. Go handle your own stuff. There's nothing much to do at the company. Daodu found someone to handle the errands. Alright, if you want to come, feel free. He'll share the address with you. Pan Han thought having another woman around might be more convenient and could relieve his mother. Okay, I'll wait for you at the hospital with Daodu tomorrow. Deal. Gotta go now. I need to talk to my family. Okay, you go ahead. Pan Han's mother watched from the side, waiting until he put down his phone to approach. Son, what really happened during your years in the capital? Why are you suddenly so rich? Mom, this. You probably wouldn't understand even if I told you. Pan Han hadn't figured out how to explain and tried to brush it off. Hey, you kid. You're paying for treatment, pulling strings, and have friends lending you such an expensive car. We have to ask, if you're dealing drugs, I'll be the first to deal with you. Pan Han's father had clearly been holding back and finally let it all out. Pan Han saw the situation. He had to come up with a story to get by. Dad, what I'm doing makes more money than drug dealing. Huh. Even his second aunt lying in the room couldn't help but totter to the living room. Nephew, what have you done? You can't go down the path of crime. It's okay if we're poor. I'd rather not treat my illness than see you end up in jail. Second aunt, why did you come out? Pan Han quickly helped her to the sofa. Yes, Painter, your second aunt is right. You can't go astray, her husband echoed. Listen to me, don't be so nervous. Pan Han calmed everyone down, his mind racing for inspiration. Have you heard of Bitcoin? I know about a pit bull. They're fierce, his father said gravely. Get out of here, let the child finish. His mother slapped her husband's thigh, making it tremble. Bitcoin is a virtual currency that uses blockchain technology. It's huge abroad. While I was in school, I saved up some money from part-time jobs and bought Bitcoin. Now I've made a lot. Pan Han spun a lie for them. Huh, what's virtual currency? What's blockchain? I can't explain it well. Basically, you can buy things with it and trade it, but there's no paper currency issued. Pan Han scratched his head. Oh, lying was tricky. So how much did you make? And emerged from the kitchen nosy again. A few $100,000 at least. I also got to know some rich people. And it came in handy today. Yes, networks are meant to be used. Great job, nephew. Aunt praised. Aunt, you're exaggerating. I just helped them trade Bitcoin. They made some money and are repaying the favor, Pan Han said with a chuckle. Rich people hate owing favors, Pan Han's father acknowledged. See, isn't this useful? Your second aunt is really lucky, his mother said, stroking Pan Han's head with satisfaction. Hearing Pan Han speak with such conviction, his second aunt felt a bit more at ease, her complexion improving slightly. Second aunt, go back and lie down. Rest assured they've arranged the best private hospital and top specialists for you, Pan Han said, helping her up and guiding her to the bedroom. All right. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. A long-lost smile appeared on his second aunt's face. Tonight your second aunt will stay here. She and I will share a bed, and you and your father will share one. His mother arranged the sleeping quarters. Pan Han, upon hearing he had to sleep with his dad, was thoroughly unwilling and muttered, "I'll just sleep on the couch. Dad has a weak stomach and farts a lot." You little brat, you're the one who farts, his father scolded playfully. Hearing this, the atmosphere immediately lightened. Come eat, the eldest uncle said, bringing out the dishes and inviting everyone. I haven't had uncle's cooking in ages. I've missed it so much. Pan Han was the first to bounce to the table. His eldest uncle was a chef who had run his own restaurant for over a decade. His culinary skills were renowned throughout the surrounding villages. Even a passing dog would stop to sniff. The others also took their seats one after another. Oh, by the way, Uncle, how's business been lately? Pan Han asked casually after taking a bite. Nephew, don't even mention it. Restaurant business hasn't been good these past few years. We've been losing quite a bit of money these past few months. The eldest aunt said, her face clouding with worry as she spoke up. Huh, but Uncle's cooking is great. How are you losing money? Your uncle only knows how to make a few home-style stir-fries. Nowadays the county doesn't go for those big plate stir-fries. The trend is self-service hot pot chain stores, beef hot pot. All new stuff. The eldest aunt explained the changes back home to Pan Han. Yeah, your aunt is right. Your uncle is getting old and can't keep up with the times. I'm thinking of switching to something else, the eldest uncle said, shoveling 2 big mouthfuls of rice, as if to steel himself. Indeed, I've seen in the malls in the capital that restaurants change every few months. Seeing his uncle somewhat dejected, Pan Han picked up a large prawn for him. A couple of months ago, your uncle discussed partnering to open a food processing factory. Nephew, you've seen the world in the big city. What do you think? The eldest aunt, concerned for her husband, asked. Huh, a food processing factory. What gave you that idea? Pan-Han perked up at this. Your uncle had an apprentice who worked in a restaurant for a few years. Now he does live stream sales with monthly revenue in the tens of millions. He approached your uncle recently suggesting they set up a factory together. Your uncle would handle production and he'd handle the live stream sales. That's great. Live stream sales are all the rage now. It's perfect. Pan-Han thought to himself, the factory I need. Here it is. See, even our nephew says it's a go, the eldest aunt said, happily patting her husband. What do you know, woman? Setting up a factory isn't that easy. Venue, machinery, personnel, hygiene, permits. Everything requires money and connections. The eldest uncle seemed to scold his wife for making it sound as easy as eating. The eldest aunt, rebuked, fell silent and glanced at Pan-Han. How much does it cost to set up a factory? Pan-Han asked. At least $5 million. Housing is cheap in our county. The bulk of the cost is equipment and personnel. That's not much. Kid, you've been in the capital too long. Ooh, everything seems cheap. $5 million. Your uncle couldn't raise that even if he sold everything, his mother said, a bit annoyed at Pan-Han's attitude. After all, he was still young and lacked life experience. Sis, you know me well. Definitely not enough, the eldest uncle said with a dry laugh. So what do? We can't just watch the restaurant go under day by day. The eldest aunt pulled a long face. Pan-Han smiled faintly, already understanding his aunt's intention. Uncle, don't worry. They'll give you $3 million to set up a bigger factory. They'll also give you orders later, Pan-Han said, directly dropping a bombshell. Several pairs of chopsticks clattered to the floor. What did $3 million mean? Enough to buy 10 houses in the county, and Pan-Han was offering it like it was nothing. Nephew, we know you mean well, but we appreciate the thought. Let's just eat. The eldest uncle didn't take it seriously. Aunt, give me your bank card number, Pan-Han said, knowing his uncle would be too embarrassed, so he'd have to deal with the women. Huh, this. The aunt was at a loss, as she had never seen such a move in her life. What, child, stop teasing your uncle and aunt. Eat your meal. His mother didn't believe it either. Son, you did well today, like a real man. But that's enough, his father said, picking up his chopsticks, wiping them, and continuing to eat. Give me the card number, aunt. I'm serious, Pan-Han said, pulling out his phone to make the transfer. 622XXXXXX. The aunt blurted out her bank card number. Pan-Han remembered it after hearing it once and transferred $3 million to her. Ding. The deposit notification arrived. The aunt grabbed her phone and saw, your account ending in XXXX has received 30000 yuan. The uncle leaned over to look. The couple stared at the phone, rubbing their eyes, first their own, then each other's. Maybe you two should find an ATM later to check, Pan-Han teased. It's really here. Nephew, you're just two. The aunt was at a loss for words, unable to express her excitement and gratitude. Huh. His mother didn't believe it and snatched the phone. After reading the message, she showed it to Pan-Han's father. Son, you've really made a fortune, his father exclaimed, standing up and grabbing Pan-Han's hand. It's just a little money. Don't act like you've never seen the world. Nephew, this is too much. I'm afraid I want to do a good job, the uncle said, thinking more about the work as a man. Uncle, don't worry about doing a bad job. He'll tell you what to produce later. Just set up a separate production line for me. Separate it from the live stream sales production. Pan-Han planned to use his uncle's factory to produce supplies for the apocalypse. That's it, the aunt asked in disbelief. Yes, very simple. They'll give you orders and you just produce according to them. We'll settle up monthly. I guarantee you'll make a killing, Pan-Han said, cheerfully picking up a large piece of meat for his aunt. Husband, we're saved. The aunt cried, hugging her uncle, tears streaming down her face. The second aunt and uncle joined in the joy. Sis, do you have any liquor at home? We have to drink today. I'm so happy, the second uncle asked, caught up in the festive mood. Uncle, I've already got it ready. They'll go get it, Pan-Han said. On the highway, he had bought a case of Wulianya. In just a few short hours, two troubles were effortlessly resolved. What is money for? Say it again, money is for. After the meal, everyone dispersed to find a spot for their afternoon nap with no further activities planned. Pan-Han, savoring a rare moment of tranquility, lounged on the sofa, smoking a cigarette while playing ranked matches on his phone. He lost 3 consecutive rounds. Damn, how come my luck has turned sour since returning to my hometown? Forget it, I'm done. I've already got a system. Ooh, I can't let the king of pesticide system toy with me anymore, Pan-Han cursed, setting down his phone. Seeing his family fast asleep, while he was still brimming with energy, he decided to take the car out for a spin. They won't be checking for drunk driving in broad daylight, will they? Pan-Han glanced at his watch. It was only 3 in the afternoon. Since his evolution, alcohol had little effect on him, and after drinking less than half a caddy today, there wasn't even a trace of liquor on his breath. Oh, whatever. He'll just cruise around for a bit and come back. He opened the door, gently, careful not to disturb the others. Everyone had been quite tired these past few days, so a rare afternoon nap was welcome. The afternoon sun shone brightly as Pan-Han drove, with one hand listening to music from his top-tier sound system. An indescribable sense of ease washed over him. Before long, he arrived at his former middle school. Students were still in class, and the sound of their reading drifted out from the classrooms. Pan-Han's thoughts wandered back several years. During his middle school days, he was a model student. excellent in both character and academics. His grades consistently ranked among the top, and his outstanding performance in the college entrance exams earned him direct admission to a university in the capital. Back then he had truly made his parents proud, with neighbors all praising his bright future. Thinking of this, Pan Han couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he hadn't been bound by the system, he would have drifted in the capital for years, unsure when he'd save enough for a house, let alone find a wife. Hey, isn't that my old homeroom teacher? Pan Han spotted a familiar figure in a classroom as he looked toward the teaching building. He adjusted his gaze, squinted, and recognized him. How that old man, he gave me quite a hard time back in the day. Teacher, he was the math instructor, and math had always been Pan Han's weakest subject. As the homeroom teacher, seeing a top student struggle with math, he had naturally given him plenty of extra tutoring. How old? He's got even more gray hair now, but he still teaches with such passion. Pan Han pulled out his phone, zoomed in, and snapped a picture of his former teacher. Oh, isn't that Senior Ching Ching? She's already back as a teacher. Snap. How that old dog is still roaming the campus. He must be over 10 years old now. Snap. Whoa, those two little brats are kissing. Snap. Memories flooded Pan Han's mind as he kept taking photos. Afterward, he browsed through his album, alternating between laughter and tears, completely absorbed in the nostalgia. After a long while, he snapped back to reality. Once I've earned more money, he'll donate some to the school. Renovate the buildings, get some new equipment. He mused, feeling a deep attachment to his alma mater and wanting to give back now that he was doing well. Farewell, alma mater. Farewell, homeroom teacher. Farewell, senior. Farewell, old dog. I will return. Pan Han then drove to KFC, buying a heap of egg tarts, cola, and chicken wings. He figured his parents would never normally eat such things, and since the county now had a KFC, he wanted everyone to have a taste. When he arrived home, his relatives were awake, gathered around chatting and cracking sunflower seeds. Pan Han laid out the food and invited everyone to help themselves. His parents watched him, noticing how much he had matured and grown considerate, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. By the next morning, everyone prepared according to the plan. Pan Han took his mother, his second aunt, and his unclean law straight to the capital. He also set up a temporary WeChat group, adding Yin Xiaoli and Wang Daodu. Along the way, he kept updating their location. We'll be there in about half an hour. Pan Han sent a voice message in the group. Great, we're already waiting at the hospital, Wang Daodu replied. After joining the group, Pan Han's mother noticed the profile pictures of two beautiful women and couldn't resist clicking on them. Son, are these your friends from the capital? They're both so pretty. Yep. Wait till you see them in person. They're even more beautiful than their pictures, Pan Han thought. I've got another stunner in another world, but unfortunately you'll never meet her. Half an hour flew by, and Pan Han spotted the hospital. Nestled in the mountains on the outskirts, it was a serene environment with a vast footprint. As they entered the gate, the security guard even saluted upon seeing the license plate. Even though Pan Han's family hailed from a small county, they could immediately sense how upscale the place was. Pan, this hospital looks so fancy. Won't the costs be sky high? His second aunt asked worriedly. No matter how expensive, it can't be as pricey as my second aunt, can it? Everyone felt a warm glow upon hearing this. Pan Han pulled up to the main entrance and saw Wang Daodu and Yin Xiaoli already waiting there. You're here. Wang Daodu stepped forward to greet him. Yeah, you two take my aunt upstairs first. They'll park the car and join you later, Pan Han instructed, then had his family get out first. Got it, boss Pan. Leave it to us. Yin Xiaoli quickly opened the car door. Pan Han's mother hurriedly thanked them and took the initiative to help her sister-in-law follow Wang Daodu and Yin Xiaoli. This must be Auntie, Wang Daodu said, seeing someone being supported, and she guessed correctly. Yes, her unclean law quickly replied. Auntie, don't worry. We'll get a full set of tests done upstairs first, then wait for the results calmly. Don't overthink it, everything will be fine, Wang Daodu said softly. Thank you, miss. What's your name? The second aunt nodded in gratitude. I'm Wang Daodu, and this is Yin Xiaoli. We're both good friends of Pan Han. Wang Daodu introduced herself generously. My son is truly lucky to have such wonderful friends. Pan Han's mother smiled as she looked at the two beauties. Not at all. Knowing Pan Han is our fortune, Yin Xiaoli said, flattered, quickly explaining. See how polite city folks are. They're such smooth talkers. I know my son's abilities while you're just inflating his ego. Everyone burst into laughter at the mother's words, lightening the mood. Wang Daodu led everyone to a third-floor ward, a 130-square-meter suite decorated with elegance and class hardly resembling a hospital room. Everyone take a rest. The doctor will be here soon, Wang Daodu said, then sent Pan Han the room number so he could come directly. 3 minutes later, a doctor arrived with 2 nurses, followed closely by Pan Han. After a brief inquiry about the illness and a review of the previous diagnosis, the doctor said, Ma'am, let's start the tests first, and we'll discuss the results in detail afterward. Doctor, could we do a full body checkup? Since we're here, we might as well get everything examined and treat any issues all at once, Pan Han suddenly interjected. That's fine with me, but it'll take more time. Daodu, is that okay? Of course, I was thinking the same thing, Wang Daodu agreed. Then please arrange it, doctor. All right, everyone can stay here. The patient come with me. Seeing that a full body checkup was planned, the unclean law grew a bit nervous. Pan Han noticed his uneasy expression and leaned in to whisper, "Uncle, are you feeling unwell too?" "Nephew, there's an old saying at home, if you don't get checked, you won't get sick. I'm afraid this comprehensive exam might uncover something." "I'm scared," the unclean law said, gripping Pan Han's hand. "Uncle, don't be so superstitious." Pan Han didn't buy into such nonsense. Around 5 p.m., the second aunt and the doctor returned, both with grave expressions. Pan Han looked at the test report, which listed a long string of abnormalities and diagnoses: thyroid nodules, mammary gland hyperplasia, ovarian cysts, varicose veins, lung tumor, brain tumor. "Damn, if you don't get checked, you really won't get sick." Pan Han stared at the long list of various ailments, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Exaggerated. Terrifying. Utterly ridiculous. It was true. If you never get a checkup, you never get sick. How could so many illnesses be discovered at once? Looking at this, his aunt's entire body was riddled with ailments. Over the years, how much suffering had his aunt endured? How many hardships had she faced to end up with such a body full of sickness? Seeing Pan Han's expression, everyone quickly snatched the list to look. After reading it, they all fell silent. His unclean law had been right. Now, however, his aunt seemed relaxed, as if liberated, and instead began to comfort everyone. "Why are you all so tense? Who doesn't have some ailments when they get old, right? Doctor, what's your opinion?" Pan Han knew it was time to listen to the physician. "I'm only responsible for neurology. Other conditions require different specialists. However, given the patient's situation, I've already consulted the hospital director. He agreed to organize a multidisciplinary consultation. A comprehensive treatment plan will be provided then." "All right, thank you, Doctor. Director Liu, please go ahead." "Well, wait for your news." Upon hearing that a consultation was needed, Wang Daodu urged the doctor to arrange it promptly. "Pan Han, don't worry. The medical conditions here are among the best in the country. It'll be fine." After seeing off Director Liu, Wang Daodu turned to comfort Pan Han, also speaking for everyone's benefit. Pan Han understood her intent and said to the group, "Since we've discovered the issues, let's wait calmly for treatment. And keep a cheerful mood. That's very important. Don't be nervous, don't worry, and everything will be okay." Although Pan Han's mother and unclean law were anxious, they could do nothing but listen to Pan Han. "Mom, Uncle, just take care of Aunt." After speaking, Pan Han pulled Wang Daodu and Yin Xiaoli out of the ward. The three walked to a garden downstairs before Pan Han asked, "There are quite a few illnesses. Could they be incurable? Let me make a call." Director Liu might not have spoken frankly in front of the patient. Wang Daodu took out her phone. "Hello, Director Liu." "Yes, it's me. Regarding President Pan's aunt's condition just now, do you have any initial impressions?" "The brain tumor might be manageable. Surgery offers hope for treatment. But the lung tumor is not good, likely already in its late stages. Further details will depend on the consultation results." Director Liu briefly explained. "All right, thank you, Director Liu." Wang Daodu hung up and shook her head at Pan Han. "The lung condition isn't optimistic. We'll wait for the consultation results." "Understood." After hearing this, Pan Han knew he would have to use the evolution potion again. He quickly scanned the few remaining yellow vials in his space. "The King of Hell wants to take someone from me. Let's see if he'll allow it. By the way, Daodu, how are all the costs here calculated?" "Oh, come on. Who said you're paying?" Wang Daodu was sensible. Now was not the time to discuss money. "That won't do. Business is business," Pan Han said firmly. "Daodu, just tell him roughly." Pan Han isn't that kind of person. He doesn't like taking advantage of others, especially friends. Yin Xiaoli explained. Wang Daodu, hearing this, didn't insist, and briefly said, "That suite costs 10,000 a day. The full set of tests was over 70,000. For subsequent treatment, surgery, medication, nursing, and so on, you'll need to prepare around 7 million. Damn, that expensive." Yin Xiaoli couldn't help exclaiming. "That's not counting foreign specialists. If you need them, add another 10 million. Wang Daodu said calmly. "All right, got it," Pan Han replied just as calmly. "I have some savings. They'll transfer it to you." Yin Xiaoli instinctively offered to transfer money. "No need. I have that much." "Little one, why do you have so many question marks?" Yin Xiaoli tilted her head left, Wang Daodu tilted hers right, both staring at Pan Han. "What are you looking at? I really do have the money. If spending 17 million could cure his aunt's ailments, he wouldn't even blink." "Pan Han, are you still the same Pan Han?" Yin Xiaoli's eyes widened. "This was over 10 million, not just 1,000. Not long ago you were dumped by your girlfriend because you were broke. Have you forgotten? Even if you forgot, the author couldn't. What's going on? Who can give me a reasonable explanation?" Yin Xiaoli was bewildered. She felt the Pan Han before her was an imposter. "I'm going back up. The money is no problem. Just don't tell my family." Pan Han ignored the two beauties and walked straight to the ward. "Son, did you go ask the doctor about the condition?" his mother asked when Pan Han returned. "Just a brief inquiry." The doctor didn't say much. "Oh well, wait for the consultation." Just then a nurse entered bringing fruit and discussing the diet plan with his aunt. "Mom, Uncle, you two can stay here tonight. My place is just a shared rental, no room to sleep." "All right, don't worry." "Nurse, excuse me, please order meals for my mother and unclean law too. They'll be staying here for the next few days." "Certainly, Mr. Pan." After arranging everything, Pan Han sat down to peel an orange for his aunt. Seeing how calm he was, everyone stopped pressing him. Aunt, have an orange. Thank you, my nephew. This time your aunt might not make it. Don't bother so much. Everyone has to face life and death. Hee, Aunt, how old are you? You're still young. Once you're cured, it'll take you all on trips to scenic spots. His aunt took the orange, said nothing more, and lowered her head to nibble a segment. Mister Pan, the diet plan is set. The patient should avoid spicy food for a while. The nurse handed the plan to Pan Han. Thank you, nurse. Our nursing team will be in the next room. Press the bedside bell if you need anything, and we'll come right away. Great, thank you for your hard work. Other than avoiding spicy food, there are no special restrictions on activities. Just keep a cheerful mood. The nurse reminded again. No problem. And did you hear that? The nurse said to keep your spirits up. No overthinking, okay? Pan Han knew patients listen best to doctors and nurses, so he used this to soothe her. All right. All the facilities in the room are for your use. Drinks and snacks are in the fridge, help yourselves. After explaining, the nurse closed the door and left. Oh, nephew, the service here is amazing. I feel like a high-ranking official. His aunt sighed after hearing everything. Pan Han thought to himself, of course. 10,000 a day, they're serving the money. Yeah, the environment is really nice. Aunt, let me see what's in the room. Pan Han got up to explore the suite. A large bathtub, thumbs up. A heated toilet seat, thumbs up. A double-door fridge, thumbs up. A big screen TV, thumbs up. Wow. There was even a mahjong table. Aunt, Mom, look what I found. Pan Han immediately thought of a way to cheer up his aunt. Everyone came to see and marveled at the high-end electric mahjong table, praising the hospital's thoughtful service. With 4 people free and idle, why not play a few rounds instead of waiting for the apocalypse? Hee, and just watch me lose money to you. Pan Han thought to himself. So the 4 of them took their seats, ate fruit, sang songs, and began playing mahjong. When it comes to the most popular forms of entertainment in the county town, mahjong undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Easy to learn yet profoundly intricate, many people even make a living from it, and quite a few middle-aged women enjoy socializing over a game. Pan Han's mother and aunt were exactly this kind of person. Once they started playing mahjong, all their worries faded away. They often forgot to eat and sleep, playing day and night, and even minor ailments like headaches or fevers couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. Although Pan Han knew how to play, he wasn't skilled at it, and thought it was a waste of time. But now he reconsidered. What difference was there between playing King of Glory and mahjong? Mahjong might even be better since he could play with family, laughing and chatting as they went. Wasn't that delightful? Unfortunately, Pan Han had no cash on him, so he had to ask Yin Xiaoli to find an ATM and withdraw 5,000 yuan. He also planned to lose all that money to his aunt or mother on purpose. As for his unclean law, well, he could fend for himself. Yin Xiaoli received the WeChat message, quickly found a place to withdraw the money, and soon delivered it to the room. Thank you. Come sit and watch for a while. Pan Han pulled Yin Xiaoli to sit beside him, asking her to join him in the game. Dodo said she had something to take care of at home and needed to head back. I figured there was nothing urgent here, so I let her go. That's fine, let her handle her business. Pan Han had just lit a cigarette when he suddenly remembered his aunt had lung issues, so he quickly put it out. 8 of bamboo. Pan Han's mother played a tile. Pung. His aunt shouted, seeing it was the tile she needed, and pushed out a pair of 8 of bamboo, then played a east wind. Yin Xiaoli noticed that this was exactly the tile Pan Han needed to win. She quickly kicked him. He glared at her, signaling her to stop. Yin Xiaoli, being sharp, understood instantly. Ever since Pan Han had evolved, his observational skills had become exceptionally keen. He could now easily remember every tile each person had played, what they had drawn, and where they placed their drawn tiles. With this crucial information in hand, as the tiles on the table dwindled, he could roughly guess what his aunt was waiting for. This time, he drew a 5 of bamboo. That was exactly what his aunt needed. She was working on a closed hand, waiting for a 5 in a mixed suit. 5 of bamboo. Pan Han played it slowly. Oh, I win. Waiting for the 5. Huh. His aunt, thrilled that Pan Han had dealt her the winning tile, danced with joy. Huh. Wait, I played the wrong one. Pan Han pretended to take the tile back. Put it down. There's no taking back a played tile. Pay up. His aunt slapped his hand away and firmly clutched the 5 of bamboo. His mother and unclean law burst into laughter along with her. The family seemed to have forgotten they were there for medical treatment. Pan Han paid up cheerfully and started the next round. In less than an hour, he had dealt 4 winning tiles, losing 1,000 yuan. His aunt was overjoyed, declaring she would treat everyone to barbecue that evening. Shall you play a couple of rounds for me? My luck is terrible. Play well. Pan Han gave his seat to Yin Xiaoli and patted her shoulder. Huh, I don't know how to play. Yin Xiaoli feigned innocence. Don't worry, we'll teach you. Pan Han's mother had a very good impression of Yin Xiaoli. Though she didn't ask directly, she could tell from the young woman's scent that she was involved with her son. Pan Han figured there was nothing left for him to do, so he slipped into the living room to rest for a bit. Meanwhile, Wang Daodu had returned home. She had received a call from her father asking her to come back and discuss something. Dad, I'm back. What do you need? I was helping a friend out, you know. Wang Daodu took off her coat and went straight to her father. Old Wang. Come here, my precious daughter. I want to ask you something. Old Wang pulled her to sit beside him. Go ahead, ask. Did a friend go to Shigu Hospital today? Yeah. I met a friend a while ago. His family member was sick, so he asked me to find a good place for treatment. Wang Daodu said casually. This friend of yours isn't just an ordinary friend, is he? Old Wang hinted meaningfully. He's just a regular friend. What's up? Did Uncle Ching tell you? Wang Daodu played dumb. What can Uncle Ching tell me about your affairs? That Uncle Ching, honestly. Yeah, we had some conflicts before, but we became friends after that fight. Haha, there's actually someone in this world you'd become friends with after a fight. Old Wang knew all about Wang Daodu's past. Dad, your daughter is different now. Wang Daodu pouted angrily. This kid is called Pan Han, right? You had a conflict with him over buying a car. Then he took down your 3 subordinates. Later you met him alone, helped him set up a film company, and even lent him my Maybach. Old Wang slowly recounted the information he had gathered. Wow, Uncle Ching sure knows a lot. Don't use Uncle Chang as a shield. Tell me honestly, why are you helping him so much? Wang Daodu's eyes darted around nervously. She didn't want to tell her father about the treatment yet, but couldn't come up with a good excuse. Still the same. Whenever you're about to lie, your eyes start rolling. Spill it. Old Wang's voice rose an octave. Oh, Dad, how can you be like this? Wang Daodu caught immediately threw herself into her father's arms, acting cute. You've fallen for this kid. Old Wang pinched her cheek. No, I haven't. Wang Daodu told the truth. She felt more respect for Pan Han than romantic feelings. Then tell me, why are you helping him so much? Is that little bastard holding something over you? If so, it'll make him disappear tomorrow. No, it'll make his whole family disappear. Old Wang teased his daughter. No, Dad, how can you be like that? Can I make some real friends? Seeing her father about to get serious, Wang Daodu immediately objected. Look at you defending him. Spill it, or I'm calling right now. Old Wang pretended to take out his phone and dial. Hey Dad, you're not serious, are you? Wang Daodu quickly snatched the phone from him. Silly girl, I'm not stopping you from making friends. But this Pan Han is no ordinary character. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Old Wang knew Pan Han had dealt in gold with Uncle Cheng, so he suspected something was up. Of course he's not ordinary. Wang Daodu was thinking about how Pan Han had cured her. The two were on completely different wavelengths. Then tell me, don't keep your dad in suspense. Wang Daodu thought it over and decided to tell her father the truth. He cured my illness. Wang Daodu said word by word. Huh, really? What medicine did he give you? Despite being mentally prepared, hearing it from his daughter's own mouth still shocked him. A kind of yellow liquid. He said it was a family secret recipe. So Wang Daodu recounted the whole story of her treatment to her father. When old Wang heard about the black fluid oozing from his daughter's body, he clenched his fists. When he heard she woke up feeling light, and even felt no pain from a whip, he couldn't help but smile. Old Wang listened for half an hour. When Wang Daodu finished, he was drenched in sweat. That was close. He grabbed a few tissues, wiping his brow as he sighed. Wang Daodu finished speaking, a glimmer of crystalline tears even sparkling in her eyes. Old Master Wang wiped his sweat and embraced his daughter, holding her in silence for a long time. After a while, when his emotions had settled, he asked softly, "Are you feeling any discomfort now?" "No discomfort at all. Instead, I feel stronger, more energetic, and even more beautiful." Wang Daodu pulled back from her father's embrace, pointing at her face for him to see. Old Master Wang cupped her face, examining it closely. It was indeed more delicate and refined. Her skin was so supple it seemed it might tear at the slightest touch. Yet he grew more worried. Such drastic changes in a short time might come with severe side effects. "Let's schedule a full checkup for you. Safety comes first. You can't refuse this." "Oh, I understand. Since you're back anyway, stay for dinner tonight. It's been ages since we last ate together." "No, you should go hang out with your friends instead." Wang Daodu had no desire to stay for dinner. "Your old man isn't that busy anymore. He'll cook today." Old Master Wang's face was filled with affection. "If all you ever make is braised noodle soup. I'm sick of it. You brat, are you planning to go find Pan Han again? They're a family. What are you butting in for?" Wang Daodu's thoughts were seen through once more, but after a moment's reflection, she realized her father was right and reluctantly agreed to stay. "Ha, damn it, that kid has more clout than his old man." Old Master Wang said, both pleased and jealous that his daughter had taken his advice and stayed. "Oh, just go make the noodles already. You're so annoying." All right, I'm going. Tonight, he'll make crab roe braised noodle soup. Uncle Zhang sent us a crate of hairy crabs." With that, Old Master Wang headed straight for the kitchen. "Achin, go keep an eye on the hospital." As he walked, Old Master Wang sent a WeChat command to Uncle Cheng. "Got it, sir." Sitting in his car, Uncle Cheng received the command, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, then started the engine and drove straight to the hospital. Pan Han lay on the sofa in the hospital room, having lost 3 ranked matches in a row, and angrily tossed his phone aside. Why was he so awesome in the real world, but such a loser online? Had already fallen to the Star Glory rank. What a disgrace. I'm furious. Pan Han glared at his phone, tempted to crush it underfoot. "When I get rich, I'll start my own gaming company. Then no one will dare mess with me." Indeed, this billionaire was saying he'd get rich. Suddenly his nerves tightened and his internal defense mechanism activated automatically. "What's that?" A familiar scent. Pan Han shot to his feet. Ever since his evolution, he seemed to have developed a remote sensing ability. Whenever an unsettling presence approached, his body reacted on its own. He walked to the balcony and peered downstairs, spotting a black Land Rover entering the hospital gate. The familiar scent emanated from that car. The vehicle didn't head to the outpatient hall, but drove straight toward the nearby basement entrance. Who was that? I can't quite remember. Pan-Han was puzzled. He had to investigate. First he went inside to tell the others he was stepping out. Then he quickly left and rushed downstairs. He had to suppress his speed. If the surveillance cameras caught him, he'd be all over the trending topics by tomorrow. Fortunately, the elevator here went straight to the basement. He slipped inside and pressed B2. A dozen seconds later, the elevator reached the basement. As the door opened, he unleashed his divine sense. The familiar scent was about 80 meters to the left of the door. Pan-Han stepped out of the elevator, took 7 or 8 steps to the left, and hid behind a pillar. Peeking out with one eye, he saw a figure getting out of the Land Rover. Uncle Chung. It's him. Pan-Han's eyesight was now exceptional. He recognized the figure from afar. Why is he here? Does he have a relative hospitalized too? Pan-Han pondered from behind the pillar. Between Uncle Chung and Pan-Han's elevator entrance there were 3 other doors. After parking, Uncle Chung pushed open the middle door and disappeared. Pan-Han quietly and swiftly followed. He listened at the door for a moment, and hearing no movement, pushed it open. Inside was a small hall with an elevator. Pan-Han glanced at it. The elevator had stopped on the first floor. After waiting 10 seconds, he pressed the button and also went to the first floor. When he arrived, Uncle Chung was gone, leaving only a long corridor. Checking the signs on the doors around him, he realized this was the hospital's security and surveillance room. Pan-Han didn't move further. Instead, he pretended to be lost, looked around, found the way to the main hall, and left. Uncle Chung wasn't here for medical treatment. Otherwise, he'd have gone to the inpatient ward or doctor's office. He'd headed straight for the work area, meaning he had connections here and was familiar with the place. Pan-Han reasoned as he walked, but couldn't figure it out. Could he be here for me? Though he had no clear conclusion, a bad feeling stirred unease within him. His premonitions had never failed him before. Just then his WeChat notification chimed. Pan-Han, I'm eating at home tonight. They'll come over tomorrow. Okay, no worries here, take your time. Pan-Han replied. After sending the message, instead of hurrying back, he stepped out of the hall and into the garden. Lighting a cigarette, Pan-Han concealed himself in the darkness, only the glowing tip flickering. He thought for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a WeChat to Wang Chung. Manager Wang, what's Uncle Cheng's background? Is this lead absolutely reliable? He tried to extract some information from Wang Chung. A few minutes later, Wang Chung replied, Mr. Pan, absolutely reliable. But asking about his background goes against protocol. I hope you understand. Pan-Han thought so. You do know. Knowing was enough. If he couldn't find out on his own head, just put Wang Chung through some interrogation. He was sure to spill the beans. Just then Pan-Han's mother sent a voice message. Son, where did you go? I'm downstairs stretching. I've been driving a lot lately, and my boat is a bit tired. Oh, okay. Come up soon. Xiaoli's almost lost all her money. Damn. Yen Xiaoli really knows how to lose. Pan-Han had told her to lose, but he hadn't expected her to be such a cannon. No worries, he'll withdraw more cash, so you can play to your heart's content. Pan-Han replied to his mother. Forget it, head, just withdraw some cash. It was rare for the family to have such a good time. There was an ATM in the right hall of the hospital, which even supported cardless withdrawals. Pan-Han stubbed out his cigarette and walked over. I might as well take out a bit more, give them some pocket money later. Pan-Han approached the ATM to withdraw 500 in cash. He entered his account number, password, and amount, then confirmed. The machine whirred as it began counting the bills. Just as Pan-Han waited for the cash to dispense, a camera in the hall slowly rotated, aiming at his back. Pan-Han sensed it instantly and spun around. The camera and Pan-Han locked eyes, 3 eyes in total. It must be you. Pan-Han snorted, coldly certain that Uncle Chung was spying on him. On the other end of the monitor was Uncle Chung. After reviewing the hospitalization records, he discovered Pan-Han appearing in the corridor surveillance footage. He then began adjusting the cameras to observe Pan-Han. To his utter astonishment, the moment he redirected the camera toward Pan-Han in the ATM lobby, Pan-Han noticed him. There was no mistake. This was the long-lost martial arts secret technique, the stare through space. Pan-Han's gaze was like a dagger of ice, piercing through the camera's glass and lens, traveling along the wires and stabbing straight into Uncle Cheng's heart. Holy shit, what an overwhelming aura. Uncle Chung, a seasoned veteran who had navigated both the righteous and criminal underworlds for years, was no stranger to danger. After being locked in Pan-Han's stare, his entire body felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, and he couldn't help but shiver. It felt as if he wasn't observing from the shadows, but was instead placed under a microscope for Pan-Han to scrutinize. Uncle Chung involuntarily stepped back, tearing his gaze away from the monitor and rubbing his eyes. He couldn't believe that such a person existed in this world. After a few seconds to compose himself, he slowly crept back to the monitor, only to find Pan-Han staring intently at the camera with keen interest. The two of them simply stared at each other across the void. Pan-Han could sense that the other had flinched just now, and a corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk. Killing intent. Uncle Chung broke out in a cold sweat again, frozen in place. It was like a village mud encountering a tiger. Exaggerated. Terrifying. Utterly absurd. Uncle Chung quickly turned around and collapsed into a chair. It was a long while before he tremblingly fished out a cigarette, lit it with shaky hands, and took a drag. His mind went blank as if he had narrowly escaped death, and he sat there motionless, staring into space. Only when the cigarette burned his fingers did he snap out of it, hurriedly stubbing it out. When he looked back at the monitor, Pan Han was gone. I need to report this to the master immediately. As Uncle Chung regained his composure, this was the first thought that came to mind. He left the surveillance room, found a private room, locked the door, and then dialed Old Master Wang's number. Hello, Ah Chung. What's the matter? Old Master Wang, upon seeing it was Uncle Chung calling, slurped a mouthful of noodles. Master, is it convenient to talk? Uncle Cheng's tone was tense. Old Master Wang knew this meant something serious, so he lowered the phone's volume to prevent Wang Daodu, who was nearby, from overhearing. Go ahead, I'm listening. I'm at the hospital. This kid is very strange. Oh, how so? He has killing intent. I see. Go on. Old Master Wang, who had navigated the underworld for decades, remained calm in the face of major events, his emotions rarely showing on his face. I adjusted the surveillance to track him, and he seemed to know he was being followed. He stared straight at the camera from a distance. I was instantly paralyzed, my whole body went cold, and a wave of killing intent surrounded me from afar. Uncle Chung, still shaken by the memory, recounted the scene with difficulty. Oh, such a thing happened. You didn't notice it before. Old Master Wang knew that Uncle Chung was also a decisive and ruthless man. For him to give such an assessment meant Pan Han was indeed no ordinary person. Not during the 2 previous transactions. It shows he has complete control over his aura, handling it with ease. This is getting more and more interesting. I suspect he has more than one life on his hands. Come back first. He'll be waiting for you in the wine cellar at home. All right, Master. Wang Chung hung up and headed straight for the underground garage, driving toward Old Master Wang's villa. What's going on, Dad? Wang Daodu, who hadn't picked up on any issues, casually asked. Your Uncle Chung has something to report to me. He'll be here soon. Once we finish eating, you can go about your business. Old Master Wang slurped another mouthful of noodles. Oh, okay. Sweetie, how's the noodles tonight? Delicious, your skills haven't slipped. All right, let me get you another bowl. Pan Han knew that Uncle Chung had been trembling from his stare, as there was a period when no one was on the other end of the camera. Having killed many people and zombies, Pan Han had gradually accumulated a significant amount of killing intent. However, since he had completed his evolution, he could control this aura with ease. If I were going to deal with you, it wouldn't be tonight. It's just a pity that this path to cashing out might be cut off. Pan Han pocketed the money and walked back to the ward, lost in thought along the way. It feels like I've missed some crucial clue, but I can't recall it. He shook his head. The more something was on the tip of his tongue, the easier it was to forget. What could it be? And so, thinking as he walked, he soon returned to the ward. At the door, Pan Han composed his mood and emotions, making sure not to let his family see anything amiss. Embark. How's the battle going? Pan Han breezed in, heading straight for the mahjong room. Son, you're back. Xiaoli has already lost everything. Haha, this girl is too good at setting off fireworks for others. His mother, upon seeing Pan Han return, quickly called him over. What? She lost all 5,000. Pan Han feigned surprise. I told you I'm not good at this game. Yen. Xiaoli winked at Pan Han. You spendthrift woman. Pan Han played along, pretending to be angry. All right, son. You're not much of a player either. I say let's call it a day. His mother, not seeing through Pan Han's act, quickly smoothed things over. Yes, we've been traveling all day, everyone's tired. Let's rest early, his aunt chimed in. She had just won several thousand, and was already too embarrassed to keep winning. Pan Han took the opportunity to agree, saying they should stop, and everyone should prepare for rest. Son, there's no place for you to sleep here. Take Xiaoli home. His mother patted the back of Pan Han's head, her eyes full of hints, as if telling him to seize the opportunity. All right, I'll come back tomorrow. You all get some good rest. Pan Han found it reasonable and agreed. Sorry, Boss Pan, I've lost all your money. How am I ever going to pay you back? Yen. Xiaoli teased him with a grin. They'll deduct it from your salary, Pan Han said with a straight face. You're really good at deducting a pun on the 4th tone for stingy. Yen. Xiaoli teased him back, then turned to Pan Han's mother. Andy, look, working for such a heartless boss is my misfortune. Yen. Xiaoli tugged at Pan Han's mother's arm, acting coy. Don't worry, it'll make him give you a raise. If he dares to deduct your salary, they'll give him a piece of my mind. Yay? Long live Annie. Yen. Xiaoli happily kissed Pan Han's mother on the cheek. This gesture was nothing in the big city, but in the small county town, it was considered too bold, causing everyone to burst into laughter. This child. His mother was also delighted, and then quickly urged them to leave before it got too late. Let's go, Boss Pan, take me home. Yen. Xiaoli linked her arm with Pan Han's, said goodbye to everyone, and headed out. Did you two talk about something? When I came back, the atmosphere felt different. Pan Han pinched Yen. Xiaoli's waist, demanding the truth. It's all your mother's fault. She wouldn't stop asking me questions. What did she ask? She asked about our relationship. She asked what I do for a living. And what did you say? I said we're roommates, and now I work for you planning to start a film company. But you two suddenly seem so close. Did my mother say something nonsense to you? Pan Han had a vague feeling his mom was trying to claim her as a daughter-in-law. You'll have to ask Annie that yourself. I'm not saying a word. Yin Xiaoli let go of Pan Han's arm, clasped her hands behind her back, and walked ahead on her own. Psy women are always a handful. Pan Han shook his head and followed after her. The two exited the hall and arrived at the ground parking lot. Maybe you should drive. This car is even more expensive today, Pan Han said, handing the keys to Yin Xiaoli. This car belongs to Daodu, and besides it's so expensive. If I scratched it even a little I couldn't afford to pay for it. Yin Xiaoli waved her hands repeatedly in refusal. Damn, when you drive my car you're not afraid of scratching it. Nonsense, when you drive my car you're not afraid of damaging it either. This actually makes a lot of sense. Pan Han was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. You've been playing mahjong with your family for so long you need to let me rest a bit. Go on, young man, be your driver. Yin Xiaoli suddenly transformed into a strong female lead. As you command. A Maybach sliced through the night heading straight for the shared apartment. The hospital and Pan Han's residence were located at opposite corners of the capital, at least an 80-minute drive away. The two sat in the car enjoying a rare moment of peace. Yin Xiaoli relished this time, relaxing and half leaning down as she chatted with Pan Han. You know, you've changed so much recently. I hardly recognize you anymore. Hey, life is just like a movie, you never know when the script might change. By the way, how did you meet Wang Daodu? Yin Xiaoli suddenly asked with a serious tone. A woman's intuition was always sharp. She didn't believe there was nothing between Pan Han and Wang Daodu. Hee, that's a long story, but I can't go into details, Pan Han said, cheerfully lighting a cigarette. Oh, just as I suspected. You've latched onto a rich woman. Yin Xiaoli snatched his cigarette and lit one for herself. What, jealous? Pan Han relit another cigarette helplessly. I wouldn't say jealous. We were both willing, there's no bond between us. As she spoke, Yin Xiaoli turned her head and blew out a long stream of smoke. Classy. Pan Han reached out and patted Yin Xiaoli's thigh. Our circle is pretty pathetic. There aren't many with true feelings. Oh, how so? Though it does seem messy. When you go out to shoot a film for months, sometimes there are intimate scenes. People are emotional creatures, how can they resist? True. Don't worry, you're starting a film company now, right? You'll experience it soon enough. Pretty young girls will be throwing themselves at you. No, I'm quite busy, I don't have time for them. You can fend them off for me. I think Daodu is great. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and her family is wealthy. You should really consider her. Yin Xiaoli suggested with a serious expression. Pan Han thought back to that initial scene and quickly shook his head, saying, not suitable. There's no such thing as suitable or not. Rich people are the same, they have no emotions. As long as there's interest, they can be bound together. Let's change the subject. When we get back, let me drive for a bit. As he spoke, Pan Han's hand began to wander again. No, your aunt is here, and my aunt has also come. Yin Xiaoli pressed down on Pan Han's hand. Chatting away, time flew by, and before they knew it, they arrived at the parking lot near the shared apartment. After parking, both felt hungry. They had been so busy today that they hadn't eaten properly. Come on, I'll go upstairs and cook you some noodles, Pan Han said with a straight face. Are you serious? Yin Xiaoli didn't immediately catch his meaning. Yeah, I can make noodles with sauce I used to make them for Chunyun. At this point, Pan Han suddenly stopped speaking. What, still thinking about her? Yin Xiaoli tugged at his arm. Don't talk, there's danger. Pan Han tightened his grip on Yin Xiaoli's hand. What danger? Seeing Pan Han's expression change, Yin Xiaoli quickly looked around. Come out, Brother Long. No use hiding. Pan Han shouted towards a street lamp about 50 meters away. His voice was not loud, but every word reached Li Long's ears clearly. Damn, that little bastard spotted us. Let's go, brothers, teach him a lesson. The person hiding in the shadows was indeed Li Long, followed by 7 or 8 young men. The group filed out carrying various clubs, chains, and a short man wielding a pickaxe handle. You go upstairs first. Hurry. Seeing the situation, Pan Han told Yin Xiaoli to leave first, as he might not be able to protect her in a fight. They'll call the police, Yin Xiaoli said, understanding the situation. No need, these small fries can't touch me. You might even have to call an ambulance for them later. Alright, I'm going. Yin Xiaoli knew that when men were handling business, they shouldn't be disturbed. Seeing Yin Xiaoli run off, Pan Han turned around, took out a cigarette, lit it, and stared at Li Long and his men. Soon they surrounded Pan Han. Kid, finally got you, Li Long said, pointing at Pan Han with a baseball bat. Oh, isn't this Brother Long? Pan Han sneered. We've been staking you out for days. You're not getting away today, a young man with a purple dragon hairstyle chimed in. Little bastard, you made me look bad at the dinner table a few days ago. Did you think that was the end? Today I'll beat you until you call me Grandpa. Li Long said, angrily cursing under his breath. Fine. Can you let me finish this cigarette? Boss, don't waste words with him. Let's just do it. The young man who spoke looked spirited, somewhat like Saya. Don't rush, let's have some fun with him. He can't escape anyway. Li Long grinned at Pan Han, using the baseball bat to flick his cigarette. Pan Han dodged, moving his head, and glanced at the positions of the others, calculating how much force to use. You have money and people. Why not live a good life instead of showing off everywhere? Yin might become a widow again, Pan Han taunted coldly. Damn, how dare you say sister-in-law will be a widow? Another stern-faced, unsmiling, burly man rushed forward to attack him. Pan Han glanced sideways. This guy's demeanor really resembled Icky. What the hell can't you hear? He's cursing me to die. Always sister-in-law this, sister-in-law that, Li Long said, not in a hurry to fight, holding back the Icky-like man. The man thought it over and realized that seemed to be the case. Boss, this little bastard looks pretty decent. Let me take him on first, a young man with a refined, clean-cut appearance said viciously. Pan Han looked at him. He was quite handsome, very much like Shun. Too bad I'd have to aim for his face. Hurry up and finish your smoke. The boss is giving you face. Another yellow-haired guy emerged from behind, obviously Hyoga. Great, all 5 bronze saints are here. If you can make me open my eyes, I'll lose, Pan Han said, coolly flicking away his cigarette, and slowly closing his eyes. Pan Han gracefully flicked away the cigarette, and slowly closed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Long and his men bristled with fury. This was sheer arrogance. Let's get him, brothers. The one called Shun, who had been shouting earlier, launched the first attack, swinging a collapsible baton straight at Pan Han's face. To an ordinary observer, the strike was swift and powerful, even whistling through the air. This kid seems trained, Pan Han mused, hearing the wind of the blow and recognizing his skill, silently acknowledging it. Unfortunately for Shun, such movements were like slow motion to Pan Han. He sidestepped slightly, clearing the attack path, and delivered a casual punch to Shun's abdomen. Ugh! Shun vomited on the spot, then collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach. The man standing opposite him, Icky, was thoroughly drenched in the mess. Damn it, Icky cursed, recoiling several steps, as he found himself subjected to this unexpected assault. He tried to wipe off the vomit with his hands, but found it too repulsive, his face twisted in indecision. Seeing 2 of his comrades subdued, Li Long immediately swung a baseball bat horizontally at Pan Han's head. Alas, his move was still pathetically slow. Pan Han ducked under the swing, then in a flash appeared before Li Long. Slap! He delivered a resounding slap, leaving a vivid handprint on Li Long's face. Oh! Li Long cried out in pain, instinctively stumbling backward. Icky and Hyoga quickly rushed to support their leader, seeing him in trouble. Seiya and Shiryu roared and attempted to attack Pan Han from behind. Pan Han sneered, his ears twitching slightly as he pinpointed their positions and speed. Ada! Mimicking Bruce Lee's cry, he thrust both palms backward. With uncanny precision, he grabbed hold of their groins. In one hand, he held a testicle, in the other another testicle. Ow! Ow! Seiya and Shiryu immediately dropped their weapons frantically, trying to pry Pan Han's arms away. To their dismay, his arms were as hard as steel, impervious to their pounding, and impossible to dislodge. It hurts. Let go, damn it. Damn it, let go. Seiya and Shiryu were completely incapacitated, reduced to cursing and begging for release. The others, seeing Pan Han subdue everyone in just a few moves, and now holding their comrades' testicles, dared not rush, and fearing they might cause permanent damage. Brother Long, save us, Seiya pleaded, unable to bear the pain or break free, turning to their leader for help. Li Long was stunned. Pan Han's prowess left him unsure how to attack, and the oppressive aura he exuded made it hard to breathe. The most absurd part was that Pan Han still had his eyes closed. Charged together, pin him down. Li Long mustered his courage, rallying the others to swarm forward. Since weapons couldn't harm him, they would overwhelm him with numbers. Once he was on the ground, they could beat him freely. They had to trust in science. Hearing their plan to pin him down followed by a circle kick, Pan Han thought these bastards were already resorting to dirty tricks. He immediately released his grip, pushing Seiya and Shiryu away, and brought his hands back to his chest in a defensive stance. Li Long and the others had already surrounded him from all sides. After a moment's thought, Pan Han lifted his foot and stomped down on their toes. Ow! Ow! Li Long and his men howled in pain, dropping their weapons to clutch their toes. Stomping on toes. Are you a child? Li Long shouted, both angry and hurt, nursing his foot as he cursed Pan Han. Pan Han tilted his ear, homing in on Li Long's location, and slowly walked toward him. Damn it, don't come any closer, Li Long stammered, still unable to stand, scooting backward on the ground. The more you call out, the easier I find you, Pan Han chuckled. Realizing the logic in that, Li Long immediately fell silent, but it was too late. Pan Han had already reached him. He kicked Li Long in the face, sending a front tooth flying. Li Long used his other hand to cover his mouth, now drenched in blood. Without waiting for a reaction, Pan Han sat down on his face and let out a fart. A slap, a toe stomp, a lost tooth, and a magical attack. Li Long finally succumbed, passing out. Yin Shaoli, watching from upstairs, was stunned into silence. She had wanted to snap a few photos, but nearly dropped her phone over the railing. This is too much. What kind of moves are these? What a waste, he doesn't star in martial arts films. Anyone else want to try? No. Then I'll open my eyes, Pan Han announced, noticing no more attacks besides the cries around him. Who dared to answer him? Fine, I'll open my eyes now, you losers, Pan Han said, slowly blinking them open. This blindfolded attack served as a small training exercise. Pan Han felt it went well. His hearing and perception were more than sufficient. Among the group, Saya and Shiryu had the lightest injuries. Seeing Pan Han's eyes open, they considered fleeing. Pan Han sensed their fear, smiled faintly, and in a single bound stood before them. Thinking of running. Do you really think you can? Boss, I was wrong. I deserve to die. Please spare us, Saya stammered, frightened and beginning to beg. And you? Pan Han turned to Shiryu. Same here, Shiryu replied, hands over his head, eyes darting away. Go check on your boss, see if he's okay. Yes, right away, boss. The two scrambled over to Li Long, one pinching his philtrum, the other fanning him. Pan Han then approached Ikki. Was it you who yelled? What the hell? Was it you? Seeing the man hesitate, Pan Han delivered 2 more punches. Boss, stop hitting. It was me, Ikki admitted, realizing there was no escape. Good, then go over there and sing Pleasant Goat and Beautiful Goat 20 times. Yes, I'll go now. Ikki obediently trotted off to sing. Pan Han, hands on his hips, surveyed the scene. Everyone was subdued. How boring. Is he awake yet? He asked Saya. Boss, not yet. Keep at it. Okay. You all rest now. I'm leaving. If Li Long doesn't wake up soon, call an ambulance, Pan Han announced to the group. Take care, boss. See you off, boss. Boss, give our regards to the missus. The group was eager to see this demon leave. Pan Han had barely taken a few steps when the wail of sirens filled the air and 3 police cars materialized from nowhere. A swarm of officers poured out. Freeze. Hands on your heads. Get down on the ground. Neighbors who had witnessed the brawl had called the police. The response time in the capital was swift, and they arrived just in time. A leading officer approached Pan Han, glancing at the scattered saints behind him. You took them all on by yourself? Yes. Pretty tough, huh? Officer, I'm sorry. I didn't go for the kill, just neutralize them, Pan Han tried to explain. Shut up. Showing off your skills, are you? Take them all in. While sorted out at the station, the lead officer cut him off, signaling his colleagues to round them up. Pan Han tried to explain further, but they wouldn't listen, so he had no choice but to get into the police car. Seeing the situation escalate, Yin Xiaoli quickly called Wang Daodu. Wang Daodu was watching a movie while soaking in the bath when Yin Xiaoli called. Hello, Sister Xiaoli. Daodu, Pan Han has been taken away by the police, Yin Xiaoli said, urgently, cutting straight to the point. What? Weren't you two just at the hospital? How did he get arrested now? Wang Daodu, taken aback, stood up directly from the bathtub. There wasn't enough room at the hospital to sleep, so we came back. Just as we reached the building, we ran into some troublemakers. Pan Han got into a fight with them. It seems a neighbor called the police, and now they're all being taken away, Yin Xiaoli said, speeding up her words to explain the situation. A fight? Are you two hurt? Wang Daodu, recognizing it as a common street brawl, wasn't worried about the aftermath and first inquired about their injuries. No. I came back first. Pan Han fought 7 or 8 of them alone. They're all down. Haha, that's the Pan Han I know. Wang Daodu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Hey Daodu, can you pull some strings to get him out? Sister Xiaoli, don't worry. Go follow them. Things like this are usually handled by the local police station. Let me know which one it is, and we'll stay in touch. Okay, I'll head downstairs now. Yin Xiaoli hung up, took a photo, and sent it to Wang Daodu before rushing downstairs. Pan Han was now locked in a police car with Li Long and the others gradually being seated inside. Only Li Long remained unconscious, and the officers were discussing whether to call an ambulance. How long has your accomplice been out? The lead officer asked Zi Long. Reporting to officer, Uncle Brother Long just passed out less than 3 minutes ago, Zi Long answered obediently. How did he pass out? Was he hit? No, he was knocked out by that little bastard's fart. You little rascal, are you lying? The lead officer didn't buy it. Officer, Uncle, it really was the fart. Ask them if you don't believe me. We all saw it. Zi Long, seeing the disbelief, quickly sought witnesses. That's right, he was indeed knocked out by the smell. Xing Shi chimed in to support Zi Long. Interesting. All right, let's just load him into the car. No need to call 120. The lead officer directed the auxiliary officers Zi Long and the others to lift Li Long. During their conversation, Yin Xiaoli had already run to the police car and waved at Pan Han. Seeing her, Pan Han gave her a thumbs up to indicate he was fine. Officer, Uncle, can I say a word to my friend? Pan Han asked the auxiliary officer beside him. Where? Right there. Pan Han pointed and gestured for Yin Xiaoli to come over. Yin Xiaoli took another photo and sent it to Wang Daodu before running over. Officer, I'm his friend, she said, nodding to the auxiliary officer. Were you involved in this? The officer asked, assuming the fight was over a woman when he saw her beauty. No. Good. Say your piece and leave quickly. Thank you, officer. Pan Han took out his car keys and handed them to Yin Xiaoli. The car is borrowed. Please return it for me. Okay, I'll let Daodu know. Once you're inside, explain everything clearly to the police. We're in the right here. Pan Han understood that Yin Xiaoli had contacted Wang Daodu. Great, another favor, he said with a bitter smile. All right, finish up and go. The auxiliary officer began to shoo them away after seeing the key handover. Yes, you should head back now. The officers won't wrong an innocent person, rest assured. Don't tell my mom or anyone yet. Oh, okay, I'll go then. Yin Xiaoli patted Pan Han's shoulder. Oh, by the way, handsome, which police station is this? She turned to ask the auxiliary officer. Qingqing Police Station. Now you'd better go. After giving her the name, he urged her to leave. All right, I'm going. She turned and walked toward the parking lot, then sent the station's name to Wang Daodu. Meanwhile, Li Long was being carried into the Iveco. Everyone's here. Let's move. The lead officer waved his hand and led the team back. The vehicles lined up and departed in sequence. Pan Han, Li Long, and the others were all locked in one car. The atmosphere inside was awkward, with the others avoiding Pan Han in silence. Pan Han glanced at Li Long, whose breathing had steadied and who was beginning to groan. Your boss is about to wake up, Pan Han reminded Xing Shi and Zilong. Upon hearing this, the two nodded timidly. Yan Shaoli got into the Maybach and called Wang Daodu again. Wang Daodu reassured her and said she would find someone to help. They'll just wait in the car. Yan Shaoli decided not wanting to leave in case she needed to pick someone up or meet Wang Daodu. Wang Daodu then called Uncle Chung. Hello, Uncle Chung. Hey Daodu, what's up? Uncle Chung had just parked and was about to enter her family's villa. A friend of mine was taken to the police station. I was hoping you could help look into it, Wang Daodu said, thinking it unnecessary to involve her father, as Uncle Chung had handled such matters many times before. Oh, I'm at your living room now. Are you home? Uncle Chung asked. I'm here. Let's talk in person. Upon hearing that Uncle Chung had arrived, Wang Daodu hurried to the living room. Old Master Wang was there about to greet Uncle Chung when he heard a whoosh as Wang Daodu dashed past him first. This child always so wild and disrespectful. Uncle Chung, perfect timing. Wang Daodu, very close to Uncle Chung, threw herself into his arms. Daodu, what's the matter? Which friend needs help? Tell me slowly. Uncle Chung stroked Daodu's head and smiled. What's the rush? I had something to discuss with your Uncle Chung. Why are you cutting in line? Old Master Daodu just called and said a friend was taken by the police. She wants me to find a way to handle it. Uncle Chung replied, cheerfully well versed in such matters. Oh, which friend of yours has gotten into trouble again? Always bothering your Uncle Chung, Old Master Wang said, curious. It's Pan Han, the one we were just talking about. Wang Daodu reported honestly. What? Old Master Wang and Uncle Chung both exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Pan Han's name, exchanging a glance. What's that kid done now? How did he go from the hospital to being arrested? Old Master Wang frowned, looking slightly displeased. Oh, Dad. He was on his way home when some thugs surrounded him near the building. He fought back, someone called the police, and he was taken away, Wang Daodu quickly explained, sensing her father's irritation. Was the kid hurt? Old Master Wang, realizing it was just a brawl, dismissed his concern. No, he took down 7 or 8 of them. Wang Daodu handed him her phone to show the photos. Oh, so that's Pan Han. Looks quite spirited. Uncle Chung, can you use your connections to help look after him? Wang Daodu tugged at Uncle Cheng's hand, half coaxing, half begging. Ah Cheng, don't bother with this. He'll handle it. Huh. Wang Daodu was puzzled. Her father never interfered in such trivial matters. Uncle Chung understood that Old Master Wang didn't want him to reveal himself. Dad, why are you so generous today? Wang Daodu immediately let go of Uncle Chung and threw herself into her father's arms. Who makes my daughter personally plead for someone? This kid sure has a lot of face. Old Master Wang laughed heartily. Thanks, Dad. Love you. Make the call now. Wang Daodu happily kissed her father. But I have conditions. Hearing this, Wang Daodu's face fell, and she pouted. I knew it. You always have conditions. Spit it out. Haha, Aching, look at that. Our daughter is siding with an outsider. Uncle Chung covered his mouth, snickering. Oh, just say it already. They'll get him out, but I want to meet him. Old Master Wang laid out his condition. Why do you want to see him? Wang Daodu couldn't fathom why her father would make such a request. I haven't seen such an interesting young man in a long time. What can I meet him? Old Master Wang stated plainly. Fine, just get him out quickly. Wang Daodu, unable to dwell on it, urged her father on. Let me make a call. Ah Cheng, have a seat. Very well, master. Uncle Chung acknowledged and settled onto a sofa. He had been here more times than he had been home, so he felt quite at ease. Daodu, come here, let Uncle Chung have a look. Your father tells me you've grown prettier. Oh, Uncle Chung, don't listen to that old fool's nonsense. Though she said this, Wang Daodu was secretly pleased. After all, what woman doesn't wish to become more beautiful? As mentioned before, Uncle Chung had watched Daodu grow up, their bond transcending that of a mere butler and young mistress. How to describe it? Only one word sufficed: godfather. In the literal sense of the word. When young Wang Daodu was mischievous, whenever Old Master Wang sought to punish her, she would hide behind Uncle Chung. Uncle Chung would always shield her with a chuckle, and if Old Master Wang resorted to force, he would silently take the blows for her. Should anyone dare harm Wang Daodu, he would surely fight them to the death. Moreover, he had never married or had children. He regarded Wang Daodu as his own. This was why Uncle Chung cared so deeply about Pan Han. Oh my, our Daodu truly has become more beautiful. After a careful examination, Uncle Chung noted the significant changes. Right? So Pan Han does have some skill. Wang Daodu said proudly. Daodu, Uncle Chung knows he helped treat your ailment. You don't blame me, do you? No, I know Uncle Chung only wants what's best for me. If that lad truly has ability, we must treat him well. But if he covets anything from you, your Uncle Chung is no pushover. He cracked his knuckles for emphasis. Uncle Chung, I know you're formidable. But whether you can last 3 moves against him is another matter. Wang Daodu chuckled mysteriously. Is that lad really that formidable? Didn't my 3 useless underlings get taken down by him in a few moves? Have you forgotten? Those fellows were nothing. If I stepped in, it would take just a few moves too. Then how about letting Pan Han spar with you sometime? Fine. These old bones haven't been active in ages. At the prospect of sparring with Pan Han, Uncle Chang's eyes lit up. We'll find a chance. But go easy on him. Oh, this girl already taking his side. All my care for you wasted. Haha. Uncle Chung helped me clean my ears. It's been a while. Wang Daodu pulled out a manicure kit from the coffee table. Come lie on your Uncle Cheng's lap. You girl, you've loved having me clean your ears since you were little. Now you're grown, and you still can't change. Still pestering your Uncle Chung for ear cleaning. At that moment, old Master Wang finished his call and came out. Wang Daodu tried to rise upon seeing her father, but Uncle Chung held her down. Don't move, you almost hit your eardrum. Don't move. I've contacted Chief Feng directly. Just wait for news. Hooray. Long live Dad. Wang Daodu, hearing that Chief Feng was involved, knew the problem was minor. In the police station's detention room, Li Long had awakened. Opening his eyes, he saw Pan Han sitting opposite with his own gang of brothers beside him. Brother Long, you're awake. Boss, are you alright? Saya and the others rushed over to check on him as soon as they saw Li Long awake. Where are we? Li Long shook his head, still dazed, and couldn't make out his surroundings. We're at the police station. Oh, having passed out early, he hadn't known the police arrived. Someone must have called the cops, so they brought us all in. No problem, my dad knows the chief. They'll make a call, and they'll definitely let us go. Li Long reached for his pocket. Hey, where's my phone? Boss, the cops confiscated all our phones. Pan Han couldn't help but laugh from across the room. Damn it, Pan Han, you little bastard, using a fart trick. Are you even a man? Li Long fumed at the sight of Pan Han getting knocked out by a fart. If word got out, how could he ever hold his head up in the underworld? Enough, we're all in here. Stop your yapping. Pan Han couldn't be bothered, and seeing the bench empty on his side, he simply lay down. Quiet down. Haven't had enough fighting. If not, we'll let you out for another round. The officer on duty barked at them. Hearing this, Li Long rushed to the bars and addressed the officer. Officer, my dad knows your chief. Let me make a call, please. You've got nerve asking for a call. 7 or 8 of you beaten to a pulp by one man. The officer retorted sharply. Officer, what happens next? Wait for your statement. Just then the lead officer entered. Glancing at Li Long, he asked the duty officer, when did he wake up? Just now. He was asking to call his dad, says his dad knows our chief. TCH, this brat's a real headache. Does he think the station is his family's business? The lead officer was irritated by Li Long's claim. Old dude, these kids are just hot-headed. A stern warning should suffice. The duty officer stretched. Let's question him first. Old dude was non-committal, of procedures had to be followed. Alright, you there, come out first. Old dude opened the door and led Li Long to the interrogation room. Come on, tell me what happened. Be honest, no lies. Old dude took out paper and pen ready to record. Officer, do let me make a call first. Li Long persisted. What call? This isn't a big deal. No need to call anyone, just explain clearly. Old dude was exasperated. The kid wanted to call before even stating his case. No, Officer Do, my dad is very familiar with our chief. Smack. Officer Do slammed the table. We'll talk about that later. Let's go through the procedure first. How old are you trying to act like a gangster? Old Do was getting angry. Officer Do, don't be upset. My dad has a weak heart. I need to tell him first, or when the station calls him, he might have an attack. Li Long's eyes darted around as he concocted an excuse. Old Do thought for a moment, sighed, and handed him the phone. Make it quick and hang up. Don't waste time. Thanks, Officer Do. Li Long took the phone and dialed the number. Hello, who is this? His father's voice came through. Dad, it's me. Son. Whose phone is this? Where's yours? Li Long's father was puzzled by the unfamiliar number. Dad, I'm at the Qingqing police station. What did you do now, eh? His father knew immediately the boy was in trouble again. Nothing much, just a little scuffle with some guy. The cops brought me in. Help me pull some strings quickly. Officer Du watched Li Long coldly from across the room. Are you alright? Li Long's father wasn't too worried. He was indeed old friends with the Qingqing station chief. No, that guy knocked out one of my teeth. Li Long played up his injuries upon hearing his father's tone. Damn, that harsh. Wait there, I'll make some calls. Okay, Dad'll wait. Li Long hung up satisfied and handed the phone back to Old Du. Officer Du, thanks. Haha, let's begin. Old Du just shook his head, thinking it was always this kind of petty nonsense. Speak up, what really happened? Lao Du adjusted his notebook and picked up his pen. Li Long omitted key details and embellished the facts, weaving an entirely different narrative. Lao Du instantly sensed the young man was lying, but he voiced no objection, recording everything faithfully instead. That's enough. You may return and wait. After finalizing the transcript, Lao Du rose to escort Li Long back. Just then his phone rang. Li Long, standing nearby, heard the chime and felt a surge of relief. His father had come to rescue him. Indeed, it was the station chief calling. Lao Du did not answer immediately. He first escorted Li Long back to the holding room before picking up the call. Hello, Chief. Yes, it's me. Lao Du, did you just bring in a few young men? Yes. I've just finished interrogating one of them. Among them, is there one named Li Long? Yes, he's the one I just questioned. What's the situation? Li Long claims they clashed with a man named Pan Han. According to him, Pan Han struck first, and even kicked out one of his teeth. Understood. Clarify the matter thoroughly first. He'll contact you again shortly. Yes, Chief. After hanging up, Lao Du summoned Pan Han and strode directly to the interrogation room. Sit here, he instructed. Yes, Officer Du. Pan Han remained composed and unyielding, convinced his actions constituted legitimate self-defense, with no wrongdoing whatsoever. Now tell me the full sequence of events, truthfully. Pan Han recounted an alternate version he claimed had been ambushed without provocation, and dislodging a tooth was merely justified resistance. A veteran officer, Lao Du, grasped at once that Li Long was fabricating his story, yet he offered no rebuttal to Pan Han, merely compiled both accounts meticulously, preparing to brief the station chief. Just as he reached for his phone, the chief called again. Lao Du, among those individuals, was there one named Pan Han? The chief sounded unusually urgent. Yes, he's just been interrogated. I was about to report to you. Lao Du frowned inwardly. How had the chief already singled out Pan Han? Have you clarified the facts? Nearly. It appears Li Long provoked the incident, but failed to overpower Pan Han and suffered retribution instead. Lao Du summarized concisely. Release Pan Han. Immediately, the chief commanded. My. What's going on? Don't ask, just release him. If anything arises, hold me accountable. But, bewildered, Lao Du scratched the back of his head. Release him now? We'll discuss it tomorrow. And what about Li Long and the others? Damn it. Detain them overnight, then release them tomorrow. At the mention of Li Long, the chief's tone sharpened with irritation. Understood. He'll process the paperwork right away. Pan Han, standing nearby, overheard every word. He knew Wang Daodu had pulled strings. After ending the call, Lao Du tilted his head and studied Pan Han with quiet appraisal. Young man, not only are your fists formidable, but your influence runs deep indeed. So swiftly someone steps forward to vouch for you. Hey, officer, please don't tease me. None of that casual banter. Today's incident was minor. If it had escalated further, no one's intervention would have sufficed. With that, Lao Du turned and strode out to arrange the release formalities. Pan Han followed him out, pausing at the holding cell door to wave casually toward Li Long. Inside, Li Long was boasting to his companions, assuring them all they'd soon be freed, having already made the calls. Xing Shi and the others exchanged odd glances. Their elder brother truly commanded power. Yet the moment Pan Han waved, a chill of foreboding swept over them. Pan Han said nothing, merely completed the gesture and walked away beside Officer Du. Brother, what's happening? That bastard looks like he's walking out. Yihui tugged urgently at Li Long's sleeve. Brother, you didn't say your old man owns this precinct outright. Xing Shi couldn't help asking. Enough chatter. We'll find out more soon. Just hold on. Exasperated, Li Long snapped at his subordinates. Silence fell instantly upon the room. Here, complete the formalities, collect your belongings, and you're free to go. Thank you, Officer Du. Pan Han retrieved his phone and other personal effects, then signed the release documents. Go, but remain within Beijing for now. You must respond promptly if summoned. Understood. Thanks for your trouble. No trouble at all. That's my duty. Nodding respectfully, Pan Han stepped out of the police station building. Yin Xiaoli waited in her car at the courtyard parking lot and waved enthusiastically the moment she spotted him. Why did you come? Pan Han climbed into the passenger seat without hesitation. I came to see if there was anything I could do to help. It's settled now, they let me go. Let's drive out first. I feel uneasy lingering here. Yin Xiaoli started the engine and pulled away from the station. Out already. Wang Daodu's WeChat message arrived instantly. Yes, thank you. Truly. This time Pan Han's gratitude was sincere and unreserved. Don't mention it. Oh, and come to my home tomorrow. My father wishes to meet you. Tonight my father personally intervened, but his condition is that he meets you face-to-face. You can't decline. Ah, I can't refuse. They'll contact you tomorrow. I'm heading home now. Good. Whoa. I'm meeting Wang Daodu's father tomorrow. Pan Han exclaimed to Yin Xiaoli. You absolutely should. It was his connection that secured your release. Still, something feels off. Why shouldn't it? You've repeatedly asked Wang Daodu for assistance lately. If I were her father, I'd find it curious too. What kind of man inspires such unwavering devotion from his daughter? Yin Xiaoli lit a cigarette and exhaled slowly. Exactly. That's the odd part, Pan Han replied, lighting one of his own. Don't overthink it. What would be strange is showing up empty-handed. Think carefully about what to bring tomorrow. The old master has seen and tasted everything life offers, Yin Xiaoli advised. Damn, gift-giving is my weakest skill. And how do you impress a wealthy man with mere money? Just don't arrive empty-handed. You're not meeting your future father-in-law. Fine, let's go home and sleep. We'll decide tomorrow. The rental apartment was minutes from the station. Their journey took no time at all. Once upstairs, they checked the clock, nearly 1130 p.m. Too exhausted to fuss, they showered separately and retired to bed. Daodu, has it been resolved? Did you invite Pan Han over? Upon seeing his daughter's WeChat message, Old Master Wang knew the matter was settled. I've invited him. We'll confirm the exact time tomorrow. Father, when are you free? Tomorrow, am available all day. Excellent. He'll confirm the timing and inform you. It's late. Go rest now. I need to speak with Uncle Chung. Old Master Wang dismissed Wang Daodu, then led Uncle Chung down to the underground wine cellar. Chung, tomorrow you won't appear. Old Master Wang poured himself a glass of red wine and handed Uncle Chung a glass of purified water. This Pan Han is unusual. Were I present, he might sense me, even now. The more you describe him, thus the more intrigued I become. Arrange a dinner gathering tomorrow. We'll converse while we drink. Understood. He'll make the arrangements. Also, arrange another gathering soon, inviting Director Feng. This favor must be repaid promptly. Yes, sir. He'll take my leave now, it's late. Rest well yourself. Uncle Chung drained his water and prepared to depart. Drive safely. After Uncle Chung departed, Old Master Wang poured another glass of red wine, not drinking it yet, but holding it aloft, studying it closely beneath the soft light. Pan Han, who precisely are you? His gaze remained fixed on the crimson liquid, as if the wine itself were Pan Han, complex, layered, and inscrutable. Pan Han lay in bed, not drifting off to sleep immediately. Instead, he pondered the meeting with Old Master Wang. If it were merely a simple matter of securing someone's release, a figure of such stature would hardly request a personal audience. After all, a billionaire with hundreds of billions in assets was perpetually occupied with no time to spare for ordinary folk. There was only one possibility: Old Master Wang had learned of his treatment of Wang Daodu. With this thought, Pan Han roughly understood the situation. However, Yin Xiaoli's reminder to bring a gift left him troubled. After much deliberation, he decided to check his space for anything valuable and immediately accessed it with his mind. The space was currently at its smallest, merely the size of a small bedroom, as Pan Han had few reserves stored. The space automatically expanded and contracted based on how much he stored. Pan Han sifted through the remaining supplies and discovered a jade-seated golden Buddha. The statue was cast from gold, weighing about 1 kilogram. Originally, Pan Han had intended to place it in his office once his company opened. Now it would serve as a gift for Old Master Wang. You're the one. Though I lack a stipang, I have a jade-seated golden Buddha. I understand the principle behind this. Pan Han caressed the golden Buddha, filled with contentment. With the item selected, one crucial task remained. He chanted an incantation, the space rippled, and he traversed to the apocalypse. The next day, Yin Xiaoli rose first and prepared breakfast for Pan Han. The two ate and chatted. I won't go. An old friend arranged a meeting with a screenwriter for me. He'll see if he has any drafts on hand. I aim to secure the first script. Yin Xiaoli wrapped an egg and handed it to Pan Han. All right, after I meet with Wang Daodu's father, I'll head to the hospital. I still need to keep an eye on things there. Have you decided what to bring? Yes, don't worry about it. Go and communicate well with the old master. He has power and influence. You'll need his help in the future. Yin Xiaoli reminded Pan Han not to focus solely on the meeting, but to think ahead. Rest assured, President Yin. I'm done eating, I'll head out now. Take your time. Drive carefully. Pan Han kissed Yin Xiaoli and turned to go downstairs. Inside the Maybach, he checked that no one was around, retrieved the jade-seated golden Buddha from his space, polished it thoroughly, and cleaned the glass case. Hey Daodu, I'm on my way, is that okay? Pan Han messaged Wang Daodu. Sure, let's have lunch at home then. Wang Daodu replied promptly. All right, as you say. I'm setting off. An hour later, Pan Han arrived at Wang Daodu's home. It was a luxurious villa with 3 floors above ground and 2 below, covering over 2 mu of land. The hall was lavishly decorated with various expensive furnishings arranged tastefully. Wow, your place looks like it stepped out of a TV drama, Pan Han whispered to Wang Daodu. Once you've made a few films, you'll be wealthy too. You can buy an even bigger one then. Wang Daodu replied with a polite smile. Where's your dad? He's in an impromptu video conference. He'll be down in a few minutes. No problem in the junior. Waiting is only natural. This is a gift for your father. Pan Han showed the golden Buddha to Wang Daodu. Wow, this is far too lavish a gift. There's no need, take it back. Wang Daodu, worldly wise, recognized its value at a glance. Don't be silly, this is for your father. It's not your place to decide. As they argued, a resonant voice came from behind Pan Han. Sorry, I'm late. Pan Han turned to see a thin, bright-eyed old man in a tang suit approaching briskly. Dad, you're so rude, keeping a guest waiting, Wang Daodu chided as her father appeared. Hello, uncle. I'm Pan Han. I just arrived, so no waiting at all. Pan Han nodded in greeting. Hello, President Pan. Hello. Old Master Wang extended both hands. Pan Han quickly set down the golden Buddha and stepped forward to shake hands. Ah, President Pan, you're truly a fine young man, Wang said, shaking hands while appraising Pan Han. You flatter me, uncle, Pan Han replied modestly. I only heard about your matter from Daodu yesterday. It's my fault as a father for not inviting you sooner. Daodu and I met by chance, that was fate. I didn't do much. You're too kind. Haha, President Pan is not only young and promising, but also so humble. Rare? Come have a seat. Wang Daodu watched, somewhat embarrassed. Her father, a businessman, was prone to such pleasantries. Who would have thought? Even Pan Han with his honest face had adopted this manner. Uncle, this is a small token of my respect. Wishing you health and all the best. Pan Han presented the golden Buddha as he sat down. How can this be? Doubta, how could you let your friends spend so much? What have I taught you? No manners at all. Old Master Wang knew at a glance that the golden Buddha was costly, though such an amount meant little to him. He was still surprised that a young man would give such an expensive gift. Wang Daodu rolled her eyes. She was being made the scapegoat. She hadn't asked Pan Han to bring a gift. Uncle, Wang Daodu didn't ask me to bring this. Recently Daodu helped me start my company and find a hospital, and last night you kindly helped get me out. I couldn't come empty-handed. Pan Han quickly defended Wang Daodu. Haha, good President Pan is truly considerate. You'll surely achieve great things. Uncle Wang, please don't call me President Pan. I'm nothing before you. Just call me Xiao Pan. Oh, it's more intimate. Haha, very well. Xiao Pan speaks wisely. Daodu, this young friend of yours is excellent. You should learn from him. Old Master Wang was very pleased with Pan Han's appropriate demeanor. Dad, just chat among yourselves and leave me out of it, Wang Daodu said with a roll of her eyes. See, I've spoiled this child. Xiao Pan, please bear with her. Though his words were scolding, his eyes were full of affection. Pan Han thought to himself, I wouldn't dare not bear with her. If I bullied her, you'd have my head. Not at all. Daodu is exceptional. Ooh, I've learned a lot from her. Pan Han signaled Wang Daodu to chime in. All right, Dad, that's enough. Don't use your business tactics on my friend. Understanding, Wang Daodu retorted. They had chatted idly for ages without addressing anything substantial, and the chapter was dragging on. Any more of this and readers would send hate mail. Haha, fine. I'm old now. Oh, I have to listen to the young. Though scolded, Old Master Wang laughed heartily. All right, let me seriously ask Xiao Pan about your treatment. Pan Han thought, here it comes as expected. Xiao Pan, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but our Daodu's illness has plagued us for years. I've tried everything, yet nothing worked. Who would have thought you'd solve it with a single move? I truly thank you on behalf of our entire family. Old Master Wang said, his voice trembling with emotion as he grasped Pan Han's hands. Uncle Wang, you're too kind. It just so happens I have a family remedy. How could I stand by and do nothing? However, Old Master Wang's tone shifted as he furrowed his brow. Pan Han and Wang Daodu, unsure of what he was getting at, watched him nervously. However, every medicine has its side effects, especially this remedy of yours, with such remarkable efficacy. I fear there might be adverse reactions. So could you hand over the prescription or prepare another batch for me? They'll have it tested and examined. Old Master Wang's gaze was earnest, his tone firm, and his words impeccably measured. Pan Han wasn't entirely surprised by this. After all, why else would he have been summoned if not to discuss the cure and the potion? But friendship was one thing, business another. Handing over the potion unconditionally was out of the question. He had to set some terms, or else it would all seem too good to be true. Wang Daodu wasn't surprised either, since her father had already briefed her. Seeing Pan Han's hesitation, Old Master Wang wasn't taken aback either. After all, it was a family secret formula, and handing it over to a pharmaceutical conglomerate would give anyone pause. But with plenty of bargaining chips at his disposal, he wasn't worried about meeting Pan Han's demands. It's not that you want make demands, it's that you won't even start. Well, Uncle Wang, this might be a bit tricky, Pan Han said, a troubled look on his face. See, here it comes. Old Master Wang knew Pan Han was playing hard to get. This kid was indeed the type who wouldn't let go without a good catch. Oh, how so? This prescription has been passed down in our family for centuries. It's always been kept within the family, never shared with outsiders or women. I can't break the ancestral rules. Wang Daodu couldn't help but smirk at Pan Han dragging his ancestors into it. She thought, this guy sure talks as if it's real. Family rules are understandable. But I'm worried about Daodu having aftereffects. Testing the ingredients is the only way to put my mind at ease, Old Master Wang said, looking troubled. Uncle Wang Daodu, this prescription actually has a story behind it, Pan Han said, building suspense. Oh, they both leaned in with interest. Pan Han's mind raced, knowing he needed to spin a good tale to get money out of the capitalists. This goes back 300 years, Pan Han began weaving his freshly fabricated story. Old Master Wang thought to himself, this kid is no simpleton. Back then chaos reigned and war ravaged the land. My ancestors' small village, though not directly touched by the flames of battle, saw many refugees fleeing to it. Among these refugees was a Taoist priest. His temple had fallen into ruin, forcing him to join the exodus and arrive at the village. At the time, my ancestor was the village doctor. Fearing the refugees might bring epidemics, the village had sent him to examine everyone. During the checkup, he stumbled upon a shocking secret about the Taoist priest. Pan Han paused here, seeing Old Master Wang and Wang Daodu listening intently before continuing. The Taoist priest hadn't eaten for days. He was so hungry his stomach was pressed against his back, barely able to speak. Seeing his state, my ancestor fed him some porridge. Only after his color stabilized did he take his pulse. To his surprise, my ancestor found the priest's pulse so erratic that in all his years of practice he had never seen anything like it. Old Master Wang listened with great interest, even pouring water for Pan Han. After taking a sip, Pan Han continued, my ancestor, alarmed by the chaotic pulse, immediately asked what was wrong. The Taoist priest gave a bitter smile, telling my ancestor not to waste his efforts, that his time was up. He said he had already lived several decades beyond his due, so he had gotten his money's worth. Such a miraculous thing exists. Wang Daodu, unsure if it was true, was completely absorbed in the tale. Yes, my ancestor was puzzled too, and asked the priest why he said that. The priest whispered to my ancestor, telling him not to reveal it to others. Knowing the priest wanted to keep his secret, my ancestor took him home and found him a separate room. But once inside, the priest's condition worsened. He coughed incessantly. My ancestor hurried to prepare a cough remedy, but the priest grabbed him, saying it was useless. His end was near. My ancestor knew that some cultivators could foresee their own death, yet he still tried to console the priest. The priest said he was born with a 5 absolute constitution and should have died at 18. But by a twist of fate, he entered a temple. His master, taking pity on him, gave him a pill each year to consume, claiming it could extend his life. Are there really immortal pills in this world? Wang Daodu couldn't help but exclaim. Don't interrupt Xiao Pan, let him finish, old Master Wang soothed her. So the priest took 1 pill each year, extending his life by another 18 years. When his master passed away, he left behind the pill formula, telling the priest to prepare it himself. With it, the priest lived another 18 years. Pan Han took a sip of water and continued. The priest was coughing uncontrollably, even spitting blood. Seeing his time was short, he quickly handed the formula to my ancestor. He said they were fated to meet, and that this formula could save lives and shouldn't be lost with a dying man. He urged my ancestor to use it well to heal the sick. My ancestor, feeling the weight of responsibility, promised the priest. As soon as he finished speaking, the priest coughed up blood and died. After burying the priest, my ancestor delved into studying the formula. To his surprise, it held a tremendous secret. By now, Wang Daodu couldn't help but take a sip of water, growing more tense. She knew the climax was coming. What secret? Old Master Wang couldn't help but press for an answer. It turns out the formula originated from a heretical cult. It was originally meant for those suffering from qi deviation to suppress inner demons. But the priest, untrained in medicine, simply followed the instructions. My ancestor, being a learned physician, immediately saw through it. The medicine worked by combating poison, with poison temporarily suppressing the illness, but it could only extend life by 36 years. Damn, that's eerie. Wang Daodu, hearing the words qi deviation, was reminded of her own past. Yes, that eerie. Later, my ancestor altered the ratio of one ingredient, transforming the medicine into one that improved mental state. It could be used for those who lost their soul or suffered madness. With this improved formula, he saved many lives. Then how many years do I have left? Wang Daodu quickly asked. Don't worry. The improved version is a different medicine altogether. Many people have been cured without issues, Pan Han reassured her. So miraculous. Yes, that miraculous. But my ancestor set a rule. Since tweaking the formula's ratios could turn it back into a medicine for suppressing inner demons, he demanded that future generations guard the formula well, lest it fall into the wrong hands. If that happens, chaos would ensue, and our family couldn't bear the responsibility. So, Uncle Wang, do you understand my concerns? Pan Han locked eyes with Old Master Wang. Old Master Wang knew it was time to negotiate. Yes, I understand. As healers, we must uphold our principles. He replied calmly. So I can give you a dose of the medicine, but you must promise to only test it and not use it for any other purpose, Pan Han said, not rushing into a deal, but leaving a hook to reel them in. He was confident that once the test results were out, Old Master Wang would come to him for collaboration. Because last night in the apocalypse, he had already secured a guaranteed winning hand. Xiao Pan, at my age and standing, I may not have the final say in everything, but when I promise something, I never go back on my word. Go ahead with the test first, and he'll share the results with you when they're ready. If there are any other major discoveries, we'll discuss the next steps then. Old Master Wang nodded solemnly. Pan Han, you can trust my father on this matter, Wang Daodu chimed in to support. All right, since Uncle Wang has put it so clearly, he'll give you a separate vial of the potion. But in the next few days, my aunt is ill, and I want to take care of her matters first. That's only right, only right. Daodu, go with Xiao Pan to the hospital this afternoon to follow up on the results. Old Master Wang was delighted to hear Pan Han's agreement. Sure, Dad. Xiao Pan, we really hit it off. It's almost noon. Stay and have a meal with us. Old Master Wang was in high spirits after securing the potion. Uncle Wang, that's too much trouble. What trouble? Just an extra set of chopsticks. Come on, have a drink with your Uncle Wang. Daodu can drive in the afternoon. Without waiting for Pan Han to decline, Old Master Wang pulled him toward the dining room. Pan Han had no choice but to graciously comply. Wang Daodu's household had several chefs, all poached from 5-star hotels and replaced periodically. Xiao Pan, any dietary restrictions? Old Master Wang asked while fetching the liquor. None at all. He'll eat anything. Pan Han waved his hand repeatedly. Ha, Xiao Pan, in this world the hardest thing to cater to is anything goes. You're putting me in a difficult position. Oh, is that a thing? My apologies for being presumptuous. Pan Han stuck out his tongue. Oh Dad, don't be so particular. Let's have Chaos Han beef hot pot today. I got some wagyu the other day and we can cook that too. Wang Daodu patted her father's arm. Fine, I'll listen to my daughter. But he'll decide what we drink. Alright, whatever you say, Uncle Wang. Xiao Pan, with a physique like yours, you clearly work out often. You must have a good tolerance for liquor. Old Master Wang brought out a bottle of 1982 Maotai and 2 glasses. Uncle Wang, I just drink casually. I don't really know how to drink, nor can I tell the difference between good and bad. Pan Han could tell from the antique packaging that the bottle was expensive. Come, let me prepare a few appetizers, and we'll start drinking. Old Master Wang set down the bottle and went to the kitchen to bring out several cold dishes. My dad loved cold dishes with his liquor when he was young. He's never changed. You should drink less later. He's an old drunkard, don't follow his lead. Wang Daodu whispered to Pan Han while her father was fetching the food. Half an hour later, the bottle of 1982 Maotai was finished. It wasn't that Pan Han didn't refuse, but Old Master Wang was a master at persuading, toasting to Pan Han's aunt's health to his company's great success. One cup after another. Yet Pan Han was completely unfazed, as he could handle at least 5 gin of liquor. After half a gin, Old Master Wang was in fine form, and seeing Pan Han unaffected, he secretly admired him. Half an hour later, another bottle of 1982 Maotai was gone. Daodu, your friend has an unfathomable tolerance for alcohol. Old Master Wang looked at Wang Daodu gravely. After 2 bottles of testing, he already knew Pan Han was a master. Half an hour later, a 3rd bottle of 1982 Maotai was finished. Old Master Wang had reached his limit. Any more would embarrass him. Pan Han, however, remained calm, with a steady complexion and clear speech. While Old Master Wang smoked, he devoured the wagyu beef. So delicious. Through the smoke, Old Master Wang secretly observed Pan Han, thinking this kid is a damn talent. No wonder Daodu was so eager to help him. Young, handsome, strong, ambitious, possessing rare skills, humble and cautious, and able to hold his liquor. Exaggerated. Terrifying. Utterly absurd. Truly the younger generation inspires awe. Old Master Wang, with vast experience, had given such praise to fewer than 3 young men. If I could harness this kid, he'd be a formidable asset. Though Pan Han was busy eating, a slight use of his divine sense revealed Old Master Wang's thoughts. An asset? I'd rather be the blade itself. Pan Han mused inwardly. Dad, that's enough for today. Pan Han still needs to go to the hospital this afternoon. Wang Daodu urged her father after they'd finished 3 bottles. Alright, I'll listen to my daughter. If I were younger, I'd definitely drink until we were both unconscious with Xiao Pan today. It's rare to find such a good drinking companion. Old Master Wang laughed heartily. Uncle Wang will come by often to beg for a drink. Pan Han knew Old Master Wang was trying to recruit him. Great. Come often and treat this place like your own home. Dad, have some meat. Wang Daodu was pleased to see them chatting cheerfully. The meal didn't end until 2 in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to Old Master Wang Daodu drove Pan Han straight to the hospital, as the consultation results would be out soon. I didn't expect you to hold your liquor so well. You seem perfectly fine. Wang Daodu asked while driving. It's your fine liquor. I couldn't resist drinking a bit more. How the 2 of you must have downed a few 100,000 today. Holy crap. 3 bottles cost that much. He regret not drinking more. You rich people really know how to enjoy life. If you don't enjoy it, what's the point of making money? Wang Daodu was nonchalant. Tisk, the rich wine and meat rot while the poor freeze to death on the streets. A few 100,000 could save so many lives. Though Pan Han was worth hundreds of millions, he hadn't adapted to his billionaire status. He thought of the apocalypse where a few 100,000 could buy tons of supplies and save hundreds of people. Silly boy, the rich are rich because they've created enough value. That value has already saved many lives. Wang Daodu explained, casually unaware of his thoughts. When I'm rich, I want to help the world. Pan Han voiced his dream. Kid, don't play the hero. Heroes aren't easy to be. What's wrong with being a hero? Pan Han didn't understand. You're still in the early stages of success. You think you can save this one and that one, but you don't know how complicated the world really is. Being a good person is hard, and being a hero is even harder. Wang Daodu scoffed at his view. What's wrong with being a good person? Can you be a good person without expecting anything in return? Can you handle a peck of rice breeds a peck of enmity? Of course. What's so hard about that? Talk to me when you've actually done it. Wang Daodu, having grown up with her family's rise, had seen too much of human fickleness and deceit. I won't just be a good person, I'll be a great hero. Pan Han's pride surged, and he couldn't help slapping his thigh. Fool. Wang Daodu rolled her eyes at him again. You wouldn't understand. Pan Han didn't argue. Unexpectedly, Wang Daodu sighed, looking at him with gentle eyes, and said, Silly boy, an era without heroes is the best era. An era without heroes is the best era. This statement struck Pan Han's mind like a flash of lightning. He immediately thought of the base in the apocalypse, where everyone could be considered a hero of their own life. But if given the chance to choose who would want to be that hero, Cheng Xiao would definitely prefer to continue being her massage girl, and Qin Laoda certainly makes for a good husband and father. Lao Lu might have already become a stand-up comedian. Even Xiang Xiao, now left with only 2 legs, might have become a male dancer. Oh, It was as if Pan Han suddenly matured, understanding many things in an instant, and he let out a long sigh. He realized that children raised in wealthy families perceive the world and think in ways completely different from ordinary people. They seem to always grasp human nature and understand the fundamental laws of events. This perspective and way of thinking are the moats on their path to growth. Poor children can never catch up. A good deed may not guarantee a good return, and a good heart might lead to bad outcomes. Anyone who wants to achieve great things cannot avoid these topics. Either one compromises oneself and bears the blame, or one acts decisively and ruthlessly. How should one choose? I don't know. Wang Dodo noticed he was lost in thought, and also closed her mouth to focus on driving. Half an hour later, the Maybach drove into the gates of the Shigu hospital. Mom, I'm here. We'll go together when the results come out. Pan Han regained his thoughts and sent his mother a WeChat message. Okay son, we're all waiting. As soon as Pan Han and the others arrived at the ward, Director Lu showed up. Everyone immediately surrounded him upon seeing his arrival. Director Lu, what's the result? Wang Dodo asked eagerly. Should I speak plainly? Director Lu looked at everyone. Yes, just speak plainly. Pan Han's expression tightened, feeling uneasy. The patient's condition is not very optimistic. The brain tumor can still be treated through surgery. However, the lung tumor is not promising but has spread quite a bit. Other ailments pale in comparison to these two. Director, how long can I live? Anti-Air could not help but ask. It's difficult for us to estimate. Director Lu showed a troubled expression. Director Lu, please just tell us. Treatment requires consultations, and we the family also need consultations. Pan Han made a firm decision. This. Director Lu turned to look at Wang Dodo, who nodded at him, indicating he could speak. Then I'll say it directly. The patient can live for at most another 6 months. Director Lu sighed, and this statement indicated that Anti-Air had no hope left. As a doctor, even if one faces life and death directly, it is still painful to deliver such news. The room fell into silence, and no one spoke. The director stated that the patient could live for 6 months at most, but it could be only 3 months, or even just 1 month. Suddenly Uncle Air could not help but sob as he gently embraced Anti-Air. Pan Han's mother also secretly wiped away her tears. Anti-Air remained calm. Perhaps she had already had an inkling of this. All right, thank you, Director. Let's discuss this. Pan Han first let Wang Dodo see off Director Lu. Sister, you've done good deeds your whole life. How could you encounter such a calamity? Once Director Lu left, Pan Han's mother finally could not hold back and burst into tears, hugging Anti-Air. Let's go home. After a long while, Anti-Air made a decision. Since there was no cure, it was better to die at home. Uncle Air still did not want to give up and rushed to Pan Han's side. Pan Air, don't you think there's still another way? Honey, let's go. Don't waste money here. It's not easy for Pan Air to make money. Anti-Air shook her head, pulling Uncle Air away. Uncle Air, Mom. You all don't need to worry. In the past few years I may not have learned much, but I have learned one thing. Pan Han looked at everyone with piercing eyes. Upon hearing this, everyone was confused about what he meant. I have learned fortune-telling. I observe Anti-Air's appearance, and she doesn't look like someone who only has 6 months to live. Pan Air, I know you have good intentions, but I know my own body. Anti-Air understood that Pan Han was trying to comfort her, feeling touched that this big nephew was not in vain. Annie, rest assured. I'm very accurate in fortune-telling. Pan Han decided to use his own method to save Anti-Air. At this moment, Wang Dodo returned, and Pan Han approached her, saying, Dodo, let's head back now. Sorry for troubling you with this. I'll handle the rest myself. Wang Dodo sensed he was going to use the potion, and quietly asked, is it okay? Pan Han understood her meaning, let's give it a try. The outcome won't be worse. All right, you drive first. No rush. Wang Dodo saw that she had nothing to help with, so she continued to lend the Maybach. Thanks. Let's go, Mom. Annie, let's pack up and go home. An hour later, everyone was already on the highway back home. However, in the car there was a heavy silence, and no one spoke. Pan Han saw that this was not good and needed to lighten the atmosphere. So he took out his phone and pretended to send a WeChat message. After a bit of fidgeting, he squeezed out a smile and said to everyone, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? This kid, what time is it? And he's still joking. Just say it quickly, what good news and bad news? Any news is good news right now, his mother scolded him. Then I'll say it directly. Go ahead. I contacted an old Chinese doctor who has a remedy. We can give it a try? Upon hearing this, Uncle Air hurriedly leaned closer and asked, is it for real? Of course it's real. We've known each other for many years. Moreover, Western medicine is not a cure-all. Our ancestors left behind many good things. I think what Pan Air said makes sense. Uncle Air, seeing a lifeline to grab onto, could not help but have faith. Son, if it really works, let's try it quickly. I'll first take you home, then I'll go find him for the medicine. It might take a few days, so Annie should stay at our house during this time, and you all take good care of her. Pan Han pretended to be serious. Don't worry, son, we will take good care of Annie. Seeing everyone busy for her, Annie-Air shed 2 more lines of hot tears. In fact, she had long given up on treatment, but isn't the meaning of family in moments like this? Auntie, you should eat and drink well these days. Just be cheerful and carefree. I'll take care of everything else. Pan Han looked at Annie-Air through the rearview mirror, still somewhat gloomy, and hurriedly cheered her up. Okay, nephew, go ahead, and don't worry. In this last period of time, I assure you Auntie will live like a person. From then on, the atmosphere in the car began to brighten up. It is often said that a person lives for a breath. Sometimes it is this breath that sustains hope, allowing things to take a turn. As noon approached, they finally returned to their hometown, where Pan Han's father had already prepared a meal waiting. What's the result? Pan Han's father asked anxiously as they returned. His mother pulled him into the bedroom and told him the news was grim. At most half a year remained, but they were still seeking a solution. Pan Han's father felt a wave of despondency wash over him. After knowing his sister-in-law for decades, her impending departure stirred a complex mix of emotions. Pan Han didn't go home with the others. Instead, he stayed in the car mulling over the tasks ahead. This time I'll have to use the potion. He'll need to disappear for a few days and take this chance to check on the base's progress. Before I leave, I must get Uncle to set up the processing plant. That'll secure enough food for the base. Pan Han made plans while smoking. Yet reflecting on the past few days, a hint of fear crept in. If he were still the old Pan Han, he could only watch his aunt slip away. Not only would he be powerless to save her, but he wouldn't even have a few thousand yuan to spare. A wave of helplessness washed over him, and Pan Han couldn't help but lament the cruel twists of fate. System, are you there? He suddenly asked into the air. Host, I am here. The long-absent system replied with a cold mechanical voice. Who are you? Why did you choose me? Sorry, I don't have the authority to tell you. Then where do you come from? Can you say? Sorry, I cannot. All right. Pan Han felt even more dejected, his gaze dimming. Detecting the host's current low mood, the system said, still icy. Yeah. Can you do anything to cheer me up? Pan Han pulled out another cigarette. Though I can't tell you who I am or where I come from, I can reveal the ultimate secret of life. The system shifted to a kind voice like an old dog, quietly keeping him company. Holy crap, awesome. Pan Han couldn't help but shout, relieved he had reset the teleportation incantation or had vanished again. The ultimate secret of life is just 2 words: experience. The system ignored his outburst and gave him the answer directly. What do you mean? Pan Han felt a stir inside but hadn't grasped its meaning yet. Everything you encounter is prearranged. All your thoughts and actions are also prearranged. All that remains is to experience and reflect. Face all of life's encounters with equanimity, and that's it. Experience. Scenes from the past 20-odd years flashed through Pan Han's mind like a movie. The joys and pains that once cut so deep now seemed laughable in hindsight. Seems to make sense. After the movie ended, Pan Han mused as if it were true. All right, host, anything else? The system reverted to its cold tone. One last question: in this world, do others have systems too? The system didn't answer, but fell silent. After a long pause, it slowly uttered 2 words, many. Huh. What's going on? System, are you still there? No matter how Pan Han called, the system ignored him. It was as if it had frozen. In this world, there are many others with systems too. Pan Han couldn't believe what he heard. Are those rich people the ones with systems? What functions do their systems have? Can I see through them? Pan Han was bewildered, lost in wild thoughts. The brief exchange carried too much information for him to process at once. After a long while, he gradually calmed down. Experience. 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 He repeated the ultimate secret the system had given him. Though he couldn't fully integrate this concept, yet it felt like a seed planted in his mind, waiting to take root and grow. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. First, get things done. Pan Han shook his head, pulled out his phone, and dialed his uncle. Hey uncle. About the food processing plant, how soon can it be ready? Hey nephew. The plant. That's quick. I've already contacted someone and we can take over the whole setup for cash. Good, hurry up. Imminent rush. Don't worry nephew. He'll go sign the contract today. Great, thanks uncle. Pan Han hung up, composed himself, and prepared to head upstairs for dinner. After eating, he'd drive to the neighboring city, travel to the apocalypse for a few days, and return with the potion for his aunt. Huh, you're leaving right after dinner. His mother was surprised when Pan Han said he'd leave soon. Yeah, I need to take care of Aunt's matter quickly. Drive safe and take breaks. Knowing she couldn't stop him, she simply urged caution. Don't worry, Mom. Take care of Aunt. He transferred a few thousand yuan to her to buy good food. After a quick meal, Pan Han bid farewell and drove straight to the neighboring city. He didn't want to return to the capital and have to explain things to Yan Shaoli and Wang Daodu. In the neighboring city, he found a 5-star hotel, booked a standard room, and settled in. Reciting the incantation, the space rippled, and he appeared in the small second-floor room of the base. At this hour, Dawn Base was busy constructing the outer residential area. The entire base buzzed with activity, people coming and going. Among them were helpers from Summit Stockade. Lord Pan, you're done with your business. Cheng Xiao spotted Pan Han coming down the stairs and rushed over. Come, let me check your health. Pan Han opened his arms to embrace her. Stop it. There are people around. Cheng Xiao playfully punched his chest. For some reason, Pan Han felt more at ease in this apocalypse teeming with zombies and mutant beasts. The apocalypse was full of hope. Perhaps this was dialectical materialism, the unity of opposites. Haha, I missed you. How's everyone? Pan Han stroked Cheng Xiao's cheek. Fine, just busy. I'm the only one on duty at the base today. Oh, the most important task now is building the outer residential area. Let me show you. No rush. I brought some supplies, so let's unload them first. Pan Han headed to the food storage. Wait for me, Lord. Cheng Xiao saw he wasn't taking her and gritted her teeth to follow. Oh, you want to see too? Pan Han was puzzled. Yeah, I've never seen it. That's against the rules, little lady. I'm yours now, what can I see? Cheng Xiao, missing him after days apart, couldn't help but act coy. Fine, don't regret it. Let's go. Pan Han took her hand. This warehouse was newly built to store the increasing supplies Pan Han brought. Usually it was locked with only the base's duty personnel having the key. He'll open the door. Cheng Xiao took out the key and skipped over to the door. Inside, Pan Han saw the stock was low and resolved to push his uncle for production. How are you going to get it out? Cheng Xiao rubbed her hands in excitement. She had seen much, but conjuring supplies from thin air was a first. Wait a sec, loosen my belt. Oh, stop dawdling, I can't wait. All right, my little darling. A girl shouldn't be so impatient. Face me and squat down. Pan Han guided her head, instructing her to squat. Huh, what the hell kind of pose is this? Don't interrupt. Just as Cheng Xiao was about to ask more, a ruckus sounded behind her, kicking up dust. Cough, cough. Choking, she turned to look. Seeing the pile of supplies behind her, Cheng Xiao's mouth formed a perfect O in shock. When did you pull that out? I didn't even see you move. Cheng Xiao got up, feeling Pan Han's body front and back, but found nothing unusual. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed, ha. Pan Han swept away the gloom and depression of the past few days, reverting to the steady, yet mischievous youth. I've really found a treasure. At that moment, Cheng Xiao's admiration for Pan Han reached its peak, and she couldn't help but kiss him fiercely. Pan Han didn't hold back, either, responding generously. How come your skills have improved in just a few days? Pan Han said, panting. Have you been seeing other women these past few days, eh? You seem off, Cheng Xiao said, putting on her tank top and tying her hair. Not really. Something happened with my family, Pan Han confessed honestly. Do you need us to do anything? Cheng Xiao, hearing it was about his family, quickly crouched down to ask. No need. It should be resolvable. If anything comes up, just say it. The base can't do without you. Cheng Xiao nestled in Pan Han's arms, speaking plaintively. I have good news for you, Pan Han said, slipping his hand into her clothes and squeezing twice. Spill it, our surprise, little prince. Cheng Xiao said, her gaze misty. I found an automatic food production line in the warehouse I crossed over from. From now on, we can customize food on demand. Oh my god, that's incredible. Hehe. This way both our bases can eat and drink their fill. Then you should stay a few more days and let me get my fill first, Cheng Xiao said, clearly not satisfied. Did you close the door? Pan Han glanced at the warehouse gate. Let's go to the cellar. Big brother just put a lot of effort into building one down here a few days ago. Especially for storing valuables and emergency supplies. Damn, I have to see this. Cheng Xiao walked to a corner, lifted a floorboard, and revealed a large iron door. Huh, that's a bit much. Pan Han saw the cellar was unusually high-spec. Built to doomsday fortress standards, even nuclear bombs can't touch it. As long as we don't want to open the door from inside, no one outside can get in. With that, Cheng Xiao twisted the combination lock, and with 2 clicks the door slowly opened downward. Whoa, that's impressive. This door must be over half a meter thick. Made from various composite materials, absolutely reliable. Cheng Xiao patted the door. The two descended into the underground fortress. It wasn't large, just over 50 square meters, packed with various smoked meats, rice flour, drinking water, canned goods, camp beds, and more. Brother Qin is really meticulous, Pan Han couldn't help but admire. This place was great. Come on, let me see if you're meticulous. Cheng Xiao pounced on him again. Maybe we should check out the outer bases first. Pan Han said, breathing heavily. Alright, I'll let you off today. The two got dressed, and Cheng Xiao helped Pan Han slowly walk out of the warehouse. Several slaves working at the entrance, hearing the door open, quickly scattered. Joyful laughter filled the air. While we've been watched, Pan Han said awkwardly. As the Lord, he had looked somewhat undignified. Cheng Xiao ignored him, instead holding her head high, arm in arm with Pan Han, striding confidently toward the outer base. This outer base construction could only be described as a massive undertaking. After Pan Han left a few suggestions last time, Qin Zhong led everyone to thoroughly grasp the spirit. Everyone agreed that Pan Han was planning something big, so this time construction had to be high standard and strict. With a sense of responsibility toward the base and the master, they adopted a relentless spirit, working hard for 18 days. They aimed to maximize personnel utilization, working in 2 shifts. People could rest, but progress couldn't stop. The outer base was divided into 4 zones located east, southwest, and north of the main base. The meeting emphasized that responsibility must be assigned to individuals. The east zone was under Qin Zhong's overall charge, the south zone under second sister, the west zone under Old 6, and the north zone under Ma Ji. Old 5, due to injuries, was responsible for logistical support. Cheng Xiao was to take care of Old 5 and be ready to welcome Pan Han's return. Third brother and fourth brother were in charge of daily patrols and liaising with the hilltop village. They also served as general inspectors, able to supervise any construction site and execute anyone caught slacking off. The 4 subbases were to be designed and built according to terrain, making the best use of resources and people. The largest base covered at least 1,000 square meters, while the smallest was over 4,000 square meters, enough to accommodate tens of thousands for living. After Rick led everyone to repair the hilltop village, he also sent 150 rabbit people to assist Ma Jis construction. Brother Chin and the others purchased several hundred more slaves, and also took in a group of refugees. Counting everything, the Dawn base's population exceeded 1,000, while the hilltop village remained at over 400, bringing the combined total to nearly 1,500. With the rapid population increase, the base's food supply visibly dwindled. Everyone brought in large fruits from West Liang Mountain. They also found the fruit to be excellent and decided to cultivate it in the East Zone under Qin Zhong's charge. Due to the tight schedule, the 4 subbase leaders could only sleep 4 hours a day. Fortunately, as evolvers, they could endure it. Boss, Lord Pan is back, Cheng Xiao called Qin Zhong over the walkie-talkie. Qin Zhong had just finished 8 hours of hard work and was resting, but when the walkie-talkie uttered the words, Lord Pan, he immediately opened his eyes. Copy that. Bring Lord Pan to the East Zone to find me, Qin Zhong quickly replied. Okay. 5 minutes later, Pan Han stood dumbfounded staring at the East Zone. How long had he been gone? Rows of simple residential houses, a large reservoir, neatly divided plots, and jagged weapons emplacements. All of it overwhelmed Pan Han's mind. Brother Qin, is this all your work from these days, eh? Pan Han asked incredulously. Yes, Lord Pan. Our East Zone's motto is, if you don't die from work until you die. Qin Zhong reported proudly. Not bad, not bad. Pan Han offered Qin Zhong a cigarette. Thank you, sir. This is the East Zone, about 700 meters from our main base. It's expected to house 4,000 people, Qin Zhong reported, taking a puff. Oh, you even built roads. Yes, the East Zone is dedicated to cultivating large fruits. When the harvest comes, we need to transport them to the base warehouse. Not only are there roads above ground, but there are also underground passages for timely reinforcements and retreats. Excellent. Brother Qin, do you have the confidence to recruit 4,000 people? Pan Han asked with a smile. Lord Pan, our food is running low. We've been relying on large fruits lately. As long as we have enough food, I can recruit not just 4,000, but 4,000. Hearing the word food, Cheng Xiao blushed and quickly stepped up to whisper in Qin Zhong's ear that the warehouse was full. Lord Pan is mighty. Qin Zhong, upon hearing the warehouse was full, bowed deeply to Pan Han. Easy. But if you recruit 4,000 people, doesn't that make you a brigade commander? Pan Han vaguely felt that the army he had dreamed of was taking shape. These are just empty titles. As long as I can follow Lord Pan, I'm willing to do anything, Qin Zhong said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. All right, keep up the good work. He'll go check out the other 3 zones, Pan Han said, very satisfied. He bid farewell to Qin Zhong and headed to the South Zone under Second Sister's charge. The South Zone was only 300 meters from the base and was the smallest, expected to accommodate about 1,500 people. Second Sister, look who's here, Cheng Xiao called out from a distance, running over. Bai Mei saw that it was Pan Han returning. She quickly dropped her work and ran over to report. Lord, you're back, Second Sister said, rubbing the dirt off her hands. Yes, I'm here to see your South Zone. What can you tell me? All right, sir. Our South Zone has 3 most closest to the base, smallest in area, and will have the fewest people in the future. It's mainly planned as a living area for women and a work practice zone for children. In the future, if conditions allow, it will also become a nurse training zone. Our motto is, use women like men, use men like beasts. After hearing Second Sister's introduction, Pan Han could feel her enthusiasm, as if she were planning her own future. Very good. It seems Second Sister is going to forge an army of women for the base. Yes, during this construction period, men are still helping. But once it's done, only women and children will be allowed here, Second Sister said seriously. Pan Han sensed that Second Sister must have a story to tell, but now wasn't the time to ask. So can I come in? Pan Han joked. Sir, what are you saying? In our base you can go wherever you want. Right, Seventh Sister? Second Sister poked Cheng Xiao. Second Sister, you're annoying. Cheng Xiao said, her face instantly reddening. Second Sister, you mentioned a nurse training zone earlier. Can you elaborate? Of course, sir. In the future, the base population will definitely grow. So daily medical care and battlefield treatment will require professional doctors and nurses. If conditions allow, I'd like to train a batch of base medical personnel. Second Sister became quite excited when mentioning her specialty. Good, very good. He'll allocate a batch of supplies to you for exchanging medical equipment and medicine. Thank you, Lord Pan. After leaving Second Sister, Pan Han went to Old Six's West Zone. The West Zone covered over 8,000 square meters, featuring not only residential areas, but also a unique tactical training zone. This was Old Six's painstakingly built Dawn Army training camp. Lord Pan, you're back. Old Six had been waiting for Pan Han and rushed over when he saw him. Haha, Old Six, how are you? Did you miss me? Pan Han said, tossing a cigar to Old Six. How could I not? If you hadn't come back soon, my training camp would be done for. Sixth brother, watch how you speak to Lord Pan. Chang Xiao reminded old Six to mind his tone. No worries. I like old Six's personality. Pan Han waved it off. Seventh sister C. Lord Pan said it's fine. Old Six said smugly to Chang Xiao. Go light your sixth brother's cigar, Pan Han said, pulling out an exquisite lighter. Chang Xiao took the lighter and lit old Six's cigar. Old Six took a deep drag, his whole body trembling as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Oh, that's soothing. Pan Han and Chang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Sixth brother, hurry up and report. Lord is waiting. All right, here goes. Lord, this west zone is expected to accommodate 3000 people. I plan to use it all for training combat personnel and have already laid out the training areas. Our motto is, sweat blood and tears without shedding a tear. 3000 people. Doesn't that make you a regiment commander? Regiment commander. I've never thought of that. Old Six, a man must have dreams. What if they come true? What support do you need? Lord, I want tanks, armored vehicles, howitzers, and anti-aircraft guns. No problem. Chang Xiao allocate a batch of supplies to Old Six later. He can take as much as he can carry, Pan Han instructed, and Chang Xiao nodded earnestly, taking note. Old Six, keep up the good work. I'm off to see Ma Ji. Pan Han bid farewell to Old Six and headed straight for the North Zone with Chang Xiao. The North Zone was a joint project between the Hilltop Village and the Dawn Base, and since it was their first collaboration, each side secretly competed, unwilling to lose. As a result, construction was nearly complete. Lord, you're here. Ma Ji had been waiting for some time. Yes, I've just seen the other 3 zones. Now what help do you need here? Thank you, Lord. Let me introduce the North Zone first. It covers about 7,000 square meters and is expected to house 1500 people. Huh, it's so large, but it only houses 1500. Pan Han was puzzled. Lord, this area will become a taming zone for mutated beasts. Your previous taming of the wild rabbits inspired me and Rick. We thought that in the future we might be able to tame other mutated beasts, and then form a beast army which could have surprising effects. So our motto is, King of Beasts Supreme above all. Ma Ji explained slowly. Oh, that's a brilliant idea. Did you come up with it yourself? Pan Han loved this concept. Yes, Lord, Ma Ji nodded. Excellent, Ma Ji. You're truly a meticulous person with strong execution. It's a pleasure working with you. What help do you need? Lord, I'm embarrassed to ask. Oh, why be shy with me? Just say it. Ma Ji twisted the hem of her clothes, gathered her courage, and said, I need time. Time. Yes, in this apocalypse there are countless types of beasts. It takes manpower to screen each one, so it might be a long time before we see results. I see. All right, I'll support you until the end of time, Pan Han said, seeing Ma Ji's concern, and readily agreed. Thank you, Lord. We will work hard, Ma Ji said firmly. All right, everyone, keep working. I won't disturb you. Pan Han waved goodbye to Ma Ji and headed to the base with Chang Xiao. Along the way, he witnessed everyone's determination, initiative, and drive. It was like a group of honest country kids who had never been noticed before, but when an opportunity arose, they all worked together to seize it. Seeing Pan Han's high spirits, Chang Xiao knew their efforts hadn't been in vain. Mutual dedication. That's what makes a base. Chang Xiao, what do you think of the name Dawn Army that Old Six mentioned earlier? I think it's great. Then our own army will be called the Dawn Army. And what position are you giving me? Chang Xiao asked, tilting her head. Barring any surprises, you'll be the warehouse manager and bedroom secretary. Go to hell. Take this.